Jingzhou City First Prison. Get in. The prison guard opened the cell door and gave Yufei a shove. Yufei stumbled forward, glancing back without a word. Clack. Kid, what are you in for? After the guard left, a burly, unshaven inmate raised an eyebrow at Yufei. There were 12 inmates in the cell, including Yufei. The other 10 gathered around this man, clearly the cell boss. Yufei glanced at him in silence, walked over to a wooden bedboard, and sat down. Are you deaf, kid? Didn't you hear Brother Jian talking to you? A skinny, wretched-looking inmate stood up and shoved Yufei. Seeing this, the others revealed expressions of amusement. Yufei steadied his body, raising his head to stare directly into the man's eyes without blinking. Hey, you dare glare at me? Seeing Yufei still unyielding, the skinny inmate raised his hand to slap him. Bang! But before his hand could touch Yufei's face, a foot kicked him squarely in the stomach. The man dropped to his knees, clutching his stomach and howling in pain. Monkey! Seeing this, Brother Jian stood up abruptly, his expression turning dark. Damn it! Beat him to death. Following Brother Jian's command, the other inmates rushed toward Yufei. Seeing this, Yufei quickly got up and grappled with the charging inmates. But 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Yufei was soon beaten to the ground, his face stained with blood. Kid, in the 3rd ward, if I tell you to eat shit, you swallow it. Brother Jian pushed through the crowd, grabbed Yufei by the neck, and lifted him up, speaking ruthlessly. Yufei suddenly grinned, baring white teeth stained red with blood, and smashed his forehead directly into Brother Jian's nose. Caught off guard, Brother Jian clutched his face and squatted on the ground, blood and tears streaming from his nose. The other inmates, furious at the sight, swarmed Yufei with a flurry of punches and kicks. Clack! Are you rebelling? Get the hell down. Just as Yufei was about to lose consciousness, the prison guards finally arrived, throwing the cell door open and rushing in. Hearing the guards shout, the inmates backed away and squatted down with their hands behind their heads. Zhang Jian, have you had enough of the good days? The guard looked at Yufei, who was covered in blood and lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, instantly understanding what had happened. Reporting to the officer, I'm innocent. Look at my nose, that kid made it bleed. Zhang Jian cried foul loudly, spreading his blood-stained hands toward the guard. Cut the crap. Come out and string yourself up. The guard wasn't buying it, pointing his rubber baton sharply at Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian didn't talk back. He shot a vicious glare at Yufei and walked out the door. At the entrance, the guard cuffed Zhang Jian's right hand, attaching the other end to the heating pipe above his head. Thus, Zhang Jian had to stand on his tiptoes to prevent the handcuffs from digging into his wrists under his body weight. This was a specific punishment used by the guards for troublemaking inmates. After dealing with Zhang Jian, the guard helped Yufei up. Seeing him groggy and disoriented, he hurriedly escorted him to the infirmary. I'll be waiting for you to come back. Passing by the door, Zhang Jian's ruthless voice rang out again, threatening Yufei. Behaved. The guard glared angrily at Zhang Jian, while Yufei grinned once more, his blood-stained teeth standing out conspicuously. In the infirmary, the prison doctor was examining Yufei's injuries, but Yufei pushed him away. I'm fine. Send me back. Yufei pulled down his lifted shirt and spoke to the guard standing nearby. Are you sure you're okay? The guard glanced at Yufei. His nosebleed had stopped, but half of his face was swollen, and one of his eye sockets was bruised a deep purple. It's not a big deal, just soft tissue contusions. The bones are fine. Take this. Before Yufei could speak, the doctor handed over a few white pills, likely anti-inflammatory medication. Yufei didn't waste words. He took the pills, tossed them into his mouth, and swallowed them dry, without water. That Zhang Jian is no pushover. Keep out of trouble, both of you. Seeing this, the guard nodded to the doctor, and then led Yufei back to the cell. Oh, back so soon. Seeing Yufei being brought back, Zhang Jian, who was still strung up, smiled coldly. Zhang Jian, behave yourself. The guard scolded Zhang Jian, sighing inwardly, realizing that peace was unlikely from now on. Yufei ignored Zhang Jian and walked straight in after the guard opened the cell door. I'm warning all of you, stay put and behave. Anyone else causes trouble, you'll be strung up outside until tomorrow morning. The guard didn't leave, immediately warning the crowd once more. Clack, the cell door closed. Monkey and the other inmates glared angrily at Yufei, but no one made a move. After all, Zhang Jian was still strung up outside, and the guard's recent warning had completely extinguished their thoughts of teaching Yufei another lesson. Yufei acted as if he didn't notice their stares, sitting directly on the bedboard and leaning against the wall to rest. At 6 p.m., it was time for dinner, and Zhang Jian, who had been strung up outside, was released back inside. Kid, we'll play slowly. Under the watchful eyes of the guard behind him, Zhang Jian didn't do anything drastic. He merely rubbed his wrists and dropped a remark to Yufei. Yufei ignored him. Hearing the sound of food being distributed outside, he got up and grabbed a portion. 2 steamed buns, a piece of pickled vegetable, and a bowl of boiled cabbage and salt water. This was the prison dinner. Yufei took a bite of the bun, swallowing it in large mouthfuls, as if he couldn't taste its rough and sour texture. Zhang Jian and the others were also scarfing down their food, occasionally shooting glances in Yufei's direction. Night fell. Yufei slept on the bed closest to the toilet, completely unaffected by the pungent smell. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly the sound of blankets rubbing broke the silence of the cell, and Yufei opened his eyes alertly. But before he could react, his head was covered and heavy blows rained down all over his body. This was exactly what Zhang Jian and the others had planned, to cover Yu Fei with a blanket and beat him while he slept. A few minutes later, Zhang Jian and the others finally stopped. Yu Fei let out a painful groan. Boy, this isn't over yet. We'll continue playing tomorrow. Zhang Jian squatted down and mocked Yu Fei, who couldn't get up. Yu Fei didn't respond. His whole body ached terribly and his head was dizzy. In the middle of the night, Yu Fei finally recovered a bit, struggling to prop himself up on his arms and get up. Patter, patter. In the silent cell, barefoot, Yu Fei walked straight toward Zhang Jian, who was sleeping in the second bed. Yu Fei stood firmly in front of Zhang Jian, his head lowered, eyes locked dead on the sleeping man. As if sensing Yu Fei's gaze, Zhang Jian groggily opened his eyes. You motherf. Seeing Yu Fei staring at him, Zhang Jian was startled and immediately tried to sit up. But Yu Fei gave him no chance. Pressing one hand against Zhang Jian's chest and forcing his chin up with the other, he opened his mouth and bit fiercely into his neck. Ah! Zhang Jian let out a miserable shriek, his hands frantically clawing at Yu Fei's head, but to no avail. Stop! Seeking death. The other inmates were instantly awakened by the screams. Seeing Yu Fei biting Zhang Jian's neck, they cursed and rushed forward. But no matter how they punched and kicked, Yu Fei's teeth remained tightly embedded in Zhang Jian's neck, entirely inseparable. Zhang Jian continued to scream miserably as blood flowed down his neck onto the bedboard. The crowd looked at Yu Fei again, their faces changing in unison. This was a madman. Guard! Someone's getting killed. Help! Calls for help instantly echoed through the prison. The prison guard dozing in the duty room jolted awake and hurried toward the cell. Clack! The cell door opened. Several prison guards were shocked by the scene and rushed forward to try and separate Yu Fei and Zhang Jian. But just like before, no matter how they tore at him, Yu Fei wouldn't let go. Left with no choice, the guard grabbed a rubber baton and struck Yu Fei hard on the back a few times. Overcome by pain, Yu Fei could no longer hold on. His eyes rolled back and he fainted directly. Quick! Call the guard medic over. And call an ambulance. After Yu Fei let go, Zhang Jian's bloody and mangled neck was exposed, terrifying everyone present. The guards hurriedly controlled the other inmates, sending one to notify the guard medic while calling an ambulance. This night, Jianghu City First Prison was destined to be unpeaceful. The angry curses of the guards, the murmurs of the inmates, and the sirens of the ambulance broke the silent night sky like thunder. The next day, in Jianghu City People's Hospital, Yu Fei, lying in a hospital bed, slowly opened his eyes. Seeing an expanse of snow white and looking around, Yu Fei confirmed he was no longer in the cell. After last night's cell fight, Yu Fei's condition was not very good. Setting aside his old injuries, another rib was broken and his brow bone was split open, requiring 6 or 7 stitches. Feeling the pain radiating from all over his body, Yu Fei frowned and let out a muffled groan. Awake! The prison guard sitting at the door, keeping watch, heard the sound and walked toward Yu Fei. Yu Fei didn't speak, just nodded very lightly. You look young, but you strike quite ruthlessly. That cell boss of yours, Zhang Jian, almost had his windpipe bitten off by you. The guard looked at Yu Fei's young face and shook his head helplessly. He didn't die. Yu Fei's reaction sent a chill through the guard's heart. This kid actually seemed somewhat dissatisfied hearing that Zhang Jian didn't die. How old are you this year? The guard swallowed hard and asked Yu Fei. I don't know. Yu Fei lowered his eyes and slowly shook his head. You don't know? The guard frowned, thinking Yu Fei was lying to him. Who doesn't know their own age? But Yu Fei wasn't lying. He truly didn't know how old he was. Because from the moment Yu Fei could remember, he had been wandering the streets with another man. Yu Fei didn't know who that man was. He might have been his father, or maybe not. Because that man never called Yu Fei his son, he only gave him scavenged leftovers every now and then. But more often than not, Yu Fei fed himself. At 6 or 7 years old, he began rummaging through nauseating garbage heaps. But later that man died. By the time Yu Fei found him, he had already started to rot. After that, Yu Fei began a solitary life, continuing to rummage through garbage heaps, picking up discarded rotten vegetable leaves, and fighting for food with stray dogs on the street. Until one day not long ago, Yu Fei fought with another homeless man over half a steamed bun, and he even broke the man's arm. After passers-by called the police, Yu Fei was taken away, but they couldn't find any of his identity information. Asked for his name, Yu Fei suddenly remembered the 2 words that man had once muttered, Yu Fei. And so, bearing the name Yu Fei, he was sent directly to Jianghu City First Prison. Xiao Huang, is he awake? Just as the guard was about to ask more, a voice suddenly rang out, followed by Liang Dong, the warden of Jianghu City First Prison, walking in from outside. Warden Liang. He just woke up. Seeing Liang Dong, the guarding guard immediately stood at attention and saluted. Young man, how do you feel? Liang Dong nodded to the guarding guard, walked to Yu Fei's side, and asked. Yu Fei remained taciturn. He didn't speak, just shook his head. I've learned about your situation from the sending unit. To be honest, I sympathize with you. Liang Dong nodded, speaking to Yu Fei with his hands clasped behind his back. But Jianghu City First Prison is my Liang Dong's territory, and you've caused me a lot of trouble. Then Liang Dong leaned forward slightly, his tone sharply turning, carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Yu Fei's expression remained calm, seemingly understanding, but not fully. He nodded at Liang Dong. This is the first time and the last time. If you cause me trouble again, I will let you experience the despair of being alive. Liang Dong reached out and poked Yu Fei's chest, warning him word by word with a cold gaze. Xiao Huang watched him closely. After speaking, Liang Dong didn't stay long and turned directly to leave. Yes. Xiao Huang stood at attention and saluted again respectfully, seeing Liang Dong off. Phew, boy, you heard him. Behave yourself when you go back, don't cause any more trouble. After Liang Dong left, Xiao Huang let out a long breath, turned around, and spoke to Yu Fei. Yu Fei still didn't speak, just nodded thoughtfully at Xiao Huang. 5 days later, Yu Fei, now able to get out of bed and walk, was sent back to Jingzhou City No. 1 prison. However, instead of returning to his previous cell, he was assigned to a different detention block and cell. With a clang, the cell door opened. Get in. The prison guard who escorted Yu Fei back was the one surnamed Huang. Fifth Master, we've got a fresh one here, still carrying some injuries. Do keep an eye on him. After Yu Fei stepped into the cell, Xiao Huang, following behind him, greeted one of the inmates. That's the kid from detention block 3, isn't it? The middle-aged man addressed as Fifth Master looked up and asked with a blank expression. Fifth Master was in his 40s or 50s with a shaved head, a slightly stout build, and unremarkable features. Yes, Xiao Huang nodded to Fifth Master. He couldn't stay there anymore, so they sent him to your block. Heh, Fifth Master chuckled. Aren't you afraid Cripple Wang will come after him if you put him here? Fifth Master smiled, sizing up Yu Fei with interest as he asked Xiao Huang. The Cripple Wang that Fifth Master referred to was Wang Xinliang by name. Because the tendon in his right foot had been severed, he walked with a limp, which earned him the nickname Cripple Wang. Cripple Wang was very close to Zhang Jian, and once he learned that Yu Fei had been transferred here, he would certainly cause trouble for him to avenge Zhang Jian. This was arranged by Supervisor Liang. Fifth Master, please do what you can. Xiao Huang spread his hands helplessly. Sending Yu Fei to detention block 2 had been ordered by Liang Dong, and there was nothing he could do about it. Still, after learning about Yu Fei's recent history over the past few days, Xiao Huang couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him, which was why he had put in a word with Fifth Master. Liang Dong. Fifth Master gave a thoughtful smile. Knowing that Zhang Jian's brothers were in detention block 2, Liang Dong had still arranged for Yu Fei to be sent here. That was certainly interesting. Clang. Xiao Huang said nothing more, turned around, and walked straight out of the cell. What's your name? After Xiao Huang left, Fifth Master asked Yu Fei with a smile. Yu Fei. Standing near the door, Yu Fei glanced at Fifth Master and answered. You took down Zhang Jian of block 3 less than a day after coming in. You've got potential. Go lie down for a while. Fifth Master nodded in satisfaction. He greatly admired Yu Fei's ruthlessness. Yu Fei didn't stand on ceremony. The bumpy ride back from the hospital had made his broken ribs throb with pain, so upon hearing Fifth Master's words, he lay straight down on the wooden bed. By noon, the inmates who had gone out for labor were brought back. Seeing Yu Fei resting on the bed, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Boss, who's this kid? Since Fifth Master hadn't said anything, the other inmates didn't make a move against Yu Fei. One inmate, burly with a face full of fierce flesh, asked Fifth Master with visible displeasure. Gongzi, don't underestimate him. This is the kid from block 3 who nearly killed Zhang Jian. Fifth Master smiled at Yuan Gang and pointed at Yu Fei, revealing his background. What? He's that young. The news that Yu Fei had nearly killed Zhang Jian had already spread like wildfire throughout Jingzhou City No. 1 prison. After all, Zhang Jian was no small fry. He was the head of the entire detention block 3. He had simply capsized in a gutter, and because of his arrogance, he'd almost been killed by a greenhorn like Yu Fei. Yuan Gang rubbed his head and looked at Yu Fei again, this time stowing away his contempt. Just then Yu Fei, who had heard the commotion, climbed up and stared back at Yuan Gang, who was sizing him up. Awake. Seeing Yu Fei get up, Fifth Master asked with a smile. But Yu Fei only nodded. Hey, you some kind of mute. My boss greeted you, and you act all high and mighty. Yuan Gang was displeased. His boss had taken the initiative to greet the kid, yet all the kid did was nod. As he spoke, Yuan Gang prepared to make a move. He wasn't about to be intimidated by Yu Fei's reputation, since in his eyes Zhang Jian wasn't worth much anyway. Seeing Yuan Gang's move, Yu Fei instinctively sensed danger and immediately jumped barefoot onto the floor. Gongzi. But before the two could act, Fifth Master directly called Yuan Gang to a halt. Boss, this kid doesn't know the rules. Don't worry, I'll just teach. Get back here. Yuan Gang glanced back at Fifth Master and said he merely intended to teach Yu Fei a lesson, but Fifth Master cut him off before he could finish. How many times have I told you? You just can't shake that damn habit. Can't you use your head for once instead of always trying to solve everything with your fists? Fifth Master scolded Yuan Gang with the look of someone disappointed in a lost cause. Yuan Gang wasn't someone Fifth Master had met in prison. He had already been following him on the outside. Fifth Master had come in this time to do a favor for some big shot, so he planned to stay for a while. But unexpectedly, no sooner had he walked through the gates than Yuan Gang followed him and claiming he'd come to take care of Fifth Master. I was just... Yuan Gang scratched his head, stammering, not knowing what to say. From now on, think before you act. Fifth Master glared at him again. This guy really gave him no peace of mind. Yuan Gang hung his head and said nothing more, looking wronged. His name is Yu Fei. You should all know about the Zhangjian business in Block 3. If you have no grudge against him, don't go bullying him. After scolding Yuan Gang, Fifth Master pointed at Yu Fei and said to the other inmates, who quickly nodded. After all, Fifth Master was the boss of the entire detention block too, and also the big brother of the southern district of Jingzhou City. Chow time. Just as Fifth Master finished speaking, the inmate in charge of serving meals walked over carrying several large buckets. It was the standard ration again, 2 corn buns, plus a piece of pickled vegetable, and a bowl of salted boiled radish. Fifth Master, yours is here. Just as Yu Fei received his own meal, the inmate serving food came over obsequiously with a food tray. On the tray was a bowl of rice, a bowl of stir-fried vegetables, plus a bowl of braised pork and a piece of stewed fish. Fifth Master said nothing. Yuan Gang stepped forward, took the tray, and placed it in front of Fifth Master. Yu Fei glanced at the tray. The rich aroma of meat made him swallow unconsciously. Fifth Master naturally noticed this. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he pushed the small bowl of braised pork in front of Yu Fei. Eat up. You're still carrying injuries. Can't get by on just radish and corn buns. Faced with Yu Fei's puzzled gaze, Fifth Master said with a smile. Boss, why give it to that kid? If you didn't want it, you could have given it to me. Yuan Gang grew sour on the sidelines, unable to understand why his boss was treating Yu Fei so well. Eat your own food. Radish is just fine for you. With that temper of yours, it'll help clear your pipes. Fifth Master turned back and glared at him, scolding Yuan Gang a few more times. Thanks. Yu Fei rarely spoke, but this time he offered Fifth Master a word of gratitude, and something different flickered in his eyes. Hey, you're Yu Fei, right? Let me ask you something. Are you my big brother's illegitimate son? Before Fifth Master could respond, Yuan Gang, a steamed cornbread roll in his mouth and a rice bowl in hand, leaned over to Yu Fei and asked in a hushed voice. Yu Fei's eyes held a trace of confusion, unclear what illegitimate son meant. What are you talking about? Having not caught Yuan Gang's words, Fifth Master noticed him whispering into Yu Fei's ear and called out a question. Nothing. I was just asking how he pulled that on Zhang Jian. Yuan Gang's expression shifted abruptly, and he quickly turned back, waving his hand at Fifth Master. What does illegitimate son mean? But Yu Fei played right into Yuan Gang's hands. After feeling Fifth Master's warmth toward him, he spoke up proactively. Yu Fei wasn't someone who disliked talking, he simply only opened up to those who showed him kindness. Just like the prison guard Xiao Huang. During those few days at the hospital, Yu Fei had chatted with him extensively, which was precisely why Xiao Huang knew about Yu Fei's past. Yuan Gang. The moment Yu Fei's words fell, Fifth Master erupted in fury, grabbing a steamed cornbread roll from a nearby prisoner and flinging it straight at Yuan Gang. The prison's steamed cornbread rolls may not taste good, but they were hard as stone. Fifth Master's throw struck true. Yuan Gang's forehead immediately swelled into a prominent lump. I was just kidding. Yuan Gang felt like crying, rubbing the bump on his forehead, then casually picked up the fallen cornbread roll and stuffed it into his mouth. Brother Gang, that's me. What do you mean that's me? Can't you see the bump on my head? The prisoner whose cornbread roll had been taken was now crying too. It was a standard ration, and once eaten, there would be none left. Unpalatable as it was, it at least filled the stomach. Yuan Gang, give that cornbread roll back. Fifth Master glared again, and Yuan Gang, though unwilling, broke the roll in half and returned a portion. Meanwhile, Yu Fei had finally managed to taste the braised pork, and then he froze. During those days at the hospital, Yu Fei had convinced himself he'd already tasted the most delicious food in the world. But this bowl of braised pork completely shattered his previous understanding. What are you spacing out for, kid? Don't like it. Hand it over. Seeing Yu Fei frozen, Yuan Gang leaned over again, his eyes locked onto that bowl of braised pork. He could eat this stuff until he was sick outside, but things were different here. Aside from Fifth Master, who else enjoyed such treatment? Take Zhang Jian for instance. He was also a boss in his own cell block, yet he ate the exact same food as every other prisoner. It wasn't about your status inside the prison. It was about your influence outside. Yu Fei had heard Yuan Gang's words clearly, and after some hesitation, he pushed the bowl of braised pork toward him. You really don't like it? Yuan Gang was stunned. He had only been joking, never expecting Yu Fei to actually yield the food to him. Yu Fei shook his head and said nothing. He wasn't someone who disliked eating. On the contrary, he wanted it desperately. But Yu Fei knew this had been given by Fifth Master, and since Yuan Gang followed Fifth Master, he would offer it when Yuan Gang asked. Sigh. Yuan Gang, if you keep your mouth open anymore, you won't eat at all. Yuan Gang didn't understand Yu Fei's actions, but Fifth Master saw through it clearly. He sighed inwardly, recognizing this as another soul burdened by hardship. Then you eat it. I'm fine with radishes. Hearing Fifth Master's words, Yuan Gang dared not continue teasing Yu Fei, lest he genuinely lose his meal. Not long after finishing their meal, the prison guards came to unlock the cell doors and called the prisoners out for labor. Fifth Master had assumed Yu Fei, still bearing injuries, would be excused. He could have kept him behind to chat. But unexpectedly, the guards focused specifically on him. When they saw Yu Fei lying on the sleeping platform without moving, one even grabbed his arm. He's injured. Fifth Master frowned and said to the guard. Fifth Master, I know, but these orders come from Commissioner Liang. The guard naturally understood Fifth Master's intent, but this was beyond his authority. Liang Dong had given the order personally. Gongzi, keep an eye on him. Upon hearing it was Liang Dong's doing, Fifth Master grew even more perplexed. But Liang Dong, after all, was the prison warden. Fifth Master saw no need to make enemies with him over Yu Fei. However, Fifth Master held quite a fondness for this young man, named Yu Fei, so he gave Yuan Gang a brief instruction. I understand. Yuan Gang wasn't stupid. He naturally realized Yu Fei was being targeted, and that his own boss had taken a liking to him. And so Yu Fei exited the cell alongside the other prisoners. On the prison yard, not only did prisoners from Cell Block 2 appear, but those from Cell Block 3 had also been brought over. Yuan Gang's heart dropped suddenly. He feared protecting Yu Fei today would be rather difficult. Clearing weeds should have been more than enough for Cell Block 2 alone, yet Cell Block 3 responsible for making boxes had also been summoned. The intention was glaringly obvious. Yu Fei had no idea what awaited him, curiously observing his surroundings. Soon after the guards finished assigning work details, they walked off in a group toward the distance. Among them was clearly Officer Xiao Huang, though he said nothing more, merely casting a glance back at Yu Fei. So, it was you, kid, who nearly bit through my brother's throat. After the guards departed, a limping prisoner made his way to Yu Fei's side. Trailing behind him were over 30 men drawn from both Cell Block 2 and Cell Block 3. Yu Fei remained silent, but his gaze sharpened, keenly watching the crowd of ill-intentioned men. Wang the limp, did Zhang Jian send you? Yuan Gang stepped closer to Yu Fei and addressed the newcomer. The arrival was indeed Wang Xuzi, Wang Xinliang, Zhang Jian's close brother. Brother Gang, what do you mean? Is this guy under Fifth Master's protection? Wang Xuzi's eyes narrowed slightly as he queried Yuan Gang. My big brother gets along quite well with him. Yuan Gang didn't state it outright, but his meaning was crystal clear. Yu Fei was someone Fifth Master favored. Brother Gang, my brother Zhang Jian is still lying in the hospital, his throat nearly bitten through by this punk. To get to him we've spent a considerable price. Wang Xuzi's eyes grew even more vicious. He hadn't expected Fifth Master to actually intervene in this matter. Not only had Zhang Jian nearly been killed by Yu Fei, but Wang Xuzi had also handed over no small favors to Liang Dong to make this opportunity happen. Now Yuan Gang's casual remark would make all their expenses go down the drain. That was simply impossible. What? Are you Wang Xuzi standing tall now? Not even giving my big brother face. Yuan Gang's eyes also narrowed. He couldn't believe that despite his clear warning, Wang Xuzi still intended to make a move on Yu Fei. Brother Gang, of course I give Fifth Master face. But my brother's matter also needs some kind of resolution, doesn't it? Wang Xuzi's expression shifted uncertainly, but in the end he chose not to burn bridges. After all, he and Fifth Master were not on the same level. What do you want then? Seeing the other party back down, Yuan Gang did not press further, as Zhang Jian had indeed nearly been killed by Yu Fei. How about this? I'll fight this kid one-on-one. Zhang Jian is my brother, and I'll settle my brother's matters myself. That's not asking too much, is it? Wang Kezi pondered for a moment, and upon noticing Yu Fei's frail frame, a plan formed in his mind. Despite his limp, Wang Kezi's combat prowess was still top-notch, otherwise he wouldn't have lived so comfortably in the second detention ward. Fine, let's do as you say. Yuan Gang nodded, finding the proposal reasonable enough. This matter needed some resolution after all. But let's make it clear. If you, Wang Kezi, take him on one-on-one and don't have what it takes to finish Yu Fei, then after today you're not to trouble him again. That includes your brother Zhang Jian. If there's any more trouble afterward, my big brother won't be pleased. Yuan Gang added, delivering a stern warning to Wang Kezi. Understood. Wang Kezi nodded, then gestured for the others to disperse. Kid, from here on you're on your own. Don't embarrass our big brother. Yuan Gang also told his men to step back, then patted Yu Fei's shoulder. Yu Fei was confused, but nodded at Yuan Gang anyway. Before Yu Fei could even turn around, Wang Kezi struck, first launching himself forward with a powerful push of his foot. In the next instant, Yu Fei saw a fist flying toward his face. He had no time to react as Wang Kezi's fist slammed hard into his face, sending him stumbling and nearly crashing to the ground. Barely regaining his balance, Yu Fei was met with another attack, a knee thrust aimed at his abdomen. He managed to block it, preventing the strike from landing, but a punch slammed into his face right after. Is that all? Then you won't see tomorrow. Emboldened by those two punches, Wang Kezi sneered and charged again. On the sidelines, Yuan Gang watched, slapping his thigh repeatedly, amazed that even with his limp, Wang Kezi was still so agile. As for Yu Fei, he finally snapped out of his daze. When he looked at Wang Kezi again, a feral wolf-like glint had ignited in his eyes. With a heavy thud, Wang Kezi charged again, and their fists collided head-on. Both of them winced in pain. Wang Kezi then kicked out, and Yu Fei twisted his body to dodge, but the movement aggravated his broken ribs, causing him to let out a pained grunt. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Kezi tackled Yu Fei to the ground, straddled him, and began raining down heavy blows on his head with both fists. After taking several punches, Yu Fei was dazed. The stitched wound over his brow had burst open, and a streak of crimson blood began trickling down his cheek. Yu Fei, what the hell are you doing? Get up! Yuan Gang shouted anxiously, drawing the attention of other inmates who started to gather around. Yuan Gang's shouting snapped Yu Fei back to his senses. As Wang Keizi's fist came down, he grabbed the man's arm and yanked him downwards. Wang Keizi hadn't expected Yu Fei to fight back. He was nearly pulled off balance, but managed to steady himself at the last moment. But just as Wang Keizi tried to straighten up, Yu Fei suddenly lunged forward, wrapped his arms around him, and sank his teeth into Wang Keizi's ear. A scream tore from Wang Keizi's throat, his face contorted in agony. After a few cries, he used the momentum to fall backward, crashing onto the ground. Wang Keizi writhed on the floor, clutching his right ear as blood seeped through his fingers. Meanwhile, Yu Fei, holding his ribs, got to his feet and spat out a chunk of something from his mouth. It was none other than Wang Keizi's ear. Everyone present was stunned. Yu Fei had actually bitten it clean off. Yuan Gang was taken aback too, thinking this kid must be part dog. First he bites Zhang Jian's neck, nearly tearing through his throat. And now he's even more straightforward, biting off Wang Keizi's ear. Those two brothers really got the short end of the stick. As everyone was frozen in shock, Yu Fei moved, lunging at Wang Keizi. What happened next made everyone's skin crawl. Even Yuan Gang, who had seen his fair share of brutality, felt a chill run down his spine. Like a rabid dog, Yu Fei pounced on Wang Keizi and started biting him. Yes, literally biting, tearing away at his face with his teeth until it was a mangled mess. Finally, he targeted the same spot. As before, tilting his head, Yu Fei clamped his jaws onto Wang Keizi's neck, right over the carotid artery. Pull him off now. Yuan Gang, now alarmed, rushed over and called for others to separate them. He couldn't let Yu Fei kill Wang Keizi. That would ruin the kid's life for good. After all, Fifth Master had taken a liking to him. If Yu Fei ended up locked away for life, he'd be useless to Fifth Master. Hearing Yuan Gang's shouts, the other inmates snapped out of it and rushed to pull Yu Fei away. Fortunately, Yu Fei was already spent, his weakened body exhausted from the fight, and was easily pried away with a few tugs. Thank God he's not dead. After pulling Yu Fei off, Yuan Gang checked Wang Keizi's injuries. There were only 2 tooth marks on his neck, the skin not even broken. Have you lost your mind? You're a mad dog. Yuan Gang turned and smacked Yu Fei on the head. Yu Fei, already weak and utterly spent, crumpled to the ground unconscious after that single slap. Is this guy trying to frame me? Yuan Gang's face darkened. Yu Fei had taken all those hits from Wang Keizi without blacking out, yet one slap from him had done the trick. In the end, both were sent to the prison infirmary, then transferred to the hospital. There was no help for it. Wang Keizi's facial wounds were severe, and since they were bite marks, the doctors were at a loss as to where to even begin stitching. As for Yu Fei, his ribs were already broken before, and no one knew how much further damage he'd taken, so it was safer to send him for a thorough checkup. At Jingzhou People's Hospital, it was the same doctor who had treated Yu Fei before. Seeing a familiar face, the doctor's expression immediately turned odd. Come on now, look what you've done to this man. The doctor glanced around, and seeing no one nearby, lowered his voice and said to the escorting prison guard. They were fighting each other, the guard replied with a grimace, explaining briefly. The doctor just gave him a knowing look. Then came Wang Keizi's turn. The doctor looked down and was instantly stunned. You've gone too far this time. You even set a dog on him. When he woke again, several hours had passed. The wound on Yu Fei's brow had been stitched up anew. As for his ribs, they were nothing serious, though he would have to lie in bed for a few more days. He glanced around. It was the familiar white of a hospital room, but not the same ward as before. Awake! A familiar voice sounded. The guard on duty was still Xiao Huang, making Yu Fei feel as though he were dreaming. What are you spacing out for? Did you get beaten, silly? Xiao Huang reached out and waved a hand before Yu Fei's dazed eyes. No. Yu Fei leaned back against the bed and shook his head at Xiao Huang. You're something else, kid. You even took down Lame Wang. Seeing that Yu Fei was mostly fine, Xiao Huang spoke up again. Is he dead? Yu Fei asked the same question as before, which made Xiao Huang pause for a moment. What a familiar feeling. He's not dead, but I reckon he's got the desire to be. That face of his, it looks like it was chewed by a dog. Xiao Huang shook his head, then told Yu Fei about Lame Wang's condition. When he tried to describe the injuries on his face, he suddenly stopped. It really does look like it was gnawed on by a dog. Mad dog. Xiao Huang gave Yu Fei a long, hard look, then nodded and continued. By now, Yu Fei had become famous throughout the first prison of Jingzhou City. It could be said that he was known to everyone. He had also gained a nickname, Mad Dog. A few days later, Yu Fei was discharged from the hospital and returned to the prison, back to the cell in the 3rd district where Fifth Master resided. Click. The cell door opened. The people who were eating all froze when they saw Yu Fei. You're back. Fifth Master smiled and gestured for Yu Fei to come over. Holy crap. Mad. No. That Yu Fei, he heals up fast. Yuan Gang forced down the cornbread in his mouth and greeted Yu Fei with a grin. Yu Fei nodded expressionlessly, then walked over to stand before Fifth Master. You haven't eaten, have you? Here, have mine. I don't have much of an appetite anyway. Fifth Master pushed his tray forward, beckoning Yu Fei to sit down and eat. No appetite. You were scarfing down those 2 mouthfuls of rice pretty happily just a moment ago. Yuan Gang, as if he had knocked over a vinegar jar, pursed his lips and muttered. Thanks. Yu Fei hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the smile on Fifth Master's face, he crouched down and began to eat. Hey Yu Fei, you know my big brother spent a lot for your sake. You better thank him properly. Just as Yu Fei started eating, Yuan Gang came over with his bowl, popped a piece of braised pork into his mouth, and said, "Can't you shut up, even while eating?" Upon hearing this, Fifth Master kicked Yuan Gang in the rear, nearly causing him to drop his cornbread. Yu Fei, confused, looked at Yuan Gang, then turned his head towards Fifth Master. Ever since Yuan Gang stood up for Yu Fei that day, the entire prison knew that Yu Fei was under Fifth Master's protection. Then the prison warden Liang Dong seized the opportunity. Using the two incidents Yu Fei had caused as leverage, he extorted considerable benefits from Fifth Master. Although Fifth Master didn't think much of Liang Dong, people like them, the institutions they dealt with most aside from the police station were prisons. Even if Fifth Master himself had no need for such connections, he still had to pave the way for those who worked for him. Eat your food. After kicking Yuan Gang, Fifth Master waved a hand at Yu Fei. Yu Fei pursed his lips and said nothing, casting a deep glance at Fifth Master before continuing to bury his head in his meal. In the days that followed, no one in the prison dared to cause trouble for Yu Fei again. And Fifth Master and Yuan Gang also learned about Yu Fei's past. Both men felt deep sympathy for Yu Fei's experiences. Though they had their own hard times, they had never been so desperate as to fight with stray dogs for food. A month passed quickly. Yu Fei had grown accustomed to prison life, and it was time for Fifth Master to leave. During that month, Fifth Master taught Yu Fei many things, from the trivialities of daily life to certain truths about society. Even Yuan Gang became a bit envious, joking several times that Fifth Master should adopt Yu Fei as his godson, but Fifth Master always refused. And besides Fifth Master, Yu Fei had another teacher, Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang not only shared some embarrassing bits of knowledge, but also taught Yu Fei how to fight and how to gauge the appropriate measure of force in different situations. Moreover, after more interaction with Yuan Gang, Yu Fei was subtly influenced. His personality became more outgoing, and he even cracked jokes from time to time. Lame Wang is back, and I heard Zhang Jian is mostly recovered too. After I leave, Yuan Gang, take good care of Xiao Fei. Don't let anyone scheme against him. On the day of his release, Fifth Master called Yuan Gang and Yu Fei to his side and instructed them, "Don't worry, big brother. As long as I'm here, no one will mess with Xiao Fei." Yuan Gang thumped his chest. He didn't think much of people like Lame Wang or Zhang Jian. Caution is the parent of safety. Use your head when dealing with things. Fifth Master glared at Yuan Gang and continued his advice. Fifth Master, brother Gang is very smart. Yu Fei looked at Yuan Gang's embarrassed face, smiled, and came to his defense. Right. See, big brother. Xiao Fei says I'm smart. Yuan Gang winked at Yu Fei, glad that this brotherhood wasn't in vain. Xiao Fei, have you forgotten his nickname? Fifth Master shot them both an exasperated glare. One a simpleton, the other a mad dog. What a combination. Yu Fei and Yuan Gang exchanged glances, both looking a bit embarrassed. Alright, if you run into trouble you can't solve, go see Li Xiang. He'll contact me. Fifth Master waved his hand and gave Yu Fei and Yuan Gang a name. Li Xiang was the warden of the 2nd district, the top authority there. Got it, big brother. Got it, Fifth Master. Yu Fei and Yuan Gang nodded in response. That's that then. As he spoke, the guard arrived to take him away. Fifth Master left with a final word and followed the guard out. Brother, it's just us two from now on. How about sharing a bed tonight to strengthen our bond? After Fifth Master left, Yuan Gang looked at Yu Fei with a hint of melancholy. The first half of his sentence was normal, but the latter half made Yu Fei feel an inexplicable phantom pain in his rear. Brother Gang, aren't you afraid I might bite you? Yu Fei didn't flee, instead he grinned and asked Yuan Gang. Holy crap. Yuan Gang's eyes widened instantly, and he felt a chill between his legs, as if something was missing. Forget it. Better we stay as brothers. Yuan Gang waved the white flag. He felt he couldn't outdo Yu Fei. At worst, others would just soften, but with this guy things might just disappear. The next day, Yu Fei and Yuan Gang were out in the yard for exercise, when suddenly a prisoner, head bowed, walked quickly toward them. Watch out. Yuan Gang immediately sensed something wrong and yanked Yu Fei sharply. The inmate, visibly stunned, then pulled a wooden-handled screwdriver from his waistband and lunged at Yu Fei. But it was too late. With Yuan Gang's pull and his own alertness, Yu Fei managed to evade the attack, preventing the inmate from succeeding. Seeking death. Yuan Gang erupted in fury. He hadn't anticipated that someone would strike at Yu Fei the moment Master Wu had left. Bang! Yuan Gang grabbed the inmate by the hair, seized the hand holding the screwdriver, and drove a knee straight into his forehead. The inmate was instantly knocked over, collapsing to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Wang Xinliang, are you fucking asking for death? Yuan Gang ignored the unconscious inmate and turned to Wang Kezi, roaring at him. Yu Fei also turned, his eyes narrowing as he fixed a deadly glare on Wang Kezi like a coiled viper poised to strike. Gang go. What does this have to do with me? Wang Kezi stepped forward, his face mangled by Yu Fei's bite, sending chills down one's spine. In the entire 3rd ward, no one else bears a grudge against Xiao Fei, but you, Wang Kezi. Yuan Gang was seething with rage. This Wang Kezi had done the deed and still dared to deny it. Gang Gu, you're being unreasonable. Couldn't it be someone from another ward? Don't forget Zhang Jian also has a grudge against him. Wang Kezi spread his hands, a sneer on his face, and began to ramble evasively. Zhang Jian, Do you take me for a rookie? Yuan Gang didn't waste words. He charged forward and kicked Wang Kezi to the ground. Cough cough. Yuan Gang, you've gone too far. Wang Kezi, not expecting Yuan Gang to act, clutched his stomach and looked up with a sharp cry. Gotcha! Just as Yuan Gang was about to continue cursing, the large iron door connecting the exercise yard to the cells suddenly opened, and several prison guards led the inmates of the third ward out. Liang Dong. You fucking double dealer, aren't you afraid of choking? Seeing the inmates from the third ward, Yuan Gang instantly understood. It must be that turncoat Liang Dong who had taken another bribe from Wang Kezi. Xiao Fei, be careful later. After cursing, Yuan Gang warned Yu Fei beside him, then called his men to gather. On the other side, after bringing the inmates of the third ward to the yard, the guards simply left and locked the iron door behind them. Kid, we meet again. I've missed you so much. Suddenly a voice Yu Fei knew all too well rang out. The inmates of the third ward parted, and Zhang Jian emerged with a vicious grin. So it's you bastard. No wonder Wang Kezi suddenly got bold. Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed at the sight of Zhang Jian. It was clear this trap was set by Zhang Jian and Wang Kezi together. Gang go. Look at my neck and look at my brother's face and ears. All thanks to that kid. We brothers have no intention of causing trouble with Master Wu. Please Gang go, let this slide. Zhang Jian was unfazed by Yuan Gang's sarcasm. He raised his head, pointed at his own neck and Wang Kezi's face, trying to persuade Yuan Gang to stay out of this. Don't you know Xiao Fei is already under my boss's protection? Yuan Gang sneered. These two brothers were blatantly lying. Everyone in Jingzhou City's first prison knew that Yu Fei was with Master Wu. Then there's no other way. Even if we rot in prison for the rest of our lives, we'll still kill that mad dog. Seeing that Yuan Gang wouldn't back down, Zhang Jian was ready to burn bridges. They couldn't match Master Wu's influence. Since they had chosen to burn the bridge, they would have to spend the rest of their lives in prison. I'm afraid you'll break your teeth. Yuan Gang's face darkened instantly. He hadn't expected these two to disregard even his boss's face. Get them. Kill that mad dog. Zhang Jian wasted no more words, ordering his loyal men to charge. Wang Kezi, seeing Zhang Jian move, led his own men to join the assault. Damn it. Kill them all. Yuan Gang waved his hand, pointing at Zhang Jian and Wang Kezi, and roared again. Immediately inmates from the second and third wards clashed. In the chaotic melee between the two wards, Yuan Gang fought like a god of war, rampaging through the crowd. But Yu Fei's situation was dire. Most of the opponents were targeting him, especially Zhang Jian and Wang Kezi, who were determined to kill the mad dog. Facing a storm of punches and kicks, Yu Fei managed to fight back a few times at first, but soon he was overwhelmed by the crowd. You two bastards. Seeking death. Yuan Gang glanced back and saw Yu Fei being beaten by the inmates of the third ward. He immediately roared and charged over. Mad dog. Today I'll turn you into a dead dog. Zhang Jian reached behind his back, pulled a file from his waistband, and thrust it toward Yu Fei's chest. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Yu Fei twisted his body, and the file struck his left arm instead of his chest. But it was still excruciating. Zhang Jian had put all his force into the strike, piercing straight through Yu Fei's arm. Fuck your mother. Yu Fei's eyes turned bloodshot. The searing pain drove him into a frenzy, and he roared as he scrambled to his feet. Yu Fei's sudden eruption caught Zhang Jian off guard, leaving the file embedded in his arm. Just then Yuan Gang finally reached Yu Fei's side and saw the file sticking out of his arm. Expressionless, Yu Fei fixed his gaze on Zhang Jian as he slowly pulled the file out with his right hand. Let me. File in hand, Yu Fei was about to charge at Zhang Jian when Yuan Gang stopped him. Yuan Gang snatched the file and held it, turning to the inmates of the third ward. Wang Xinliang and Zhang Jian, those two bastards want to rot in prison for life. Do you want that too? Today I, Yuan Gang, am acting. If anyone dares to stop me, the crematorium in the southern district will be your next stop after prison. Yuan Gang's gaze was calm, his tone indifferent. His cold words cut like a knife into the hearts of the inmates from the third ward. Looking around, the inmates who met Yuan Gang's eyes all lowered their heads. They had no desire to risk their lives for Zhang Jian and Wang Kezi. Tap tap tap. Holding the file, Yuan Gang walked step by step toward Zhang Jian and Wang Kezi. The two were visibly panicked. Heh, you two aren't worthy of touching my brother. Yuan Gang stopped in front of them, let out a contemptuous laugh, and raised the file ready to strike. Stop. Clang. The heavy iron door connecting the cells swung open, and Liang Dong emerged with a grim face, accompanied by several prison guards. Zhang Jian and Wang Kezi had narrowly escaped death at Yuan Gang's hands thanks to Liang Dong's timely intervention. Trying to start a riot. Approaching them, Liang Dong first glanced at Zhang Jian and Wang Kezi, then fixed his gaze on Yuan Gang. Director Liang, been having a good appetite lately. Hope you haven't stuffed yourself silly. Yuan Gang showed no respect, twirling the file in his hand as he sneered at Liang Dong. Yuan Gang, do you know who you're talking to? Liang Dong's face darkened further, not expecting Yuan Gang to show him absolutely no deference. What? Are you deaf, Liang Dong? Can't understand plain speech. Yuan Gang was even less accommodating, clasping his hands behind his back and casting a contemptuous glance at Liang Dong. Fine. As expected of Qin Lao's man. You even want to kill me, Liang Dong. Liang Dong laughed in fury, never imagining Yuan Gang could be so arrogant. Qin Laowu, also known as Fifth Master, real name Qin Kuan, was called Fifth Master by outsiders because he was the fifth child in his family. Liang Dong, you need to understand one thing: my big brother doesn't bother with you because he's not afraid. Or do you think you carry more weight than Lu Songlin? Yuan Gang flicked the file in his hand, dropping a bombshell on the self-important Liang Dong, whose face instantly changed. The name Lu Songlin was very familiar to Liang Dong and had stirred heated discussions in Jingzhou's political circles last year. He was the former president of the Jingzhou Intermediate People's Court, a deputy department-level cadre rumored to have been removed due to offending someone. Liang Dong's expression grew even more somber. Compared to Lu Songlin, he was merely a principal department-level official. If this was indeed orchestrated by Qin Laowu's network, then his own insignificant position was hardly worth their notice. Yuan Gang, don't try to scare me. I wasn't born yesterday. Although the possibility was real, Liang Dong still refused to lose face in front of so many inmates. Xiao Huang, throw that mad dog into the cage and let him sober up. Liang Dong then turned his gaze to Yu Fei. He dared not touch Yuan Gang, who was Qin Laowu's right hand. But Yu Fei was different. He had only been with Qin Laowu for a little over a month. Liang Dong couldn't believe that Qin Laowu would trouble him over a mere Yu Fei. Director Liang, this kid still has injuries. Hearing Liang Dong's order, Xiao Huang's eyes showed reluctance, but he didn't dare speak up. Fortunately, Li Xiang, the head of the second prison district, had also followed along. Seeing Liang Dong intend to make trouble for Fifth Master's man, he quickly stepped in to block it. Li Xiang, I am the warden of this prison. Liang Dong was nearly bursting with rage. Outsiders disrespecting him was one thing, but now his own subordinate was jumping out to oppose him. Seeing the furious Liang Dong, Li Xiang said no more, but turned and gave Yuan Gang a reassuring look. Let's go. Seeing no way out, Xiao Huang could only step forward and take hold of Yu Fei's arm, though it looked more like supporting him than restraining him. Yu Fei said nothing, clutching the wound on his arm tightly as blood continuously seeped through his fingers. Wait. Just as Yu Fei was about to be taken away, Yuan Gang reached out to stop him. Xiao Fei is my big brother's adopted son. Are you sure you want to lock him in the cage? Yuan Gang stepped in front of Yu Fei, his eyes fixed on Liang Dong as he asked. Adopted son. Liang Dong frowned. Though he wasn't entirely convinced if it were true, the trouble would be immense. What? Don't believe me. Why else do you think I'm protecting him so fiercely? Sensing Liang Dong's suspicion, Yuan Gang spoke again to drive the point home. Now Liang Dong was fully convinced. After all, Yu Fei had only recently joined Qin Laowu. Yuan Gang wouldn't go to such lengths just for him. But if it was an adopted son, that changed everything. Qin Laowu had no biological children, so Yu Fei might well be his designated successor. Oomph. Liang Dong said nothing more, turned on his heel with a cold snort, and left the mess for Li Xiang and the head of the third prison district. Yuan Gang, is that kid really Fifth Master's adopted son? After Liang Dong left, Li Xiang sidled up to Yuan Gang, curiosity in his voice. Adopted, my ass. Yuan Gang spat, glaring at Zhang Jian and Wang Keizi with murderous intent, as if he wanted to devour them alive. Liang Dong had stepped in and didn't make things difficult for Yu Fei, which was a show of respect to Fifth Master. With that premise, Yuan Gang could no longer continue attacking Zhang Jian and Wang Keizi. It was an unspoken mutual understanding. Xiao Fei, how are you? Yuan Gang turned to Yu Fei, inquiring about the wound on his arm. I'm fine. Yu Fei shook his head. Find my foot. At this rate you'll be dried out like jerky. Seeing Yu Fei's calm demeanor, Xiao Huang gave him an irritable kick. Xiao Huang, take him to the infirmary first. Li Xiang waved at Xiao Huang, then continued talking with Yuan Gang. Should we inform Fifth Master about this? Li Xiang pondered for a moment before asking. No need. Those two scumbags Zhang Jian and Wang Keizi aren't worth my big brother's time. If Liang Dong hadn't interfered, I'd have buried them both long ago. Yuan Gang shook his head. He didn't want to bother Fifth Master with such matters. It would make him look useless. True. But you need to control that temper of yours and cause less trouble for Fifth Master. Li Xiang nodded, then admonished Yuan Gang. Why does everyone sound the same? Every single one of you has to lecture me. Yuan Gang glared at Li Xiang in dissatisfaction. He had just managed to get rid of his big brother, and now another nag had popped up. It's all for your own good. Li Xiang patted Yuan Gang on the shoulder and shook his head helplessly. Before long, after having his wound stitched, Yu Fei was escorted back to the cell by Xiao Huang, where Yuan Gang and the others had already returned. How many times have I told you? Can't you control that mad dog temper of yours? When Yu Fei came back, Yuan Gang pulled him over to a small stool and began scolding him. Yu Fei was bewildered by the reprimand, wondering how this simple-minded brute had the nerve to lecture him about temper. Slap. What? You don't agree? If I hadn't snatched the file away back there, were you planning to kill those two scumbags? Yuan Gang could read Yu Fei's thoughts and gave him a smack on the head as he continued. Yu Fei rubbed his head and nodded at Yuan Gang. That had indeed been his intention. Slap. Do you still want to get out of here? You haven't even held a girl's hand yet. Wouldn't you be miserable rotting away in prison for life? Another slap sent Yu Fei over the edge. How dare you blame me? If it weren't for Liang Dong's shout, you would have killed those two scumbags, just the same. Yu Fei rubbed his head, grumbling discontentedly at Yuan Gang. It's different. I'm old enough to have enjoyed everything life has to offer. I've already lived my fill. You're still young, and you haven't yet seen the world properly. You need to learn to leave yourself a way out. Yuan Gang smiled, and shook his head, then raised his hand to ruffle Yu Fei's hair as he spoke. Gangji, Yu Fei was stunned, staring at Yuan Gang before him, not knowing what to say. Don't call me Gangji. You're not my little brother. From now on, just call me brother. Yuan Gang raised his hand for another slap, but this time Yu Fei broke into a smile. Brother. Yu Fei's eyes reddened slightly as he called out to Yuan Gang, his emotions a tangled mess. Hey, you little rascal. Yuan Gang laughed heartily, lowered his hand, and draped it over Yu Fei's shoulder. After learning of Yu Fei's past, Yuan Gang had felt deep sympathy for him. Over the following month of living together, Yuan Gang grew increasingly fond of this naive young boy, and in his heart, he had already come to regard Yu Fei as his own little brother. After the fight on the playground, Wang Kezi was transferred to the 3rd detention area by Liang Dong, and from then on neither he nor Zhang Jian ever troubled Yu Fei again. 3 months passed quickly. Thanks to Fifth Master's maneuvering, Yuan Gang and Yu Fei were about to be released from prison. The sun blazed like fire. The July sky was shrouded in a crimson glow, the sun hanging high and radiating scorching waves of heat. Creak. As the gate of Jingzhou City's first prison swung open, 2 figures walked out side by side. They were none other than Yuan Gang and Yu Fei. One tall, one short, one stout, one lean. Yuan Gang wore a black trench coat, a pair of sunglasses on his face, and a cigarette held between his fingers of his right hand. Yu Fei, however, was still in his prison uniform. The rags he had worn before his incarceration had been thrown away by the guards, so he had no choice but to leave jail in his inmate clothes. Brother, aren't you hot? Yu Fei tilted his head to look at Yuan Gang, unable to understand why he would wear that trench coat on such a sweltering day. What do you know, kid? This is called style. Yuan Gang blew out a plume of smoke with a flourish, casting a disdainful glare at Yu Fei. But, brother, you're sweating like crazy. Yu Fei pointed at Yuan Gang's forehead, which was already covered in beads of sweat, just waiting for a single shake to cascade down like a waterfall. You little brat, you. Screech. Yuan Gang wiped the sweat from his brow and was about to scold Yu Fei when an Audi 100 and a Santana came to a screeching halt in front of them. "Ah, my little darling." Yuan Gang's eyes lit up at the sight of the 2 cars, and with a yelp he pounced toward the Santana behind. Yu Fei stepped forward and curiously examined the car from behind Yuan Gang. "Xiao Fei, why are you still wearing prison clothes?" Just as Yu Fei was absorbed in his observation, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Fifth Master." Yu Fei called out in surprise as Fifth Master stepped out of the back seat of the Audi 100. Xiao Fei's old rags were all thrown away before he was jailed, so he had to come out in this little vest. Seeing his big brother get out of the car, Yuan Gang abandoned his infatuation with the Santana and hurried over to explain. "Tell me, Big King Kong, aren't you hot?" As Yuan Gang's words faded, the driver's door of the Santana opened, and a middle-aged man with a clean-cut face got out, asking Yuan Gang the very same question Yu Fei had asked. "Have you lost your mind, Lin Sudong? Who gave you permission to call me Big King Kong?" Hearing this, Yuan Gang flew into a rage, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to throw a punch. "Enough. Get in the car first. We'll talk back home." Seeing Yuan Gang about to clown around again, Fifth Master helplessly stopped him and then motioned for everyone to get in. "Move to the back. You'd be wasting my car if you drove it." Since his big brother had spoken, Yuan Gang had to restrain himself, but he still shot Lin Sudong a glare as he spoke. All right. I can't afford to provoke you, so I'll just stay out of your way." Lin Sudong smiled, helplessly raised his hands in surrender, and obediently climbed into the back seat. "Xiao Fei, take the front passenger seat. I'll show you what a real ride feels like." Instead of pressing the issue, Yuan Gang turned around and called to Yu Fei to get in. But Yu Fei stood by the car door, completely at a loss as to how to open it, his forehead beaded with sweat from anxiety. Click. After Yuan Gang got in, he noticed Yu Fei standing dumbfounded by the door. It dawned on him that the boy had never ridden in a car before, so he quickly opened the passenger door from the inside. "Heh, this kid is quite amusing." Lin Sudong, witnessing the scene, said to Yuan Gang with a chuckle. "He's my brother." Yuan Gang turned back to glare at Lin Sudong, then said irritably, "If you're so pent up, go find some relief when we get back instead of picking a fight with me." Lin Sudong was left speechless. This Big King Kong had come out of prison like a live grenade. Touch him and he'd explode. "Let me make this clear, Xiao Dongzi, don't you dare bully him. He is truly my brother." But Yuan Gang wasn't joking. He pointed at Yu Fei and repeated himself to Lin Sudong. "Blood brother." Lin Sudong was taken aback. He studied Yu Fei, then looked at Yuan Gang. They didn't look anything alike. "Cut the crap. His name is Yu Fei. Just call him Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, this guy behind you, call him Dongji." Yuan Gang ignored Lin Sudong, finished his sentence in one breath, expertly shifted gears, and floored the accelerator, shooting the car forward. "Dongji." Hearing Yuan Gang's introduction, Yu Fei turned around and called out to Lin Sudong. "Hello." Lin Sudong replied with a smile, though inside he was curious about Yu Fei's identity. Fifth Master had two capable lieutenants under him. One was Yuan Gang and the other was Lin Sudong. Yuan Gang and Lin Sudong won the brawn, and the other the brains had risen from obscurity alongside Fifth Master Qin Kuan step by step until he sat as the boss of the southern district of Jingzhou City. As for why Lin Sudong didn't know about Yu Fei, it was because Fifth Master had never mentioned him after his release from prison. Jingzhou City's first prison was located in the northern district. The two cars sped along for nearly half an hour before finally reaching the southern district Fifth Master's turf. Screech. With a sharp brake from Yuan Gang, the two cars came to a stop in front of Chongqing Mall, the only indoor merchandise market in the southern district. Gongzi, take Xiao Fei to buy a couple of outfits and get yourself a new set while you're at it. Fifth Master stuck his head out of the Audi 100 and called out to Yuan Gang's group. Got it. Yuan Gang replied, then turned to look at Lin Sudong. What are you staring at me for? Lin Sudong frowned, puzzled by Yuan Gang's antics. Give me the money. Yuan Gang grinned and stretched out both hands toward Lin Sudong. Damn, why should I pay for your clothes? Lin Sudong's head nearly steamed with rage. There was no justice in this. I just got out of here, where would I get money? Besides, you and Xiao Fei just met. Shouldn't you give him a greeting gift? Yuan Gang wore a shameless expression, making Lin Sudong's teeth ache just looking at him. I must have owed you in my past life. In the end, Lin Sudong still compromised, gritting his molars as he reached into his chest pocket and pulled out his wallet. Xiao Fei. Quick, thank your brother Dong. Before Lin Sudong could even take the money out of his wallet, Yuan Gang snatched it directly, ran off the car, and shouted to Yu Fei. Thank you, brother Dong. Yu Fei grinned widely, flashing his big white teeth at Lin Sudong, then followed Yuan Gang off the car. Yuan Gang. I'm not finished with you. Lin Sudong's eyes turned red. His wallet contained 10,000 yuan he had just withdrawn from the bank, and it had all been looted by Yuan Gang. But Yuan Gang obviously couldn't hear him. The two brothers, one wrapped in a trench coat, and the other wearing the standard-issue prison vest, sped off like lightning and disappeared into Chongqing Mall. Not long after, the two brothers returned to the car in brand-new outfits, carrying several shopping bags. Give me back my wallet. Lin Sudong gritted his teeth and held out his hand toward Yuan Gang. Here you go, here you go. Look at how stingy you are. Yuan Gang wore an impatient expression and casually tossed the wallet toward Lin Sudong. Where's the money? Receiving the wallet, Lin Sudong opened it and glanced inside, but found nothing but a few cards. Ahem. I've been feeling a bit light around my neck lately, so I bought a chain to wear. Yuan Gang awkwardly coughed a few times, then reached into his collar, and next thing you know, he pulled out a shiny, gleaming gold chain. You're kidding me. Lin Sudong gritted his teeth and glanced at the gold chain around Yuan Gang's neck. It was worth at most 3,000 or 5,000 yuan. A brother Dong. I have one too. Yu Fei smiled shyly, tugged at his collar, and pulled out a gold chain of the same style. What the hell? Lin Sudong was absolutely fuming. These two brothers were more shameless than the last. Yet he had only just met Yu Fei, and since Yuan Gang had already accepted him as a younger brother, spending some money on him seemed only fair. Let's drive. I feel a bit suffocated. Let's go back and take some medicine. Lin Sudong waved his hand weakly. He had completely lost his energy. Seeing Lin Sudong's despondent state, Yuan Gang and Yu Fei exchanged a glance and smiled, then stepped on the accelerator and sped off. A few minutes later, the car stopped in front of a magnificent and dazzling hotel, which was Fifth Master's property. Wanhao Holiday Hotel. Accompanied by two doormen, the group followed Fifth Master inside. The hotel had 5 floors in total. The first floor was the reception hall and leisure entertainment area. The second and third floors were guest rooms. The fourth floor was the restaurant and banquet hall, and the entire 5th floor was Fifth Master's office. Under Fifth Master's guidance, everyone took the elevator directly to the 5th floor. During the ride, Yu Fei looked around with curiosity, examining everything. Ding! The elevator arrived. Fifth Master walked out first, and the others followed closely behind. Xiaodong, how is the club doing lately? Not so well. There are inspections every other day, and the number of customers has dropped significantly. Lin Sudong furrowed his brow slightly and responded to Fifth Master. Oomph. This new director Ma has quite the appetite. Fifth Master snorted coldly, his tone clearly displeased. Click. As they were speaking, everyone had already arrived at the office door. Fifth Master's driver, who also served as his bodyguard, stepped forward and opened the door. Walking into the office, Yu Fei was instantly stunned by the grand layout. The view through the floor-to-ceiling windows truly broadened his horizons. What about the nightclub? Is Xiaolong still in charge? Fifth Master walked over to the sofa and sat down, picking up a cigar from the table and placing it in his mouth. Yes. Lin Sudong nodded. Gongzi, you take Xiao Fei out and have fun for a few days. Once you've had enough, hurry back to take over. The nightclub still needs you to manage it. After Yuan Gang lit the cigar for Fifth Master, he took a deep puff and spoke. Got it. Yuan Gang nodded, but his usual carefree grin was gone, as if he had become a different person. Xiao Fei, spend these few days with your brother Gang and have a good time. See the world. When your brother Gang goes to the nightclub, you can go with him and help him share the burden. After instructing Yuan Gang, Fifth Master turned to look at Yu Fei, who was standing beside Lin Sudong, and said with a smile. Got it, Fifth Master. Yu Fei nodded blankly, not understanding what a nightclub was. Smack. Why are you calling him Fifth Master? Call him Big Brother. Hearing Yu Fei's words, Yuan Gang turned around and slapped him on the head, then corrected his address to Fifth Master. Now that Yuan Gang had accepted Yu Fei as his younger brother, Yu Fei was also considered to have fully joined Fifth Master's group. Calling him Fifth Master again would have seemed too distant. Got it, bro. Yu Fei grimaced and rubbed his head, agreeing with a look of grievance. Bro. Fifth Master turned to look curiously after hearing Yu Fei's address to Yuan Gang. Big bro, I've accepted Xiao Fei as my younger brother. Yuan Gang scratched his head and smiled, explaining to Fifth Master that he had taken Yu Fei as his younger brother. That's a good thing. Today, besides welcoming you two, we have an added joy. Fifth Master smiled after hearing this, happily pointing at Yuan Gang and Yu Fei. Joys. This kind of joy costs too much money. It cost me a whole 10,000 yuan. Lin Sudong pursed his lips and grumbled discontentedly. Fortunately, Yuan Gang hadn't heard him, or there would have been another fight. Fifth Master's businesses were not many. Strictly speaking, there were only 3. The first was the Wanhao Holiday Hotel they were currently at, which was also Fifth Master's headquarters. The second was the club mentioned by Fifth Master to Lin Sudong, fully named Wanhao Royal Club, managed by Lin Sudong, which served as Fifth Master's money bag. The final one was the Wanhao nightclub, always under Yuan Gang's responsibility. That was where Fifth Master trained his thugs. Although there were only 3 businesses, the income was astonishingly huge because Fifth Master controlled the largest gambling ring in all of Jingzhou City, located within the Wanhao Royal Club. Time quickly passed until evening. Everyone followed Fifth Master to the 4th floor of the Wanhao Holiday Hotel, where they held a welcome banquet for Yuan Gang and Yu Fei. The welcome banquet was not attended by only them a few. Several third-generation figures under Fifth Master's command would also be present, though they had not yet arrived. Brother Gang, I missed you so much. As everyone was chatting in the banquet hall, a voice suddenly came from the entrance. Then a figure rushed toward Yuan Gang at great speed. Xiao Long. Yuan Gang called out in delight upon seeing the newcomer. The man was indeed Xiao Long, whom Fifth Master had mentioned earlier, who had temporarily taken over the management of the Wanhao nightclub after Yuan Gang's imprisonment. Xiao Long's real name was Jiang Zilong, his build slightly less imposing than Yuan Gang's, with a face of delicate, almost effeminate features that seemed at odds with his physique. Brother Gang, you're finally out. After greeting Fifth Master, Xiao Long embraced Yuan Gang with evident excitement. What, did you miss me? Then wash up tonight and leave the door unlocked for me. Yuan Gang grinned, trading jokes with Xiao Long. All right then. So Brother Gang, are you the top or bottom? Xiao Long spread his hands with a carefree expression, turning the tables on Yuan Gang. Forget it. Women suit me better. Have fun on your own tonight. Yuan Gang waved his hand dismissively. He was just talking big. When it came to real action, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. By the way, let me introduce someone. I just took a younger brother, Yu Fei. After some pleasantries, Yuan Gang pulled Yu Fei forward and introduced him to Xiao Long. A younger brother? Xiao Long looked at Yu Fei in astonishment, then turned back to Yuan Gang for confirmation. What's wrong with that? Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow and threw his arm around Yu Fei's shoulders. I wouldn't dare object. I'm just surprised. Xiao Long shook his head. This was hardly his place to interfere. Hello, Brother Long. Yu Fei, no longer the awkward youth he had been, greeted Xiao Long with a smile. Hello. Xiao Long quickly returned the greeting. He dared not slight someone Yuan Gang had formally claimed as his brother. Moments later, 2 more men entered the banquet hall, both from the club side, working under Lin Sudong. One was Lu Jin, small in stature with a pointed, somewhat simian face. The other was Li Wenxi, a tall man, nearly 1 meter 80, lean and handsome, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Everyone's here, take your seats. Fifth Master called out, and the guests found their places. The welcome dinner was modest in attendance, but everyone present was one of Fifth Master's core men. Only Yu Fei was a familiar face. I'll skip the preliminaries. Gongzi and Xiao Fei are out today, and this meal is to celebrate their return. Xiao Fei is someone I met in prison, and now Gongzi has taken him as his younger brother. Consider this your chance to get acquainted. Fifth Master raised his glass, gesturing toward Yuan Gang, and Yu Fei then introduced Yu Fei to the rest of the group. Big brother Xiao Fei hasn't been assigned anywhere yet, has he? Let him join me instead. Li Wenxi pushed up his glasses and smiled at Fifth Master. And why would he go with you? Xiao Fei is Brother Gang's younger brother, so he's going to the nightclub with him. Xiao Long was the first to object, casting an irritated glance at Li Wenxi. Fifth Master chuckled at the boys squabbling over Yu Fei, saying nothing as he watched the scene unfold with his cigar. Yuan Gang and Lin Sudong were the same. They knew exactly what Li Wenxi and Xiao Long had in mind. One person remained silent. The pointed-faced Lu Jin, his eyes darting as he mulled something over. Looking at Xiao Fei's frame, he's no fighter. Better to have him help at the club. Li Wenxi crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, still smiling. You know nothing. Xiao Fei is compact and fierce. Don't you get it? Xiao Long fumed, racking his brain for a rebuttal until he finally landed on the perfect word. Ha ha. Fifth Master and the others burst into laughter while Yu Fei turned crimson at Xiao Long's remark. Enough, stop arguing. Xiao Fei is going with Gongzi to the nightclub. Having seen enough entertainment, Fifth Master spoke up. It was good for the men to compete, but they must not let it turn into genuine hostility. Wenqi, you misjudged this time. Xiaofei truly is compact and fierce. Yuan Gang was still enjoying himself, using the moment to tease Li Wenqi once more. What do you mean? Li Wenqi looked confused, turning to Yuan Gang. On Xiaofei's first day in prison, he took down a block boss and nearly killed him. Yuan Gang spoke with visible pride, patting Yu Fei's shoulder as he explained to Li Wenqi. And afterward, with a broken rib and still wounded, he nearly killed the block boss's top man. Would you call that compact and fierce? Before anyone could ask for details, Yuan Gang continued with the story of Yu Fei and Wang Kezi. Truly a man of hidden depths. Lin Sudong's eyes lit up. He finally understood why Fifth Master had taken in this kid, and why Yuan Gang had claimed Yu Fei as his brother. Then I have nothing to say. Li Wenqi spread his hands. With such a record, to deny his fighting ability would be pure folly. My God, Xiaofei, you're this fierce. Xiao Long, seated close to Yu Fei, excitedly slapped his shoulder. Click. The doors at the entrance swung open as everyone was talking. Fifth Master Lu Baoshan has arrived. A girl from the front desk rushed over in a panic to announce it. Bang. Damn it. That fat bastard Lu. Looks like he's looking for trouble. The moment Yuan Gang heard Lu Baoshan's name, he slammed his hand on the table and cursed. Brother Gang, stay here. I'll go handle him. Xiao Long, equally furious, grabbed a table knife and started down the stairs. Wait. Fifth Master tapped the table lightly with curved fingers, and Xiao Long stopped immediately. Our guest must be received with courtesy. Bring him up. Fifth Master pointed to Xiao Long's chair, then turned to the front desk girl. Xiao Long could only sit back down with a reluctant sigh, his face still scowling. Lu Baoshan was the top man in Chengxi district of Jingzhou City. Their relationship with Fifth Master's group was neither particularly close nor hostile. But during Fifth Master's imprisonment, Lu Baoshan's men had suddenly started causing trouble. Yuan Gang had ended up behind bars precisely because of a clash with one of Lu's subordinates. So it was no surprise that both Yuan Gang and Xiao Long were furious upon hearing Lu Baoshan had arrived. Tap, tap, tap. Soon enough, the front desk girl led Lu Baoshan into the banquet hall, his leather shoes clicking sharply against the floor. Old Fifth, if you'd only told me Gongzi was out, I'd have come over to make amends. From across the room, Lu Baoshan, with his face stuffed with jowls, called out cheerfully to Fifth Master. Yu Fei turned at the sound. The speaker was the big fat man leading the group. That was Lu Baoshan. Lu Baoshan was short and stout, resembling a ball from a distance. An ugly scar ran across his entire face, sending a chill down anyone's spine. Behind him followed 3 men. 2 were middle-aged, around their 30s or 40s, with ordinary appearances and nothing remarkable. The other was about 27 or 28, with dyed yellow hair, constantly fidgeting as if afflicted with hyperactivity, shifting his legs or shrugging his shoulders. Baoshan, your words confuse me. What apology and what reparation are you talking about? Fifth Master took a puff of his cigar, seemingly unaware of Yuan Gang's matter, and addressed Lu Baoshan with a smile. Oh, Old Fifth, you don't know. It's about the misunderstanding between Hao Chong and Gongzi a while back, which landed Gongzi in jail for a few months. Seeing that Fifth Master didn't catch on, Lu Baoshan slapped his thigh theatrically and recounted the story of Yuan Gang's imprisonment. Is that so? That bastard didn't tell me the truth. When I asked how he got locked up, he said he beat up a filthy beggar. Fifth Master feigned surprise, raising his hand to point at Yuan Gang while speaking to Lu Baoshan. Huh, Gongzi meant well, afraid you might overthink things, Old Fifth. A glint of cruelty flashed in Lu Baoshan's eyes, his fleshy cheeks trembling with his laugh. What would I overthink? Squabbles among the young are normal. We went through the same ourselves. Fifth Master waved his hand, subtly mocking Lu Baoshan, which infuriated the men behind him. Let's not dwell on that. I came here today to discuss something with you, Old Fifth. Lu Baoshan discreetly signaled the men behind him, then pulled up a chair and sat down. What is it? Fifth Master remained expressionless, though inwardly puzzled, wondering what they could possibly have to discuss. I heard your club has been quite lively lately. Lu Baoshan rubbed his chubby face, leaned forward slightly, and hinted at something to Fifth Master. Of course my club is lively. Otherwise, how would I make money? Fifth Master naturally understood Lu Baoshan's implication, but he refused to take the bait, deflecting with a single sentence. Hell, Old Fifth, you're no fun. Lu Baoshan shook his head with a laugh. What? Did I say something wrong? Fifth Master continued to feign ignorance, avoiding Lu Baoshan's topic. Fine, I'll be direct. That new director, Ma, I can handle him for you. Lu Baoshan cut to the chase, growing irritated with Fifth Master's evasiveness. How'd that matter? Well, that's great. Since there's wine on the table, I'll toast to you for solving my troubles, Baoshan. Fifth Master pretended to have just realized, then picked up his glass and offered a toast to Lu Baoshan. Hold on. Lu Baoshan raised a hand to stop him. After helping you with such a big favor, Old Fifth, you think a single glass of wine is enough? Lu Baoshan felt a twinge of annoyance, cursing inwardly at that slippery, old Il-Chin Wu. So what do you want, Baoshan? Fifth Master smiled, set down his glass, and asked Lu Baoshan. I want a piece of the gambling operation at your club. Lu Baoshan's gaze hardened as he stated his goal outright. Baoshan, you must be joking, right? Fifth Master's smile vanished. Cutting off someone's livelihood was like killing their parents. Lu Baoshan was trying to undermine his foundation. Old Fifth, I'm not joking. Lu Baoshan slowly shook his head, leaning back to meet Fifth Master's gaze. Damn it. Lu Baoshan, have you lost your mind? Before Fifth Master could speak, the hot-tempered Yuan Gang couldn't contain himself, standing up and cursing at Lu Baoshan. Yuan Gang, who do you think you're talking to? You tired of living? The three men behind Lu Baoshan also grew angry and fired back at Yuan Gang. As soon as they spoke up, Xiao Long and the others also rose to their feet, joining the fray. Only Yu Fei stayed out, but he moved closer to Yuan Gang, ready to strike at any moment. Slap. Everyone sit down. Just as the two sides were cursing fiercely, Fifth Master slammed the table hard and shouted at Yuan Gang and the others. Lu Baoshan also raised a hand to hold back the three men behind him. Baoshan, this won't work. Fifth Master shook his head at Lu Baoshan. The gambling table at the club was his lifeline, and no one else could get a slice. Old Fifth, I know you have someone backing you, but this new director Ma isn't easy to deal with either. Lu Baoshan had anticipated Fifth Master's answer and reminded him calmly. Indeed, Fifth Master frowned upon hearing Lu Baoshan's words. Lu Baoshan had made it clear that he had roughly guessed who was behind Fifth Master and also hinted that Director Ma's influence was considerable. Although Director Ma is troublesome, I have a way to handle him. Old Fifth, wouldn't it be better if we all make money together? Seeing Fifth Master lost in thought, Lu Baoshan smirked and continued. Baoshan, thank you for the reminder, but this is still non-negotiable. Fifth Master slowly shook his head. He knew Lu Baoshan was likely telling the truth, but that gambling operation was the fruit of his lifelong efforts, and he couldn't allow anyone to interfere. Old Fifth, you're truly unyielding. Lu Baoshan ground his teeth, cursing inwardly. This man was like a stone in a latrine, both stinking and hard. I Qin Kuan have struggled for most of my life to build this fortune. If a Director Ma shows up and you Baoshan get a piece, then what about a Director Wang or Director Lu later? Fifth Master shook his head with a smile. This wasn't just about one Director Ma. Once his operation sprung a leak, countless more would follow. Fine. Then I wish you, Old Fifth, a steady stream of wealth. Seeing that Fifth Master had made up his mind, Lu Baoshan didn't intend to stay longer. See the guests out. Fifth Master didn't rise, merely said in a flat tone as he watched Lu Baoshan and his men leave the banquet hall. Fifth Master, this. Eat. After Lu Baoshan and his group left, Lin Sudong hesitated, wanting to say something, but Fifth Master cut him off. After the meal, Fifth Master told Yuan Gang to take Yu Fei out for some fun. Xiao Long went to the nightclub and Lin Sudong and the others returned to the club. In the office on the 5th floor of the Marriott Holiday Hotel, Fifth Master puffed on a cigar, lost in thought. After a moment, he picked up the Nokia 5110 on the desk and dialed a number. Secretary Lin. The call connected quickly. Fifth Master sat up straight and addressed him respectfully. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang and Yu Fei left the hotel and drove their Santana straight to the infamous Red Light Street in the Southern District. Bro, where are we headed? Yu Fei sat in the passenger seat, his words slightly slurred from the alcohol. Tonight bro's gonna help you lose your virginity. Yuan Gang chuckled lewdly and ruffled Yu Fei's hair. Lose my virginity? What does that mean? Yu Fei gazed at Yuan Gang with hazy eyes, his small head brimming with enormous confusion. You'll know once we get there. Yuan Gang said, no more stepping hard on the accelerator. The Santana roared to life and shot forward. Soon the car gradually slowed and stopped. Yuan Gang reached over and patted the heavily intoxicated Yu Fei. Xiao Fei, wake up, we're here. Yuan Gang grabbed Yu Fei's arm and gave him a vigorous shake, forcibly booting him awake. Bro, let me sleep a bit longer. Yu Fei half-heartedly waved his hand. His eyelids felt as heavy as iron blocks, refusing to budge open. What a useless guy. Yuan Gang shook his head in exasperation, got out of the driver's seat, walked around to the passenger side, opened the door, and hoisted Yu Fei over his shoulder. Bro, what are you doing? Yu Fei grumbled uncomfortably from the rough treatment and patted Yuan Gang's back. Keep your mouth shut, we're almost there. Yuan Gang slapped Yu Fei's rear and marched straight toward the establishment, bathed in red lamplight. Oh, isn't that Brother Gang? The woman seated inside the doorway jumped in surprise, but after a closer look she recognized him. Has Xiao Yu, a long time no see. Yuan Gang grinned broadly and reached out to pinch her. What are you doing? Touching me already after just meeting? Xiao Yu swatted away his wandering hand, feigning annoyance. Bro Gang, who did you bring? After exchanging some playful banter, Xiao Yu's gaze shifted to Yu Fei draped over Yuan Gang's shoulder. This is my little brother. I brought him here to. Yuan Gang patted Yu Fei's rear and introduced him to Xiao Yu. A virgin. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up immediately. What's with that look? Aren't you going to serve me? Yuan Gang scowled. I've been catering to you for so long. Don't you want to switch things up? Xiao Yu had actually taken a fancy to Yu Fei, after all, which woman wouldn't be drawn to a young man? Cut the chatter. My bro is a first-timer. Get me someone young. Xiao Yu was unwilling and Yuan Gang was even less pleased. Fine. When there's something good, you never think of me. Xiao Yu reluctantly agreed and turned to walk into the small room at the back. You little smart aleck, you're quite the prize, aren't you? Yuan Gang snorted resentfully, pounding Yu Fei's rear and muttering under his breath. Bro gang, how about this one? Not long after Xiao Yu returned accompanied by a young and strikingly pretty woman. That's the one. The woman wore a tiny camisole top paired with black hot pants, making Yuan Gang swallow repeatedly. Alright then, brother gang, just put him inside. The room right at the front. Xiao Yu nodded and pointed toward a room near the entrance. My bro's drunk, so you'll need to handle things yourself. Yuan Gang nodded, set Yufei down on the bed, and addressed the young woman. Understood. The woman offered a sweet smile that sent another wave of heat through Yuan Gang. He turned around, scooped Xiao Yu into his arms, and walked off. On the bed, Yufei was drifting in and out of consciousness when he suddenly sensed someone undressing him. He struggled desperately to open his eyes, but failed, left with no choice but to let them proceed. Soon after, the sleeping Yufei jolted awake as he felt something cold press against his body. Awake already. Seeing Yufei open his eyes, the woman smiled gently and stroked his chest. Who are you? Upon realizing it was a strange woman, Yufei immediately became alert. But the moment the words left his mouth, he became acutely aware of his current predicament. They were both completely naked. Yufei's face flushed visibly. This was his very first time in such a situation. Of course I'm. The woman found Yufei's reaction amusing and wanted to tease him further, but before she could finish, a commotion from outside interrupted them. Yufei also heard the noisy sounds drifting in from outside. He signaled the woman to be quiet and focused his attention on listening. Is this the place? Yuan Gang Santana is parked just outside. This has to be it. Keep it down. Once inside, just pin him down. A few voices whispered from outside. Upon hearing them, Yufei's expression darkened instantly. He no longer cared about the woman in front of him. Fumbling blindly, he grabbed a pair of pants, whosever they were, and pulled them on. Wait, what are you doing? Those are my. The woman reached out to stop him, but Yufei dodged her grasp. Bro gang, someone's coming. Yufei looked around quickly, grabbed the wooden nightstand beside the bed, kicked the door open, and charged out shouting. Damn it, we've been made. Kill this kid. Hearing Yufei shout, the men outside froze for a split second before cursing and rushing inward. Yufei didn't have time to gauge how many opponents there were. He raised the nightstand and swung it at them, then grabbed a fruit knife left on a nearby table. Xiao Fei, what's going on? The nightstand shattered. Yuan Gang stumbled out from the inner room, wearing only his underwear, looking utterly bewildered as he asked Yufei what was happening. Hao Chong. But as Yuan Gang's gaze shifted, he immediately spotted the man standing opposite Yufei and exclaimed in shock and rage. Gonzi, long time no see. The bald-headed middle-aged man leading the group with a scarf wrapped around his neck and one arm suspended in a sling across his chest grinned and greeted Yuan Gang. You bastard, actually playing this dirty trick on me. Yuan Gang's expression darkened instantly. Facing such a scene, he couldn't possibly fail to understand what was going on. After everything you did to me, one knife across my neck and this arm. Do you think playing tricks on me is excessive? Cut him down for me. Hao Chong let out a sinister laugh, pulling away the scarf from his neck to reveal a jagged centipede-like scar running over 10 centimeters. He then raised his uninjured arm and bellowed fiercely. As his words fell, 7 or 8 of his men brandishing kitchen knives surged forward, targeting Yufei and Yuan Gang. Xiao Fei, fight them to the death. Seeing the situation, Yuan Gang shouted to Yufei, grabbed an iron pipe used for hanging laundry, and charged into the crowd. Following the instruction, Yufei acted decisively, sidestepping the blade aimed at his head and driving the knife straight into his attacker's kidney. Yufei showed no mercy. The 6-centimeter blade sank all the way into the hilt. The man clutched his abdomen and collapsed, crimson blood seeping through his fingers. Bang! After taking down one man, Yufei was also struck down his shoulder, drenched in blood. Xiao Fei. Seeing Yufei get slashed, Yuan Gang erupted in fury, his eyes turning bloodshot. Screw you. Yufei roared, lunging at the one who had cut him. Both Yuan Gang and Yufei went berserk. Yufei in particular ignored the blades raining down on him and charged into the crowd, stabbing wildly. Hao Chong was terrified. Though he himself was a ruthless man, it was his first time seeing a madman like Yufei who had no regard for his own life, let alone Hao Chong's underlings. In moments, Yufei took down 2 more, and the rest began to waver. With Yuan Gang by his side, they were even more outmatched. Let's go. Moved. Panicked Hao Chong barked at his men and fled through the door. Seeing their leader run, the remaining men gave up and scrambled out of the shop. Get back here. But Yufei refused to let them off. Gripping the fruit knife, he chased after them, ignoring Yuan Gang's shouts. Huff! Hao Chong ran like the wind. Yufei, however, had drunk heavily earlier and was bleeding from multiple wounds. His steps grew unsteady. Xiao Fei, stop! Yuan Gang ran after Yufei, clutching his arm and shouting. He too had been slashed several times. You, go back. Bang! Yufei felt his legs grow heavier, then his vision went black and he collapsed to the ground. Xiao Fei, are you okay? Yuan Gang was horrified. He hastily helped Yufei up, his face twisted with worry as he questioned him. But Yufei showed no response. His eyes were shut, his face deathly pale, and only his wounds still oozed blood. In the fifth-floor office of the Wanhao Holiday Hotel, Fifth Master had just ended a call. His face was full of worry as he stared out the window, lost in thought. Buzz. Suddenly the phone on the desk vibrated. Fifth Master frowned and pressed the answer button. What? Big brother. Come save Xiaofei quick. Before Fifth Master could finish, Yuan Gang's sobbing voice came through the line. Where are you? Hearing Yuan Gang's cries, Fifth Master instantly knew something was wrong and hurriedly asked for their location. At Xiao Yu's on Red Light Street. Fortunately, Yuan Gang still had his wits. He told Fifth Master where they were. Snap. Fifth Master hung up and dialed Lin Sudong's number. Xiao Dong, get to Gongzi's Old Flames place on Red Light Street now. Also call Xiao Long and have him bring his men there. Gongzi and Xiao Fei are in trouble. The phone rang only a few times before being picked up. Fifth Master explained the situation as fast as he could. Lin Sudong acknowledged and hung up. That night the entire southern district was abuzz. A mob of 200 to 300 men converged on Red Light Street from all directions. Screech. With a sharp break, Lin Sudong arrived first. He immediately spotted Yuan Gang, who was sobbing while holding Yu Fei. Dongzi, save Xiao Fei. Save my brother. The moment he saw Lin Sudong, the helpless Yuan Gang looked as if he had seen a savior, his face streaked with snot and tears as he wailed. Get him in the car. Hurry up. Seeing the two men covered in blood, Lin Sudong's expression changed. He quickly ordered his men to lift Yu Fei into the vehicle. Take him to Old Huang's. After Yu Fei was in the car, Lin Sudong handed the keys to one of his men and instructed him. Yu Fei's wounds were too severe to be taken to a major hospital. If someone called the police, it would be trouble. Old Huang, an old acquaintance of Lin Sudong and Yuan Gang, ran a small clinic that specialized in treating men like them. What happened? Yuan Gang was about to get in the car too, but seeing he wasn't badly hurt, Lin Sudong stopped him. Damn it. It was that bastard Hao Chong. He brought his men and cornered Xiao Fei and me. I'm going to kill him. At Lin Sudong's question, Yuan Gang remembered Hao Chong's crew and gritted his teeth. Any loose ends? Lin Sudong frowned, but he knew this wasn't the time to dwell on it. He continued questioning Yuan Gang. A few of them are down inside. I don't know if they're dead. You handle it. Yuan Gang pointed at the shop, then ignored Lin Sudong and got into the car. Dong good. Where's Gang go? Shortly after Yuan Gang and Yu Fei left, Xiao Long arrived with his men, his face frantic as he asked Lin Sudong. Sent to Old Huang's. Lin Sudong replied, his expression grim. How's Gang go? Xiao Long's face fell. Being sent to Old Huang's meant serious injuries. Gongzi's not too bad. Xiao Fei took a hard hit. Lin Sudong shook his head. Phew. That's a relief. Xiao Long breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had only just met Yu Fei. In his heart, Yuan Gang mattered more. Who did this? After a moment of silence, Xiao Long asked Lin Sudong again. Forget about that for now. There are some people inside. Go deal with them first. Lin Sudong looked up at the pitch-black sky, not telling Xiao Long who was responsible. Got it. Xiao Long nodded without further questions and led his men into the shop. Inside, 3 men lay on the floor, all taken down by Yu Fei. The one stabbed in the kidney was barely breathing, the other 2 were in slightly better shape. Load them into the car and dump them at the hospital entrance. Xiao Long assessed the situation. Seeing no one was dead, he gave the order and went back out. Dong good, the cops are here. The new director Ma is leading the team himself. Just as Xiao Long returned to Lin Sudong's side, Lu Jin came running over in a hurry. Followed the Senha. Lin Sudong narrowed his eyes. The newly appointed director Ma had come personally. That meant this wasn't simple. I'll go talk to him. Xiao Long, get it done quick. Lin Sudong smoothed his clothes and followed Lu Jin. At the entrance of Red Light Street, a dozen police officers were facing off against over 100 thugs. Move aside. Ma Rongxiang's hand rested on his holster, his face dark as he barked at the thugs. Officer, is it a crime to chat on the street? A thug cast a contemptuous glance at Ma Rongxiang, spreading his hands innocently. You like chatting, huh? Cuff him. Take him to the station, and we'll have a good long talk. Ma Rongxiang gritted his molars. He could no longer hold back his anger. Director Ma, we were just chatting. Does that warrant handcuffs? With a single command from Ma Rongxiang, one of the officers immediately produced the handcuffs, but just then Lin Sudong arrived. Lin Sudong. So it's you. I was wondering what gave these no-goods such audacity. Spotting Lin Sudong, Ma Rongxiang narrowed his eyes and shot back without hesitation. Director Ma, is a law enforcement officer, is it proper for you to insult ordinary citizens like us? Lin Sudong raised a hand to calm the agitated crowd, then turned to Ma Rongxiang with a smile. Ordinary citizens. You lot think you qualify. Ma Rongxiang's face was steeped in contempt, which only further infuriated the onlookers. Director Ma, I suggest you watch your words. If you keep fanning the flames, I won't be able to hold them back. Lin Sudong's face darkened. Ma Rongxiang was showing him not a shred of respect. What? You think you can touch me? Even old Fifth Chin wouldn't dare say that. Do you know your place, you errand boy? A sneer curled on Ma Rongxiang's lips as he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Sudong. Even a clay idol has some temper. Director Ma, don't underestimate people. Lin Sudong was a man of great composure, but Ma Rongxiang's arrogance was starting to get under his skin. Brother Dong, what's the chatter? Sounds lively. As Lin Sudong finished speaking, Xiao Long parted the crowd, and stepped forward, shooting him a subtle glance. Nothing much. Just had a chat with Director Ma, sampling the prestige of his office. Catching the hint, Lin Sudong turned and threw a sarcastic remark at Ma Rongxiang. Lin Sudong, I don't have time for your nonsense. Have your people clear the road now. Watching their back and forth, Ma Rongxiang grew increasingly anxious. He hadn't come tonight just to exchange barbs. My people? They're not my people. Don't pin that label on me, Director Ma. But I have to go now. I've got soup simmering at home. Lin Sudong spread his hands, dropped the remark, and left with Xiao Long and Lu Jin and the others. The rest immediately caught on and cleared the way for the police. Ma Rongxiang watched Lin Sudong's retreating figure, teeth grinding audibly, but he had more pressing matters. He led his men into Red Light Street. Unsurprisingly, Ma Rongxiang found nothing. Xiao Long had already cleaned up the scene. Meanwhile, in a small clinic near the Wanhao Holiday Hotel, Yuan Gang, his wounds bandaged, watched anxiously over Yu Fei lying in bed. Yu Fei's eyes were shut tight, his upper body wrapped in gauze and bandages, only his head visible. Creak. How's Xiao Fei? Master Wu pushed open the door, glanced at the bedridden Yu Fei, and asked Yuan Gang. Old Huang said he lost too much blood. He's already arranged for plasma. Yuan Gang turned back, his emotions tangled, and forgot to address him as brother. Good, he'll be fine. Master Wu nodded, pulled up a stool, and sat down. Brother, Hao Chong must die. After a moment of silence, Yuan Gang suddenly looked up and spoke to Master Wu. Now is not the time. Master Wu had already learned what happened through Lin Sudong. He pinched his brow and replied to Yuan Gang. Why not? Yuan Gang didn't understand, his voice rising involuntarily. After your incident, Ma Rongxiang led his men there. Master Wu didn't explain the specifics, just mentioned Ma Rongxiang's raid on Red Light Street. Is Ma involved too? Yuan Gang frowned, forcing down his anger. He was hot-tempered, but no fool. That man's not easy to handle. Bear with it for now. Master Wu nodded, reached out, and patted Yuan Gang's shoulder. Even that one can't do anything. Yuan Gang's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that even his brother would be stumped by a district bureau chief. Ma Rongxiang's roots aren't in Jingzhou. That one is wary of him too. Master Wu shook his head. He knew who Yuan Gang meant, but that person had also advised him to lie low. A few hours earlier. Secretary Lin. Master Wu straightened up, speaking respectfully into the phone. On the other end was his greatest backer, Lin Xiangnan, secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Party Committee. What's wrong? Lin Xiangnan's tone was calm. Secretary Lin, about Ma Rongxiang, the newly transferred district chief. What's his background? Master Wu got straight to the point, probing Lin Xiangnan for Ma Rongxiang's background. You've crossed paths with him? Lin Xiangnan sounded surprised. Sort of. He's been harassing the club lately. Master Wu didn't hide it, explaining how Ma Rongxiang had been leading raids on the club every few days. Bear with it. Lin Xiangnan was silent for a moment, then slowly uttered 3 words. Secretary Lin, I can't accept this. Master Wu was stunned by the reply, but he persisted. You have to accept it whether you like it or not. Ma Rongxiang is not easy to touch. The day he came to Jingzhou, the provincial discipline inspection secretary personally called me. Lin Xiangnan sighed. He knew he had to reveal a bit to make Master Wu understand, so he disclosed Ma Rongxiang's backing. Master Wu fell silent. He never expected Ma Rongxiang's connection to be at the provincial level, and with the discipline inspection secretary no less. Fifth, a moment of patience brings calm, a step back opens vast horizons. Lin Xiangnan still felt uneasy and reiterated his advice. Secretary Lin, I understand. Master Wu sighed inwardly and reluctantly agreed. Back at the clinic, after hearing Master Wu's words, Yuan Gang angrily slapped himself. Yu Fei had suffered because of him lying unconscious in bed, and yet he couldn't avenge him. The guilt was overwhelming. Gongzi, no one stays suppressed forever. This grudge will be settled in time. Yuan Gang was about to slap himself again, but Master Wu quickly stopped him, offering comfort. Brother. He's my brother. Yuan Gang's eyes were red as he pointed at Yu Fei on the bed, speaking to Master Wu. Gongzi, you're my brother too. Master Wu barked, and Yuan Gang froze, slowly lowering his raised hand. Creak. The clinic door opened again. Lin Sudong entered with Lu Jin and Xiao Long. Brother. The 3 greeted Master Wu, then all eyes turned to Yuan Gang. What are you looking at? Don't you see my brother sleeping? Get the hell out. Yuan Gang turned away, not wanting the others to see his reddened eyes, and cursed at them. Have you lost your mind? I stayed up all night helping you, and now I get scolded in return. Lin Sudong, already furious at Ma Rongxiang, immediately shot back at Yuan Gang upon hearing his words. Scram somewhere else, or just die. Yuan Gang had no patience for Lin Sudong. His mind was entirely on Yu Fei. Xiao Dong. Let's talk outside. Before Lin Sudong could continue, 5th Master silenced him and walked out the door first. Ungrateful rat. Lin Sudong sneered, resentfully shot Yuan Gang an irritated glance, and followed 5th Master out of the clinic. Lu Jin and Xiao Long stayed put, knowing 5th Master had matters to discuss with Lin Sudong, so they made no move to follow. Big brother about that Ma Rongxiang. He's not to be touched. As soon as they stepped outside, Lin Sudong wanted to complain about Ma Rongxiang's arrogance, but 5th Master cut him off. Lin Sudong furrowed his brows, but said nothing further. Is everything cleaned up? Satisfied with Lin Sudong's composure, Fifth Master nodded approvingly. All handled, Lin Sudong replied. That Lu Baoshan. I truly underestimated him. Fifth Master clasped his hands behind his back and gazed at the pitch-black night sky, speaking slowly. Jingzhou City's 4 districts were governed by 3 patriarchs, Fifth Master and Lu Baoshan being 2 of them, each entrenched in Chengnan District and Qingxi District respectively. The third was Guanhu of the Chongbei New District, who had risen to prominence only in recent years. As for Chengdong District, with its underdeveloped economy and chaotic mix of characters, none of the trio had ambitions there. The local thugs refused to submit to anyone, so no single figure ever emerged. Among the 3 districts, South, North, and West, Fifth Master held the greatest influence owing to his patron being the municipal party secretary of Jingzhou City. Second in power was not Lu Baoshan, but Guanhu of the North New District, rumored to have been elevated by the city mayor. Fifth Master had specifically inquired with Lin Xiangnan about this, and confirmed the report. Guanhu indeed belonged to the mayor's faction. Lu Baoshan came last. Despite being the patriarch of Qingxi District, he had no protective connections behind him. It was not that Lu Baoshan lacked strength, but rather that no one was willing to serve as his umbrella. Lu Baoshan was too flamboyant and trouble-prone. Among Jingzhou City's 4 districts, the most lawless was not Qingdong District, the one without a patriarch, but Qingxi District under Lu Baoshan. Countless people flaunted Lu Baoshan's name, monopolizing markets and committing atrocities without restraint. Far from minding, Lu Baoshan took pride in it, believing it proved his power. Such a walking time bomb could detonate at any moment, which was why no one dared ally themselves closely with him. Yet no one would have expected Lu Baoshan to team up with Ma Rongqiang, especially since Ma Rongqiang's jurisdiction was Chengnan District. I never expected him and Ma Rongqiang to be in league. So tonight's negotiation with Lu Baoshan was itself a trap. Lin Sudong nodded. He too had underestimated Lu Baoshan. Exactly. Not only tonight's setup, I have a feeling my previous visit there also had Ma Rongqiang's fingerprints all over it. Fifth Master turned to Lin Sudong, his expression grave. That must be so. Otherwise, why would Hao Chong have gone after Yuan Gang the moment I was taken, and eventually getting Yuan Gang sent away as well? Lin Sudong nodded deeply in agreement, but once the pieces were laid out, the situation became much clearer. I guess they wanted to make a move on you two back then, but simply never found the right opportunity. Fifth Master's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind racing. He could not have imagined that Lu Baoshan and Ma Rongqiang had orchestrated such an elaborate scheme against him. Highly likely. Lin Sudong was chilled to the bone, and if something had happened to him as well, they would have been finished entirely. Fifth Master let out a long breath. These two are insidious, cunning, and utterly ruthless. We must be vigilant from here on. The days ahead, he feared, would not be easy for their side. I'll send word down immediately. Tell everyone to keep a low profile for now and avoid giving them any ammunition. After a moment's thought, Lin Sudong spoke to Fifth Master. Go ahead. Fifth Master nodded. The following day, Yu Fei, who had been unconscious for nearly 10 hours, finally awoke. He slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Xiao Fei, you're awake. Yuan Gang, who had not slept all night, exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Yu Fei open his eyes. Brother. Yu Fei offered a faint smile and called out weakly to Yuan Gang. Don't talk. Just rest. Old Huang. Old Huang. Touched to tears again by Yu Fei's address, Yuan Gang gave a quick reassuring word and rushed off toward the partition. Soon after, Old Huang, his hair thoroughly whitened, was dragged out by Yuan Gang. Slow down. I'm old enough. You'll pull my bones apart. Old Huang clutched his lower back, grumbling disapprovingly at Yuan Gang. If I fall apart, I'll reassemble myself. First check on my brother. He's awake. Yuan Gang's face twisted with anxiety as he urged Old Huang to examine Yu Fei without delay. The fact that he's awake is what matters. A few days rest, and he'll be fine. Old Huang cast a glance at Yu Fei. Aside from his pale complexion and general weakness, there was little wrong. Stop staring and actually examine him. All you can do with looking is nothing. Yuan Gang refused to let go, gripping Old Huang's arm stubbornly. I'm truly done with you. Old Huang shook his head helplessly and directly yanked the blanket off Yu Fei. Your brother here has quite distinctive tastes. Old Huang froze upon seeing what was beneath the blanket, then a sly smile curled his lips as he teased Yuan Gang. What's distinct? Xiao Fei, whose pants are you wearing? Yuan Gang was bewildered, but as he looked closer, he too was stunned. The pants Yu Fei wore were not the ones he had bought. Last night when they arrived at the clinic, it was too late, and Yu Fei's injuries were critical. No one had noticed what he was wearing. Yu Fei was equally puzzled. Unable to sit up, he could not see his own trousers, and his memories of the previous night remained hazy and fragmented. This seems familiar. Yuan Gang scratched his head, growing increasingly uneasy. These pants looked strangely familiar. Holy crap. Aren't these that girl's pants? Finally, Yuan Gang remembered. The young woman Xiao Yu had found for Yu Fei had been wearing those exact black hot pants. What girl? Old Huang looked completely lost and turned to Yuan Gang inquiringly. As for Yu Fei, the mention of a girl instantly summoned memories of the previous night, when he had been completely naked and his face flushed crimson in an instant. Brother, did those people run away last night? Yu Fei was so embarrassed he wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground, quickly changing the subject. Xiao Fei. Brother, I'm sorry. We can't touch them yet. But I swear to you I'll find a way to kill Hao Chong and avenge you. Hearing Yu Fei mention Hao Chong, Yuan Gang fell silent, instantly his face filled with guilt as he spoke. I believe you, brother. Yu Fei responded with a smile, nodding at Yuan Gang without any emotion. On the 5th floor of the Wanhao Holiday Hotel, 5th Master leaned silently on the sofa, with Lin Sudong and the others sitting not far away. Big brother, are we just letting what happened to Brother Gang slide? Xiao Long asked 5th Master in a resentful tone. Lin Sudong glanced at him, but said nothing, knowing that Xiao Long was a man trained by Yuan Gang, so his emotional outburst was understandable. Lin Sudong didn't want to interfere. Of course not. But now is not the time to strike. 5th Master snapped back to reality, shaking his head at Xiao Long. Until they found a way to suppress Ma Rongqiang, they couldn't afford to openly break with Lu Baoshan. Isn't it just Ma Rongqiang? I'll have someone take him out. Can we really be scared by a district bureau chief? Xiao Long, unaware of Ma Rongqiang's background, couldn't understand 5th Master's caution and was about to arrange for someone to eliminate Ma Rongqiang. What the hell do you know? Stop learning from Gongzi and thinking only about violence. 5th Master, growing irritated, scolded Xiao Long, inadvertently dragging Yuan Gang into the criticism. Xiao Long, this matter isn't as simple as you think. Seeing his elder brother angry, Lin Sudong quickly stepped in to mediate. Enough. Let's do as we agreed. Everyone stay low for now and don't provoke Lu Baoshan's side. 5th Master waved his hand, cutting off Lin Sudong before he could continue, as this involved his own backer. Since the elder brother had spoken, Xiao Long had no choice but to comply, though he left in a huff for the nightclub. Xiao Dong, keep an eye on the club. If it's too much trouble, shut it down for a while. 5th Master, ignoring Xiao Long's attitude, turned to Lin Sudong and advised. Got it. Lin Sudong nodded. Ma Rongqiang had been constantly scrutinizing their club. It was less hassle to close it temporarily than to keep it running. All right, you all head back too. 5th Master waved his hand. After Lin Sudong and the others left, he gazed at the view outside the window and sank back into contemplation. 10 days passed quickly. During this time, Lu Baoshan and Ma Rongqiang caused no further trouble, and Yuan Gang and Yu Fei's injuries improved significantly. Xiao Fei, get in the car. Yuan Gang, sitting in the driver's seat of the Santana, called out to Yu Fei, who was standing in front of the car. The stitches on Yu Fei's wounds had been removed, but he was still somewhat weak. After holing up in Old Huang Small Clinic for 10 days, Yuan Gang could no longer stand it and decided to take Yu Fei back to the nightclub to recuperate. Got it. Yu Fei replied, looking up at the bright sunlight before opening the car door and getting in. Hold tight. Yuan Gang shifted gears expertly and floored the accelerator, the car shooting off toward the Wanhao nightclub. The Wanhao nightclub had 3 floors. The first floor was a dance hall, the second floor held karaoke rooms, and the third floor housed staff accommodations and Yuan Gang's office. Screech. A short while later, Yuan Gang slammed on the brakes, and the Santana came to a smooth stop in front of the Wanhao nightclub's entrance. Here we are. Let's get out. Yuan Gang called to Yu Fei, then opened the door and stepped out first. Brother Gang. Several underlings gathered outside the nightclub smoking called out upon seeing Yuan Gang. Where's Xiao Long? Yuan Gang nodded and asked the underlings. Brother Long is in the office. One of them pointed toward the 3rd floor, just as Yu Fei opened the car door and stepped out. This is my little brother. Call him Brother Fei. Yuan Gang gestured to Yu Fei, introducing him to the underlings. Brother Fei. At Yuan Gang's words, the group chorused in unison, eyeing Yu Fei with curiosity. Yu Fei was startled. He had never experienced such a scene, and nodded dazedly. Let's go. Yuan Gang grinned at Yu Fei's reaction, then put an arm around his shoulder and walked inside. Click. The door swung open, and Yu Fei was instantly captivated by the sight before him. A vast hall with a raised stage at the far end and large spherical lights hanging from the ceiling. It gets lively here at night. I'll bring you down to have some fun then. Yuan Gang smiled, said to Yu Fei, and led him toward the elevator. Ding! The elevator reached the 3rd floor. As Yuan Gang was about to step out with his arm around Yu Fei, they bumped into a woman. The woman stumbled, nearly falling, but Yu Fei caught her. Who is it? So careless. Gongzi. The woman looked up, a trace of anger flashing across her still attractive face, but she froze when she saw it was Yuan Gang. May Yuan, long time no see. Yuan Gang grinned, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Stop pawing me. The woman slapped his hand away, rolling her eyes at him. Xiao Fei, call her sister. I tell you, you'd better get on her good side. She's got all the pretty girls working under her. Unfazed, Yuan Gang introduced the woman to Yu Fei, wearing a lecherous grin. The woman was Wang Meiyuan, who managed all the girls at the Wanhao nightclub and had been with 5th Master for years. And this is A. Hearing Yuan Gang introduce her, Wang Meiyuan finally noticed Yu Fei, who had just steadied her. This is my little brother, Yu Fei. Yuan Gang patted Yu Fei's shoulder. Your little brother? Wang Meiyuan was puzzled. She had known Yuan Gang for years and had never heard him mention having a brother. I just adopted him not long ago. Yuan Gang could see what she was thinking and quickly explained. Oh, that explains it. I've known you all these years and never knew you had a brother. Wang Meiyuan suddenly understood, then turned to examine Yu Fei. The young man was quite handsome. You go ahead and work. I have something to discuss with Xiaolong. After a brief exchange, Yuan Gang said goodbye to Wang Meiyuan and led Yu Fei to the office. Click. As the door opened, wisps of smoke drifted out before they could even enter. Xiaolong, are you cremating someone in the office? Yuan Gang scowled, shouting at the men who were smoking and playing cards inside. Brother Gang. Seeing Yuan Gang arrive, Xiaolong and the others quickly extinguished their cigarettes and turned to greet him. Open the window and let some fresh air in. Aren't you afraid of poisoning yourselves? Yuan Gang lifted his hand and fanned the air irritably. This office was almost as imposing as the Jade Emperor's celestial palace. Xiaolong laughed awkwardly and quickly gestured for his men to open the window. Brother Gang, what brings you back? And Xiao Fei, aren't you going to rest a few more days? Only after the smoke cleared did Xiaolong venture to speak. Staying at Old Huang's place was boring, and Xiao Fei has mostly recovered, so I brought him back. Yuan Gang pulled Yu Fei onto the sofa and waved at Xiaolong. That's great. I was almost dying of boredom without you, Brother Gang. Xiaolong smiled, his face alight with excitement. What's wrong? Wanting to keep you company. Yuan Gang grinned, teasing Xiaolong once more. Absolutely. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Xiaolong responded with exaggerated shyness, though his figure made the act rather comical. Alright, no more jokes. How's business at the nightclub lately? Yuan Gang surrendered again. He always won the verbal sparring, but was always left retreating in defeat by Xiaolong's sharp tongue. Not bad. Xiaolong nodded and began reporting on the recent situation at the nightclub. Hasn't Lu Baoshan's bunch come looking for trouble? Yuan Gang nodded and continued, no. After what happened with you lot, Lu Baoshan has been remarkably quiet. But Brother Dong's place has been shut down. Ma Rongxiang won't leave the club alone. Xiaolong shook his head. Lu Baoshan hadn't caused trouble at the nightclub, but Ma Rongxiang had been giving Lin Sudong a hard time. The club's been shut down. Yuan Gang frowned. The nightclub was their cash cow. This shutdown meant a significant loss of income. Brother Gang, I don't get it. That Ma Rongxiang is just a district police chief. Why are we so afraid of him? Xiaolong spread his hands helplessly. The thought of it made him infuriated. He couldn't understand why they were being controlled by Ma Rongxiang. You know nothing. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang immediately cursed, a phrase identical to what Fifth Master would say, leaving Xiaolong stunned. Some things aren't for you to know yet. Whatever Big Brother says to do, just do it. Yuan Gang offered no explanation either, which only deepened Xiaolong's frustration. The matter of Lin Xiangnan was known only to Fifth Master Yuan Gang and Lin Sudong. After all, this was Fifth Master's trump card. The fewer who knew, the better. By the way, you'll continue to be responsible for the second floor. Let Xiao Fei keep an eye on the first floor. Not wanting to continue the topic, Yuan Gang deftly changed the subject and assigned Yu Fei a task. Sounds good. Then I'll take Xiao Fei around later to introduce him, so those young punks will know who he is. Xiaolong nodded, showing no sign of displeasure. At the Wanhao nightclub, Xiaolong handled security and social duties while Yuan Gang only managed accounts and such. After all, someone at Yuan Gang's level would never spend his days pouring drinks or maintaining order in the dance hall. So Xiaolong was quite busy. Now that someone could help share the workload, he was more than glad about it. Besides, managing the first floor dance hall offered little benefit. It was full of young hoodlums. His valuable connections and resources were all on the second floor. Only those who could afford to spend on the second floor were the real deal. People with money and influence. For Xiaolong, building relationships with them was the most worthwhile endeavor. Alright, go get some food. I'm starving. Yuan Gang nodded, patting his stomach and waving at Xiaolong. It was nearly noon. Fine, I'll have them send over a few dishes from the restaurant across the street, and we'll have a drink. Xiaolong agreed, and immediately left the office, heading to the restaurant opposite the nightclub. After Xiaolong left, Yu Fei asked Yuan Gang curiously, Bro, what did you mean earlier about me watching the first floor? Nothing major. Just keep order, watch the drunk people, and make sure nobody gets into fights. And also, hearing Yu Fei's question, Yuan Gang proceeded to explain everything about the nightclub to him, including those selling little pills and the ones who drugged women to take advantage of them. This truly opened Yu Fei's eyes. After Yuan Gang's detailed explanation, Yu Fei finally understood his responsibilities. Just do your job with confidence. I'll have your back. With that, Yuan Gang patted Yu Fei on the shoulder, effectively swallowing back all the refusal words that had already reached his throat. Not long after Xiaolong returned, he had ordered several stir-fried dishes from the restaurant across from the nightclub and had several cases of beer brought over. Come on, Brother Gang. We didn't get to drink properly at the welcome party. Today I'm making sure you go down. Xiaolong twisted off a beer bottle and handed it directly to Yuan Gang. Indeed, Yuan Gang hadn't been able to drink freely at the welcome party. Lu Baoshan's presence and Fifth Master being there meant everyone had held back. Even with two bellies behind me, you still wouldn't beat me. Yuan Gang glanced at Xiaolong, took the bottle, and downed it in several gulps. Slow down, Brother Gang. I haven't even finished opening mine. Xiaolong twisted off another bottle and handed it to Yu Fei before speaking. No problem, consider it my gift to you. Yuan Gang waved his hand and picked up his chopsticks. Can I skip it? Yu Fei looked at the bottle in his hand and felt his head spin. He really wasn't used to drinking. That won't do. Xiao Long seized the opportunity, clinking his bottle against Yu Fei's. You have to help me take down Brother Gang. Drink with confidence, nothing will happen here. Yuan Gang, thinking Yu Fei was hesitant because of the incident with Hao Chong and had developed a fear of alcohol, quickly offered reassurance. Hearing Hao Chong's name mentioned, Yu Fei instantly recalled that night's events, and his entire face flushed crimson. Moi. Xiao Fei, what's wrong? Why is your face red before you've even had a drink? Seeing Yu Fei's unusual expression, Xiao Long looked puzzled and asked. Cough, cough, cough. Yuan Gang turned to look and remembered the hot shorts Yu Fei had worn that day, spraying his food everywhere. This only made Yu Fei more embarrassed. He shrank into himself like a frightened quail, wishing he could bury his head into his chest. It's fine, I just choked. Yuan Gang struggled to suppress his laughter and waved at Yu Fei, though his explanation was utterly unconvincing. The three of them ate until 3 in the afternoon. In the end, none of them could stand. All three were sprawled on the floor. Xiao Fei, wake up. Customers are coming. At 7 in the evening, while Yu Fei was still half asleep, Xiao Long grabbed his arm and shook him relentlessly. Brother Long, I'm not going up. Yu Fei reluctantly opened his eyes and mumbled incoherently to Xiao Long. Who are you trying to get with? I said the nightclub is bringing in new people. Xiao Long burst out laughing at Yu Fei's misunderstanding. Grinning, he helped him up from the floor. The nightclub is bringing in new people. Yu Fei was still slow on the uptake, his head foggy. Come on, I'll take you to meet them. Without another word of explanation, Xiao Long slung an arm around Yu Fei and led him down to the first floor, leaving Yuan Gang sprawled on the ground, hugging a trash can in his sleep. Brother Long. As soon as Xiao Long and Yu Fei stepped out of the elevator, the underlings who had been chatting spotted them and called out in unison. This is Yu Fei, Brother Gang's younger brother. He'll be in charge of you from now on. Call him Brother Fei. Xiao Long nodded, then introduced Yu Fei to the group with a gesture. Brother Fei. Another synchronized shout rang out, and Yu Fei, still dazed, was jolted awake by the sound. Xiao Fei, these are all first-floor men. They're yours to manage from now on. This is Jiang Xian, and that's Ping Yu. If you need anything done, just tell them. Xiao Long patted Yu Fei on the shoulder and pointed the two men out to him. Brother Fei. Brother Fei. Hearing Xiao Long's words, Jiang Xian and Peng Yu hurried over to greet Yu Fei. Hello. Yu Fei nodded and looked the two men over. Jiang Xian was burly with a close-cropped head and a face that aged him. Though only in his 20s, he looked well past 30. Peng Yu was stout and short with a face so fierce it gave little ground to Yuan Gang's, and a scorpion tattoo inked on the web of his right hand between thumb and index finger. Alright, I'm heading back up. The second floor is about to get busy. Having finished the introductions, Xiao Long didn't stay. He said goodbye to Yu Fei and went upstairs. Brother Fei, want to smoke? After Xiao Long left, the livelier Peng Yu offered Yu Fei a cigarette. I don't smoke. Just get me a bottle of water. Yu Fei waved his hand. He had been dragged into drinking, but he had never touched cigarettes. You got it. Hey you, go get Brother Fei a bottle of water. Peng Yu nodded with a smile and casually gestured for one of the underlings to fetch water for Yu Fei. Huh, Xiao Fei, what are you doing here? Yu Fei was chatting with Jiang Xian and Peng Yu when Wang Mei Yuan suddenly walked in from the main entrance. Sister Yuan. Sister Yuan. Seeing that it was Wang Mei Yuan, Jiang Xian and Peng Yu quickly greeted her. Sis, Brother Gang told me to keep an eye on the first floor. Yu Fei greeted her too, then explained. That shameless bastard. He only knows how to make other people work while he lounges in his office having a good time. Hearing Yu Fei's words, Wang Mei Yuan couldn't help taking a jab at Yuan Gang. Jiang Xian and Peng Yu's faces turned red from suppressed laughter, but neither dared to make a sound. Yu Fei scratched his head awkwardly. Alright, you stay here then. Wang Mei Yuan didn't linger. She left the words behind and stepped into the elevator. Peng Yu, is there something going on between my brother and her? Yu Fei was no longer the clueless little kid he used to be. Watching Wang Mei Yuan's attitude toward Yuan Gang and the way she spoke, he felt there was definitely something underneath it all. Brother Fei, you didn't know. Brother Gang has had a thing for Sister Yuan for years, but she's never agreed to be with him. Peng Yu looked at Yu Fei with slight surprise. So that's how it is. Yu Fei suddenly understood. No wonder the two of them seemed off. Just then the stage lights blazed on, and the sound system blasted a high-energy track, catching Yu Fei off guard. Then Yu Fei saw a sight that made his skin crawl. In the middle of the dance floor, men and women began jerking and twitching as though an electric current had passed through them. What the hell are these people doing? Yu Fei couldn't understand why they were moving like they were having seizures. Brother Fei, we've got a situation. Not long after the show started, while Yu Fei was still immersed in watching the wild frenzy, the usually taciturn Jiang Xian suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Yu Fei frowned and asked. Those are Lu Baoshan's men from the West District. Jiang Xian raised his hand and pointed toward a few people who had just entered. Are you sure? Yu Fei narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction Jiang Xian was pointing. There were 5 of them in all, scanning the room. Positive. The one in the lead is De Huang. I fought him before. Jiang Xian nodded. He was all too familiar with the man at the head of the group. Peng Yu, go tell Brother Long. And make a stop at the office to see if my brother's awake. Let him know too. After thinking for a moment, Yu Fei leaned close to Peng Yu's ear. Brother Fei, there's no need to tell Brother Gang or Brother Long. I'll just take the boys over and deal with them. Hearing this, Peng Yu didn't go notify Xiaolong. Instead, he waved for the underlings and was about to charge over. Hold on. This is our turf. They came in and haven't caused any trouble. What right do you have to hit them? Yu Fei quickly grabbed Peng Yu and shot him a glare. Brother Fei is right. This is our own turf. We can't throw the first punch. Jiang Xian nodded in agreement. The logic was simple. They knew those men were from the West District and that the two sides bore grudges, but the unsuspecting customers had no idea. If they suddenly attacked the men and threw them out, and those unaware customers saw it, they probably wouldn't dare set foot in the club again. Fine. Peng Yu nodded, giving up the idea of a fight, and turned to go upstairs to find Xiaolong. Jiang Xian sent a few men over to keep an eye on them. After Peng Yu left, Yu Fei turned and instructed Jiang Xian. Men from the West District coming to the South District, and to the Wanhao nightclub of all places, surely meant they were plotting something bad, they just hadn't let it out yet. Got it. Jiang Xian assented and called several underlings to move over toward De Huang, while he himself remained at Yu Fei's side. Before long, Peng Yu returned from notifying Xiaolong, but Xiaolong didn't come down. Brother Fei, Brother Long is with guests. He told me to tell you we can't make the first move. Brother Gang is still asleep. I called out a few times, but couldn't wake him. Xiaolong's instructions matched Yu Fei's thinking. Wait for the other side to make a move and don't scare off the customers. As for Yuan Gang, he had been so heavily plied with liquor by Xiaolong and Yu Fei that no amount of shouting could rouse him. I know. Crash. Before Yu Fei could finish his sentence, the sharp sound of a bottle shattering exploded through the air, drawing the eyes of everyone in the hall. Damn it. They really are here to stir up trouble. Jiang Xian cursed. The bottle had been smashed by De Huang's side. Let's go. Yu Fei's face instantly darkened. He led Jiang Xian and Peng Yu over to De Huang. De Huang, have you lost your mind? Daring to stir up trouble at our Wanhao. As he approached, Jiang Xian spoke first, his face contorted with rage as he berated De Huang. Jiang Xian. It's not that I'm picking on Wanhao, but how can a place of this caliber serve counterfeit liquor to its guests? De Huang grinned, then pointed at the shattered glass on the floor. You little bastard. Looks like you don't want to leave here alive. Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed as he picked up a shard of glass from the ground and took a few steps closer to De Huang. Jiang Xian. Yu Fei quickly intervened. Jiang Xian turned back reluctantly, halting his advance. Jiang Xian, you scared me to death. I came to Wanhao for a good time, and just because I raised a concern you want to kill me. Who would ever dare to come here again? De Huang spread his hands, feigning terror, and shouted loudly enough to draw the attention of the other patrons. You're De Huang, right? Jiang Xian, provoked again, was about to erupt when Yu Fei quickly pulled him back and stepped forward. I'm Yu Fei. Yu Fei's gaze was calm as he looked at De Huang and spoke his name slowly. And who might you be? De Huang glanced at Yu Fei, tilting his head with undisguised contempt. I'm Yu Fei. Yu Fei's eyes remained steady as he uttered his name. Yu Fei? So you're Yu Fei? De Huang's pupils contracted sharply, recalling the person Hao Chong had recently been asking him to investigate. Yu Fei? He was well aware of Yu Fei's reputation. Hao Chong had brought 7 armed men to capture Yuan Gang, and this very man had taken down 3 of them. You know me? Yu Fei raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Know you? Of course I do. Brother Chong sends his regards. De Huang nodded, a flicker of malice in his eyes. Hao Chong. Has he come? Yu Fei's expression shifted to understanding, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. This dump of yours isn't worthy of Brother Chong's presence. De Huang's face twisted with disdain as he sneered at Yu Fei. He doesn't dare to come, does he? Last time I chased him like a stray dog, he didn't even dare to look back. Yu Fei shook his head with a laugh, bringing up the incident when he had chased Hao Chong with a knife. You? De Huang was instantly enraged, leaping to his feet and glaring at Yu Fei. What? Didn't he tell you about that? Well, I suppose such a humiliating story isn't exactly something you'd brag about. Yu Fei had regained the upper hand, continuing to taunt Hao Chong and provoke De Huang and his men. Damn it, you little. Bang. Sure enough, one of De Huang's men couldn't hold back. He stepped forward ready to strike, but was instantly knocked to the ground by Peng Yu's kick. Hey, you're asking for it. Those who come to Wanhao to drink are welcome, but troublemakers. Sorry, but we'll have to show them the door. Having achieved his goal, Yu Fei raised his voice, pointing at De Huang and his men as he barked the order. Let's go. Jiang Xian had been itching for a fight. The moment he heard Yu Fei's command, he charged at De Huang. After a flurry of punches and kicks, De Huang and his 4 men were quickly subdued, their bodies stained with blood. Throw them out. Yu Fei had not lifted a finger throughout. Seeing that Jiang Xian and the others had finished the job, he gave the order and turned away. De Huang and his men, like dead dogs, were carried out of Wanhao by Jiang Xian and Peng Yu's underlings. The patrons were largely unaffected. After all, which nightclub doesn't have a few drunkards causing trouble? Brother Fei. From now on I don't respect anyone but you. Peng Yu gave Yu Fei a thumbs up. Same here. Jiang Xian nodded, having thoroughly enjoyed beating De Huang to a pulp. Ding. Yu Fei waved his hand, about to speak when the elevator chimed. Moments later, Xiaolong emerged with 2 underlings. Where are they? Stepping out of the elevator, Xiaolong quickly asked Yu Fei and the others. Brother Long, they've already been thrown out. Peng Yu, brimming with excitement, was the first to respond. Thrown out? Xiaolong's brow furrowed instantly. He thought Yu Fei had ignored his advice and taken direct action against Lu Baoshan's men. Brother Long, let me tell you, Brother Fei is absolutely incredible. Just now, Peng Yu, gesturing wildly and spitting as he spoke, recounted the events to Xiaolong. Not bad, Xiao Fei. After hearing Peng Yu's account, Xiaolong's eyes lit up. He turned to Yu Fei with admiration. That guy just couldn't keep his cool. Yu Fei shook his head with a smile. I was worried you might not handle it well after I fin. Bang. Xiaolong was about to offer more praise when a deafening crash rang out. The front door of Wanhao nightclub was smashed open. Yuan Gang, your grandpa Hao Chong is here. Get the hell out and kneel. Amidst the shattered glass, Hao Chong strode in, a machete in his right hand, followed by dozens of men. Damn it. Jiang Xin, Peng Yu, arm yourselves. Xiaolong's eyes blazed with fury. He had thought Lu Baoshan was just trying to rattle them, but now they had launched a full assault. Jiang Xin and Peng Yu were momentarily stunned, then led a group into a nearby room and returned with an armful of machetes and iron pipes. Call everyone down from the second floor. Let's kill these bastards. Xiaolong grabbed a machete, instructed his underlings, and charged straight at Hao Chong. Yu Fei followed closely behind, machete in hand, with Jiang Xin, Peng Yu, and the rest of their men in tow. The entire dance hall on the first floor erupted into chaos as patrons scattered in all directions. Hao Chong, your daddy Long is here. Get on your knees. Xiaolong roared, lunging at Hao Chong and swinging his machete downward, but Hao Chong dodged. Damn it, kill them all. Hao Chong was startled by Xiaolong's attack, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If that slash had landed, half his skull would have been cleaved off. At Hao Chong's command, his men surged toward Xiaolong. Just then Yu Fei and the others arrived. Whoosh. Yu Fei dodged a machete aimed at his head, spun around, and took down one man, but an iron pipe came crashing down on his back. Yu Fei stumbled and fell to the ground. As he tried to get up, a blade slashed his arm. Son of a bitch. Looking up, he saw the man about to strike again, so he swung his machete horizontally. The blade caught the man's face, splitting open his right cheek, from which crimson blood gushed. You little bastard. I've been looking for you for a long time. Yu Fei was about to rise when he heard Hao Chong's voice, followed by another machete swing aimed directly at his head. Just as he thought his skull would be split open, someone grabbed him from behind and pulled him to safety, narrowly evading Hao Chong's strike. Ignoring who had pulled him up, Yu Fei scrambled to his feet and charged straight at Hao Chong. You little bastard. Come on then. Hao Chong was no different, his eyes locked only on Yu Fei as he roared and swung his blade down once more. But to his surprise, Yu Fei didn't even dodge. He raised his arm to block, and Hao Chong's machete came crashing down directly toward his head. Panicked, Hao Chong tilted his head quickly, but the blade grazed past his ear and sliced deep into his collarbone. A blood-curdling scream erupted. Half of Hao Chong's ear was sheared off, and Yu Fei's machete was lodged in his collarbone. Hao Chong howled in agony, wildly swinging his machete to force Yu Fei back. Yu Fei glanced around, spotted a steel pipe someone had dropped, snatched it up, and charged at Hao Chong again. Bang! Yu Fei brought the steel pipe down hard, aiming for the head again. Hao Chong frantically raised his arm to block. Then another wail of pain. That very arm, whose bandages had just been removed, was shattered by Yu Fei's blow. The excruciating pain forced Hao Chong to drop his machete, and he curled up on the ground, clutching his broken arm. Seeing this, Yu Fei rushed forward to deliver a finishing blow, but before he could strike again, something interrupted him. Kong. In the chaotic dance hall where everyone was engaged in a free-for-all brawl, a gunshot suddenly rang out, forcing everyone to freeze. Get the hell down on your knees. Anyone who so much as twitches gets shot. At the entrance stood a nondescript man in his 30s or 40s, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a 5-shot revolver in his hand. Yu Fei recognized him. When Lu Baoshan had come to negotiate at the Wanhao Holiday Hotel, this man had stood behind him. Lu Manjun. I'm standing right here. Go ahead and shoot me if you dare. Xiaolong stepped out of the crowd, raised his right hand with his knife, pointed at Lu Manjun at the doorway, and roared. Kong. Lu Manjun's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation he fired directly at Xiaolong's thigh. Ah! Xiaolong screamed and collapsed instantly, his thigh riddled with dense buckshot wounds. Anyone else? Step forward and let me see you. Lu Manjun brandished his 5-shot revolver and bellowed at the crowd once more. Seeing this, Yu Fei steeled himself and prepared to charge, but before he could move, another gunshot rang out from behind him. Kong. A spray of blood exploded from Lu Manjun's shoulder, and his revolver clattered to the ground. Lu Manjun, have you lost your damn mind? You dare crash my venue? Yuan Gang's furious shout rang out as he stepped forward, a copy of a big Black Star pistol in hand, reeking of alcohol. Brother. Seeing Yuan Gang, Yu Fei called out excitedly. Stay put. Yuan Gang, his face contorted with rage, threw out 2 words and strode toward Hao Chong, who was lying on the ground clutching his ear. Xiangzi, you looking for me? Yuan Gang crouched down, a faint smile curling his lips, and asked the panicked Hao Chong. Yuan Gang, you dare. Kong. Hao Chong still tried to throw out threats, but Yuan Gang had no interest in listening. He raised his hand and fired a shot straight into Hao Chong's chest. Stop your damn yapping. Do you really think you're on my level, eh? Hao Chong's face was a mask of disbelief. He never expected Yuan Gang to truly kill him. Blood foam bubbled from his mouth. Brother. Yu Fei was equally stunned. He hadn't expected Yuan Gang to kill Hao Chong so directly. Yuan Gang turned back, smiled at Yu Fei, then stood up and walked toward Lu Manjun lying at the doorway. Manjun, you bring a 5-shot revolver and dare to blockade my door. What do you take me Yuan Gang for? Lu Manjun shuffled his body trying to reach for the fallen revolver, but Yuan Gang kicked it away with his foot. Yuan Gang, you're insane. Lu Manjun was panicking, now clutching his shoulder, his face pale with terror. No trace of the nonchalance he'd shown when he shot Xiaolong. Yeah, I'm insane, driven insane by all of you. Hao Chong brought men to arrest me. Ma Rongxiang raided our club, and you Lu Manjun came here with a gun to blockade my door. Does Lu Baoshan think that by aligning himself with Ma Rongxiang, he's the biggest shot in all of Jingzhou City? I tolerated this before because there was still money to be made. But now they've cut off all our income. What the hell is there left to endure? Rest in peace. I promise you Lu Baoshan won't live much longer. Kong, another gunshot rang out. Lu Manjun was dead. Yuan Gang slowly rose to his feet. Go back and tell Lu Baoshan to buy his own shroud. Yuan Gang will be coming for him soon. Yuan Gang swept his gaze across the group and bellowed at Hao Chong's men. Yuan Gang showed no mercy to these men, but let them go, sending them back with a single message for Lu Baoshan. Brother. Xiaofei, I don't have much time. Listen to me. When the police arrive, have everyone pin this on me, and then you go find Big Brother. Remember, don't stay here or Ma Rongxiang will come after you. After I'm gone, don't worry about me. Big Brother will take care of everything. You must obey him. You're my little brother. Big Brother won't treat you poorly. Yuan Gang approached Yu Fei, who had just called out brother before being cut off. Brother, I understand. Yu Fei, eyes welling with tears, nodded at Yuan Gang. Don't worry. I'll get in touch with you. Once this blows over, I'll be back. Yuan Gang wiped the tears from Yu Fei's face, embraced him, rubbed the back of his head, and left. Jiangxian, Peng Yu. Yu Fei composed himself and called the two over. Fei good. Jiangxian and Peng Yu hurried over, calling out to Yu Fei. Where did Brother Long go? To Old Huang's place. Yu Fei nodded and asked them. Yes, sent to Old Huang's. Peng Yu nodded. He was the one who arranged for Xiaolong to be taken there. Good. Go and give everyone instructions right now. When the police arrive, blame everything on my brother. Yu Fei breathed a sigh of relief and relayed the instructions Yuan Gang had given him. Understood, Fei Go. Both men's expressions darkened at the mention of Yuan Gang's name. All right, that's it. I'm heading to the hotel to find Big Brother. Yu Fei didn't linger, tossed out those words, and exited through the back door. He hailed a taxi, first stopping at Old Huang's place to have his wounds treated, then headed to the Wanhao Holiday Hotel. On the 5th floor of the Wanhao Holiday Hotel, Master Wu had already received a call from Yuan Gang and knew what had happened at the nightclub. He sat silently on the sofa for a long time until the phone on the table began to ring. Secretary Lin. Master Wu answered, addressing the other end as such. It was Lin Xiangnan, the party secretary of Jingzhou City. Old Wu, you're putting me in a difficult position. Lin Xiangnan's voice was heavy with exhaustion, laced with helpless resignation. He's my younger brother. Master Wu paused, offered no explanation, and simply said those 5 words to Lin Xiangnan. Before long, Yu Fei arrived at the Wanhao Holiday Hotel and took the elevator directly to the 5th floor. Xiaofei, you're here. In the office, seeing Yu Fei's arrival, 5th Master said with a smile. Big Brother, my brother. I know all about it. Yu Fei was about to mention what happened at the nightclub, but 5th Master waved him off. I've already arranged everything. Gangzi has left Jingzhou City by now. Yuan Gang had wanted to stay and take down Lu Baoshan, but 5th Master didn't agree and had someone escort him out of Jingzhou City. That's good. Yu Fei breathed a sigh of relief, also afraid that Yuan Gang would stay. Creak. At that moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open and Lin Sudong walked in. Big Brother Gangzi. Lin Sudong was about to ask about Yuan Gang, but turned his head and saw Yu Fei. Gangzi took out Hao Chong and Lu Manjun. I've already had him sent away. 5th Master pointed to the sofa across from him, gesturing for Yu Fei and Lin Sudong to sit down. Gangzi acted rashly. Lin Sudong rubbed his face and sighed. Even a rabbit bites when cornered, let alone when a man is pushed to the edge. 5th Master shook his head at Lin Sudong. If a man is pushed too far, there's no choice but to kill. Lin Sudong sighed again and said nothing more. This time we've completely burned bridges with Lu Baoshan. You two need to be careful when you go out. Don't let anyone trap you. 5th Master continued, addressing Lin Sudong. Got it. Lin Sudong hung his head and nodded in acknowledgement. Xiaofei, the situation at the nightclub won't be resolved anytime soon. Tomorrow you go back first and bring the girls to the hotel. Let the lower level men go directly to the club and stay there. After giving instructions to Lin Sudong, 5th Master turned to Yu Fei. Got it. Yu Fei nodded in agreement. All right, Xiaodong, don't go back either. Just find a room with Xiaofei and stay here. After finishing all the arrangements, 5th Master waved his hand at the two. Then Lin Sudong and Yu Fei left the office together and went to the lobby on the 1st floor to get a room. Keys in hand, they were about to head to their rooms to sleep, but as they turned around, Lin Sudong froze. Ma Rongxiang, Lu Baoshan. Several people walked through the hotel entrance. At the lead was unmistakably Ma Rongxiang, with Lu Baoshan and the little blonde-haired man they had seen before beside him. Lin Sudong. Where's Qin Kuan? Ma Rongxiang heard the voice and glanced over. Recognizing Lin Sudong, he asked. My big brother has already gone to bed. What business does Bureau Chief Ma have? Lin Sudong stepped forward and stood in front of Ma Rongxiang with Yu Fei close behind. Asleep? Two of my brothers are dead, and that Qin Laowu can still sleep. Before Ma Rongxiang could speak, Lu Baoshan couldn't hold back, grinding his teeth as he growled. Lu Baoshan, what does your dead brother have to do with my big brother? Isn't Bureau Chief Ma right here? He's a cop. Go talk to him. Lin Sudong spread his hands with a smile, pointing at Ma Rongxiang with an innocent expression. You son of a... Lu Baoshan was furious, his molars grinding audibly. He was about to curse, but was pulled back by Ma Rongxiang. Lin Sudong, I'll make this simple. Either you take us to see Qin Laowu, or I go back and bring men and guns to arrest him. Ma Rongxiang's face was calm as he gave Lin Sudong two choices. Let me make a phone call. Lin Sudong narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Ma Rongxiang to be ready to burn bridges too, so he could only call Fifth Master. Let's go. My big brother is awake. After a moment, Lin Sudong put down his phone and led Ma Rongxiang and Lu Baoshan into the elevator. In the fifth-floor office, Fifth Master was puffing on a cigar, waiting for Ma Rongxiang and Lu Baoshan to arrive. Creak. The office door opened and Lin Sudong entered with Ma Rongxiang and Lu Baoshan, while the little blonde-haired man and Yu Fei stayed outside. Bureau Chief Ma, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour coming to my place? Fifth Master didn't stand up, still blowing smoke rings as he greeted Ma Rongxiang with a smile. Old Five, where's Yuan Gang? Ma Rongxiang said nothing, but Lu Baoshan demanded of Fifth Master. Gongzi. I don't know. Maybe he went looking for a woman. Fifth Master was still smiling, spreading his hands innocently. Qin Kuan. I came here tonight for one thing. Hand over Yuan Gang. Ma Rongxiang's face darkened, his eyes fixed on Fifth Master. Bureau Chief Ma, have you been drinking? Fifth Master showed no respect, leaning back into the sofa and taking a puff of his cigar. Qin Laowu. Do you really want to go down with the ship? Lu Baoshan's tone was vicious, the scar on his face twisting hideously as he gritted his teeth at Fifth Master. Lu Baoshan, do you have the right to speak here? Damn it, look at yourself. Do you really think you're on my level, eh? Hearing Lu Baoshan's challenge, Fifth Master suddenly roared, swearing in a rare outburst. Lu Baoshan's face flushed red. He pointed at Fifth Master, about to speak, but Ma Rongxiang pushed him down. Qin Kuan, if he's not on your level, then MIA. I'm telling you, there's no negotiation here. You have to hand over Yuan Gang. Otherwise, even Lin Xiangnan won't be able to protect you. Ma Rongxiang walked over to the sofa opposite Fifth Master, sat down, picked up a cigar, lit it, took a puff, and said slowly, Bureau Chief Ma, you really want to destroy me, Qin Kuan, don't you? Fifth Master narrowed his eyes. Ma Rongxiang had actually brought up Lin Xiangnan, which meant there was no turning back. I wouldn't dare say that. Qin Kuan, have you forgotten what I do for a living? Ma Rongxiang quickly waved his hand, smiling as he pointed at his police uniform. You really do honor that uniform. Fifth Master clenched his fist, staring at Ma Rongxiang's uniform with sarcasm. Enough talk. Are you handing over Yuan Gang or not? Ma Rongxiang ignored Fifth Master's mockery, crossing his legs and asking again. Bureau Chief Ma, how many people do I have to hand over to you? Today I hand over this one, tomorrow that one, the day after tomorrow it'll be me, won't it? Besides, he's a man nearly 40 years old. Do you think I can make him do whatever I say? He's not my son. Fifth Master refused without hesitation. He would never hand over Yuan Gang, whether for brotherhood or anything else. Qin Kuan, have you thought it through? If I don't see Yuan Gang tonight, then from now on there won't be a place for you anywhere in Jingzhou City. Ma Rongxiang stubbed out his cigar on the table and threatened Fifth Master with a cold smile. Slap, Ma Rongxiang. Even a rabbit bites when cornered, and I, Qin Kuan, am a tiger with a full set of sharp fangs. If you want to move against me, then go ahead and try it. Fifth Master slammed his hand on the table, leaning forward with eyes as sharp as blades, staring intently at Ma Rongxiang. Tiger? Then you'd better be prepared to have your teeth pulled out by me. Ma Rongxiang's face darkened. He hadn't expected Fifth Master to be so unyielding, so he dropped a harsh remark and left with Lu Baoshan. Big brother, should we give that? Lin Sudong looked at the silent Fifth Master, considered for a moment, and suggested calling Lin Nanxiang, but Fifth Master waved him off. That Ma guy has connections at the provincial level, he can't help. Fifth Master sighed and slowly shook his head, revealing to Lin Sudong the true background of Ma Rongxiang. Provincial level. Lin Sudong's eyes widened. He knew Ma Rongxiang was troublesome, but he hadn't expected his backing to be so formidable. Xiaodong, don't go to sleep yet. Take Xiaofei to the nightclub right now and bring everyone over. Fifth Master nodded and then instructed Lin Sudong. I'll go right away. Lin Sudong agreed, turned around, and walked out of the office. Xiaofei, come with me to the nightclub. At the door, Yu Fei was leaning against the wall, lost in thought. Lin Sudong patted him on the shoulder. All right. Yu Fei nodded and followed Lin Sudong out of the hotel, heading toward the nightclub. On the way, Lin Sudong drove, while pulling out his phone to call Li Wenqi, asking him to arrange several cars to pick people up at the nightclub. Bang! Before the call ended, a car suddenly shot out from the right as they passed an intersection, crashing straight into them. Lin Sudong jerked the steering wheel, but it was futile. their car was flipped over. In the passenger seat, Yufei was covered in blood, and the freshly stitched wound on his arm had burst open, turning his face pale from the pain. Brother Dong. Brother Dong. Yufei gritted his teeth, adjusted his position, and called out to Lin Sudong twice, but received no response. Footsteps sounded. At the same time, two men got out of another car carrying spears and walking toward Lin Sudong's vehicle. Yufei heard the footsteps. Through the shattered windshield, he took a glance and instantly understood what was happening. Without a second thought, Yufei grabbed a piece of glass and crawled out of the car. Oh, still able to move? As Yufei stood up, a familiar voice reached his ears. It was the yellow-haired punk who had been by Liu Baoshan's side. You little bastard. You're playing dirty. Yufei narrowed his eyes. The burst wound kept oozing blood dripping from his arm onto the ground. Ha ha ha. Brother, we're gangsters. Do I need to send you a challenge before I take you out? The yellow-haired punk laughed loudly, pointing his spear at Yufei and taunting him mockingly. Yufei said nothing, gripping the car glass tightly in his hand, watching the two men warily. Old Su, let's move. The yellow-haired punk stopped wasting words. He shouted to the man in his 30s beside him, tightened his grip on the spear, and charged at Yufei. Yufei dodged aside, avoiding the spear aimed at his chest, then turned and thrust the glass at the yellow-haired punk's neck. But the punk was already on guard. He twisted his body to evade the glass, then thrust the spear at Yufei again. At the same time, the man called Old Su also charged at Yufei with his spear. With two spears attacking simultaneously, Yufei had no way to evade. He gritted his teeth, twisted his body sideways, and swung the glass in his hand straight down at the punk's face. The punk could only dodge, pulling back his spear. But Old Su's thrust was unavoidable. The spear pierced Yufei's lower back. Yufei grunted, clutching the wound on his lower back with a furrowed brow as blood seeped through his fingers. Damn it, you almost disfigured me. The yellow-haired punk was enraged. If he hadn't dodged quickly, his face would have ended up like his boss Liu Baoshan's. On the other side, Old Su raised his spear and thrust at Yufei again. Yufei had no choice but to fall to the ground, rolling over and leaning against Lin Sudong's car to barely escape. Hey, a donkey roll. Show me another one. Seeing Yufei's move, the yellow-haired punk sneered, and he and Old Su approached from either side. Yufei had nowhere left to run. Blood was still flowing from several wounds, and his already unhealed body grew even weaker. Brother, I'm sorry. Yufei closed his eyes, Yuan Gang's face flashing in his mind, and whispered softly. Bang! Just as the yellow-haired punk and Old Su were about to finish Yufei, a gunshot rang out. Old Su's knee instantly burst into a mist of blood, and he fell to the ground. Seeing this, the yellow-haired punk abandoned Yufei, dropped his spear, and fled. Bang! Another shot rang out. Old Su, who had been clutching his knee and wailing, went silent. Yufei was stunned, staring at the bullet hole in Old Su's head frozen in place. Xiaofei, take me away. At that moment, behind Yufei, Lin Sudong emerged limping, holding an imitation Black Star pistol. When the car flipped, Lin Sudong hit his head and was dazed. He hadn't heard Yufei calling him. After a long moment, Lin Sudong finally regained some clarity and heard the yellow-haired punk's voice. Without a second thought, he fumbled around the car, found the imitation Black Star pistol he always carried. Through the window, he aimed at Old Su's knee and fired. After he fell, Lin Sudong shot him in the head. Old Su was dead. The yellow-haired punk had fled, and Lin Sudong struggled to crawl out of the car. Brother Dong. Hearing Lin Sudong's voice, Yufei quickly turned around. Clang! Lin Sudong's legs suddenly gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Yufei hurriedly tried to stand, but the wound on his lower back shot a sharp pain, and cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, Yufei got up from the ground and staggered over to Lin Sudong. Brother Dong, are you alright? Yufei reached out to help him, and Lin Sudong used the support to stand up again. My head hurts and my legs are weak. Help me, let's get out of here quickly. Alright. By the moonlight, Yufei glanced at Lin Sudong and noticed that his left collar was soaked with blood, likely a wound on his head. Not daring to waste time, Yufei supported Lin Sudong, and the two slowly disappeared into the night. At the Wanhao Holiday Hotel. In the office, Fifth Master picked up his phone on the desk and called Lin Sudong. After Lin Sudong and Yufei left, he felt restless and wanted to check on the situation. But after calling several times with no answer, Fifth Master's heart sank. After hanging up again, before the Fifth Master could dial out, Li Wenqi's call came in. What's wrong? The Fifth Master answered with a hint of impatience. Big brother. Brother Dong seems to be in trouble. Li Wenqi's voice was anxious and trembling as he spoke to the Fifth Master. What? How do you know? The Fifth Master abruptly sat up straight, his voice rising. I was on the phone with Brother Dong just now. He said he needed me to arrange a few cars to pick people up at the nightclub. But before he could finish, there seemed to be a car accident on his end, and then the line went dead. I called him several more times, but no one answered. Li Wenqi quickly explained, and the Fifth Master's heart sank. Immediately send everyone out to find Xiao Dong. Hurry. The Fifth Master was frantic, shouting into the phone at Li Wenqi. Yuan Gang had already fled. If anything else happened to Lin Sudong, half of his teeth would truly be knocked out. Upon hearing the Fifth Master's words, Li Wenqi agreed and rushed out of the club with his men constantly calling people for reinforcements. Soon Lin Sudong's car was found. Li Wenqi upon receiving the news rushed to the scene immediately, but there was no one to be seen. Looking at the shattered glass scattered on the ground, the bloodstains left in the car, and old Sue's long cold corpse, Li Wenqi's heart grew heavy as he pulled out his phone and called the fifth master. How is it? The fifth master asked urgently as the call connected. Big brother, there's no sign of him. But we found brother Dong's car. It was overturned on the road, and there was a corpse nearby. Someone recognized it as one of Lu Baoshan's men. Li Wenqi's voice was hoarse as he reported everything he had seen. Thump! The fifth master was stunned. His phone slipped from his hand and hit the ground, making him look much older in an instant. After a moment, he picked up the phone from the floor and saw that the call was still connected. Wenqi, gather the men. Head to the west side of the city. Kill Lu Baoshan. The fifth master's face was expressionless, his tone flat. Understood. Li Wenqi acknowledged and immediately hung up. That night, the southern district of the city came alive again. Over 300 thugs led by Li Wenqi and Lu Jin advanced into the western district. Buzz! The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. The fifth master glanced at it and saw it was Lu Baoshan, but he didn't answer. After Lu Baoshan hung up, Ma Rongxiang called as well. The fifth master still didn't pick up. The two called over a dozen times in succession. The fifth master just watched silently, not moving a finger. Only when the caller ID changed to someone else did he pick up the phone and press the answer button. Old fifth, what do you think you're doing? Lin Xiangnan's voice came through the phone, sounding indignant. Secretary Lin, my brother is gone. The fifth master said, flatly devoid of his usual respect. Didn't Yuan gang run away? Lin Xiangnan was confused, asking the fifth master in bewilderment. My other brother Lin Sudong. The fifth master clenched his teeth, his voice tinged with sorrow as he spoke to Lin Xiangnan. Lin Xiangnan's heart sank. He knew this was a serious problem. Old fifth, call your men back first. If this continues, Jingzhou City will fall into chaos. After a moment, Lin Xiangnan sighed and tried to console the fifth master. Lin Xiangnan, I Qin Kun have spent most of my life with only these two loyal brothers. Now one has fled and the other is gone. You want me to stop? The fifth master was furious, shouting Lin Xiangnan's name. Old fifth, I know you're angry and sad, but if you keep this up, Lin Xiangnan was also panicked. The fifth master and Lu Baoshan's sides combined had nearly 700 men. If a fight broke out, the trouble would be immense. If this were exposed, Lin Xiangnan, as the city's party secretary, would also be implicated. Don't worry. You know what kind of person I Qin Kun am. This won't implicate you. Before Lin Xiangnan could finish, the fifth master cut him off and hung up. Lin Xiangnan was furious, redialing the number, but the fifth master refused to answer. On the other side, after Li Wenqi and Lu Jin entered the western district, they split into two groups and struck at Lu Baoshan's establishments. Every karaoke bar, dance hall, and small gambling den was smashed to pieces. Not only were the shops wrecked, but the people inside also suffered, all being sent to the hospital. Lu Baoshan was now enraged. He hadn't expected the fifth master's retaliation to come so swiftly and fiercely. After failing to communicate with the fifth master, Lu Baoshan began summoning his own men. After all, this was his territory. How could he let outsiders walk all over him? But just as Lu Baoshan was about to act, Ma Rongxiang called to stop him. Lu Baoshan naturally refused. He had been attacked in his own home. If he didn't fight back, no one would respect him anymore. However, Ma Rongxiang's next words made Lu Baoshan reconsider. After failing to reach the fifth master, Lin Xiangnan pondered for a moment and then called Ma Rongxiang. Oh, Secretary Lin. It's so late. Do you have any instructions? Ma Rongxiang was surprised, wondering why Lin Xiangnan was calling him. Ma Rongxiang, I won't beat around the bush. Tell Lu Baoshan immediately not to make a move. Lin Xiangnan's tone was urgent, leaving Ma Rongxiang momentarily stunned. Secretary Lin, you're joking. Shouldn't you be talking to Qin Kun about this? After recovering, Ma Rongxiang chuckled, already understanding the situation. I can't reach him right now. Lin Xiangnan didn't hide anything, bluntly admitting that he couldn't contact the fifth master. Secretary Lin, you're putting me in a tough spot. Qin Kun's men have already entered the western district. Would Lu Baoshan allow anyone to walk all over him? Ma Rongxiang chuckled again, realizing that Lin Xiangnan was planning to abandon the fifth master. As long as Lu Baoshan doesn't act, the southern district will be yours to control. Lin Xiangnan naturally understood Ma Rongxiang's implication. He was asking for a favor. All right then, I'll try making a call. Having achieved his goal, Ma Rongxiang agreed and hung up to call Lu Baoshan. Director Ma, what's the matter? At this moment, Lu Baoshan was like a powder keg about to explode, his words spitting sparks. Send everyone away. No one is to make a move. Ma Rongxiang's tone was domineering, as if commanding a subordinate. Director Ma, Qin Laowu has come to my home. Lu Baoshan nearly exploded, gritting his teeth as he spoke to Ma Rongxiang. Lin Nanxiang called me. From now on, we call the shots in the southern district. Ma Rongxiang paid no mind to Lu Baoshan's attitude. He merely brought up what Lin Nanxiang had said. Really? Lu Baoshan naturally knew who Lin Nanxiang was and quickly asked for confirmation. Shall I have Lin Nanxiang give you a call? Ma Rongxiang frowned, growing impatient as he said to Lu Baoshan, there's no need. Hearing that Ma Rongxiang was displeased, Lu Baoshan promptly agreed, I'll disperse the people right away. Thus Li Wenqi and Lu Jin led their men to ransack the West District all night, yet they never laid eyes on Lu Baoshan. Upon learning of this, fifth master furrowed his brows and pondered in silence for a long, while finally letting out a slow sigh. Wenqi, bring everyone back. Picking up the phone, fifth master dialed Li Wenqi. Brother, about Lu Baoshan. Li Wenqi was utterly bewildered. Lu Baoshan hadn't even shown his face, yet fifth master was already telling them to return. Lu Baoshan won't be showing his face anymore. You should come back. Before Li Wenqi could finish his sentence, fifth master cut him off directly. Understood. Hearing his older brother say so, Li Wenqi could only reluctantly agree. He and Lu Jin led their men back to the southern district. After hanging up the phone, fifth master gazed out the window deep in thought, then found a number and dialed again. Brother. The call connected quickly. From the receiver came Yuan Gang's voice, somewhat muffled, as if he had just woken up. Gongzi, it's about Xiao Dong and Xiao Fei. Fifth master wanted to tell Yuan Gang about Lin Sudong and Yu Fei, but his words trailed off before he could finish. Dongzi and Xiao Fei. What happened to them? Upon hearing fifth master's words, Yuan Gang instantly became alert and anxiously asked. They're gone. Fifth master sighed, his voice trembling slightly. What? Yuan Gang's head roared and his mind went blank for a moment. Who did this? After a long pause, Yuan Gang regained his composure and asked fifth master in a cold tone. Lu Baoshan. Last night, I had Wenqi take people to the West District, but he didn't show up. Fifth master revealed Lu Baoshan's name and told Yuan Gang what happened after he left. Didn't show up. Yuan Gang was puzzled. When had Lu Baoshan become so patient? It must have been Lin Nanxiang. Last night, because of Xiao Dong and Xiao Fei's matter, I had a falling out with him. Fifth master shared his suspicion and Yuan Gang instantly understood what was going on. I'm coming back right now. Unable to contain himself, Yuan Gang immediately said he would rush back to Jingzhou City. Gongzi, I didn't call you to come back. You're still carrying issues yourself. Don't come wading into this muddy water. Hearing Yuan Gang say he was returning to Jingzhou City, fifth master quickly stopped him. Brother. One is my sworn brother, the other is like a younger brother to me. They've been killed. If I don't go back to avenge them, I'll never sleep peacefully in my life. Besides, what's life worth anymore? I've enjoyed enough in my half-century. It's more than I deserve. Yuan Gang's voice grew choked, and after speaking those words he hung up the phone. Fifth master put down his phone, his eyes reddening as tears slowly slid down the corners. The real reason he had called Yuan Gang was to settle his affairs. He had also prepared some money for Yuan Gang. This hurdle fifth master knew in his heart he might not be able to cross. Already Ma Rongxiang alone had rendered him powerless, and with Lin Nanxiang's defection, hope was completely extinguished. But Yuan Gang didn't give him the chance to say his goodbyes, and simply hung up. Fifth master let out a sigh. Sleepless through the night, coupled with the news of Lin Sudong and Yu Fei's deaths, left him utterly exhausted. Leaning back against the soft sofa, fifth master soon fell into a deep sleep. Not long after, Li Wenqi and Lu Jin returned, but since fifth master was sleeping, their driver stopped them at the door. Before long, Li Wenqi's phone suddenly rang. It was the subordinate left behind at the club. Picking up the call and asking what was wrong, the news he heard made his expression darken instantly. What's wrong? Seeing Li Wenqi's expression change, Lu Jin asked. The club has been sealed by Ma Rongxiang and his men. After hanging up, Li Wenqi gritted his teeth and replied. What? Lu Jin's face also darkened upon hearing this. Just then the hotel receptionist rushed up hurriedly, telling the driver she needed to see fifth master. What's going on? Seeing the woman's anxious expression, Li Wenqi frowned and asked. There are so many people outside. Representatives from the Industry and Commerce Bureau, the Health Bureau, the Labor Bureau, and even the police have come. They're here to seal the hotel. The receptionist spoke rapidly, explaining the situation below. Damn it. Those bastards are playing dirty. Li Wenqi was furious upon hearing this. He turned and punched the wall. Lu Jin was equally angered, cursing under his breath. Click. The office door suddenly swung open and fifth master walked out, his brow furrowed. What's happening? Brother. The club was sealed by Ma Rongxiang and his men not long ago, and now people have arrived at the hotel. They're downstairs. Seeing it was fifth master, Li Wenqi and the others called out and quickly explained the situation. Let them search. After hearing the account from the group, fifth master's expression remained unchanged. He simply said 3 words calmly. But this. Li Wenqi wanted to say more, but fifth master waved his hand to stop him. Lu Jin, go to the nightclub and find a place for Mei Yuan and the others to stay. Wenqi, call the club and have them come directly to the hotel. Then fifth master gave instructions to the 2 men. Seeing this, Li Wenqi and Lu Jin could only agree and said nothing more. Meanwhile, in a small clinic in the southern district, Yu Fei was gritting his teeth while getting stitches, while Lin Sudong lay unconscious on the bed. BB, brother. Look. How's the stitching? The doctor was covered in sweat, his hand trembling constantly as he held the forceps, his eyes repeatedly darting toward his waist. Stop shaking. You've sewn me up like a flower. Yu Fei glanced at his arm and annoyed pressed the replica Black Star pistol against the doctor's stomach. Brother, you're pressing that thing against my kidney. How am I not going to shake? The doctor looked like he was about to cry. He had been sound asleep in the middle of the night when two men suddenly came banging on his door. After being awakened, he opened the door ready to curse them out, but Yufei had already pressed a gun to his forehead, nearly scaring him into wetting himself. Cut the crap. If you behave, I won't pull the trigger. What's there to be afraid of? Yufei glared at him, annoyed, scaring the doctor so much he almost dropped the forceps. What if it goes off by accident? Just as Yufei was intimidating the doctor, Lin Sudong suddenly let out a muffled grunt, then slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Fei. Lin Sudong turned his head and called out to Yufei. Dongji, you're awake. Yufei shoved the doctor aside and quickly strode to Lin Sudong's side. Where are we? Lin Sudong furrowed his brow, glancing around before asking. I don't know either, but this is a clinic. As he spoke, Yufei suddenly remembered the doctor beside him and hurriedly pulled him over to examine Lin Sudong. Brother, please put that thing away. I'm really scared. The doctor nervously pointed at his own waist as Yufei pressed the replica Dahei Xing against his kidney again. Is there a phone? Lin Sudong wasn't too concerned about his injuries. All he wanted now was to call fifth uncle. Yes. The doctor hastily replied and pointed to the landline on the desk nearby. Xiao Fei, help me over there. Seeing the phone, Lin Sudong tried to get up, but nearly fell the moment his feet touched the ground. The bone in his calf might be fractured. The doctor quickly helped Yufei get Lin Sudong back onto the bed, then pointed at his swollen calf. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yufei shot him a glare, and the doctor shrank back in fear. Xiao Fei, I'll give you the number. Go call Big Brother. Lin Sudong's face was twisted in pain, yet he was still fixated on calling fifth uncle. Got it. Yufei acknowledged, his eyes locked on the doctor as he slowly edged toward the phone. Lin Sudong recited the number while Yufei dialed it under the doctor's guidance. Who's this? The call connected after only a couple of rings, and fifth uncle's hoarse, weary voice came through. Big Brother, it's me, Xiao Fei. Yufei quickly responded. Xiao Fei. You're alive. On the other end of the line, fifth uncle froze, phone in hand. I'm hurt, but nothing serious. Hearing fifth uncle's question, Yufei glanced at the wounds on his body. The doctor, however, pursed his lips, thinking that the kid was practically sewn up like a rag doll, and still claiming it was nothing serious. What about Xiao Dong? How is he? Fifth uncle asked anxiously, his mind racing with worry. Dongji isn't doing well. The doctor says his bone is cracked. Yufei turned to glance at Lin Sudong's leg. A cracked bone. Which bone? Fifth uncle's heart, which had just begun to settle, clenched again. His calf. He can't walk now. Yufei replied. Thank goodness it's just his calf. Rest and he'll recover. Where are you now? Fifth uncle breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately asked for their location. You come here. Yufei didn't know where they were, so he gestured with the Dahei Xing for the doctor to come over and tell fifth uncle. Seeing the dark, yawning gun barrel pointed at him, the doctor's hair stood on end and his legs went weak. What are you dawdling for? Get over here. Finding the doctor rooted to the spot, Yufei shouted impatiently. My legs are weak. The doctor's teeth chattered, his voice trembling as he pointed at his own legs and stammered. Useless. Speak up and tell him where this place is. Yufei shot him a contemptuous glare, then told the doctor to shout out their location. You and Xiao Dong stay safe. I'll send someone over to pick you up right away. After the doctor reported their location, fifth uncle said to Yufei. Got it. Yufei acknowledged, then hung up. At the Wanhao Holiday Hotel, fifth uncle lit a cigar in his office and took several deep drags. Now that he knew Lin Sudong and Yufei were alive, fifth uncle felt the sky had suddenly cleared and a weight lifted from his shoulders. After a moment's thought, fifth uncle picked up his phone and made a call, arranging for someone to go fetch Yufei and Lin Sudong. After what seemed like half a day, a knock suddenly sounded at the clinic door. Yufei raised his hand, warily aiming the gun at the door. Open the door. Yufei turned to the doctor and muttered. The doctor swallowed nervously, then dragged his trembling legs to the door and opened it. Standing outside was a man bundled up tightly, a hat on his head. Who are you? Yufei gripped the replica Dahei Xing tightly, his index finger on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. Xiao Fei. Miss me. The man looked up and grinned at Yufei. It was none other than Yuan Gang. Brother. Yufei froze and after a brief moment of shock cried out excitedly and ran toward Yuan Gang. You little rascal. You know how to handle a gun now. Yuan Gang spread his arms and hugged Yufei tightly as he threw himself at him, ruffling his hair as he teased. Brother, why are you back? Yufei's eyes reddened as he looked up at Yuan Gang. I went to the neighboring city, but the women there weren't any fun, so I came back. Yuan Gang joked with Yufei, not telling him the real reason. Where's your Dongji? Yuan Gang then asked about Lin Sudong, and Yufei pointed toward the room. Gongzi, why are you back? Entering the room, Lin Sudong spotted Yuan Gang at once and quickly asked. Came back to burn paper money for you. Yuan Gang shot him a glare and said sourly. What's the situation now? Lin Sudong ignored the jab and pressed on with a furrowed brow. Yuan Gang's return gave Lin Sudong a very bad feeling. Things might be turning against them. You're still as sharp as ever. Lin Xiangnan has defected. Our situation is grim now. Yuan Gang shook his head helplessly and filled Lin Sudong in on the current state of affairs. Lin Xiangnan defected. How could he? Lin Sudong was utterly incredulous, never imagining Lin Xiangnan would turn his coat. After you and Xiao Fei went down, Big Brother thought you were dead, so he was ready to fight Lu Baoshan to the death. Several hundred men entered the West City District. Lin Xiangnan, afraid the whole affair would spiral out of control and implicate him, called Big Brother to talk him out of it. But Big Brother's mind was already made up. The two of them clashed, and that's why Lin Xiangnan sided with Ma Rongqiang. Yuan Gang let out a helpless sigh. If only they'd gotten word about Lin Sudong and Yu Fei sooner, things wouldn't have come to this. Damn it, this is on me. Lin Sudong cursed in anger, regretting that he hadn't gotten in touch with Fifth Uncle sooner. Enough. This isn't your fault. Just rest up and heal. Yuan Gang shook his head. No matter how things had turned out, he couldn't blame Lin Sudong and Yu Fei. They'd nearly died. Gentlemen, when are you all leaving? The doctor looked left and right, then cautiously raised his hand like a primary school student and spoke. Yuan Gang turned his head upon hearing this and looked at the doctor. This clinic is his. Yu Fei, noticing Yuan Gang's puzzled expression, explained the doctor's identity. So that's how it is. Brother, thank you. Yuan Gang, suddenly enlightened, walked over to the doctor and patted him on the shoulder. No need, you should hurry up and stay. Rest assured, stay boldly. You're absolutely safe here. The doctor waved his hand, intending to say they should leave quickly, but then Yuan Gang reached into his pocket, and what he brought out made the doctor change his tune abruptly. In Yuan Gang's hand was a thick stack of banknotes, around 3,000 to 5,000 yuan. Brother, great kindness needs no words of thanks. I only have this much on me. Take it. Yuan Gang, with utmost sincerity, directly stuffed the money into the doctor's arms. What are you doing? I'm a doctor. How could I stand by and watch someone die? The doctor voiced polite refusals, but his hands were already shoving the money into his pockets, as if afraid Yuan Gang might change his mind. Yu Fei, seeing this, curled his lips and shot the doctor a disdainful glare. Beep beep. Just then the sound of a car horn suddenly rang out from outside the clinic, startling Yu Fei into immediately pulling out his imitation Black Star pistol. Damn. Dude, what are you doing? I don't want it anymore. The doctor, frightened by Yu Fei, broke out in a cold sweat and immediately pulled the money back out. Calm down. Yuan Gang patted Yu Fei's shoulder, walked out of the house, and opened the gate. Outside was a battered van that looked ready to fall apart, and in the driver's seat sat a person Yu Fei knew very well. It was none other than Lao Huang. Hey there, little Gongzi. Lao Huang, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, took a deep drag and greeted Yuan Gang. Can't you change this piece of junk? It's not like you're broke. Who'll fall apart first, you or this car? Yuan Gang kicked the tire and said irritably, Watch it. If you kick my wife again, I'll fight you. Seeing Yuan Gang's action, Lao Huang opened the car door and gave him a kick. Ow. Little Feezy, what's up with you? Practicing embroidery on yourself. After kicking Yuan Gang, Lao Huang walked into the clinic with his hands behind his back and immediately spotted Yu Fei with his shirt off. Yu Fei, hearing this, glanced irritably at the doctor beside him, who smiled awkwardly. You did this. Lao Huang circled Yu Fei once, then walked over to the doctor and stood in front of him. Cough. Well, he pointed a gun at me, my hand shook. The doctor scratched his head and pointed at Yu Fei's waist in defense. All right, hurry up and load them into the car. Lao Huang slowly shook his head, then turned to Yuan Gang and said. Then everyone carried Lin Sudong into the car, bid farewell to the doctor, and left the clinic. A dozen minutes later the car stopped. Yu Fei looked around at the surroundings, utterly confused. Because this wasn't Lao Huang's clinic. They were in the countryside. What are you staring at? Yuan Gang patted Yu Fei on the head. Bro, aren't we going back to the hotel? Yu Fei turned around and asked Yuan Gang. You fool, have you forgotten I'm still in trouble? Yuan Gang glared at Yu Fei and said irritably. Yu Fei was stunned. He really had forgotten about that. Then he quickly helped carry Lin Sudong out of the car. On the other side, after Lin Xiangnan defected, Ma Rongqiang and Lu Baoshan became unrestrained. First, they sealed up Fifth Master's various properties, then launched a joint multi-department enforcement operation, frenziedly arresting people throughout the southern district. Even Li Wenqi and Lu Jin were forced to go into hiding. Ma Rongqiang and Lu Baoshan had a clear goal: to force Fifth Master to submit. Over half a month, the entire southern district underwent a massive purge. Nearly half of Fifth Master's followers were arrested by Ma Rongqiang. And that wasn't the end of it. Lu Baoshan sent his men directly into the southern district to brutally suppress the remaining followers. But Fifth Master refused to compromise. He didn't answer a single call from Ma Rongqiang, and Lu Baoshan just kept dragging it out. Lu Baoshan was growing impatient as he was eager to take over the southern district. In the bungalow, Lao Huang was changing Lin Sudong's bandages while Yuan Gang, Yu Fei, and Xiao Long were playing cards with grimaces. Ever since Ma Rongqiang started the arrests, Lao Huang had been staying at the bungalow and also brought Xiao Long over. Bang bang bang. Suddenly a knock at the door. Yuan Gang and Yu Fei sprang up and tiptoed into the courtyard. Who's there? The two stood on either side of the gate, and then Yuan Gang called out. It's me, Lu Jin. The person outside responded quickly, and Yuan Gang and Yu Fei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What brings you here? Yuan Gang opened the gate and asked Lu Jin with some confusion. Ma Rongqiang is arresting people like crazy. Big brother told me to come hide with you all. Lu Jin looked exhausted as if he hadn't slept in days. That bastard. I'll kill him sooner or later. Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, Yuan Gang cursed angrily. Let's talk inside. Yu Fei closed the gate and motioned for Yuan Gang and Lu Jin to head into the house. Here. After entering the house, Lu Jin handed the black plastic bag he was carrying to Lao Huang. It contained the medicine Lin Sudong needed. Hey, little Dongzi's food supply has arrived again. Lao Huang took the bag and cracked a joke. Go play with Xiao Long and Xiao Fei. I'll cook. Yuan Gang pointed at the card table, said to Lu Jin, and then walked into the kitchen. During this time, Yuan Gang had been the one cooking. Nothing fancy, but enough to fill their stomachs. After all, among the 5 of them, 3 were injured, and the remaining one, Lao Huang, was a skilled technician, so Yuan Gang had to wield the ladle. Evening soon arrived, and they gathered around the table to eat and chat. Gang, how long do we have to hide? Suddenly, Lu Jin's words silenced the group. I don't know. We'll wait for Big Brother's news. Yuan Gang shook his head, took a mouthful of rice, and said, Gang, maybe you should talk to Big Brother. Let's just give in. Lu Jin hesitated for a moment before continuing. What did you say? Yuan Gang put down his chopsticks and frowned at Lu Jin. I said maybe we should give in. Lu Jin avoided meeting Yuan Gang's eyes and repeated himself in a low voice. Slap. Lu Jin, what the hell is wrong with you? Do you even know what you're saying? Before Yuan Gang could speak, Xiao Long slammed the table and pointed at Lu Jin, cursing angrily. Have you lost your mind? Has Big Brother ever treated you badly? Yuan Gang reached out, lifted Lu Jin's chin, and made him meet his eyes. No, but I'm sick and tired of this life of hiding and running. Lu Jin shook his head. Fifth Master had always treated his own people extremely well. No one could find the slightest fault with him. Slap. Yuan Gang sent a heavy slap right across Lu Jin's face. You've had enough. What about when you were in your glory days? Why didn't you say you'd had enough back then? Yuan Gang was burning with rage, pointing at Lu Jin and cursing him furiously. Gongzi, what's going on? Lin Sudong's leg injury had not yet healed, so he had been lying on the bed in the inner room. Hearing the quarrel, he quickly asked. Russell. Hearing Lin Sudong's voice, Yuan Gang grabbed Lu Jin by the collar and dragged him into the inner room. Come here. Say what you said just now in front of Dongzi. Yuan Gang was practically exploding with fury. He shoved Lu Jin forward and pointed at Lin Sudong as he spoke. What's going on? Gongzi, what are you doing? Lin Sudong frowned, not understanding what had happened, but seeing Yuan Gang shoving Lu Jin, he spoke with a hint of displeasure. Although Fifth Master was nominally the boss, Lu Jin and Li Wenqi had both been brought up by Lin Sudong. He was the true big brother to the 2 of them. Say it. Why aren't you talking now? Yuan Gang ignored Lin Sudong. Seeing that Lu Jin remained silent, he reached out and shoved him again. Yuan Gang, what do you think you're doing? Lin Sudong was displeased. Propping himself up on his arms, he sat up and threw a punch at Yuan Gang. Can't we talk things out properly? Why do you keep pushing him around? Lin Sudong glared at Yuan Gang with irritation and pulled Lu Jin over to his side. You're still defending him. Damn it, you're driving me crazy. Yuan Gang was so angry he wanted to give Lin Sudong a severe beating, but after a glance at his leg, he dismissed the idea and stormed out of the room. What exactly is going on? After Yuan Gang left, Lin Sudong looked at Lu Jin and asked, Donga, I said something wrong. Lu Jin replied with his head lowered. What did you say that made Gongzi so angry? Lin Sudong frowned, unable to understand what Lu Jin could have said to enrage Yuan Gang to such a degree. I said I've had enough of this life of hiding and running. Lu Jin made no attempt to conceal it and told Lin Sudong exactly what he had said. And what else? Lin Sudong's frown deepened as he continued to question Lu Jin. I asked Ganga to persuade the boss to accept this matter and let it go. Lu Jin lowered his head, even further, his voice growing softer and softer. Bang! Lin Sudong raised his hand and threw a punch at Lu Jin's shoulder, scolding him. Is that something you're entitled to say? Stumbling back 2 steps from the blow, Lu Jin neither moved nor spoke. Yu Wenqi and Xiaolong. Among the 3 of you, you were the first one to be promoted. Over the years, how has the boss treated you? How have I and Gongzi treated you? Don't you have any idea in your own heart? Now that we've hit a rough patch, what were you thinking to say something like that? Lin Sudong was getting angry as well, pointing at Lu Jin and rebuking him. Lu Jin still kept his head down, not daring to look at Lin Sudong, nor did he say anything. Go out and eat first. When you can't sleep tonight, think it over carefully. Seeing Lu Jin like this, Lin Sudong really couldn't bring himself to continue scolding him, so he waved his hand and said, Got it. Lu Jin acknowledged, turned around, and walked out of the room. Without stopping at the dining table, he went straight into another room and lay down. Traitor! Xiaolong cursed with displeasure as he watched Lu Jin's retreating figure. Slap. Can't you shut your mouth while eating? Yuan Gang sent a slap right across his face, the pain making Xiaolong clutch his head and wince. Serves you right. Yu Fei took the opportunity to add insult to injury, grinning as he mocked Xiaolong. I can't beat Ganga, but I can certainly beat you. Xiaolong got fired up and pounced on Yu Fei, and the 2 immediately tumbled to the ground, rolling around. After dinner, Yuan Gang and Yu Fei were watching the stars in the courtyard when suddenly his phone vibrated. Boss! Yuan Gang took out his phone, saw it was Fifth Master calling, and immediately pressed the answer button. Have you eaten? Fifth Master asked with a smile, his voice sounding very relaxed with no sign whatsoever of being under pressure. Just finished. I'm watching the stars with Xiaofei. Yuan Gang also smiled, reaching out to ruffle Yu Fei's head as he spoke. How is Xiaofei's injury? Hearing Yuan Gang mention Yu Fei, Fifth Master asked about his condition. Almost fully recovered, Yuan Gang replied. Then let him tag along tonight as well. An extra man means an extra measure of certainty. Fifth Master fell silent for a moment before continuing. Are we making our move? Yuan Gang's eyes lit up at the words, and he hurriedly sought confirmation from Fifth Master. We've endured long enough. Time to stretch our legs. Is Ma Rongxiang relying on his connections? I'll go all out against him, and see if he dares to bet his life with me. If worst comes to worst, we'll leave Jingzhou City, but before I go, I'll strip a layer of skin off him. Fifth Master let out a cold snort, his tone turning low and deep as he spoke with fierce arrogance. We should have done this long ago. I'll take down that bastard with my own hands. Yuan Gang was thrilled as well. Hearing that they were going to move against Ma Rongxiang, he could hardly wait. Not so fast. Tonight take Xiaofei and the weapons, then go meet up with Wenqi and Lu Jin. You all, Lu Jin. He's right here with me. Fifth Master held back the impetuous Yuan Gang and began to lay out his plan. But before Fifth Master could finish, Yuan Gang interrupted him. Lu Jin is at your place. Fifth Master was stunned. Yeah, he arrived this afternoon. He said you sent him, and he even brought medicine for Dongzi. Yuan Gang was confused too, replying to Fifth Master. I didn't send him. On the other end of the line, Fifth Master's expression changed. A sudden sense of dread washed over him. Ever since Yuan Gang and the others had gone into hiding here with 3 injured men among them, they had needed a considerable amount of medicine. But Yuan Gang had a record and dared not go out to show his face, and old Huang was too old, so Lu Jin had been the one delivering medicine every few days. That was why Yuan Gang hadn't thought twice when he showed up today. We're in trouble. Yuan Gang's heart lurched. At this point, how could he not understand what was going on? Damn it, that bastard. Gongzi, get out of here now. Fifth Master was overcome with grief and indignation, cursing aloud in his fury. I understand. Yuan Gang acknowledged and hung up the phone, then immediately drew a pistol from his waist and headed into the house. Yu Fei was completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening, but seeing Yuan Gang's actions, he too drew his pistol from his waist. Bang! Yuan Gang kicked the door open, startling Lu Jin and Xiaolong, who instantly sprang to their feet. Gongzi, you scared me to death. Seeing that it was Yuan Gang, Xiaolong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn you, what have you done? Yuan Gang ignored Xiaolong, grabbed Lu Jin by the collar, and lifted him up. Brother Gang, what are you doing? Xiaolong was bewildered, not understanding what had happened. Xiaolong, go help Xiaofei and old Huang carry Dongzi to the car. We can't stay here. Yuan Gang didn't explain, but one sentence made Xiaolong understand everything. Damn it. You bastard, you really are a traitor. Xiaolong turned his head to look at Lu Jin, slapped him directly across the face, while cursing angrily. Enough talk. Hurry up and carry Dongzi to the car. With no time to waste, Yuan Gang urged Xiaolong. Got it. Xiaolong reluctantly agreed, turned around, and left with Yu Fei. Why, oi? Yuan Gang pressed the gun against Lu Jin's head and asked in a low voice. Brother Gang, we can't defeat Ma Rongxiang. Just give up. Lu Jin felt no guilt and continued to persuade Yuan Gang to submit to Ma Rongxiang. You ungrateful bastard. Yuan Gang raised his hand and struck Lu Jin's head with the gun, but then grabbed his hair and dragged him outside. Gongzi, what's going on? In the courtyard, Lin Sudong was carried on Yu Fei's back with Xiaolong and old Huang supporting him on either side. Let's leave first. Yuan Gang glanced at Lin Sudong, but didn't explain. But Lin Sudong, being a sharp-minded person, saw Lu Jin being dragged by the hair by Yuan Gang and immediately understood what had happened. He just couldn't believe it, or rather didn't want to believe it. At the gate, Yu Fei carried Lin Sudong to old Huang's, then set him down and prepared to get in. But just as he lifted one foot, 2 vans suddenly turned into the intersection, not far away, their blinding headlights forcing everyone to squint. Watch out! Xiaolong, who was standing by the passenger door about to get in, suddenly shouted, while pushing Yu Fei into the car. Bang! Yu Fei half fell into the van, followed by a gunshot as countless pellets struck the van. Damn it! Brother Gang, they're here. Xiaolong roared, pulled a 5-shot shotgun from under the passenger seat, and fired a shot behind them. A hail of pellets swept across the windshield, forcing the 2 speeding vans to a halt. Jianghu, get the hell over here and kneel before your Hao father. The door opened, and little yellow hair holding a 5-shot fired at Xiaolong. Meanwhile, the other door swung open, and a dozen men stepped out brandishing machetes as they charged forward. Lu Hao, I'll send you to hell today. Xiaolong ducked behind the car door to avoid the shot, and pulled the trigger at the charging crowd. Bang! The 2 men at the front instantly fell, writhing on the ground in agony. Fuck you, you little bastard. Is Lu Baoshan here? Tell him to get the hell out here. Yuan Gang shielded himself with Lu Jin's body, raised his gun, and fired wildly, forcing all the attackers back. He already had a record, so there was no difference between killing 2 or 10 men. Yuan Gang fired without hesitation. A fake black star was different from a 5-shot. At a distance, a 5-shot only embedded pellets in the flesh. But a single shot from a fake black star, especially to a vital spot, could truly be fatal. Lu Hao, also known as Little Yellow Hair, broke out in a cold sweat, seeing Yuan Gang shoot indiscriminately. He hid behind the car, not daring to show his face. But then 2 more vehicles turned into the intersection, their police lights flashing. Yuan Gang's face turned pale. He hadn't expected Ma Rongxiang to be so shameless as to have the police and Lu Baoshan's men act together. Old Huang, drive now. Yuan Gang shouted into the car. Old Huang quickly started the engine and floored it. But Yuan Gang and Xiao Long didn't get in, and Yu Fei jumped out of the van as well. What are you doing? Yuan Gang crouched by the wall, pressing the gun to Lu Jin's head, and hissed at Yu Fei, who was squatting behind a pile of firewood. If you're not leaving, I'm not leaving either, Yu Fei stubbornly replied, pulling out his fake black star. Yuan Gang, put down the gun and come out now. You can't escape. Meanwhile, police got out of the patrol car and began shouting through a megaphone. Damn it, you bastard, if I can't get out of here today, you won't live either. Yuan Gang cursed and struck Lu Jin on the back of the head. Brother Gang, I've done my part. If it weren't for the old ties, they would have come this afternoon. Take my advice, just give up. Lu Jin winced in pain, but continued to persuade Yuan Gang. Done your part. How dare you say that? Xiao Long was furious. He shoved the 5-shot into Lu Jin's mouth, ready to pull the trigger. Xiao Long, don't waste bullets. Yuan Gang quickly stopped him. Brother, they're coming. Yu Fei, who had been watching the other side, saw several police officers creeping forward with guns raised. Bang! Without waiting for Yuan Gang to react, Xiao Long extended the gun and fired. Everyone back the hell off. If anyone comes closer, I'll blow his head off. After firing, Xiao Long roared. Jianghu, don't resist needlessly. Put down the gun and come out. You'll get leniency. The advancing police were forced back, and then the megaphone sounded again. Enough bullshit. Just go up and kill them. Lu Hao was displeased and said to the police officer beside him, shut your mouth. The officer turned and glared. If it weren't for Ma Rongxiang, they would never have mingled with these thugs. Xiao Long, Xiao Fei, you two go first. Run to the cornfield west of here. I'll cover you. Seeing that the other side had temporarily stopped, Yuan Gang turned to Xiao Long and Yu Fei. Brother Gang, what are you saying? Do I Jianghu look like someone afraid of death? Xiao Long shot Yuan Gang a dissatisfied look, having no intention of leaving. Brother, you two go first. I'll stay in cover. Yu Fei didn't agree either, instead insisting that Yuan Gang and Xiao Long leave while he stayed behind. Enough talk. Is this the time to argue? Let as many escape as we can. Yuan Gang was anxious and hissed at them. But Yu Fei and Xiao Long ignored him, stubborn as mules, making Yuan Gang gnash his teeth in frustration. Brother Gang, let's swap guns. Take Xiao Fei and go first. After a moment, Xiao Long looked up at Yuan Gang, his expression serious. Nonsense. You are my brother as well. Yuan Gang cursed outright. He had thought Xiao Long was overthinking things. Brother Gang, I am being serious. My leg can't run fast anymore. Let me stay behind. Xiao Long shook his head and pointed to his leg while speaking to Yuan Gang. His leg had been shot by Lu Manjun before. Although it did not affect his walking, now running was still impossible. Then none of us are leaving. Brother Gang, if we all stay here, what about our big brother? Xiao Long grew anxious and continued to persuade Yuan Gang. Bang! Before the words had even finished echoing, another gunshot rang out. It was Yu Fei who had fired. He had seen the police closing in again, and having no time to warn Yuan Gang and Xiao Long, had pulled the trigger directly. This was Yu Fei's first time shooting. The powerful recoil had startled him, and he had no idea where the bullet had gone. Xiao Fei, what's going on? Yuan Gang and Xiao Long were both startled and immediately asked Yu Fei. The police came up again. Yu Fei rubbed his palm and replied briefly. Brother Gang, we can't delay any longer. You take Xiao Fei and go. I'll hold them off. Taking Yuan Gang off guard, Xiao Long snatched the replica pistol from his hand and pressed the 5-shot revolver into it. Xiao Long, you go. Yuan Gang's face twisted with anger, and he wanted to say more, but Xiao Long pressed the muzzle of the gun against his own head. Xiao Fei, let's go. Seeing Xiao Long's actions, Yuan Gang's eyes reddened instantly. Gritting his teeth, he said to Yu Fei, brother. Yu Fei had been watching the police movements all along and had not noticed what was happening between Yuan Gang and Xiao Long. Go. Yuan Gang barked sharply, looking at Xiao Long in front of him as tears slowly trickled down his face. Xiao Long took Lu Jin from Yuan Gang's hand, grinned broadly, and said nothing more. Yuan Gang carefully leaned against Yu Fei's side and gave him a nudge as the two slowly retreated backward. They are going to. Bang. Seeing Yuan Gang and Yu Fei attempting to flee, Lu Jin panicked and opened his mouth to shout. But before he could finish, Xiao Long, gripping the Black Star pistol, smashed it into Lu Jin's mouth. You damn traitor, you played your part to the very end. Xiao Long's gaze turned vicious. With one hand gripping Lu Jin's throat, he spoke in an icy cold tone. Lu Jin fell silent, his 2 front teeth knocked loose, blood streaming slowly from the corner of his mouth. But the commotion was still heard across the way. Lu Hao cursed violently and charged out with the 5-shot revolver in hand. Hearing the footsteps, Xiao Long quickly peeked around the corner. Spotting Lu Hao rushing up, he raised his gun and fired. Bang bang bang. Several shots rang out in succession. Lu Hao fell to the ground clutching his thigh, while Xiaolong's left arm was mangled and bloodied. Fuck you. Are you all dead? Hurry up and take him out. Lu Hao clutched his thigh as blood seeped constantly through his fingers. He roared angrily at the police and his men. Ha ha ha. If you have the guts, come at me. Today I'll make it worth my while if I kill even one of you. Hearing this, Xiaolong threw back his head and laughed loudly, then roared through gritted teeth. The henchmen and police who had just started moving at Lu Hao's command immediately froze again upon hearing Xiaolong's words. Meanwhile, while Xiaolong was locked in a standoff, Ma Rongqiang and Lu Baoshan arrived at the Wanhao Holiday Hotel. On the fifth-floor office, Master Wu sat with a furrowed brow, anxiously awaiting a phone call. Bang! The office door was suddenly kicked open, and Master Wu's driver was thrown inside. Old Five, the dog you raised is too fierce. I'm helping you discipline him. No objections, right? Following this, Ma Rongqiang and Lu Baoshan walked in with over a dozen henchmen trailing behind them. Lu Baoshan, you are looking for death. At Lu Baoshan's mockery, Master Wu's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice dropping low. Getting angry already. Old Five, your cultivation of self-restraint leaves much to be desired. Lu Baoshan sneered and gestured toward his henchmen behind him. Clang! A blood-soaked man unrecognizable was thrown at Master Wu's feet. Wenshi. Though the man on the ground had been beaten beyond recognition, Master Wu recognized him immediately. It was Li Wenshi. Oh, you can still recognize him. Seems I didn't hit hard enough. Lu Baoshan clicked his tongue and shook his head while speaking to Master Wu. Lu Jin. Master Wu gritted his teeth, hatred blazing in his eyes as two words squeezed from between them. Old Five, your judgment of people leaves something to be desired as well. Lu Baoshan smiled, his words confirming what Master Wu already feared. Qin Kuan, don't count on Yuan Gang either. They won't survive until tonight. Aside from this, do you have any remaining trump cards? Ma Rongqiang's lips curled slightly upward. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked toward Master Wu and looked down at him as he asked the question. Ma Rongqiang, are you determined to wipe us all out? Master Wu looked up, staring fiercely at Ma Rongqiang's face. I gave you a chance, but you refused to save face. Ma Rongqiang spread his palms and sneered at Master Wu. What must I do for you to spare my brothers, hey? Master Wu closed his eyes in despair, then opened them moments later and sighed as he asked the question. He had lost, utterly and completely. Simple. All the assets under your name plus both your legs. What do you think? Ma Rongqiang smiled and leaned down, looking into Master Wu's eyes as he spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Master Wu's fists clenched tightly. Ma Rongqiang was humiliating him, reducing him to a crippled man for life. This cruelty surpassed death itself. Yet after a moment, Master Wu released his grip. He had no choice. Whether considering the current situation or his brother's safety, he could only accept. I agree. Master Wu had broken. His back bent, and he appeared decades older in an instant. Ha ha ha. Qin Kuan. If you had known this would be the end, why start down this path? Ma Rongqiang threw back his head and laughed loudly, shaking his head at Master Wu. Once defeated, accepted. Sign the contract. Do not forget your promise to spare my brothers. Master Wu paid no mind to the words. He rose, walked over to where Li Wenshi lay, and crouched beside him, gently touching his face. You Qin Kuan are truly a man. Ma Rongqiang nodded. Someone beside him produced a pre-prepared contract and placed it on the table. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaolong leaned against the wall, blood continuously dripping from his arm. A growing pool had formed beneath him. His face had grown pale. The heavy blood loss, compounded by his old injuries, left Xiaolong severely weakened. As for Lu Hao, he had been carried away on a stretcher. Xiaolong's shot had not struck an artery, and Lu Hao had kept his life. Nearly 10 minutes had passed since Yuan Gang and Yu Fei left. Xiaolong figured they were far away by now. Got a cigarette? Xiaolong turned his head to look at Lu Jin, grinning as he asked. Lu Jin stared at the weakened Xiaolong, a complex expression crossing his face before he reached into his pocket and fished around. With a soft click, a flame bloomed in the darkness, casting a faint blush on Xiaolong's pale face. Do you regret it, eh? Xiaolong greedily took a drag on the cigarette, then asked Lu Jin. No regrets. Lu Jin hesitated for a moment before firmly uttering those 3 words. Brother, I regret it. Xiaolong exhaled a cloud of smoke, gazing at the pitch-black night sky as he spoke slowly. What do you regret? Lu Jin was somewhat taken aback. Regret not killing you back, then letting you become a menace now. Xiaolong flicked away the cigarette, but turning his head to stare coldly at Lu Jin. Lu Jin's eyes narrowed as a sense of foreboding surged within him. Brother, I don't think I can hold on much longer. Come with me on this final journey. Xiaolong grinned, sending a chill down Lu Jin's spine and making his heartbeat skip a beat. Though Xiaolong wasn't severely injured, he had lost so much blood that he felt dizzy and on the verge of passing out at any moment. Falling into the hands of Ma Rongqiang and Lu Baoshan, Xiaolong knew exactly what fate awaited him. So he decided to end it himself, sparing himself that suffering. Of course he had to take Lu Jin with him. He wouldn't let this traitor live. Xiaolong, listen to me. Put down the gun and come out with me. I'll put in a good word for you. They won't make things hard for you. Lu Jin panicked, swallowing nervously as he tried to persuade Xiao Long. Do you even believe that yourself? Xiao Long let out a sarcastic laugh, shaking his head with utter disappointment. I mean it. Xiao Long, trust me. I'll protect you. Lu Jin was on the verge of tears, filled with regret for clinging to that shred of loyalty and delaying until nightfall. If he had made his move in the afternoon, none of these complications would have arisen, and he wouldn't be in this perilous situation now. Lu Jin, you know what? If you had shown even a hint of remorse, I might have spared your life. After all, we were brothers once. But you've disappointed me. Xiao Long sighed, slowly raising his right hand and pressing the muzzle against Lu Jin's head. Jianghu. Feeling the cold metal against his forehead, Lu Jin screamed in panic. A gunshot rang out. Blood mingled with other matter splattered across Xiao Long's face. The nearby police and Lu Baoshan's men were startled, unsure of what had happened. You don't deserve to be my brother. My big brother is Qin Koan. My brothers are Yuan Gang Lin, Sudong Li Wenxi. And you, Fei. There's no place for you, Lu Jin. Xiao Long roared, tears streaming down his face as he slowly aimed the gun at his own head. Goodbye, brothers. A gunshot. Xiao Long closed his eyes, whispering softly, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. In the cornfield, Yuan Gang, who was running with Yu Fei, suddenly stopped and turned to look back. He vaguely heard 2 gunshots, not very clear, but they felt like bullets striking his heart, making it hard to breathe. Brother, what's wrong? Yu Fei also stopped, asking Yuan Gang, who stood frozen. Nothing. Yuan Gang shook his head, turned around, and urged Yu Fei to keep moving. They ran until their legs could no longer carry them, finally stopping to rest. Yuan Gang pulled out his phone and called Fifth Master, but no one answered. Then he called Old Huang, but again no response. Brother, there's a car. Just as Yuan Gang was about to dial again, Yu Fei pointed at a faint light in the distance. Follow me. Seeing this, Yuan Gang quickly pulled Yu Fei into a ditch by the roadside. Soon the headlights grew brighter, drawing closer to them. Yuan Gang peeked out and saw it wasn't a police car or an automobile, but a farm tricycle. Xiao Fei, let's go. He grabbed Yu Fei and ran onto the road, stopping the tricycle. The tricycle driver was startled. At 4 or 5 in the morning, 2 big men suddenly emerged from the roadside. He thought they were robbers. Hey buddy, my brother and I got lost while out at night. We've been walking all night and can't find our way. Could you give us a ride? Yuan Guang grinned, gesturing to Yu Fei as he spoke to the driver. Lost? You haven't run into a ghost wall, have you? Hearing Yuan Guang's explanation, the driver's mind jumped to ghosts and spirits, and he asked in a low voice. Who knows? We've been walking all night and still haven't found our way, just going in circles. Yuan Guang's eyes lit up, and he played along with the driver's words, making the man's skin crawl. I can take you, but I'm heading to the neighboring city for the market. Are you headed that way? The tricycle driver was going to the neighboring city's big market. Hearing Yuan Guang's story, he felt uneasy and thought it would be good to have company. A market sounds great. My brother and I would love to tag along. Yuan Guang quickly agreed. Given their current situation, leaving Jingzhou City was a good idea. All right, hop on. The driver nodded and opened the passenger door. Over an hour later, the tricycle stopped, and Yuan Guang and Yu Fei got off, dazed and groggy. The ride had churned their stomachs, and they couldn't help but vomit as soon as they got off. Thanks, buddy. Feeling a bit better, Yuan Guang walked over to the driver and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. The driver looked down and saw the pack was covered in foreign script. He had never even seen such a brand, let alone smoked one. Though tempted, he waved his hand to decline. Yuan Guang could see the driver's desire, so he shoved the cigarettes into the man's arms and left with Yu Fei. After walking a short distance, they spotted a breakfast shop, and Yuan Guang pulled Yu Fei inside. Boss, 3 pounds of fried dough sticks, 2 bowls of soy milk, and 2 bowls of tofu pudding. After sitting down, Yuan Guang called out to the owner frying the dough sticks, then pulled out his phone to call Fifth Master again. Who's this? This time the phone rang a few times before being answered, but the voice wasn't Fifth Master's. Is that Wenjia? Yuan Guang asked uncertainly. Yes. Is that Brother Gang? Hearing Yuan Guang's voice, the person on the other end was clearly excited, his voice trembling. It's me. Where's the boss? Wenjia was Fifth Master's driver, full name Su Wenjia. After confirming his identity, Yuan Guang asked. Brother Gang, the boss. He. Su Wenjia's voice suddenly choked up, his words trailing off midway, causing Yuan Guang's face to change instantly. What's wrong with Big Brother? Yuan Gang's sudden shout startled the breakfast shop owner so much that the 2 bowls of soy milk he was holding nearly fell into the frying pan. Yu Fei also jolted in surprise and looked at Yuan Gang in confusion, not understanding what had happened. Big Brother's legs are broken. Su Wenjia struggled to control his emotions and delivered the news that nearly shattered Yuan Gang. What happened? Yuan Gang's face turned pale and his hands trembled involuntarily. Last night Ma Rongxiang and Lu Baoshan came, and they brought Wenqi with them. They beat Wenqi until he was barely recognizable. Then, to protect you guys, Big Brother gave all his businesses to Ma Rongxiang and Lu Baoshan even broke both of his legs. Su Wenjia recounted what had happened last night. As Yuan Gang listened, tears streamed down his face, and his molars ground together with a crackling sound. Where are you now? Yuan Gang's chest heaved like a volcano about to erupt, ready to destroy everything in its path. We're at the hospital. Big brother just came out of surgery on his legs and hasn't woken up yet. When she is still unconscious too. Su Wenjie sniffled again as he replied to Yuan Gang. I'm coming back right now. At that, Yuan Gang immediately rose to his feet, intent on rushing back to Jingzhou City. Gang brother. Big brother said you can't come back. He wants you to leave Jingzhou City and go as far away as possible. Hearing Yuan Gang's words, Su Wenjie quickly shouted to stop him. Why? Yuan Gang was completely stunned, unable to understand why Fifth Master wouldn't let him return. Big brother said he's already sacrificed his legs and doesn't want any more brothers to risk their lives. Su Wenjie's voice was hoarse. These were the words Fifth Master had spoken to him before going into surgery. I have to go back. Yuan Gang broke down, tears flowing uncontrollably. The only thing on his mind now was revenge. Gang brother, this is what Big brother instructed. He said if you don't listen, he won't recognize you as his brother anymore. Fifth Master had anticipated Yuan Gang's reaction, so he left Su Wenjie with this heartbreaking message. I understand. Yuan Gang collapsed to the ground in despair, and Yu Fei, startled, quickly rushed over to support him. Gang brother, let's leave it here for now. I'll call you when Big brother wakes up. Knowing how heartbroken Yuan Gang must be right now, Su Wenjie hung up immediately after speaking. All right. Yuan Gang replied in a daze, and then his phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. He clutched Yu Fei beside him and burst into loud sobs. Seeing Yuan Gang like this, Yu Fei was at a loss, letting him hold on and vent. The breakfast shop owner, however, was annoyed. Having someone come to his shop and cry at the start of the day wasn't good for business. But hearing Yuan Gang's sorrowful cries, a pang of sympathy struck him, and he sighed without shooing them away. After a long while, Yuan Gang's emotions finally calmed, and Yu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, what happened? Yu Fei helped Yuan Gang sit on a stool and asked in confusion. Big brother's legs were broken by Liu Baoshan. And Ma Rongxiang took over the hotel, the club, and the nightclub. Yuan Gang's eyes burned with hatred as he clenched his fists tightly. What? Yu Fei's eyes widened. Only then did he realize why Yuan Gang was so devastated. Brother, then let's hurry back. Yu Fei immediately had the same idea as Yuan Gang, to rush back to Jingzhou City and seek revenge. Yuan Gang slowly shook his head and remained silent. Hey buddy, look on the bright side. You still gotta eat. You need to fill your stomach before you can do what you want. At that moment, the owner walked over, pointing at the now cold fried dough sticks and soy milk on the table. You're right. Xiao Fei, let's eat. Yuan Gang glanced up, nodded after a moment, and called Yu Fei to start eating. The meal was tasteless for both of them, and as they left, Yuan Gang still remembered to thank the owner. Brother, where are we going? On the street, Yuan Gang and Yu Fei both felt lost, unsure of where to go next. Let's find a place to stay first and wait for Big brother's call. Yuan Gang sighed. Since they couldn't return to Jingzhou City, they had no choice but to find somewhere to stay and wait for news. That evening, in a small inn, Yuan Gang and Yu Fei were lying on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling when the sudden vibration of a phone snapped them back to reality. Hello, is this Big brother? Yuan Gang picked up his phone, saw it was Fifth Master's number, and immediately pressed the answer button and held it to his ear. Gongzi. On the other end of the line, Fifth Master's weak voice sounded instantly, making Yuan Gang's eyes red. Big brother, how are you? Yuan Gang forced back his tears and asked with a trembling, tearful voice. I'm doing fine, don't worry about me. Fifth Master managed a faint smile, trying to reassure Yuan Gang. Big brother, please let me come back. I want to come back and see you. Yuan Gang couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears burst from his eyes. All he wanted now was to return to Jingzhou City and be by Fifth Master's side. Gongzi, listen to me. Don't come back. I don't want any more trouble. Even though I've lost my legs, I've come to see things more clearly. Walking this path, I'm already grateful to have kept my life. Fifth Master's voice was hoarse, his tone heavy, as if admonishing, and yet also as if reflecting. Big brother, are we just going to let this go? Yuan Gang stood there completely stunned. Gongzi, Xiao Long is gone, do you know? Fifth Master sighed, and continued speaking to Yuan Gang. What? Xiao Long is gone. Yuan Gang shot up from the bed, veins bulging on his forehead, his face filled with disbelief. Yu Fei also sat up, gripping the bedsheet tightly, his eyes fixed on Yuan Gang. Having received no news of Xiao Long all this time, Yuan Gang had assumed he'd been arrested. He took his own life, but before he died, he took Lu Jin down with him. There was a trace of hatred in Fifth Master's voice. In his heart, Lu Jin was even more despicable than Ma Rongxiang and Liu Baoshan. Yuan Gang opened his mouth, but no words came out. He seemed to have gone numb. After that, Fifth Master did most of the talking, and Yuan Gang listened in a daze until the call ended. Brother Xiao Long. Seeing Yuan Gang put down his phone, Yu Fei stepped forward and asked with a trembling voice. Xiao Long is gone. Yuan Gang looked up, his eyes bloodshot, still not fully processing the news. Yu Fei's heart sank. Tears rolled down his cheeks, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Aside from Fifth Master and Yuan Gang, Xiao Long was the person Yu Fei knew best. Perhaps because they were close in age, the two of them got along best, especially during the time they were recovering in the bungalow. Hearing that Xiao Long was gone, Yu Fei couldn't accept it, because just yesterday they were playing cards and joking around together. Xiao Fei, come with me for a bit. Yu Fei was still sobbing when Yuan Gang suddenly pulled him up and the two of them walked out of the small inn. At midnight the streets stood completely empty, the silence so profound it sent chills down the spine. Two figures suddenly appeared before a shroud shop, pounding vigorously against the wooden door. Who's there? Coming at night instead of day? This is a shroud shop, not a nightclub. The sleeping owner, awakened by the knocking, cursed under his breath as he flung the door open. What do you want? Facing the two men, one tall and one short, one fat and one lean, the owner asked impatiently. I'll take everything you have in this shop. Yuan Gang pushed past the owner, stepped inside, and surveyed the place before turning to say, You're taking everything. The owner, stung by Yuan Gang's shove, was momentarily angered, but the words left him utterly stunned. I said I'll take everything in the shop. Yuan Gang repeated himself, and only then did the owner confirm he hadn't misheard. Bro, are you serious? Or messing with me? The owner couldn't shake the feeling of unreality and leaned closer to Yuan Gang, asking once more. I'm serious. Also, could you deliver it for me? Yuan Gang nodded, then seemed to recall something, and turned to the owner. Of course. Absolutely. Just tell me where to deliver it. The owner patted his chest twice with pride. Since opening this shroud shop, this was the largest deal he'd ever made. Not far, just the intersection over there. Help me move it all over. Yuan Gang pulled the owner out the door and pointed toward a nearby intersection. The direction faced Jianghu City. That close? The owner was taken aback. He had expected a much farther journey, never imagining it was only a few hundred meters away. Is that a problem? Yuan Gang grew somewhat irritated. The owner was asking too many questions. No problem. I'll go get a cart. The owner quickly nodded and hurried to fetch his small tricycle. Soon the boss pedaled the tricycle, its cargo bed brimming with yellow paper money and paper ingots along with some other paper offerings. Yuan Gang and Yu Fei followed behind, lending a hand to push, heading toward the intersection. Bro, is this the spot? Upon arrival the boss turned and asked Yuan Gang. Unload it here. Yuan Gang nodded. Flame erupted, a single spark blossoming and dancing in the pitch-black night. Yuan Gang picked up several sheets of yellow paper, set them alight, and tossed them into the pile of paper ingots and offerings. In an instant flames roared skyward, illuminating the endless darkness and bringing a touch of warmth to the shivering figures in the cold wind. Yuan Gang and Yu Fei raised their heads, and beneath the firelight they gazed toward the direction of Jianghu City. Neither spoke, they simply stood in quiet contemplation. The next day Yuan Gang, his eyes bloodshot, pulled Yu Fei out of bed. They checked out and went for breakfast. Bro, are we going back? After breakfast Yu Fei asked Yuan Gang. No. Yuan Gang shook his head. He knew exactly where Yu Fei meant. Then where are we going? Yu Fei was confused since Yuan Gang had already checked out of the room. Jianghu City. Yuan Gang stuffed the last fried dough stick into his mouth and named the destination. Where's that? Yu Fei scratched his head. He had never heard of Jianghu City before. In the neighboring province. I haven't been there either. Yuan Gang smiled and reached out to ruffle Yu Fei's hair. Bro, stop messing with my hair. Xiaolong said not to. Yu Fei slapped Yuan Gang's hand away and complained, but before he could finish both fell silent. Let's go. Yuan Gang's side rose to his feet and led Yu Fei out of the breakfast shop. They didn't head to the bus station. Instead, they hired a private car at a premium price since Yuan Gang was carrying weapons and had matters to attend to. Jianghu City belonged to Shannan Province, an ordinary prefecture-level city within it. But Jianghu City was different. It was a Tier 1 city in Hanha Province with a booming economy, far beyond anything Jianghu could match. The reason they chose Jianghu City was that it was the path Fifth Master had pointed out for Yuan Gang. He had a friend there. Fifth Master knew Yuan Gang's nature well. He was not the type to settle into a peaceful, ordinary life, so he contacted his friend to arrange a place for him. Bro, aren't Donggu and Old Huang coming with us? On the way to Jianghu City, Yu Fei suddenly thought of Lin Sudong and Old Huang and asked Yuan Gang. Dongzi's injuries haven't healed yet. Big brother arranged a place for him, and Old Huang is there to take care of him. Yuan Gang shook his head. Fifth Master hadn't only arranged for him, he had also made arrangements for Lin Sudong. Oh, Yu Fei's mood sank. He had finally built connections with so many familiar faces, and now it seemed only he and Yuan Gang were left. Over 12 hours later Yuan Gang and Yu Fei finally arrived in Jianghu City. Stepping off the car, both were struck dumb by the vibrancy around them. Skyscrapers rose everywhere, neon lights flickered along the streets, and crowds surged amid a river of vehicles. A scene utterly incomparable to Jianghu City. Yuan Gang led Yu Fei around like two country bumpkins, visiting the city for the first time, taking in everything with curiosity. Damn, everything's so small scale. Gazing at the bustling night view of Jianghu City, Yuan Gang spat and muttered an insult. What do you mean small scale? Yu Fei was puzzled, not understanding what Yuan Gang meant. Your perspective is too narrow. Compared to this place, Jianghu is like a backwater village. Yuan Gang slowly shook his head. He had once thought Jianghu was flourishing enough, but it seemed his vision had always been too limited. Let's go find a place to stay first. It was already quite late, and after more than 12 hours on the road, neither had any desire to sightsee. They simply wanted a good night's sleep. After checking into the Hotel Yuan Gang and Yu Fei were once again amazed, this time comparing it to the Marriott Holiday Inn. Small scale. After a quick look around, Yu Fei nodded and said, "Indeed, small scale." Yuan Gang wholeheartedly agreed, pursing his lips as he chimed in. They slept straight through the night without incident. Only when the front desk came up asking whether they wanted to extend their stay did they wake, by which point it was already noon. After paying for 2 more days, Yuan Gang and Yu Fei washed up and prepared to head down for a meal. "Bro, the bed here is too soft." Stepping out of the hotel, Yu Fei remarked to Yuan Gang, "Tell me about it." "I almost couldn't get out of bed." Yuan Gang nodded in agreement. "By the way, bro, what are we doing next?" Yu Fei stretched lazily and asked Yuan Gang again. "We'll enjoy ourselves for a few days first and wait for 2 people at the same time." Yuan Gang pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag before responding. Yu Fei nodded. Knowing that Lin Sudong and Old Huang wouldn't be coming, he had no interest in figuring out who they were waiting for. Over the next several days, Yuan Gang and Yu Fei explored every corner of Jianghu City, once again opening their eyes. They couldn't help but sigh. This truly was paradise on earth. 3 days later, Yuan Gang and Yu Fei were fast asleep when suddenly the phone under the pillow vibrated. Roused by the sound, Yuan Gang groggily picked it up, pressed the answer button, and held it to his ear. "Who is it?" Yuan Gang asked, his eyes still shut and his voice slurred. "Gangu, we've arrived." The person on the other end chuckled and replied excitedly. "Arrived, eh?" Upon hearing the voice, Yuan Gang shot upright, instantly perking up. "Yeah, just got off the bus." "Brother Gang, Jianghu City is so prosperous. Compared to this, Jingzhou is like the countryside." The other party acknowledged, then marveled at Jianghu City's prosperity. Exactly the same reaction Yuan Gang and Yu Fei had when they first arrived. "Haha, right. When I first got here, I was just like you. A total country bumpkin hitting the big city." Yuan Gang laughed heartily, his voice loud enough to wake Yu Fei. "Enough, stop talking nonsense. I'm staying at Houting Hotel in the city center. Just take a cab over." Seeing Yu Fei awake, Yuan Gang didn't waste more words. He gave the address and hung up. "Brother, who was that?" Yu Fei struggled to sit up, rubbing his eyes as he asked Yuan Gang. "The person we were waiting for. You know him too?" Yuan Gang stretched his arms and said with a smile, "I know him too." Yu Fei perked up instantly but felt puzzled. If it wasn't Lin Sudong or Old Huang, who else could it be? "You'll know when they get here." Yuan Gang didn't tell Yu Fei who it was and went straight to the bathroom to wash up. A dozen minutes later, Yuan Gang was smoking a cigarette and watching TV with Yu Fei when a knock came at their door. "Coming." Yuan Gang smiled excitedly and got up to open the door. Yu Fei also turned his head curiously. "Creak. Brother Gang, long time no see." The door opened, revealing 2 people outside. It was Jiang Xian and Peng Yu. "Jiang Xian, Peng Yu," Yu Fei exclaimed in surprise. Although he hadn't interacted much with them, they were still acquaintances. "Brother Fei." Hearing Yu Fei's shout, Jiang Xian and Peng Yu greeted him in unison. "Come in and talk. Don't just stand at the door." Yuan Gang gave Jiang Xian and Peng Yu a pat, ushering them into the room. "Brother Gang, Brother Long He." In the room, after a brief exchange, Peng Yu suddenly brought up Xiao Long, and the smiles on their faces instantly froze. "How is big brother?" After a long silence, Yuan Gang sighed and asked Jiang Xian and Peng Yu about Fifth Master's condition. "He's recovering well, but the doctor said he'll never stand up again." Jiang Xian and Peng Yu's faces darkened again, and Yuan Gang clenched his fists upon hearing this. "Brother, I'm hungry." Noticing the gloomy atmosphere, Yu Fei frowned and said to Yuan Gang, "You two haven't eaten yet, right? Let's go eat first. A welcome dinner for you two." Yuan Gang glanced at Yu Fei, instantly catching his meaning, and put on a smile again. "Brother Gang, I didn't feel it until you mentioned it. Now I'm really hungry." Peng Yu smiled, too, patting his stomach. "Then let's go. We'll make Brother Gang treat us well." Jiang Xian wasn't stupid. He stood up and joked with Yuan Gang. "Ha ha ha. Do you think a few little brats like you can eat me broke? How much can a meal cost?" Yuan Gang laughed heartily, led the group out of the hotel, and ducked into a nicely decorated restaurant. "Come, order as much as you want. Nobody leaves until you're stuffed." In the private room, after they sat down, Yuan Gang tossed the menu to Jiang Xian and Peng Yu. "Then I won't hold back." Peng Yu rubbed his hands and smiled. "Don't hold back at all. Order whatever you like." Yuan Gang waved his hand grandly, looking very generous. "Stir-fry the whole menu." Peng Yu grinned even wider, tossed the menu to the waiter, and said without even looking. The waiter was stunned, Yuan Gang was stunned, and Yu Fei and Jiang Xian were also stunned. "What the hell does stir-fry a whole menu mean? Why are you all staring at me?" Peng Yu looked around and shrugged innocently. "Maybe you should go back? I don't think I can afford to keep you." Yuan Gang sighed, rubbing his temples as he spoke to Peng Yu. "I think so too. If you stay here, we brothers might not be able to afford meals." Jiang Xian nodded in agreement and said very seriously to Peng Yu, "Waiter, please call a taxi." Yu Fei's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Peng Yu was thoroughly crushed. "What are you doing?" "I was just joking. Are you really going to send me off?" Peng Yu looked dejected and took the menu back from the waiter. In the end, the 4 of them ordered 6 dishes plus 4 cases of beer, which gave Yu Fei a headache. After a few bottles, their faces flushed slightly. Just as they were chatting happily, a loud racket suddenly came from the next private room. At first they didn't mind since drinking and bragging with loud voices was normal. But the noise from next door grew louder and louder, making Yuan Gang and the others wonder if they were using loudspeakers. Annoyed beyond tolerance, Yuan Gang had Peng Yu call the waiter over and asked him to speak to the next room. The waiter nodded and went to remind them. But it was no use. Besides the loud noise, they occasionally pounded the walls, which infuriated Yuan Gang. However, considering they were new in town, Yuan Gang suppressed his anger and called the waiter over again. The waiter had no choice but to go next door once more, but this time something went wrong. No sooner had the waiter entered and said a few words than he was hit with a beer bottle. Blood trickled slowly down his forehead. And that wasn't the end of it. 7 or 8 people from next door dragged the waiter by his collar and came over to Yuan Gang's room. Bang! The door was kicked open. Yuan Gang and the others who were holding their glasses were all startled. Fuck your mother. Are you brats the ones who kept complaining? The leader was a stout, middle-aged man with a tattoo of a descending tiger on his right arm. Bare-chested, he swaggered in cursing. Who the hell do you think you are? Peng Yu, being closest to the door, spun around and smashed his glass into the man's face. The glass shattered instantly, cutting Peng Yu's hand and shredding the man's face. Ah! The tattooed man shrieked, clutching his face. Seeing this, the others rushed at Peng Yu. Damn it, you're asking for death. Yuan Gang grabbed a beer bottle and hurled it without even looking, then joined the fray. Yuan Gang and Peng Yu had both joined the fray, and Yu Fei and Jiang Xian couldn't just stand idly by. Each grabbed a beer bottle and charged forward. Bang! Yu Fei spotted a man in a floral shirt who was viciously striking Peng Yu on the back of the head. He swung the bottle directly at him. The bottle shattered, and the man immediately crouched down, clutching his head as blood seeped through his fingers. You son of a bitch. What, not acting tough anymore? Get up and keep shouting. Peng Yu was almost berserk, blood streaming from his nose, his clothes torn to shreds, as he smashed a stool repeatedly onto the tattooed man. Clang! Yuan Gang knocked down another man, sending him crashing into the private room door, which was torn off its hinges. Peng Yu, that's enough. The tattooed man was dazed, covered in blood, looking quite gruesome. Yuan Gang quickly stepped in to stop Peng Yu. You bastard. Peng Yu spat furiously, tossed aside the stool, and kicked the tattooed man once more. Xiao Fei, Jiang Xian. Let's go. The private room was a mess with 7 or 8 people lying on the ground bleeding. Yuan Gang called for everyone to leave. After all, he had unresolved matters that couldn't be exposed, and the police would likely arrive soon. Wait, you can't leave. Yuan Gang threw down money for the meal at the counter, ready to lead Yu Fei and the others out, but the owner suddenly called out to them. Something wrong. Yuan Gang glanced back. I've already called the police. They'll be here soon. You have to stay and pay compensation. The owner looked at the carnage in the private room, then at the smashed door, and said to Yuan Gang, compensation, my ass. I was having a peaceful meal when we got into trouble for no reason. We're not even asking you for compensation, and you dare speak up. Before Yuan Gang could react, Peng Yu became enraged, turned around, and cursed at the owner. Let's go. Yuan Gang remained expressionless, didn't even glance at the owner, and waved for Yu Fei and the others to follow. The owner hesitated, stepped forward, but then couldn't bring himself to speak, merely watching as Yuan Gang and his group departed. We can't stay at the hotel. Xiao Fei, go up and bring down all the stuff. We'll wait for you downstairs. Arriving at the hotel entrance, Yuan Gang glanced at the others, and then spoke to Yu Fei, whose clothes were still relatively neat. Having just been in a fight, and with the tattooed man's injuries being serious, the police would surely inquire about them. So they couldn't continue staying at such a large hotel. It was too conspicuous. Okay. Yu Fei nodded, took the keys, and went upstairs. There wasn't much to take, only 2 travel bags. One was Yuan Gang's, containing some cash along with that imitation Black Star pistol and a 5-shot shotgun. The other was Peng Yu's, its contents unknown to Yu Fei, but it was bulging, likely packed with clothes. Yu Fei slung the bag over his shoulder, checked out at the front desk, and then rejoined Yuan Gang and the others. Let's go to Yang'an. Yuan Gang took the bag from Yu Fei, and they hailed a taxi departing directly from the city center. Jiangbei City had 4 municipal districts and 5 suburban counties, with Yang'an being one of the districts. Though not as prosperous as the central Shizhong district, it was still significantly better than Jingzhou. The reason for heading to Yang'an was that Fifth Master's friend lived there. After more than 20 minutes, they finally arrived at Yang'an district. Looking out the window, the architecture here was somewhat better than Jingzhou, but far inferior to the central district. However, there were plenty of karaoke bars, dance halls, pool halls, internet cafes, and mahjong parlors, visible everywhere on the streets. Yuan Gang didn't rush to get out. Instead, he had the driver circle around a few central streets. Aren't there any large-scale entertainment venues here? After driving around a few streets, Jiang Xian noticed something. They hadn't seen any clubs or nightclubs along the way. No, Yang'an is too chaotic. It's like it hasn't been civilized. There used to be some discos and nightclubs, but a fight every 3 or 5 days made it impossible to do business, let alone keep up with renovations. The driver shook his head, recounting the situation in Yang'an district. The group exchanged glances, surprised that such a developed area could have such poor public security, even worse than Jingzhou City. With all this fighting, don't the police do anything? Yuan Gang couldn't understand and asked the driver. Do anything? In Yang'an, as long as you bribe the police enough, they'll turn a blind eye even to a murderer standing right in front of them. The driver scoffed his words, opening their eyes. All right, stop at that hotel ahead. Having gathered enough information, Yuan Gang pointed to a decently decorated hotel a few dozen meters away. The driver said no more and drove straight over. Come on, let's check in first. After getting out of the car, Yuan Gang led the group into the hotel and booked 2 adjacent rooms. Xiao Fei and I will share one room, you two take the other. Go up, wash up, change clothes, and then we'll go out for a drink. After checking in, Yuan Gang handed 1 key to Ping Yu. Xuanzi, wash up clean tonight. I'm going to pin you down. Peng Yu took the key and grinned lecherously at Jiang Xian. You, aren't you afraid that toothpick of yours will break? Jiang Xian glanced at Peng Yu's crotch and replied with utter disdain. Enough, you two can talk about pinning or poking once you're back in the room. Don't gross us out here. Yuan Gang waved his hand in disgust, pulled Yu Fei, and headed to their room. Before long, they had washed up and changed clothes, then went to a skewer shop across from the hotel. Boss grill about 100 skewers and bring 4 cases of beer. As soon as they sat down, Yuan Gang called out to the boss, making Yu Fei's head spin. Coming right up. The boss replied, and soon the 4 cases of beer were brought over along with 2 complimentary cold dishes. Come on, the food is here. Let's have a toast. Yuan Gang bit open a bottle, pointed at the cucumber salad and spicy potato shreds on the table, and chugged the beer. Yu Fei and the others exchanged helpless smiles, clinked their bottles, and followed suit. Gango, what's our plan now that we're here? After downing the bottle, Peng Yu stuffed some food into his mouth and asked Yuan Gang. I'll meet with the contact tomorrow, then decide. Yuan Gang thought for a moment, planning to first see Fifth Master's friend before considering the next steps. All right, once you set the direction, just say the word. There are plenty of brothers back home who want to keep following you. Peng Yu nodded, opened another bottle, and clinked with Yuan Gang. Yeah, Gango, we barely managed to talk them out of it, or they would have all come along. Jiang Xian nodded in agreement. How many are there? Yuan Gang sighed upon hearing this, and turned to ask the 2. At least a dozen, and there'd surely be more if we kept asking. Peng Yu pondered for a moment and replied, all right, once we've established our foothold here, have them all come over. Yuan Gang nodded. Whatever they intended to do here, manpower would be essential. Moreover, these were people who had followed him before. They would undoubtedly be far more reliable than outsiders. Then it's settled. I'll send word back later and tell them to get ready. Peng Yu flashed an excited grin and tapped his wine bottle against the tabletop once more. The meal proceeded smoothly without any further disturbances. Yuan Gang and the others drank heartily, and upon returning to the hotel, they collapsed into a deep slumber that lasted straight through to dawn. Xiao Fei, get up quick. Come with me later. Yu Fei was drooling in his sleep when he was abruptly hauled upright. Blinking open his eyes, he found Yuan Gang grinning at him with that familiar mocking expression. Bro, where are we going? After a long while, Yu Fei finally shook off the last traces of sleep and asked Yuan Gang in confusion. To meet someone. Big brother's friend. Also, I'll grab you a mobile phone. I completely forgot about that. Yuan Gang was pulling on his clothes and responded to Yu Fei's question. All right. Yu Fei nodded, quickly rose from bed, splashed water on his face, dressed himself, and followed Yuan Gang out the door. Within no time, a few hundred meters from the hotel, Yuan Gang and Yu Fei arrived at a breakfast shop. Brother Ji. As soon as they stepped inside, Yuan Gang glanced around and then made his way with a smile toward the corner. Gangzi, it's been too long. In the corner, 3 men were seated at a table. The eldest among them, a man appearing to be around 50 years of age, rose to his feet and pulled Yuan Gang into a warm embrace. Yuan Gang's brother Ji, whose full name was Ji Rong, operated both a dance hall and a card room, making him a somewhat prominent figure in the area. Brother Wu called me earlier. Gangzi, go ahead and make your moves in Yang'an with peace of mind. If you need any assistance, just say the word. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone took their seats, and Ji Rong turned to address Yuan Gang. Brother Ji, I'll skip the sentimental words. Let actions speak louder. Yuan Gang nodded, genuinely grateful to Ji Rong. Sigh, it fills me with shame. When Brother Wu ran into trouble this time, I couldn't even lend him a hand. Ji Rong let out a sudden sigh, shaking his head as he brought up Fifth Master. Brother Ji, my big brother understands you perfectly. Yuan Gang's expression darkened, and he managed a bitter smile. Enough of that. Gangzi, just focus on building yourself up here. When the day comes for you to return, I'll stand beside you to settle scores with Brother Wu. Ji Rong waved his hand dismissively, then slapped Yuan Gang's shoulder firmly. By the way, Gangzi, let me introduce you to these 2, Qi Pengfei and Wang Xiaohua. They're both my sworn younger brothers. Immediately after, Ji Rong gestured toward the pair beside him and introduced them to Yuan Gang. And this is my younger brother, Yu Fei. Yuan Gang exchanged greetings with the 2 and then introduced Yu Fei standing at his side. Gangzi, which direction are you planning to break into first? With introductions complete, Ji Rong turned his question to Yuan Gang about his plans. You know, I used to run nightclubs before, Brother Ji, but I've heard they won't fly here. Is that true? Hearing Ji Rong's inquiry, Yuan Gang suddenly recalled those words from the driver he'd spoken to the day before. Damn it. Just bringing this up makes my blood boil. Ji-rong suddenly slammed his palm against the table, startling Yuan Gang Yufei and several nearby customers. What happened? Yuan Gang, visibly puzzled, turned to ask Ji-rong. Back when I returned from Jingzhou, I hustled and scraped to open a nightclub, just like your Wanhao establishment. But barely a few days after opening, our success sparked envy, especially from some local troublemaker who had people coming to cause disruptions every single day. And he's the kind of scoundrel who can't win fair and square, so he resorts to harassment. If he can't beat you up, he trashes the place. My renovation crew couldn't keep pace with the destruction. Ji-rong grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, his fists pounding the table repeatedly and sending customers scattering from several nearby tables. Yuan Gang's expression froze. So that's what the driver had meant about renovations falling behind. It was Ji-rong's nightclub all along. Eventually unable to withstand the relentless harassment, that nightclub of mine went under. With what was left, I opened this dance hall and card room. Then Ji-rong sighed, his face etched with resignation as he continued. Does that person hold some personal grudge against you, Brother Ji? Yuan Gang found it hard to comprehend. Pure professional jealousy hardly warranted such extreme measures. This was approaching the intensity of a personal vendetta. No grudge whatsoever. That's precisely what infuriates me. Can you blame them for calling him a nuisance? He simply cannot stand to see others prosper. Ji-rong ground his teeth, his blood pressure spiking at the mere recollection of the incident. Someone like that actually exists. Yuan Gang was genuinely stunned. He had never encountered such a shameless rogue before. Gongzi, if you intend to establish yourself in Yang'an, you must stay vigilant against this individual. Ji-rong nodded gravely, then turned to warn Yuan Gang earnestly. What's his name? What does he do for a living? Curiosity getting the better of him, Yuan Gang pressed Ji-rong for details about this troublemaker. Li Erpi. He runs an arcade on West Street, and his underlings are all brats with neon-dyed hair. Ji-rong let out a disdainful snort, revealing Li Erpi's name, and giving Yuan Gang the full account of the situation. An arcade operator dares to mess with you, Brother Ji. And what exactly are these traffic light kids? Yuan Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. He struggled to understand how a mere small-time arcade owner could possibly challenge Ji-rong. His cousin serves as deputy director of the Yang'an Municipal Public Security Bureau. Were it not for that connection, I would have had him dealt with long ago. As for the so-called traffic lights, those are simply a crew of brats who dye their hair in garish red and green hues. However, do not underestimate these youngsters. When they get into a scuffle, they fight without restraint. They prove far more troublesome to manage than we veterans. Ji-rong sighed again, elaborating on Li Erpi's backing and the composition of his gang. Understood. I'll bear that in mind. Yuan Gang had never imagined that such a petty troublemaker would have a deputy bureau director as a cousin. No wonder he'd evaded consequences for so many years. Then let's call it a day for now. Ponder over it carefully, Gongzi. I'll host a welcome dinner for you tonight. Ji-rong nodded, rose to his feet, and patted Yuan Gang's shoulder before preparing to depart. All right, Brother Ji. Attend to your business. We'll reconvene this evening. Yuan Gang agreed, and together with Yufei escorted Ji-rong to the door. Boss, wrap up 3 caddies of youtiao, 2 steamer baskets of baozi, and 4 bowls of tofu pudding. Returning to the shop, Yuan Gang packed away the food, and with Yufei carrying the bags, they made their way back to the hotel. Xiaofei, go check whether Peng Yu and Jiang Xian have woken up. Bring them over. Back in the room, Yuan Gang arranged the breakfast spread and turned to say something to Yufei. Got it. Yufei responded and darted out, arriving at Peng Yu and Jiang Xian's door, where he began pounding loudly. Before long, Peng Yu and Jiang Xian, yawning, arrived at Yuan Gang and Yufei's room. Brother Gang, what's up? Why are you up so early? Peng Yu half opened his eyes, sporting a messy bedhead, and asked Yuan Gang. Breakfast, and we need to talk about something. Yuan Gang glanced sideways at Peng Yu, then pointed to the steamed buns and fried dough sticks on the table. Oh, food. At the mention of breakfast, Peng Yu's eyes snapped open, and he dashed over at a quick jog. Glutton. Jiang Xian followed close behind, casting a disgusted glance at Peng Yu. The 4 of them gathered around a small table eating steamed buns and fried dough sticks, while drinking tofu pudding, and Yuan Gang casually brought up his encounter with Ji-rong. Brother Gang, he's just a scoundrel. Push him too far, and I'll take him and his cousin out together. After hearing about Li Erpi and his background, Peng Yu sneered dismissively. We're newcomers here, we can't be too conspicuous. This isn't just about some scoundrel or deputy director. And this isn't Jingzhou. No one will cover for us. If we get involved in trouble, we'll have to run. Yuan Gang shook his head. He believed Peng Yu was telling the truth, and that he was capable of carrying it out, but this wasn't the way to handle things. Brother Gang is right. Times have changed, and we need to think ahead. Jiang Xian nodded in agreement. He was more measured than Peng Yu. But brother, what should we do? Yufei also nodded and turned to Yuan Gang. I have over 100. Too small for anything major. A karaoke bar, the venue equipment, and necessary payments. Over 100 is enough. Yuan Gang thought for a moment and decided to return to his old trade. But a scale as large as Wanhao nightclub was impossible. They would simply open a karaoke bar and establish themselves in Yang'an first. Moreover, a karaoke bar was different from a dance hall. It mainly served wealthy and influential people, which would make it easier to build connections. A karaoke bar is great. Hearing Yuan Gang's words, Peng Yu's eyes lit up. His lecherous expression gave away exactly what he was thinking. After all, singing couldn't be done without girls, and that meant opportunities were right at hand. Cut the nonsense. The girls at the venue won't go anywhere unless they want it. If you dare to force them, I'll break your third leg. Yuan Gang glared at him angrily and issued the threat. Come on bro, the shop hasn't even opened yet, and you're already thinking about girls. Jiang Xian facebombed. Nothing was even settled, and this jerk was already getting amorous. Ha! The group fell silent for a moment, then erupted into laughter. They had indeed been thinking too far ahead. Tonight you two come with me to a dinner. We can discuss the venue then. Once the location is settled, Peng Yu and Jiang Xian will contact everyone and bring them over from Jingzhou. After the laughter subsided, Yuan Gang brought up the evening dinner with Ji Rong and decided to bring Peng Yu and Jiang Xian along. Time passed quickly, and by evening Yuan Gang and the group of 4 arrived at the address Ji Rong had provided. Yang'an Restaurant. The 4 grand characters on its signboard were written in vigorous, sweeping calligraphy. Named after Yang'an itself, it was the largest and most luxurious restaurant in the entire district. Ji Rong, accompanied by Qi Pengfei and Wang Xiaohua, was waiting at the entrance. Brother Ji, sorry for being a bit late. Yuan Gang quickened his pace and approached Ji Rong with a slightly apologetic tone. Not late at all. We just arrived. Ji Rong waved his hand, not minding at all, and gestured for everyone to enter the restaurant. On the second floor, in a private room, after taking their seats, Yuan Gang introduced Peng Yu and Jiang Xian, and the 2 parties exchanged greetings. Brother Ji, after our discussion this morning, I thought it over and decided to open a karaoke bar. As the dishes were served in bottles, emptied, Yuan Gang, emboldened by drink, turned to Ji Rong and spoke. Karaoke bar, that's great. Once you get it running, I can drop by for some fun. Ji Rong immediately nodded and laughed heartily, flashing an expression every man would understand. That's all minor. But since we're new here and don't know Yang'an, well, do you happen to know of any available venues I could consider? Yuan Gang smiled and waved his hand, then brought up the matter of the venue. As for venues, I actually know of one place, and it's right on East Street. Hearing Yuan Gang's question, Ji Rong pondered for a moment before recalling a location. Yang'an's most prosperous area consisted of only a few streets, with East Street and West Street being the finest of them all, a fact Yuan Gang had already investigated thoroughly. The fact that the venue was located on East Street brought a wave of joy to Yuan Gang. It was like a pillow finding a sleeping head, perfectly suited to his needs. That place was formerly a restaurant, but the local boss had it shut down. It has 2 floors. Though not tall, the space is ample, perfect for a karaoke bar. Ji Rong continued, and Yuan Gang's eyes grew brighter with each word. This place was practically made for him. However, there is a complication with that place. As he spoke, Ji Rong suddenly paused, his brow furrowing. What complication? Yuan Gang asked in confusion. Li Erpi has been eyeing that place for a long time. Ji Rong clicked his tongue, reluctantly uttering a name he would rather not mention. Li Erpi. If he wanted it so badly, why didn't he secure it? Yuan Gang scratched his head, puzzled. Because that restaurant was the one the boss of Yang'an Restaurant hired Li Erpi to shut down. Later, Li Erpi set his sights on that restaurant's venue, but the owner refused to sell to him no matter what. Because of this, Li Erpi even made a harsh declaration: anyone who dares to take over that venue won't have it easy. Ji Rong spread his palms and offered a wry smile. He ruined someone else's hotel and now covets their land. When they refuse to sell, he threatens others not to buy it either. What a disgraceful son of a bitch. Hearing Ji Rong's account, Peng Yu couldn't hold back and cursed outright. Yuan Gang and the others also frowned. Aside from that place, are there any other venues? After a moment's thought, Yuan Gang asked Ji Rong. It wasn't that Yuan Gang was afraid of Li Erpi, but he didn't want to provoke such a meddlesome figure right at the start of their venture. After all, a toad on the back of your foot may not bite, but it's damned annoying. The other locations are subpar. They're almost out in the middle of nowhere. Ji Rong thought for a moment and ultimately shook his head at Yuan Gang. Apart from the venue on East Street, there was no other suitable place. Brother Gang, what are you worrying about? If that Li Erpi dares to cause trouble, I'll take him out. And that deputy director, if he dares to stick his nose, and I'll send him down there to get promoted. With alcohol fueling his words, Peng Yu once again blurted out his intention to eliminate Li Erpi and his cousin, leaving Ji Rong and the others exchanging bewildered glances. After all, Ji Rong in Jiangbei City had never reached the heights that Fifth Master had achieved. He was merely a somewhat prominent thug in Yang'an District. Moreover, without the backing of the municipal party secretary, he couldn't act as recklessly as Yuan Gang and the others once had. What are you talking about? Yuan Gang turned his head and glared at him irritably, thinking to himself that Peng Yu had no filter when he'd had a few drinks. Brother Ji, let me think about this. Turning back, Yuan Gang spoke to Ji Rong. No problem, Gongzi. This sort of thing can't be rushed. Think it over carefully. Ji Rong waved his hand, completely unconcerned. After that, the group stopped discussing the venue and kept pouring wine down their throats, drinking until well past midnight before dispersing. Xiaofei, do you think we can pull this off? Back at the hotel, Yuan Gang splashed water on his face and feeling somewhat sober asked Yufei about the karaoke bar. Yufei was slightly intoxicated but still understood what Yuan Gang meant. Yeah. Yuan Gang nodded. We can do it. Yufei responded without hesitation. He could see that Yuan Gang was tempted, he just needed someone to push him over the edge. Furthermore, Yufei was no longer the ignorant kid who had just gotten out of prison. He also wanted to return to Jingzhou City for revenge, but without a doubt the prerequisite was having the means to fight back. Since they had chosen Yang'an District, they had to establish a foothold as quickly as possible and grow stronger. Clearly the venue on East Street was the opportunity, the key to whether they could take over Yang'an. If we can't even handle a Chen Erpi, what chance do we have of returning to Jingzhou to deal with Ma Rongxiang and Lu Baoshan? Damn it, let's do it. If we can't even manage Chen Erpi, what face do we have for returning to Jingzhou? Yuan Gang smiled knowingly and stepped forward, raising his hand to ruffle Yufei's hair, but then he paused, thinking of something. Without another word that night, Yuan Gang contacted Ji Rong the next morning after waking up and said he wanted to see the venue on East Street. Gangzi, are you serious? Ji Rong thought he was still dreaming and quickly confirmed with Yuan Gang. Brother Ji, why would I lie to you about this? Hey, I'll talk about it now. You know what my eldest brother and our brothers used to be like back in the day. Do you really think I'm afraid of one Chen Erpi? Yuan Gang smiled, and Ji Rong was shaken by his words. After all, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. What kind of player was Chen Erpi anyway to be compared with Yuan Gang? Gangzi, I was the foolish one. Ji Rong sighed and apologized to Yuan Gang. Brother Ji, what are you talking about? When my eldest brother was down on his luck, you lent a hand. I, Yuan Gang, will remember this favor for life. Yuan Gang knew Ji Rong had misunderstood and quickly explained. All right, let's not say more. Let's meet at East Street. Ji Rong was no man of many words and hung up the phone right away. Xiaofei, go wake up Peng Yu and Zhang Xian. We're heading to East Street. Yuan Gang lit a cigarette and held it between his lips, calling out to Yufei, who was washing up. Soon Yuan Gang and his group met Ji Rong on East Street. Without wasting words, they went straight to the venue they had discussed earlier. It's right here. Walking a short distance, Ji Rong pointed to a building on the side of the street and said to Yuan Gang, so this is it. Yuan Gang's eyes lit up. On their first day arriving, and Yang and the driver had taken them on a tour, and they had seen this place. Back then, with the main doors locked tight, Yuan Gang had wondered why a perfectly good restaurant wouldn't open during what should have been a busy season. Gangzi, you know this place? Ji Rong asked in surprise. No, but we saw this place on our very first day in Yang'an. Yuan Gang waved his hand and said with a smile. That explains it. What do you think of this place? Ji Rong suddenly understood and asked about Yuan Gang's opinion on the venue. Pretty good. Yuan Gang was concise, for characters said it all. The two-story building, though not tall, was spacious enough, larger than the Wanhao nightclub they had once run. Moreover, the exterior decoration was still quite new and only required minor modifications, nothing major. Most importantly, the location was very prosperous, with heavy foot traffic and numerous surrounding businesses, so the karaoke business would certainly not suffer. As for the interior, it didn't matter. The restaurant's decoration couldn't be used and would need to be torn down and redone anyway. Since you've taken a fancy to it, Gangzi, let me call the owner over for you to discuss. Ji Rong nodded, took out his phone from his pocket, found a number, and dialed. Not long after, as Ji Rong and Yuan Gang's group were chatting, an Audi 100 suddenly pulled up in front of them. Seeing the extremely familiar car before him, Yuan Gang couldn't help but think of Fifth Master again. The car door opened and a slightly chubby middle-aged man, wearing casual clothes, got out from the driver's seat with a gold chain as thick as a little finger around his neck. This was the restaurant owner Chen Jianghu. His rugged appearance and attire gave off the vibe of a nouveau riche. Old Ji, who's looking at the venue. Chen Jianghu was quite familiar with Ji Rong. Clutching a small leather bag, he stepped forward 2 paces and asked in a somewhat hoarse voice. Old Chen, this one. This is my younger brother, came from out of province. Ji Rong smiled, put his arm around Yuan Gang's shoulders, and walked over to Chen Jianghu. Hello, boss Chen. Yuan Gang also smiled and extended his hand to greet Chen Jianghu. Let's skip all the formalities. Did old Ji tell you about the situation with this venue? Chen Jianghu waved his hand, seeming to dislike handshakes, and got straight to the point with Yuan Gang. Chen Erpi. Yuan Gang's lips curled up slightly. He hadn't expected Chen Jianghu to be so straightforward, not even planning to hide this matter. Yes, that son of a bitch. Chen Jianghu nodded, and from the tone of his voice, one could feel how much he hated Chen Erpi. Brother Ji told me about this, it doesn't matter. Yuan Gang smiled and shook his head, saying lightly, Old Ji, are you sure you explained it clearly to him? That shit stirrer is what kind of character? Seeing Yuan Gang's nonchalant attitude, Chen Jianghu thought Ji Rong might not have explained things clearly and quickly asked him. Old Chen, my younger brother, is no ordinary person. Back in their area, he was much more established than me. Ji Rong patted Chen Jianghu on the shoulder, revealing some information. Boss Chen, I have to say you're quite honest. Yuan Gang couldn't help but remark. In these times, someone so straightforward was rare to come by. I'm not being honest, I just don't want to harm people. Chen Jianghu waved his hand and said, Rest assured, boss Chen. Since I can swallow this meal, I'm not afraid of choking on it. Yuan Gang chuckled again, addressing Qin Jianghe. Alright then, let's go in and take a look. Seeing that Yuan Gang had spoken thus, Qin Jianghe had no reason to refuse. He pulled out the key, unlocked the door, and led the group into the restaurant. The interior decoration of the restaurant was exceedingly luxurious, in no way inferior to the Yang'an restaurant, and it was also quite new. Yuan Gang roughly estimated that the ground floor covered about 1,500 square meters. 2 floors totaling 3,000 square meters was indeed considerable. Yet at the same time, Yuan Gang felt a twinge of uncertainty, for such a large venue might not be affordable with his limited funds. Damn it. If it weren't for that bastard Chin, I would never have been willing to sell this place. After walking around, Qin Jianghe grew angrier the more he saw, and he burst into a string of curses. Come on, old Qin, why get worked up over a troublemaker like that? Ji Rong chuckled, offering a word of comfort. Brother, what do you think of this place? Qin Jianghe sighed helplessly, turned to Yuan Gang, and asked. It's indeed good, but the price? Yuan Gang nodded. The venue was fine, but he was unsure about the price. You know the situation? With old Ji here, I wouldn't try to fool you. I'm a straightforward man. 180 is my final offer. I'm already bleeding money at this price. Qin Jianghe didn't beat around the bush and directly stated the lowest price. Yuan Gang nodded after hearing it. Qin Jianghe was indeed honest. If not for the mess with Qin, this place would have cost at least 200 plus. But at the moment, Yuan Gang didn't have that much money on hand. He was short by nearly 30. And this was just for the venue, but it had already drained his savings. The subsequent renovations and relationship management would be another hefty expense. Gongzi, any issues? Seeing Yuan Gang's silent, Ji Rong took the opportunity, while Qin Jianghe was in the restroom, to come over and ask. Brother Ji, to be honest with you, I'm a bit short on cash. Yuan Gang nodded, revealing his predicament to Ji Rong. Is that all? How much short? Is 50 enough? Ji Rong's face lit up with understanding, and he continued. Brother Ji, I can't possibly. Gongzi. Never mind Brother Five's connection. By helping you, I'm helping myself. If you do well, how could I fare poorly? Yuan Gang caught Ji Rong's meaning. He was offering to lend him money, and the amount was 50 at the first mention. Yuan Gang was about to refuse, but Ji Rong cut him off with words that touched him deeply. Enough, stop being so hesitant. If it's enough, settle it with old Qin directly. If not, we'll figure something else out. Seeing Yuan Gang still wavering, Ji Rong raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. Brother Ji, I accept this favor. Rest assured I'll repay you within a month at most. Yuan Gang stopped hesitating, nodded to Ji Rong, and made up his mind. I'm in no rush. Use it first. Ji Rong smiled and nodded. Just then, Qin Jianghe returned. Brother, what do you think? Will you take this place? Qin Jianghe walked straight up to Yuan Gang and asked. I'll take it. Let's transfer the money and handle the paperwork today. Yuan Gang nodded. With the 50 borrowed from Ji Rong, he agreed immediately. Alright, you're a straightforward man, brother. Qin Jianghe glanced around the restaurant once more, then went with Yuan Gang to complete the procedures. By the time everything was settled, night had fallen. At Qin Jianghe's warm invitation, the group followed him to a restaurant. Of course, it wasn't the Yang'an restaurant. That was Qin Jianghe's arch-rival. They went to an old establishment. Though the shop was small, the food was unquestionably delicious. Gongzi, I'll call you Gongzi like old Ji does. You and I are both straightforward people. Now that we know each other, if you ever need anything in Yang'an, just say the word. As the food and drink arrived, Qin Jianghe raised his glass first. Then I won't call you Boss Qin anymore. That sounds too distant. Like Brother Ji, I'll call you Brother Qin from now on. Yuan Gang smiled. Qin Jianghe was an honest man, the kind he was more than happy to befriend. By the way, Gongzi, I forgot to ask. What are you planning to do with this venue? After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Jianghe took a bite of food and continued questioning Yuan Gang. Gongzi plans to open a karaoke bar. Otherwise, he wouldn't need such a large space. Before Yuan Gang could speak, Ji Rong chimed in. A karaoke bar. That's great. When your bar opens, I'll bring some friends to show support. Qin Jianghe's eyes lit up at the mention of a karaoke bar, and he broke into an excited grin, wearing an expression that every man would understand. Ha ha ha. Then I'll have to drink a few more rounds with you, Brother Qin, so you'll bring even more friends to support my business. Yuan Gang laughed heartily, raised his glass, and clinked it with Qin Jianghe's. Well-connected and wealthy men like Qin Jianghe naturally associated with people of quality. This was an unexpected bonus for Yuan Gang. The drinking session stretched into the night. Yuan Gang and his party dragged their weary bodies back to the hotel, collapsed onto the beds, and fell asleep. The next morning, Yuan Gang woke up early again. Without even washing his face, he grabbed his phone and started dialing. Not long after, Yufei was roused from sleep. Awake. Seeing Yufei staring at him blankly, Yuan Gang asked after hanging up. Brother, can I ask you something? Yufei nodded. Go ahead. Yuan Gang was taken aback, wondering what Yufei wanted to ask. How come you can wake up so early every time after drinking? That was Yufei's question. Every time he drank the next day, he felt as if his body had fallen apart, but Yuan Gang seemed completely unaffected. That just proves your brother has good kidneys. Yuan Gang patted his waist proudly, but inwardly sighed. Yufei could tell Yuan Gang was joking and rolled his eyes in exasperation. Alright, since you're awake, don't go back to sleep. Get dressed quickly. I'll take you to buy a phone. Yuan Gang walked over and pulled off Yufei's blanket. He had promised to buy him a phone earlier, but it had been delayed because of the venue matter. Oh, that's quite a tool you've got there. After pulling off the blanket, Yuan Gang caught a glimpse and curled his lips into a teasing grin. Following Yuan Gang's gaze, Yufei looked down and realized that his little brother had somehow risen to attention. Embarrassed, he quickly grabbed the blanket to cover himself. Last time you didn't get to pop the cherry, but this time I'm definitely going to find you a girl to break it. Yuan Gang grinned, continuing to tease the blushing Yufei. After buying a phone for Yufei, the two grabbed some breakfast and returned to the hotel. No sooner had Yuan Gang and Yufei stepped through the door than Peng Yu and Jiang Xian followed the scent and came looking for them. Well, what luck. Better to arrive early than to miss the moment. We just woke up and breakfast's ready. Peng Yu's eyes gleamed with hunger as he lunged for the porridge and buns on the table. You starving ghost reincarnated, or what? Yuan Gang shot Peng Yu an annoyed glare. Gang, maybe we should send him back. At this rate we'll never get a decent meal. Jiang Xian followed behind with a grin and said to Yuan Gang with mock seriousness, I second that. That boy eats more than a pig. Yufei quick as lightning snatched 2 buns from under Peng Yu's grasp and agreed wholeheartedly. Fei Xiaoxian can joke about me, but even you're trying to kick me out. Peng Yu looked at Yufei with a pitiful expression, though his hands never stopped shoving meat buns into his mouth. Alright, enough fooling around. You two call Jingzhou today. Ask which of the brothers want to come. Tell them to head straight over. Yuan Gang shook his head helplessly, then got down to business. Bring them here already. Peng Yu stopped mid-bite, and Jiang Xian looked equally surprised. I've been thinking it over. Tell them to come now. The venue matter probably won't stay hidden for long. Chun Erpi will find out soon, and we need to guard against him. Yuan Gang nodded, voicing his concern. With only the 4 of them here, and on someone else's turf, they'd be at a disadvantage if Chun Erpi made a move. No problem, I'll make the calls after we eat. Peng Yu agreed, and Jiang Xian nodded along. At the West Street New Era Arcade. Just as Yuan Gang had predicted, Chun Erpi got wind of it when he and Chun Jianghe were handling the venue paperwork yesterday. But since Yuan Gang was a new face, Chun Erpi couldn't figure out his background, so he didn't rush over to cause trouble right away. Though Chun Erpi was a scoundrel, he wasn't stupid. He knew which people he could afford to offend and which ones to steer clear of. After a night of digging around, Chun Erpi couldn't learn the specific details about Yuan Gang's group, but he did discover they had a close relationship with Ji Rong. Chun Erpi knew exactly how much weight Ji Rong carried in Yang'an, and that sealed his judgment about Yuan Gang and his crew. Bang bang bang. After breakfast, Yuan Gang and the others spent the whole morning on the phone contacting people back in Jingzhou. Suddenly, urgent pounding on the door made them all tense up. No one knew they were staying in this room. Even Ji Rong only knew the hotel they were at. Besides, their room wasn't due for renewal for several more days, so the front desk had no reason to come knocking. Bang. Before they could prepare, the door was kicked open and a group of youths with dyed red and green hair burst in. Which one of you is Yuan Gang? The leader, wearing a nose ring and holding a military bayonet, shouted. That's me. Yuan Gang frowned slightly, recalling what Ji Rong had told him. He instantly guessed these were Chun Erpi's men. Damn you. So you're the one fighting our page for the venue. The green-haired leader cursed and charged at Yuan Gang with his bayonet. Yuan Gang flew into a rage. He never expected Chun Erpi to be so reckless as to send men to attack directly. You little bastards, hair not even grown in, and you're acting tough. Peng Yu hurled a stool at them, and Jiang Xian followed suit, grabbing their small dining table and tossing it toward the door. Yufei wasn't idle either. He stood up on the bed, yanked down the hollow iron curtain rod, and jabbed at the green-haired thug rushing in. Chun Erpi's men weren't about to just watch. More kept pouring through the door. Red-haired, yellow-haired, purple-haired, a dizzying blur of colors. Even though they were only facing a bunch of 17 or 18-year-old kids, the thugs were all armed, so Peng Yu and Jiang Xian didn't dare charge in for a direct brawl. Only Yufei swung the hollow iron pipe, thrusting at the intruders as they surged forward. But 4 hands beat 2. Before long, the attackers seized the pipe, and no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't wrench it back. Seeing this, Yuan Gang snatched up the fallen small table from the floor and used it as a shield to shove Chun Erpi's men back out the door. Yuan Gang pushed with all his might, and the swarm of teenagers couldn't hold their ground. They were forced back to the doorway. But one red-haired thug, quick as a cat, raised his arm and stabbed his bayonet at Yuan Gang's shoulder. Yuan Gang caught it out of the corner of his eye and immediately let go, stepping back. But he was a split second too slow, and the bayonet caught him in the shoulder. Damn it. Yufei and Jiang Xian had their backs to Yuan Gang, so neither saw it happen. But Peng Yu off to the side spotted it and grabbed a handful of wooden chopsticks from the table as he charged forward. Struck Yuan Gang, let out a muffled grunt, kicked out to gain some distance from Chun Erpi's men. It was then that Yufei and Jiang Xian saw the wound on his shoulder, bright red blood streaming out. Gang! Jiang Xian shouted in panic while Yufei's eyes turned bloodshot in an instant. Crack! With an icy stare, Yufei yanked the travel bag from the headboard and pulled out the 5-shot shotgun from inside. Peng Yu, get out of the way. He racked the slide and yelled at Peng Yu, who was blocking his path. Peng Yu turned at the shout, saw Yufei aiming the shotgun, and dove to the side. Bang! Yu Fei didn't hesitate. The moment Peng Yu cleared the way, he pulled the trigger. In that cramped space at point-blank range, the 5-shot was devastating. A storm of buckshot tore through the air, dropping the men in front instantly, as screams echoed down the entire hotel corridor. But Yu Fei didn't stop. He jumped off the bed and walked toward the door, the shotgun level. The remaining youths, a mix of neon-colored hair, bolted at the sight, abandoning their fallen comrades. Bang! Out in the hallway, Yu Fei took aim at the fleeing group and fired again, dropping another one. Xiao Fei. Yuan Gang, seeing Yu Fei's state, knew he'd gone berserk. Clutching his shoulder, he hurried over and grabbed him. Bro, let me go. I'll kill them all. Yu Fei's eyes were crimson as he fixed his gaze on where the thugs had fled, a chilling sight to behold. Xiao Fei, stop it. My shoulder hurts. Yuan Gang held Yu Fei tight, and when he saw the young man wouldn't listen, quickly switched to playing on his sympathy. Sure enough, at the mention of Yuan Gang's shoulder, Yu Fei stopped struggling and turned his head, his gaze full of worry. Peng Yu, grab the stuff, we need to leave now. Pulling Yu Fei along, Yuan Gang turned to call out to Peng Yu. After firing a gun, the hotel was no longer a safe place to stay, especially since Chen Erpi had tracked them down here. Most importantly, the hotel must have already called the police. Yuan Gang needed to get out quickly as he was still a wanted man. Hurrying out of the hotel, Yuan Gang called Ji Rong. He couldn't go to a proper hospital for the wound on his shoulder, he could only look for a small clinic. Soon a minivan arrived at their temporary hiding spot. Ji Rong and Shi Pengfei stepped out. Gangzi, how bad is the injury? Seeing Yuan Gang covered in bloodstains, Ji Rong asked anxiously. It's nothing, just a jab from a bayonet, not deep. Yuan Gang shook his head with a smile. Get in the car first, I'll take you to the clinic. Ji Rong breathed a sigh of relief and ushered Yuan Gang and the others into the minivan. At the clinic, while Yuan Gang was getting his wound bandaged, Ji Rong was inquiring about the situation outside. Gangzi, did you guys use a gun? After Yuan Gang's wound was stitched up, Ji Rong asked with a grave expression. Xiao Fei saw me get stabbed, so he took down a few with the 5-shot shotgun. Yuan Gang nodded. This is trouble. Chen Erpi's cousin is leading a group of people hunting you down. Ji Rong glanced at Yu Fei, a hint of surprise in his eyes, then continued. So despicable, eh? Yuan Gang was taken aback. He hadn't expected Chen Erpi to be so shameless, calling in his deputy bureau chief cousin over a minor loss. I told you this guy is a stubborn leech, a troublemaker. Ji Rong shook his head helplessly, long accustomed to Chen Erpi's ways. This is getting tricky. I'm still carrying a record, I can't be exposed. Yuan Gang frowned. He had just bought the venue, and before it could even open, he was already done for. Just lay low for now, I'll think of something. Ji Rong didn't have a clear plan yet, so he could only find a place for Yuan Gang and his crew to lie low. Sorry for the trouble, brother Ji. Yuan Gang nodded. This was the only option for now. That evening, Ji Rong sent Yuan Gang and the others to a village in the suburbs. Gangzi, settle in here for a while. I'll pull some strings in the next couple of days. Leading Yuan Gang and the others into a one-story house, Ji Rong opened the door and turned to say, Brother Ji, I'm really putting you out. Yuan Gang felt genuinely embarrassed. Ever since they arrived in Yang'an, Ji Rong had been lending them money and helping them out. Gangzi, don't say another word. Ji Rong waved his hand, cutting off Yuan Gang. After Ji Rong left, Yu Fei approached Yuan Gang, head bowed, and said dejectedly, Brother, I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Yuan Gang smiled, fully understanding what Yu Fei meant. I shouldn't have fired the gun. Yu Fei shook his head and continued. Xiao Fei, you did nothing wrong. If you hadn't fired those 2 shots, those kids would have trapped us in the hotel. But I need to tell you something, never use a gun unless it's absolutely necessary. Because a gun doesn't just hurt others, it hurts you too. Yuan Gang raised his hand and patted Yu Fei's arm, cautioning him. Yu Fei wasn't wrong to fire those 2 shots. Without them, the 4 of them might not have been able to escape the hotel. But Yu Fei's recklessness frightened Yuan Gang. He was afraid of Yu Fei making a grave mistake and afraid of losing this brother. I understand, brother. Yu Fei nodded in agreement. Over the next few days, Yuan Gang and the others stayed in the suburbs waiting for word from Ji Rong. But before Ji Rong's news came, people from Jingzhou arrived in Yang'an. Gangzi, should we have them come to our place, or what? Peng Yu asked, holding his phone. A total of over 20 people had come from Jingzhou City and were waiting at the station for Peng Yu's call. They can't come here. It's too conspicuous. Tell them to find a place to stay first, and warn them not to stir up trouble. Yuan Gang thought for a moment and shook his head at Peng Yu. All right. Peng Yu responded and dialed the number. While he was on the phone, Yuan Gang's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up to see it was Ji Rong calling. Brother Ji. Yuan Gang pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Gangzi, I've found a lead. Ji Rong said excitedly, a smile in his voice. What kind of lead, eh? Yuan Gang was surprised. He hadn't expected Ji Rong to actually find a way out. He had already prepared for the worst. I got someone to make connections and reached out to the political commissar of the branch bureau. This matter should be negotiable. Ji Rong didn't beat around the bush and immediately told Yuan Gang the details. Is it reliable? Yuan Gang frowned slightly. Hearing that it was the branch bureau's political commissar, who was in the same system as Chen Erpi's cousin, he felt a bit uneasy. The friend who made the connection for me is quite dependable. It should be fine. Besides, being in the same system doesn't mean they always see eye to eye. Everyone lives their own life. Ji Rong understood Yuan Gang's concerns, but he was very confident about this. Alright, I'll trouble you to arrange it, Brother Ji. I'll get ready on my end. Yuan Gang nodded. Since Ji Rong was so sure it should be fine. Good. I'll contact them now and set up a time. Ji Rong agreed, and then hung up. Gangzi got a lead. Not far away, Peng Yu, who had just finished his call along with Yu Fei and Jiang Xian, who were playing cards, all turned to look at Yuan Gang. Brother Ji got in touch with the political commissar of the branch bureau. We'll arrange a meeting in the next couple of days. Yuan Gang nodded, not hiding anything from them. The branch bureau. Hearing that it was the branch bureau's political commissar, Yu Fei, Peng Yu, and Jiang Xian all frowned, clearly sharing the same concern as Yuan Gang. It should be fine. Yuan Gang shook his head, choosing to trust Ji Rong. That night, while Yuan Gang was in the outhouse, Peng Yu and Jiang Xian found Yu Fei looking at the stars in the yard. Fei, let's talk inside. Peng Yu glanced at the outhouse and whispered to Yu Fei. Yu Fei was puzzled, but followed them into the room. Fei, do you think the deal Gangzi mentioned is reliable? Peng Yu and Jiang Xian were still worried, but since Yuan Gang had already made up his mind, they didn't dare say anything more and could only seek Yu Fei's opinion. I think it's a bit sketchy too. That Ji Rong was bullied by Chen Erpi before. If he could have connected with this line, he would have done it long ago. Yu Fei nodded, also feeling uncertain. Although Yu Fei had been exposed to the adult world relatively late, he was exceptionally sharp-witted and grasped things quickly. Having stayed by Yuan Gang's side for so long, he had gained a thorough understanding of many matters. Right? Brother Gang must have been thinking about Brother Ji, so he didn't dwell on it. Peng Yu slapped his thigh in excitement, never expecting that Yu Fei's thoughts would align with theirs. Brother Fei, should we make some preparations? Jiang Xian looked at Yu Fei, speaking with a hint of implication. You mean the people from Jingzhou? Yu Fei asked without a second thought. Better safe than sorry. Jiang Xian nodded. Should we tell my brother about this? Yu Fei hesitated, though he acknowledged Jiang Xian's reasoning. He was reluctant to keep it from Yuan Gang. Brother Gang won't agree. Peng Yu shook his head. They knew Yuan Gang's temperament too well. He would never consent to such a thing. Arranging guards would be a blatant display of distrust toward Ji Rong. Even if that wasn't their intention, it would appear so on the surface. Let me think it over. Yu Fei furrowed his brow, sinking into deep contemplation. 2 days later, Ji Rong had set a time and came to the bungalow to pick up Yuan Gang and the others. Brother Ji, sorry to trouble you again. Yuan Gang looked at Ji Rong, who had been bustling around for him, and spoke apologetically. Not at all. By the way, Gangzi, how much have you prepared? Ji Rong waved his hand, then turned to ask Yuan Gang. 15, that should be enough, right? Yuan Gang thought for a moment before naming a figure. That's quite a lot. I was planning on 10, and you've added 5 more. Ji Rong nodded. 15,000 to bribe the branch's political commissar was indeed a substantial amount. Business isn't just a one-time deal, it's about steady long-term gains, isn't it? Yuan Gang shook his head with a smile, laying the groundwork for the future. You really think long-term? Ji Rong sighed in admiration. No wonder the man had climbed higher than him. His vision was on another level. Soon the group returned to East Street, not long before the appointed time. Loughton's Home Cooking, a small restaurant tucked away in the depths of an alley. Ji Rong led Yuan Gang and the others to a pre-booked private room. Peng Yu, grab me a drink. Yu Fei felt a wave of nausea at the sight of the liquor on the table, so he turned and called out to Peng Yu, who was closer to the door. Peng Yu responded and stood up to leave. Yuan Gang shook his head helplessly. Click. The door to the private room opened, but it wasn't Peng Yu who entered. It was a middle-aged man in sportswear. Oh, Commissar Chu, I was about to wait for you at the entrance, and here you are. Ji Rong stood up and greeted the newcomer with a smile. The man was none other than Chu Jian, the political commissar of the Yang'an branch. Commissar Chu, hello. Yuan Gang also rose, extending his hand in greeting. You're Yuan Gang. Chu Jian raised an eyebrow, sizing up Yuan Gang as he asked. That's me. Yuan Gang nodded, responding with a smile. Quite something. Firing a gun as soon as you hit Yang'an. Bold move. Chu Jian's face was expressionless, and his words instantly chilled the atmosphere. The others couldn't tell if he was joking or being serious. Click. The door opened again, and Peng Yu walked in with a bottle of juice. He froze for a moment at the sight of Chu Jian. Commissar Chu is just joking. What are you all standing around for? Sit down. Ji Rong snapped back to reality and smoothed things over. Everyone took their seats. Commissar Chu, you know about that incident. It was Chen Erpi who deliberately provoked. My brother here just wants to do business. He doesn't mean to offend anyone, and he hopes you can mediate on his behalf. Once the food and drinks were served, Ji Rong got straight to the point, raising his glass to clink with Chu Jian. Doing business? What kind of business? Chu Jian took a sip of his drink, then looked up at Yuan Gang. I'm planning to open a karaoke bar. Yuan Gang smiled, and quickly replied. The venue is the restaurant I bought from Chen Jianghu. That's why I've crossed Chen Erpi. Following Yuan Gang's lead, Ji Rong chimed in, explaining the source of the conflict. So that's how it is. Chu Jian nodded in sudden understanding. The feud between Chen Jianghu and Chen Erpi had spread far and wide in Yang'an. Especially Chen Erpi's harsh threats. Everyone in the district knew about them. Exactly. So this isn't my brother's fault at all. He's an outsider. How could he have known about any of this? Ji Rong slapped his thigh, defending Yuan Gang's innocence. It's true this isn't his fault. But once a gun is involved, things change. Innocence becomes guilt. Chu Jian nodded, then glanced at Yuan Gang. So Commissar Chu, we'd like to ask you to be lenient and give my brother a chance. He knows he was wrong. To make amends for the trouble, he's prepared a little compensation. Ji Rong forced a smile, giving Yuan Gang a signal. He raised his glass and clinked it with Chu Jian's. Commissar Chu, regardless of how you see it, Yuan Gang acted rashly and caused trouble for the Yang'an branch. As an apology, I'd like to donate 150,000 yuan to the Yang'an branch for its development fund. Yuan Gang took the hint and pulled out a shopping bag from under the table, neatly packed with 15 stacks of 100 yuan bills. Boss Yuan, quite generous. Chu Jian raised an eyebrow in surprise, then took a sip of his drink and smiled. It's nothing. Just causing trouble for the branch, especially for you, Commissar Chu, who had to go through the trouble. Ji Rong refilled Chu Jian's glass, playing the role of supporter. Heh. I've been out here eating without telling my family. Let me step out and make a quick call. Chu Jian chuckled, not responding directly. Then he slapped his forehead, grabbed his phone, and left the private room. Gongzi, it's in the bag. He's probably calling the bureau. Once the door clicked shut, Ji Rong whispered to Yuan Gang. I owe you one, brother Ji. Yuan Gang nodded, pleased that things were going smoothly. He raised his glass and clinked it with Ji Rong's. But Chu Jian had been gone for nearly 10 minutes, and still hadn't returned, which made the group uneasy. I'll go check. Ji Rong grew restless, and stood up to go find Chu Jian. Bang! Just as he spoke, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open from the outside, startling everyone. Ji Rong, you've got quite the connections. Landing a meeting with Commissar Chu. Outside the door, a gaunt, thuggish-looking man stepped in, followed by 20 or 30 thugs in red and green. Chen Erpi. Seeing the man, Ji Rong's heart skipped a beat. He ground out the name through clenched teeth. Yuan Gang and the others were also startled. Looking at the crowd outside the private room, and recalling that Chu Jian had not returned, they instantly understood what was going on. You're Yuan Gang, right? An outsider, and you dare to shoot my men in Yang'an. Chen Erpi ignored Ji Rong, turning his gaze to Yuan Gang with a vicious sneer. Since the bust-up is over, what do you want? Just lay down the rules. Yuan Gang casually grabbed a wine bottle, waiting for the people outside to charge in. That's still pretty tough, huh? But you didn't bring that broken gun today, did you? Then you'll have to kneel here. Get him. Chen Erpi smiled, then stopped wasting words, pointing at Yuan Gang, and shouted. As his voice fell, the underlings behind Chen Erpi, carrying machetes and steel pipes, began to rush into the private room. Jiang Xian blocked the door. Before Yuan Gang could react, Yu Fei directly overturned the table and shouted to Jiang Xian beside him. Jiang Xian saw this and didn't have time to respond, hurriedly helping Yu Fei push the table toward the door. Peng Fei, help. Ji Rong saw the actions of Yu Fei and the other, instantly understanding their intent, and shouted for Chi Peng Fei to come help. Although Yu Fei's reaction was fast enough, they still let 5 people in, who immediately swung steel pipes and machetes at Yu Fei and the others. Bang! The hollow steel pipe struck heavily on Yu Fei's back, causing him to inhale sharply in pain. And it wasn't over. Another green-haired guy holding a machete aimed for Yu Fei's shoulder. Fuck your mother. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Yuan Gang violently kicked out a foot, causing the machete to chop into the table. Crack! After kicking one person away, Yuan Gang held a wine bottle and turned to press it into another person's face. The immense force directly smashed the wine bottle, and that person immediately covered his face and screamed in pain. Peng Yu saw this, took the opportunity to snatch the machete from the other's hand and slashed wildly at the others. Peng Yu, call the police now. Enduring the pain on his back, Yu Fei shouted while holding the table. Peng Yu didn't have time to respond, threw the machete to Yuan Gang, pulled out his phone, and dialed. Yuan Gang didn't understand, but this was not the time to ask questions. After cutting down a few people in the room, he helped Yu Fei and the others block the door. But unfortunately, there were too many people outside. After blocking for a short while, the table was kicked and split in two. Seeing this, Yu Fei and the others had to let go, picked up the steel pipes and machetes on the ground, and retreated. Fuck your mother. Killed him for me. Kicking over the broken table, Chen Erpi looked at his underlings who had been cut down by Yuan Gang and Peng Yu and cursed angrily. Little bastard. Come on. Yuan Gang also roared, holding his machete and charging forward. Brother. Yu Fei's heart skipped a beat, grabbed a steel pipe, and followed, charging into the crowd and swinging wildly. With a thud, one of the opponents was knocked to the ground by Yu Fei. His yellow hair dyed red with blood. But immediately after, Yu Fei was struck by a machete on his back. Feeling a warm flow, Yu Fei knew he had been cut again. Bang! Soon after, his shoulder was slashed by a machete, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Just as he turned around, a steel pipe swung toward him, heading straight for his face. Unable to dodge, Yu Fei resignedly closed his eyes, but the expected heavy blow never came. He was hugged by someone. Drip! A drop of warm liquid fell onto Yu Fei's face. He quickly opened his eyes. What he saw was Yuan Gang with a slight frown, forcing a weak smile as a stream of crimson slowly flowed down his forehead. Brother! Yu Fei shouted, panicking. Gang, go! As his voice fell, another machete swung toward Yuan Gang. Jiang Xian, not far away, quickly lunged over and pushed him aside. Yu Fei was pulled down by Yuan Gang, and they fell to the ground together, but when he got up, he found Yuan Gang with eyes tightly shut, already unconscious. Fuck your mother. You're asking for death. Yu Fei gritted his teeth and growled, taking the machete from Yuan Gang's hand, then turned and charged into the crowd. Facing the steel pipes and machetes raining down on him, he didn't dodge at all, slashing wildly like a madman. Yu Fei's madness frightened Shin'erpi. He watched as one of his underlings was nearly slashed on the neck, but fortunately dodged at the critical moment. Even so, his chin was split open, as if he had grown two mouths, which was chilling to look at. Just as Shin'erpi was thinking of retreating, a group of people suddenly ran in from the restaurant entrance and charged straight at them. Damn it! Xiao Yuan, cut down these bastards for me. Peng Yu also saw this scene and excitedly shouted. Hearing this, Shin'erpi's heart skipped a beat. Even a fool knew these were Yuan Gang's people. Then Shin'erpi tried to escape in the chaos but failed and was cut down by Jiang Xian with 2 slashes. The situation instantly turned one-sided. Before long, none of Shin'erpi's men were left standing. Yu Fei was still going mad, swinging his machete continuously, not even letting those on the ground go. Fei good. Peng Yu saw this and hurriedly hugged him. If he kept slashing like this, someone would die. But Yu Fei acted as if he didn't hear, struggling constantly, nearly injuring Peng Yu. Fei good. Snap out of it. If you keep slashing, someone will die. Peng Yu tightly gripped Yu Fei's arm, feeling himself almost exhausted. Damn it. Peng Yu, are you crazy? Fei Gu is almost choked to death by you. Hearing Peng Yu's shouts, Jiang Xian also noticed the situation and gave him a kick in annoyance. Off. Peng Yu immediately let go, and Yu Fei finally recovered, bending over with hands on his knees, gasping for air. Go check on my brother. Yu Fei was somewhat exhausted, struggling even to straighten up. He turned his head and said to Peng Yu and Jiang Xian. The two agreed and ran to Yuan Gang to check his injuries. Gang Gu has passed out. There's a gash on his head. We need to get him to the hospital immediately. Peng Yu saw Yuan Gang's face covered in blood, quickly lifted his head to look, then shouted to Yu Fei. I'll take him. Before Yu Fei could speak, Ji Rong stepped forward with a grim face. Thanks, Brother Ji. Yu Fei nodded. They were unfamiliar with this place, so they could only rely on Ji Rong. Don't say thanks. If it weren't for me, this wouldn't have happened. Peng Fei, you stay with Xiao Fei. They're not familiar with this place. Ji Rong waved his hand, his face full of guilt and remorse. Yu Fei didn't say anything more, because now was not the time for idle talk. After Ji Rong left with Yuan Gang, Yu Fei and the others turned their gaze to Shin'erpi, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Fei Gu, what should we do with him? Peng Yu turned to Yu Fei and asked. Take him with us. Let's get out of here first. Yu Fei looked around. They had fought like this, yet the police hadn't come. It was probably because Shin'erpi had made arrangements in advance. But if they stayed any longer, things could go wrong. They'd better leave this place now. In the clinic, Yu Fei lay face down on the bed while the doctor stitched the wound on his back. How is my brother? Yu Fei lifted his head and asked Qi Pengfei, who had just finished a phone call. Nothing major. Qi Pengfei shook his head. Yuan Gang was not at the clinic. He had been taken to the hospital by Ji Rong because his head wound was quite serious. We can't stay at the hospital too long. Call Brother Ji again and ask if my brother can be discharged. Yu Fei nodded, fell silent for a moment, then continued speaking to Qi Pengfei. By now the Yang'an branch must already know they had taken Shin'erpi away. It would be extremely dangerous for Yuan Gang to remain at the hospital, especially since he already had matters hanging over him. If the branch took him in, they could easily sentence him to death. Qi Pengfei agreed and took out his phone to call Ji Rong once more. Brother Fei, what do we do next? Peng Yu bare-chested stepped forward and asked Yu Fei. We caught Shin'erpi. His cousin will definitely come after us. Scatter everyone first. Tell them to hide in the suburbs and avoid getting caught by the police. They had already made themselves very clear about the Yang'an branch's attitude. This path was a dead end. Yu Fei currently had no clear plan, so all he could do was lie low and wait for Yuan Gang to wake up. Understood. Peng Yu answered and walked out of the room, pulling his phone from his pocket. Xiao Fei, my boss, said to head back to that single-room house. They've already left the hospital. As soon as Peng Yu left, Qi Pengfei returned. Ji Rong had already taken Yuan Gang out of the hospital. All right, let's move quickly. Yu Fei agreed, struggled into his clothes, and signaled for Peng Yu and Jiang Xian to leave the clinic with him. Half an hour later, Yu Fei and the others returned to the single-room house where they had originally hidden. Ji Rong and Yuan Gang had already arrived ahead of them. Brother Ji, where's my brother? After stepping out of the car, Yu Fei anxiously asked Ji Rong. In the inner room. He hasn't woken up yet. Ji Rong's face was heavy with worry as he gestured toward the house with his hand. Hearing this, Yu Fei didn't bother responding and ran straight toward the room where Yuan Gang was. Slowly pushing the door open, Yu Fei immediately saw Yuan Gang lying in bed with his entire head wrapped in bandages. Brother. Yu Fei crept closer and called out softly. Xiao Fei. At the sound of his voice, Yuan Gang's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and he replied in a hoarse, weakened tone. Brother, you're awake. Yu Fei was overjoyed, and his eyes instantly welled up with tears. Call Dongzi and have him come over. Yuan Gang frowned. The anesthesia was wearing off, and the wound on his head had begun to throb again. After enduring the pain for a while, he managed to speak again. All right. Struggling against the guilt in his heart, Yu Fei found Yuan Gang's phone and dialed Lin Sudong. What is it? The call connected quickly. Lin Sudong must have been sleeping, his speech still slurred. Brother Dong, it's Xiao Fei. Yu Fei called out to Lin Sudong, and there was an immediate silence on the other end. Xiao Fei, what happened to Gongzi? After a moment, Lin Sudong's voice came through again. He was far more alert now. My brother. Upon hearing Lin Sudong's question, Yu Fei quickly recounted everything that had happened since they arrived in Yang'an. Brother Dong, my brother wants you to come to Yang'an. Finally, Yu Fei relayed Yuan Gang's words, asking Lin Sudong to come to Yang'an. Wait for me. Lin Sudong didn't say anything else, just those 3 words, and hung up. Brother Fei, how's Brother Gang? Not long after, Peng Yu and Jiang Xian also came over and quietly asked Yu Fei. He woke up for a bit earlier, but he's asleep again. Yu Fei glanced at Yuan Gang, then gently nudged the 2 of them out of the room before speaking. Damn it. I'm going to kill that son of a bitch. Upon hearing this, Peng Yu cursed and was about to go after Chen Erpi. Peng Yu. Yu Fei quickly shouted to stop him, and Jiang Xian also reached out to pull him back. Can you stop acting recklessly? Everything is already chaotic enough. Jiang Xian glared at him angrily and kicked his leg. Don't act on impulse. Keep Chen Erpi alive, he's still useful. We'll deal with it once Brother Dong arrives. Yu Fei wanted to kill Chen Erpi even more than Peng Yu, but he was no longer the impulsive person he used to be. Brother Dong is coming. Both Peng Yu and Jiang Xian were stunned. Of course they knew who Yu Fei meant by Brother Dong. Earlier my brother asked me to call Brother Dong and tell him to come to Yang'an. Yu Fei nodded. Hearing this, Peng Yu and Jiang Xian both breathed a sigh of relief. They finally had a backbone to rely on. With Yuan Gang down, none of the 3 could honestly say they weren't panicked, though none of them showed it. Yuan Gang had considered this very carefully, which was precisely why he had asked Yu Fei to call Lin Sudong and bring him to Yang'an. Has Gongzi woken up? As they were talking, Ji Rong walked in and asked Yu Fei. He woke up for a little while earlier, but he's asleep again. Yu Fei nodded and replied. I'm to blame for tonight. If it weren't for the people you arranged, we would have been done for. Ji Rong sighed deeply, his face filled with guilt. Brother Ji, this isn't your fault. Who could have predicted that Chu Jian would side with Chen Erpi and set this trap for us? Yu Fei shook his head. Ji Rong had only meant well. There was no blaming him for this. Let's not dwell on that. The important thing is everyone is safe. By the way, where did those people come from? Ji Rong waved his hand and then asked Yu Fei curiously. They came from Jingzhou. Haven't been here more than a few days. Yu Fei didn't conceal anything and explained their origin to Ji Rong. From Jingzhou. Ji Rong was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Yuan Gang to have brought so many people all the way from Jingzhou. Brother Ji, I apologize. We didn't inform you in advance about arranging these people. Don't overthink this. It's not that we don't trust you. It's just that we wanted a backup plan. Yu Fei nodded and apologized to Ji Rong, making it clear that the arrangement wasn't meant as a precaution against him. If you had told me in advance, I might have overthought it. But now, I just feel like I'm getting old. Ji Rong smiled, not troubled by the matter at all, but rather lost in thought. By the way, what are your plans going forward? My suggestion is to lay low for a while first. The streets are surely full of police right now. Wait until this storm passes, and then you can leave Yang'an. Before Yu Fei and the others could respond, Ji Rong continued. In Ji Rong's mind, Yuan Gang and the others simply couldn't stay in Yang'an anymore. They could only leave once the heat died down. After all, as the saying went, ordinary people did not dare to oppose officials. And right now it wasn't just one officer they were up against. It was the entire Yang'an branch. Let us lay low for now and wait for things to cool down. As for everything else, we will discuss it once our brother Dong arrives. Yu Fei nodded, not responding to Ji Rong's question about whether they would leave Yang'an, but instead revealing the news that Lin Sudong was coming. Brother Dong. Lin Sudong. Hearing the name, Ji Rong furrowed his brow, thought for a moment, and then asked uncertainly. Yes, I just called Brother Dong, and he is already on his way to Yang'an. Yu Fei confirmed, reassuring what Ji Rong had been wondering in his heart. Ji Rong also knew Lin Sudong, though not as closely as Yuan Gang. But he was very clear about what kind of person Lin Sudong was, the treasurer and strategist for 5th Master Qin Kun. Therefore, upon receiving Yu Fei's confirmation, Ji Rong was suddenly startled, thinking that the winds were about to shift in Yang'an. This was not to say that Lin Sudong was stronger than Yuan Gang, but in the current situation, the fact that Lin Sudong still wanted to come to Yang'an could only mean one thing. They were going to fight to the bitter end here. Although commoners do not fight against officials, the underworld would not necessarily be suppressed by the establishment, for some whites were not entirely pure. For 2 consecutive days, everyone stayed in the single-story house and did not go out once, yet they were fully aware of what was happening outside. Officers from the Yang'an branch had all gone out, led personally by Chen Erpi's cousin, searching everywhere for Yuan Gang and his group. They did not even spare Ji Rong sealing off his dance hall and card room. In an instant, the entire city of Yang'an was thrown into turmoil, with everyone whispering about what had happened and rumors flying everywhere. Brother, how are you feeling? After 2 days, Yuan Gang's condition had improved considerably, yet Yu Fei still could not stop asking repeatedly. Xiao Fei, you have asked me 3 times already. Even if my head were fine, your questions are making it ache. Yuan Gang smiled, helplessly, finding Yu Fei's concern almost unbearable. Just then Yuan Gang's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at it and saw it was Lin Sudong calling. Have you arrived? Picking up the phone, Yuan Gang asked directly. All right, I will have Xiao Fei go pick you up. Then Yuan Gang replied and hung up. Xiao Fei Dongzi has arrived at the village entrance. Go welcome him. Putting down the phone, Yuan Gang looked at Yu Fei and said, Good. Yu Fei agreed excitedly and ran outside. Wait, bring a gun. Yuan Gang hastily called out, grabbing the travel bag beside him and taking out the imitation Da Hei Xing pistol. It is just at the village entrance, there is no need, right? Yu Fei did not reach for it, thinking that the round trip would only take a few minutes, making it unnecessary to carry a gun. Bring it. If something unexpected happens, I do not want to lose a brother like you. Yuan Gang glared at him impatiently and shoved the Da Hei Xing directly into Yu Fei's hands. Understood. Yu Fei smiled, tucked the gun behind his waist, and then left through the front door. At the village entrance, a modest and backward little hamlet of Santana suddenly pulled in. The car stopped by the roadside and a man stood beside it with his hands on his hips, looking around. Brother Dong. Yu Fei approached the village entrance and waved from far away. That man was indeed Lin Sudong. How did you get so tanned, you kid? Lin Sudong smiled and surveyed Yu Fei from head to toe. Brother Dong, isn't that my brother's car over there? Yu Fei scratched his head awkwardly, then his attention was immediately drawn to the Santana, which was indeed Yuan Gang's car. Yeah, mine got scrapped, so I had to borrow yours. Lin Sudong nodded, and Yu Fei suddenly remembered having forgotten about that incident entirely. Xiao Fei. Just then the rear door of the Santana opened, and someone stepped out to greet Yu Fei. Wenqi. Yu Fei was surprised, never expecting not only Lin Sudong, but also Li Wenqi to come along. And who was the other one? Afraid your brother could not make it through, I brought old Huang along too. Lin Sudong smiled again, gesturing toward the front passenger seat. Yu Fei leaned forward and peered into the car through the glass. What are you staring at? I am not some delicate girl. Old Huang rolled down the window and retorted irritably. Huh, you got hurt again. Before Yu Fei could respond, Old Huang suddenly frowned and sniffed the air curiously. Old Huang, you should change your name to Da Huang. Yu Fei nodded and teased Old Huang. You kid. All right, get in the car first. Xiao Fei, show us the way. Just as Old Huang was about to fly into a rage, Lin Sudong interrupted him. Soon, guided by Yu Fei, the group arrived at the single-story house. Taking a tumble. Seeing Yuan Gang's wounds, Lin Sudong sighed. Tumbled. One after another, I fell so hard I can hardly recover. Yuan Gang nodded, no longer bantering with Lin Sudong as he used to. A few days ago I called Wenjia. Big brother is doing well, he has taken up reading lately. Lin Sudong's expression darkened. He was also still struggling to come to terms with things, so he quickly changed the subject. That is good. Yuan Gang was momentarily stunned, tears welling in his eyes as he nodded and replied. Let us not dwell on that. Tell me about the situation here. Who exactly did you offend? After a moment of silence, Lin Sudong spoke first, asking Yuan Gang about the current circumstances. The entire Yangon branch. Yuan Gang blurted out, then fell silent. The entire branch. Buddy, you are playing a dangerously high-stakes game. Lin Sudong rubbed his temples, utterly dismayed that Yuan Gang could cause such chaos. If it were not a big deal, why would I call you? Yuan Gang shot him an expressionless glance. I must have owed you in a past life. Lin Sudong gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing he had only ended up cleaning up messes once again. Anyway, I am the patient now, figure it out yourself. Yuan Gang ignored him completely, turned over, and closed his eyes to sleep. Damn it. Lin Sudong cursed helplessly, then stood up and walked out of the room. Late at night, after everyone else had fallen asleep, Lin Sudong returned to Yuan Gang's room to discuss how to break through the crisis. Do you have a plan? Yuan Gang lit a cigarette, holding it between his lips as he asked Lin Sudong. Money to pave the way, alcohol to build bridges. Lin Sudong also took a cigarette from the box, but did not light it, merely bringing it to his nose to smell. Which path? Yuan Gang nodded and continued asking. Since we have decided to put down roots here, let us strike deep. Lin Sudong rubbed his face and smiled at Yuan Gang. The soil in Yangon is too shallow. I will spend the next couple of days digging deeper. Is the fertilizer you brought sufficient? This place is not the same as Jingzhou. If the effort is weak, nothing will grow. Yuan Gang frowned, exhaling a puff of smoke that vanished instantly in the dark night. Early the next morning, Lin Sudong left Yang'an with Li Wenqi without disturbing anyone. Brother, where did Dong and Wenqi go? After waking up and finding Lin Sudong absent, Yu Fei asked Yuan Gang in confusion. They went out on business. Yuan Gang brushed it off with a vague excuse. Meanwhile, the Yang'an branch had conducted a 3-day manhunt, but failed to capture a single person, infuriating Chen Erpi's cousin. He immediately ordered an expansion of the search area, and even borrowed police from neighboring districts, determined to find Yuan Gang's group. Gongzi, we might need to move. The branch is about to find us here. 2 days later, Ji Rong received a call informing him that the police were closing in on their hideout. Damn it. Is Chen Erpi really his cousin's own son? Putting in this much effort? Yuan Gang cursed, suspecting the true nature of their relationship. Regardless of that, we need to figure out where to go. Ji Rong chuckled and waved his hand. This was no time for jokes. Ji, do you have any other places? Yuan Gang nodded and turned to Ji Rong. Apart from here, nowhere else is safe enough. I wouldn't dare take you there. Ji Rong shook his head, having no secure fallback. Let's gamble. We'll head back inward. The police won't expect us to go back. Yuan Gang frowned, pondered for a long while, then suddenly slapped his thigh. All major routes were blocked, making escape from Yang'an impossible. They could only play cat and mouse with the police here. Go back. Isn't that too risky? Ji Rong was worried. It would be right under the police's nose. As the saying goes, the safest place is the most dangerous one. If they search outward, we'll burrow inward and sleep right under their noses. Yuan Gang had made up his mind. At this point, the suburbs might not be safer than the city center. All right, I'm with you. After a moment's thought, Ji Rong made his decision and looked at Yuan Gang. Then we'll move tonight, head straight to the center, and find a small inn. Yuan Gang nodded and called everyone over to inform them. At nightfall, Qi Pengfei quietly left the house and soon returned driving a van. Yuan Gang, Yufei, Peng Yu, Jiang Xian, Old Huang, Ji Rong, and Qi Pengfei, 7 people plus Chen Erpi, crammed into the van, which slowly rolled out of the village. The group was tense, eyes fixed on the roadside for checkpoints, barely daring to breathe. Fortunately, the police had focused their search on the suburbs, with checkpoints concentrated on roads leading out of Yang'an, allowing them to slip back into the city center without incident. Ginkoen, Yuan Gang, Yufei, and Ji Rong checked into a standard room with Chen Erpi. Qi Pengfei stayed with Peng Yu and Jiang Xian at another in a few dozen meters away. As for Old Huang, Yuan Gang sent him away to avoid implicating him. In the following days, the police scoured the suburbs while Yuan Gang's group enjoyed themselves drinking and playing cards in the inn. Then 5 nights later, Qi Pengfei, craving cigarettes, slipped downstairs to buy some and was recognized by a small-time thug. A bounty had been placed on Yuan Gang's group. The thug reported to the branch, and soon Chen Erpi's cousin personally led a team to the scene. Fortunately, Yu Fei had a habit of stargazing, a pastime Yuan Gang often shared with him. That night, bored, Yu Fei sat by the window watching the twinkling stars when a sudden rush of footsteps caught his attention. Leaning out the window, he saw several figures moving stealthily along the street. Curiosity piqued, he took a closer look and was startled to see police uniforms. Without a second thought, Yu Fei woke Yuan Gang and Ji Rong. They scrambled to dress themselves. Brother, something's off. They're not coming for us. Yu Fei kept watching the window and suddenly called out in surprise, leaving Yuan Gang and Ji Rong bewildered. Yuan Gang moved beside Yu Fei and peered down. The police were indeed deploying away from their building. Damn, it's Peng Yu's place. Yuan Gang realized they were targeting the inn where Peng Yu and the others were staying. Ji, take Xiaofei and get out of here. I'll warn Peng Yu. Yuan Gang couldn't let the 3 be caught. He told Ji Rong, pocketed the imitation Black Star pistol, and headed for the door. Nonsense. You take your brother yourself. I'll make the noise. Ji Rong blocked. Yuan Gang grabbed the 5-shot shotgun from the bed and strode toward the door. Jeet. Yuan Gang panicked. He didn't want to owe anyone, especially Ji Rong, another favor. Seeing this, Yu Fei seized the moment, pulled the Black Star from Yuan Gang's pocket, and dashed out the door. Xiaofei. Yuan Gang yelled in desperation, reaching out, but grabbing only air. Yu Fei was already gone. Ji Rong, also frantic, failed to stop him in time. Downstairs, Yu Fei's body trembled, and he felt nauseous. Fighting the discomfort, he stepped onto the street and sprinted in the opposite direction from the police. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots tore through the silent night, sharp and piercing like a thunderclap, awakening the world. The police setting up the cordon were startled and turned around. A figure flashed past, fleeing with their back to them into the endless darkness. Catch that bastard. Chen Erpi's cousin Chen Lisan, deputy director of the Yang'an branch, roared with a livid face. 7 or 8 officers immediately raised their weapons and gave chase, while the others stormed the inn. Yu Fei ran desperately, darting through alleys, but the pursuing police never fell behind. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A bullet whistled past Yu Fei's ear, leaving a stinging scrape on his cheek. Mother! Bang, bang, bang. Yu Fei ducked around a corner, hid behind a wall, and fired blindly in rage. He didn't aim, didn't look, had no idea where the bullets went. But it worked. The pursuing officers halted, scattering for cover. Seizing the moment, Yu Fei bolted, refusing to engage further. He ran for an uncounted span of time, and only when he was certain no one was in pursuit did Yu Fei finally come to a halt. After recovering his breath somewhat, he took out his phone and dialed Yuan Gang. Hello, how are you doing, Xiaofei? The call connected almost immediately, and Yuan Gang's anxious voice came through the line. Brother, I'm fine. What about Peng Yu and the others? Did they get away? Yu Fei replied, and asked after Peng Yu and his companions. Peng Yu and the rest of them have all fled. Yuan Gang exhaled in relief, grateful that Yu Fei had not been apprehended, and quickly recounted what had happened on their end. After Yu Fei fired those 2 shots, Peng Yu and the others had heard the commotion and jumped out of the 2nd-floor window to escape before the police arrived. Yuan Gang and Ji Rong had also departed the inn with Chen Erpi, and they were currently hiding in a garbage dump. Brother, I'm coming too. Just as Yu Fei was about to say he would go rendezvous with Yuan Gang, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. With no time for further words, Yu Fei immediately hung up and drew the replica handgun from his waist. He took cover inside a shack, a ramshackle, dilapidated structure that had been long abandoned. The footsteps outside grew ever louder and clearer, and Yu Fei couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. A cold sweat broke out across his forehead. Step, step, step. As the approaching footfalls drew nearer, Yu Fei finally spotted who was coming, and it was the very officers who had been chasing him. Yu Fei cursed under his breath and quickly lowered his body, gripping the replica, Hei tightly in his hand. But as though cursed by ill fortune, the direction the officers were searching happened to be precisely where he was hiding. Seeing them drawing closer, Yu Fei could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet and took off running. Halt! A booming shout rang out behind him, followed immediately by several bursts of gunfire. Yu Fei was sprinting when suddenly a searing pain shot through his arm. He had been shot. Gritting his teeth, he made no attempt to check the wound and fled wildly on. But he did not run far before despair crashed over him. He had reached a dead end. Leaning against the corner wall, Yu Fei found himself facing a large metal drum used for collecting garbage. Cradling his injured arm, he curled into a tight ball and concealed himself behind the metal drum, fervently praying that the pursuing officers would not discover him. But heaven was unmoved by his wishes. Several police officers spotted the scattered drops of blood on the ground and followed the trail straight into the alley. However, they did not rashly advance, for Yu Fei was still armed. Instead, they called for backup. Observing that they had not stormed in directly, Yu Fei pulled out his phone once more and dialed Yuan Gang. Xiaofei. What happened just now? Yuan Gang's voice was filled with urgency. Moments earlier, Yu Fei had abruptly hung up and his subsequent calls had gone unanswered. Brother. I can't escape. Hearing his brother's concerned voice, Yu Fei's eyes stung with tears and his words trembled as he spoke. Where are you? Upon hearing Yu Fei's words, Yuan Gang froze in disbelief, then urgently demanded to know. I'm not sure, but brother, don't worry. I will not let them take me alive. Tears streamed down his cheeks as Yu Fei shook his head and choked out his words. Xiaofei, don't do anything foolish. Let them arrest you if they must. Brother will get you out. Yuan Gang was frantic. He could plainly hear the implication in his brother's words and urgently pleaded with him to stop. Brother, Xiaofei. Brother begs you, don't do anything reckless. I will absolutely get you out. Yu Fei frowned in anguish, opening his mouth to say more, but Yuan Gang interrupted him. Yuan Gang was crying too, and hearing that only made Yu Fei's chest tighten as tears flowed relentlessly down his face. At that moment, the sound of screeching brakes suddenly echoed from outside the alley. Police reinforcements had arrived. Person inside, stop all futile resistance. Surrender immediately and come out with your hands up. This may earn you leniency. The loudspeaker blared to life as the police began their attempt to persuade Yu Fei to surrender. Xiaofei, drop the gun and go with them. It won't be long before brother gets you out. Trust me, don't make me lose another younger brother, alright? Yuan Gang had also heard the loudspeaker's warning and urged Yu Fei once more, imploring him not to do anything foolish. Yu Fei raised his head and gazed at the twinkling stars in the night sky, and the image of Xiao Long flickered through his mind. Brother, I'll listen to you. After a brief pause, Yu Fei exhaled deeply and made his decision. He would follow Yuan Gang's advice. Xiaofei, rest assured, brother won't let you stay in there long. Now drop the gun, raise your hands, and walk out. Do not resist. Yuan Gang finally breathed a sigh of relief, his voice hoarse, as he guided Yu Fei on what to do. I understand, brother. Yu Fei acknowledged, hung up the phone, and tossed the replica Hei onto the ground. He took a deep breath, supported himself on his injured arm, and rose to his feet, slowly stepping outward. He's coming out. Someone shouted, and immediately all the officers raised their weapons, standing at full alert. Beams of flashlight fell upon Yu Fei, revealing his figure and confirming he was unarmed. Before Yu Fei could even reach the end of the alley, two officers surged forward and slammed him to the ground. His arm was wrenched forcefully behind his back, and Yu Fei's brow furrowed in pain, though he remained silent. Your name, Oi? At this moment, Chen Lisin walked up behind clasped hands and looked down from above, asking coldly. Yu Fei. Yu Fei glanced up and stated his name. Take him away. Chen Lisin said nothing more, tossing out those two words before turning and walking away. Interrogation room, Yang and Branch. Yu Fei's arm had already been bandaged. It was a superficial graze, and the bullet had not struck him directly. Your name? Yu Fei. Gender? Male. Age? I don't know. The interrogating officer raised his head, irritation flaring across his face, assuming Yu Fei was joking with him. Slam. You'd better cooperate here, or you'll suffer the consequences. The officer slammed his palm onto the desk and spoke harshly to Yu Fei. I truly don't know. Yu Fei paid no mind to the threat and calmly shook his head. Damn it. You won't behave unless you've learned your lesson the hard way. The officer cursed angrily, rose from his seat, and dragged Yu Fei out of the interrogation room. In the dormitory, Yu Fei was cuffed to a water pipe, his upper body stripped bare. Zizaki. The same officer who had interrogated Yu Fei earlier stood before him, holding an electric baton and flipping the switch to test it. You little brat. Refuse to speak properly, do you? The officer cast a mocking glance at Yu Fei, then pressed the baton against his body and flipped the switch. Ah. Yu Fei's entire body went rigid as the electric current coursed through him, and he let out a cry of excruciating pain. The officer paid it no mind. He was accustomed to such resistance. Repositioning himself, he raised the electric baton and pressed the switch once more. For nearly half an hour, Yu Fei's upper body was covered in searing burn marks, his frame trembling uncontrollably. Feeling comfortable now, you little brat? The officer smirked, gripping Yu Fei's chin as he asked. Comfortable. Yu Fei grinned back, his teeth stained with blood from his bitten lip. Still running your mouth. The officer snorted coldly, driving the electric baton into Yu Fei's body, once more eager to continue tormenting him. Creak. Just then the dormitory door suddenly burst open and Chun Lisan stepped inside. Director Chun. The officer showed no surprise, greeting Chun Lisan with a smile. Not cooperating. Chun Lisan waved his hand dismissively and glanced at the battered Yu Fei. Pretty stubborn. The officer nodded in agreement. You can go first. Stepping forward, Chun Lisan said with his back turned to the officer. Yes. The officer complied, grabbing the electric baton as he exited the room and closed the door behind him. Where is Yuan Gang? Without preamble, Chun Lisan asked directly. I don't know. Yu Fei shook his head. I'll give you one more chance to answer. Think carefully before you speak. Chun Lisan's gaze turned vicious as he reached out and gripped Yu Fei's arm. I don't. Oh. Yu Fei shook his head again, but before he could finish the two words, excruciating pain erupted from his arm. Chun Lisan's thumb pressed directly into the wound on Yu Fei's arm, and the sutures burst open instantly. Blood seeped out anew, staining the gauze and soaking onto Chun Lisan's thumb. I'm asking you again, where is Yuan Gang? Chun Lisan didn't release his grip, his eyes locked onto Yu Fei as he pressed the question. Fuck you. Yu Fei's eyes turned crimson as he suddenly thrust himself upward, ramming his head into Chun Lisan's nose. Caught off guard, Chun Lisan stumbled backward, blood gushing from his nose. You little bastard, you're asking for death. Clutching his nose, Chun Lisan's eyes watered from the sting. In a fit of rage, he grabbed a police baton from nearby. Bang, bang, bang. The baton fell relentlessly across his body. Yu Fei screamed in agony as his consciousness began to fade. Bang! Another blow rained down, crimson blood trickling slowly from his forehead as Yu Fei's eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious. Fuck you. Seeing Yu Fei sprawled on the ground, Chun Lisan delivered one final kick before tossing aside the baton and striding out. When Yu Fei opened his eyes again, everything was white. He was in a hospital. Aside from his arm wound having been restitched, his head was wrapped in bandages and his ribs ached with a dull throb. Creak. Before Yu Fei could take in his surroundings, the door suddenly swung open. Chun Lisan walked in, his chilling gaze sending shivers down his spine. Now will you talk properly, you little brat? Chun Lisan approached the bedside, looking down at Yu Fei. Talk my ass. Yu Fei grinned, his voice raspy and frail as he spat those three words, darkening Chun Lisan's expression instantly. Do you think I can't touch you just because we're in a hospital? Chun Lisan bent down, pressing his palm against Yu Fei's ribs, drawing a stifled groan of pain. Old Chun. But just as Chun Lisan's palm prepared to press down again, a voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Director Zhang. Chun Lisan turned around, sharply calling out in surprise. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Wenfu, the director of Yong'an branch. Step outside for a moment. Zhang Wenfu nodded, glancing at Yu Fei before addressing Chun Lisan. All right. Chun Lisan agreed and followed Zhang Wenfu out of the ward. After approximately half an hour, the two returned to the ward, though Chun Lisan's expression was visibly grim. So you're Yu Fei, right? Zhang Wenfu approached the bedside, smiling at Yu Fei. Yu Fei nodded, but said nothing. Old Chun and I may have had a misunderstanding. I hope you won't take it to heart, all right? Zhang Wenfu smiled again, then gestured toward Chun Lisan, standing behind him. Yu Fei was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why Zhang Wenfu would say such things. Tap, tap, tap. Just then hurried footsteps echoed outside the ward, and several figures burst through the doorway. Xiao Fei. Upon hearing the call, Yu Fei turned his head and instantly froze. It was Yuan Gang, flanked by Peng Yu and Jiang Xian. Brother. Yu Fei called out in disbelief, puzzled by their sudden appearance. Brother, run fast. But then realization struck. He was surrounded by police, so he urgently warned Yuan Gang. Yet Yuan Gang didn't move. With red-rimmed eyes, he approached the hospital bed and pulled Yu Fei into a tight embrace. Xiao Fei, you've suffered enough. Yuan Gang's voice cracked with emotion, tears streaming down his face and landing on Yu Fei's cheek. Hello, I'm Zhang Wenfu, director of the Yong'an branch. As Yu Fei grew increasingly anxious, Zhang Wenfu suddenly spoke from the side, extending his hand toward Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang rose calmly, shaking Zhang Wenfu's hand and stating his name. Director Zhang, I'd like to know how my brother's injuries were inflicted. Before Zhang Wenfu could respond, Yuan Gang continued, his gaze shifting to Chun Lisan, whose face was dark with anger. Boss Yuan, let's not pursue this further. The misunderstanding has been resolved. There's no need to dig deeper, is there? After all, you'll be doing business in Yong'an, and we'll all be crossing paths. We're all friends here. Zhang Wenfu smiled, patting Yuan Gang's hand with his other hand. Director Zhang makes a valid point. I was too narrow-minded. Hearing Zhang Wenfu's words, a flicker of conflict crossed Yuan Gang's face, but he ultimately chose to yield. Then let's leave it at that. The bureau has a meeting. We'll take our leave. Satisfied, Zhang Wenfu nodded and led Chun Lisan out. Brother, what's going on? With Zhang Wenfu And Chen Lising on Yufei, still bewildered, asked Yuan Gang. Xiaofei, I'm sorry. Yuan Gang turned around, surveying Yufei's bruised and battered form, a heavy sigh escaping him as guilt filled his heart. What are you saying, brother? Yufei wasn't naive. He knew exactly what Yuan Gang meant. Though he didn't understand what had transpired, it was clear the matter had been resolved. Yuan Gang and the others no longer needed to hide, and he wouldn't face imprisonment or execution. That night, after Yufei hung up the phone, an enraged Yuan Gang beat Chen Erpi nearly to death. Gongzi, what happened? Ji Rong asked with some confusion, not stopping him, but waiting until he had vented his anger before speaking. Xiaofei has been arrested. Yuan Gang's eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ji Rong was stunned upon hearing this, and after a moment sighed and fell silent. After a brief silence, Yuan Gang picked up his phone and dialed Lin Sudong. What's wrong? The call connected quickly, and Lin Sudong's voice sounded somewhat weary. Dongzi, how's things on your end? Yuan Gang asked in a grave tone. I've made contact, but their attitude is ambiguous. I get the sense their demands are quite steep. Lin Sudong pinched the bridge of his nose. Over the past few days, he felt as though his brain cells were being completely drained. Then just give it to him. No matter how greedy they are, 500,000 or 1 million, just get the connection made quickly. Yuan Gang grew agitated, his voice rising considerably. What are you losing your mind over? What happens after this? Are we going to fund it with our lives? Lin Sudong was taken aback, then spoke with annoyance. Xiaofei has been arrested. Yuan Gang fought to control his emotions, gritting his teeth as he told Lin Sudong about Yufei's arrest. Xiaofei has been arrested. What happened? Lin Sudong was bewildered. They had been on the phone that afternoon, everything seeming fine, and by evening the boy was already detained. Yuan Gang sighed and explained what had occurred at the motel, and only then did Lin Sudong fully understand. Even in an emergency, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. You two lay low and wait for my news. Lin Sudong grew restless, pressing his temples before hanging up. 2 days later, while Yufei remained unconscious in the hospital, a call came through to the Yang'an police substation. Inside the director's office, Zhang Wenfu was reading the newspaper when the landline suddenly rang. This is Zhang Wenfu. Zhang Wenfu picked up the phone and held it to his ear. Director Zhang, it's Su Mingxiang. A deep, resonant voice came through the line, and upon hearing the name, Zhang Wenfu immediately rose to his feet. Secretary Su, good day. How may I assist you? Zhang Wenfu offered a fawning smile, his tone deeply respectful, for on the other end of the line was Su Mingxiang, the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee of Jiangbei City. No directive, really. I just heard there's been quite a commotion at your Yang'an substation recently, so I wanted to ask about the details. Su Mingxiang chuckled, and those words sent a cold sweat down Zhang Wenfu's spine. Secretary Su, you flatter me. We were merely apprehending a few lawbreakers. I never expected it would reach your attention. Zhang Wenfu still harbored a flicker of hope, wanting to gauge Su Mingxiang's true stance further. Is that so? Director Zhang, you've done well. Lawbreakers must be dealt with severely. But I must remind you, as law enforcement officers, we must investigate the facts thoroughly and cannot confuse right with wrong. Su Mingxiang smiled again. Zhang Wenfu's thinly veiled scheming was not lost on him, so he continued with his next remark. If Su Mingxiang's initial guidance had been somewhat vague, this latest statement was unmistakably pointed. Understood. Rest assured, Secretary Su. Our Yang'an substation will wrong no innocent person, let no guilty one go free, and will never bring discredit to the municipal party committee and government. Zhang Wenfu agreed readily, then delivered a series of polished, righteous statements. Very good. I have another meeting to attend. I won't disturb your work cracking down on criminals. Su Mingxiang said nothing further and hung up immediately. Damn it. That damn Chen Lisan. Is this what you call having no connections? After hanging up, Zhang Wenfu's expression turned grim, and he couldn't restrain himself from cursing aloud. Immediately afterward, he called Chen Lisan and then headed to the hospital where the next incident unfolded. In the hospital, having learned the full story, Yufei finally set his mind at ease. Xiaofei, rest assured. When the opportunity arises, brother will make sure you get your revenge. Looking at Yufei covered in bruises, Yuan Gang's guilt only deepened. Brother, it's fine. Yufei shook his head. Let's not dwell on that. Take good care of your recovery. Better days are ahead for us. Yuan Gang understood Yufei's meaning and dropped the subject, steering the conversation elsewhere. In the days that followed, Yuan Gang stayed by Yufei's side for several days before Peng Yu and Jiang Xin took over shifts. With all troubles resolved, the karaoke bar began its renovation, and Yuan Gang had to supervise the work constantly. Meanwhile, Lin Sudong and Li Wenqi also returned, briefly visiting Yufei at the hospital before departing again after just a few days. After over half a month in the hospital, Yufei's injuries had nearly healed except for the broken ribs that still required slow recovery. Bored of the prolonged stay, Yufei requested discharge, and Yuan Gang, unable to dissuade him, eventually agreed. On East Street, opposite the karaoke bar under renovation, Yuan Gang had rented an apartment. It was a 3-bedroom unit. Yuan Gang took one room, Yufei took another, and Peng Yu shared the third with Jiang Xian. Xiaofei, stop sleeping, get up. One morning, as Yufei lay drooling in the midst of a dream, Yuan Gang suddenly burst into his room. What is it? Yu Fei reluctantly opened his eyes and glanced at Yuan Gang. Come with me to buy a car. Yuan Gang grinned, excitedly yanked off the covers from Yu Fei and delivered a swift slap to his backside. Buy a car. Yu Fei dodged to the side, asking in surprise. Yes. My car got taken by your Donggo, and we can't keep hailing taxis every time we go out, can we? Yuan Gang nodded. All right. Yu Fei agreed, quickly threw on his clothes, splashed water on his face, and followed Yuan Gang out the door. At the karaoke bar, Peng Yu and Zhang Xian were supervising the construction work when Yuan Gang arrived with Yu Fei. I'm going car shopping. Want to come along? Yuan Gang called out as soon as he entered, but neither Peng Yu nor Zhang Xian moved. Brother Gang Yu and Fei Ge should go. We'll stay here and keep an eye on the workers. Peng Yu glanced outside at the fierce sunlight, smiled, and said to Yuan Gang, You scheming bastard. I'm buying 2 cars. Xiao Fei doesn't know how to drive. Yuan Gang good-naturedly kicked Peng Yu, knowing exactly what scheme he had in mind. 2 cars. Brother Gang, are you getting us vehicles too? Peng Yu rubbed his bruised posterior and asked eagerly. Keep dreaming. I'm getting a minivan for hauling goods. Yuan Gang smiled and kicked Peng Yu again, leaving him utterly resigned. Brother Gang, I'll go. Zhang Xian stood up and shot Peng Yu a gloating glance. Let's go then. Yuan Gang nodded, and the 3 of them hailed a taxi heading straight for the largest car dealership in Yang'an. Yubao Auto Dealership. It was the largest car dealership in Yang'an district, owned by the brothers Chun Yu and Chun Bao, who enjoyed some renown in the local area. Looking for a car, gentlemen? As Yuan Gang and his 2 companions stepped into the shop, a young salesman greeted them with a smile. We're here to see the Santana. Yuan Gang nodded, his target clear. Still the Santana. This way, please. The young salesman's face lit up with joy, thinking he had landed a big spender. A Santana would cost nearly 20 grand. Yuan Gang and his companions followed the salesman to a brand new Santana. Gentlemen, you're in luck. This is the last one we have in stock. Yuan Gang opened the door, surveyed the interior, and felt a familiar sense of fondness. I'll take it. Just give me your best price. I want to drive it off today. Facing the salesman's torrent of introductions, Yuan Gang simply waved his hand. This is it. You're taking it now, eh? The young salesman was taken aback. He had never encountered such a decisive customer. Want me to dilly-dally a bit longer? Yuan Gang was in excellent spirits, teasing him with a smile. No, that's not what I meant. The young salesman quickly waved his hands and led the trio to the boss's office. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Chun Yu and Chun Bao smoking and discussing which girl was prettier. Brother Yu, Brother Bao, these 3 gentlemen have picked their car and want to go through the paperwork and pay. They're taking it today. The young salesman greeted them, then stepped aside, revealing Yuan Gang and his companions. Have a seat, gentlemen. Which car caught your eye? Upon hearing about a sale, Chun Bao quickly stood up and ushered Yuan Gang and the others to the sofa. That Santana outside. Give me your best price and I'll pay up and drive it away. Yuan Gang sat down, accepted the cigarette offered, and gestured toward the door. By the way, do you have any used vans? I want to buy one too. Yuan Gang suddenly remembered the van and brought it up to Chun Bao. We do. There are a dozen parked outside. I'll take you to see them later. Chun Bao nodded with a smile, pleased, while sizing up Yuan Gang and his friends. Chun Yu did the same. After all, in those days, someone who could spend nearly 200,000 on a car was no ordinary person. But no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't recall anyone like that in Yang'an district. With a sudden bang, just as the price was agreed upon and payment was about to be made, the office door was violently shoved open. A man in his 40s, clutching a small leather bag, pot-bellied and greasy-faced, strode in. Bao, you brew some tea. I'm here to pick up my car. The man seemed very familiar, greeting Chun Bao and Chun Yu before plopping himself down on a stool. Huang Saner, you're late. That Santana's already sold. Bao cast a slightly disdainful glance, but still replied with a smile. Bao, are you kidding me? Isn't that car still parked out there? Huang Saner picked his ear and pointed toward the door. Hey, these gentlemen have already picked it out. We've settled on the price. They're driving it off soon. Bao spread his hands, indicating Yuan Gang and his companions. Damn it. Who in Yang'an dares to snatch something from me, Huang Jiqiang? Huang Saner immediately stood up, cursing as he walked over to Yuan Gang. Bang! Who the hell are you cussing at, Huang Saner? Has that Shao Quail stuff fried your brain? Chun Yu slammed the table and pointed at Huang Saner, unleashing a torrent of curses. What's your name? I'd like to see if you can actually drive that car out of here today. Ignoring Chun Yu, Huang Saner pulled out his phone and started dialing as he spoke to Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang smiled, leaned back against the sofa, and paid him no mind. Yu Fei didn't even bother to look up, flipping through a car magazine instead. Zhang Xian, the remaining one, shot a helpless glance at his 2 friends and took out his phone to make a call. Yuan Gang. Why not call yourself Water Tank? Today, unless I Huang Jiqiang say, so let's see how you drive that car away. Huang Saner looked him up and down, mocking Yuan Gang's burly frame. Chun Bao, cheeks flushed, was on his phone calling someone, while Chun Yu furrowed his brow. Huang Jiqiang, right? Don't try to scare me. I wasn't raised on threats. I'm driving that car out of here today, and you're going to bow and scrape to see me off. Yuan Gang remained unruffled, slowly standing up, pointing a finger at Huang Saner's chest and enunciating each word. Fuck you. Bang. Huang Saner raised his hand to slap Yuan Gang, but Yufei suddenly sprang up, grabbed an ashtray, and smashed it directly onto his head. The ashtray shattered. Huang San clutched his head, writhing on the floor in agony as blood seeped through his fingers. Did you hurt your hand? Yuan Gang ignored Huang Saner and immediately grabbed Yufei's hand to check it. Chun Bao's eyes widened in shock as if he hadn't expected Yuan Gang and his men to be so ruthless. As for Chun Yu, his furrowed brow instantly relaxed, and a playful smile crept across his face. What are you smiling about? Chun Bao noticed Chun Yu's expression and asked irritably. Huang Saner, though arrogant, had some clout. He ran a billiard hall and had a crew of thugs under him. Now that he'd been beaten in their shop, Huang Saner would surely cause a big scene, dragging the two brothers into it. Chun Yu and Chun Bao had some influence, but they were businessmen and couldn't get tangled up with these ruffians. Just wait and watch the show. Chun Yu shook his head with a smile, leaving Chun Bao puzzled. Soon over a dozen men burst into the dealership, storming toward the office. Brother Huang. Entering the office and seeing Huang Saner lying on the floor with a bloody face, the leader, a young man in a black jacket, exclaimed in alarm. Brother, my ass. Killed him. Now that his men had arrived, Huang Saner regained his confidence, scrambled to his feet, and pointed at Yuan Gang and his companions, cursing. The men were about to move, but just then 7 or 8 taxis screeched to a halt in front of the dealership. In the next moment, 20 or 30 men armed with steel pipes and knives jumped out and charged into the shop. Brother Gang. A chubby young man leading the group called out to Yuan Gang as he entered. Yufei vaguely recognized him. His name was Xiao Yuan. Brother Gang. In unison, the 20 or 30 men behind Xiao Yuan shouted, instantly intimidating Huang Saner's crew. My people have arrived. Want to risk it and see? Yuan Gang's lips curled slightly as he teased Huang Saner, who looked utterly stunned. Regardless of the numbers, Yuan Gang's men were all fierce and intimidating. Compared to them, the people Huang Saner had summoned were simply not on the same level. Chun Bao was also taken aback, somewhat surprised that Yang had produced someone like Yuan Gang who could gather so many people in such a short time. Only Chun Yu wore a smile, as if he had anticipated this all along. You? Huang Saner swallowed hard, wanting to say something, but stammered incoherently. Can I take this car away? Yuan Gang put his hands behind his back, stepped forward, and asked with a smile. Yes. Huang San nodded blankly, having lost all his earlier arrogance. Still calling me Shui Gang? Yuan Gang continued. No. No more. Huang Saner shook his head vigorously, splattering blood droplets everywhere. I'm Yuan Gang. The jianghu Grand Hotel over on East Street asked me to take it over. Understand? Yuan Gang smiled again, raised his hand, and patted Huang Saner's face before slowly continuing. Understood. Huang Saner nodded obediently, as good as gold, which made Yufei and Jiang Xin break into laughter. Boss Chen, let's continue discussing the car. We've wasted quite a bit of time. Satisfied, Yuan Gang turned around, no longer paying attention to Huang Saner, and addressed Chun Bao. All right. Chun Bao agreed, casting a glance at Huang Saner, who had already slunk away. Soon after all the paperwork was completed, Yuan Gang and the others paid, then drove away from the dealership directly. Bro, do you know that Yuan Gang? Only after Yuan Gang and his group had left did Chun Bao ask Chun Yu. Did you forget what happened recently? It was Yuan Gang who fought with Chen Erpi. Chun Yu smiled, lit a cigarette, and held it between his lips. Is that him? Chun Bao's pupils contracted, and suddenly everything clicked into place. Although Chen Erpi was hardly a major boss, and Yang and his cousin's background deterred most people from crossing him. Moreover, Chen Erpi was notorious for being a scoundrel, and even fewer wanted to mess with that troublemaker. Yet someone like him had been thoroughly subdued by Yuan Gang. Even Chen Erpi's cousin had launched a citywide manhunt and blocked all major routes, yet it had all come to nothing in the end. This could only lead one to speculate about certain things. Yang'an is about to change its skies. Chen Yu nodded and sighed. Meanwhile, back at the residence, Yufei wanted to continue sleeping, but Yuan Gang refused, insisting on teaching him how to drive no matter what. Though reluctant, Yufei couldn't resist Yuan Gang's persistence and followed along. They found an open area where Yuan Gang roughly explained the gear shift, clutch, accelerator, and brakes, then let him get behind the wheel. Having grasped the gist, Yufei followed Yuan Gang's instructions. Pressed the clutch, shifted gears, released the clutch, and stepped on the accelerator. The brand new Santana lurched forward violently, causing Yuan Gang in the passenger seat to feel his liver nearly tremble. Yufei's eyes widened, gradually growing more interested. He stomped the accelerator, driving recklessly and carefree, heedless of Yuan Gang's frantic shouts as he darted all over the place. Half an hour later, the car finally stopped. Yufei, still eager, opened the door and stepped out. Xiao Fei, give me a hand. The front passenger door opened, but Yuan Gang inside didn't move. His face was somewhat pale as he waved at Yufei. Bro, are you not feeling well? Yufei, somewhat puzzled, helped Yuan Gang out of the car and asked. Oh. Yuan Gang glanced at Yufei, just about to speak when a sudden wave of nausea surged from his stomach and he broke into vomit. On the way back, Yuan Gang drove in silence with a grim expression while Yufei sat in the back seat, occasionally stealing nervous glances forward. Bro Gang, you and Fei are right on time. Dinner's almost ready. As soon as they entered, Peng Yu was placing bowls and chopsticks on the table. Seeing Yuan Gang and Yu Fei return, he greeted them with a smile. You two go ahead, I'm not hungry. Yuan Gang glanced at the food on the table, felt another wave of nausea, and quickly rushed back to his room. What's wrong with bro Gang? Peng Yu scratched his head in confusion, then turned his gaze to the awkward-looking Yu Fei. Remember this, never let Xiao Fei drive in the future, not even touch the steering wheel. Just as Yu Fei was about to explain, Yuan Gang's door suddenly swung open. He looked extremely serious and warned Peng Yu sternly. But before Peng Yu could ask for the reason, Yuan Gang closed the door again, leaving Yu Fei even more embarrassed. What's going on? At that moment, Jiang Xian came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of food. Seeing Yu Fei and Peng Yu standing blankly in the living room, he asked somewhat puzzled. Well, bro Gang said not to let Fei drive, not even touch the steering wheel. Peng Yu spread his palms and repeated Yuan Gang's words to Jiang Xian. Not let Fei drive. Why? Jiang Xian turned his head curiously toward Yu Fei, and the atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. I'm a bit hungry. Let's eat first. Yu Fei gave an awkward smile, walked over to the dining table on his own, and began shoveling food into his mouth. Seeing this, Peng Yu and Jiang Xian didn't press further and began eating alongside Yu Fei. Time flew and half a month passed quickly. The renovation of the karaoke hall was nearing completion. The venue covered roughly 3,000 square meters across 2 floors with 40 private rooms in total, 30 on the first floor and 10 on the second. The remaining space on the second floor had been fitted out as an office and sleeping quarters. For staff, the waiters were already available. His boys who had come from Jingzhou could handle the work and earn extra pay. There was also 1 manager and 2 assistant managers, Yu Fei along with Peng Yu and Jiang Xian. However, the actual work fell to Peng Yu and Jiang Xian. Yu Fei was merely a figurehead. As for the remaining positions, a few front desk staff were still needed, so Yuan Gang directly posted recruitment ads hoping to hire several young women. Bro Gang, the beverages have all been arranged. Now we're just short of the girls. In the second floor office of the karaoke hall, as Yuan Gang and Yu Fei and the others were discussing the opening arrangements, Peng Yu suddenly chimed in. Don't worry about the girls. They'll be in place before the opening. Yuan Gang waved his hand. He had already arranged everything in this regard, though he hadn't mentioned it. Then there's nothing else. Let's just pick an auspicious day for the grand opening. Peng Yu nodded and didn't ask further. All right. Spread the word. We're opening on July 18th. Yuan Gang glanced at the calendar and finally chose 5 days from now, July 18th, for the opening. July 17th, the day before the grand opening, a bus suddenly pulled up at the entrance of the karaoke lounge. Hey, parking is prohibited here. Drive away immediately. Peng Yu, who had been crouching at the doorway smoking, stepped forward and shouted at the bus driver. But the driver showed no response, as if he hadn't heard a word. Are you fucking deaf? Peng Yu frowned, flicked his cigarette to the ground, and stomped over while cursing under his breath. He had barely reached close range when the bus doors suddenly swung open and a woman stepped out. Peng Yu, you little rascal, got a mighty temper. The woman, bag slung over her shoulder, eyed Peng Yu up and down before teasing him with a smile. Sister Mei Yuan. Peng Yu's jaw nearly dropped, and he stammered out her name in surprise. The woman before him was Wang Meiyuan, the former madam who used to manage the girls at Wanhao nightclub. Where's Yuan Gang? You knew I was coming and didn't even bother to send someone to pick me up. Wang Meiyuan brushed past Peng Yu's reaction, scanned the area, and immediately asked after Yuan Gang's whereabouts. Brother Gang is upstairs. I'll go fetch him right away. Peng Yu broke into a grinning smile, spun around, and sprinted toward the lounge. Thud. No sooner had Peng Yu reached the doorway than he crashed head-on into Yu Fei, who was stepping outside. Both men went down in a heap. Peng Yu, are you in such a hurry to be reborn? Yu Fei rubbed his chest and climbed to his feet. Sorry, Brother Fei. I was running too fast and didn't see you. A Sister Mei Yuan is here. Peng Yu also scrambled to his feet, apologized to Yu Fei, and then pointed outside, lowering his voice. Sister Mei Yuan. Yu Fei turned his head toward the doorway and confirmed it was indeed Wang Meiyuan standing outside with more girls beginning to disembark from the bus. Brother Fei, I'll let Gang know. Go ahead. Peng Yu didn't even wait for a response from Yu Fei before bolting toward the second floor. Sis. Yu Fei hurried out to greet Wang Meiyuan, since she was the woman who might one day become his sister-in-law. Xiao Fei. Upon seeing Yu Fei, Wang Meiyuan called out in delight. Sis, what brings you all the way here? Yu Fei smiled, a hint of curiosity crossing his face as he asked Wang Meiyuan. What, not welcome, huh? Wang Meiyuan raised an eyebrow and teased Yu Fei with a sly grin. That's not what I meant. Yu Fei waved his hands frantically, his flustered demeanor sending Wang Meiyuan and the other girls into fits of laughter. Just kidding. How else would we make a living? Wanhao nightclub belongs to someone else now. Wang Meiyuan tapped Yu Fei's forehead, then her expression darkened and she let out a sigh. Sis, let's go inside first. Yu Fei knew exactly what she was referring to and quickly steered the conversation elsewhere, ushering everyone inside. Meiyuan. As they entered the lobby, Yuan Gang happened to come down from upstairs. Seeing Wang Meiyuan, he exclaimed excitedly. Mr. Yuan, you've got some nerve. We traveled all this way, and you don't even think to greet us. The moment Wang Meiyuan spotted Yuan Gang, her previously cheerful expression vanished instantly. It's just been so busy lately. I completely forgot. Yuan Gang scratched his head awkwardly trying to explain to Wang Meiyuan. Oomph. Wang Meiyuan gave a dismissive snort and shot him a cold glance before falling silent. Alright, cut it out. There are people watching. Yuan Gang smiled, helplessly draped his arm around Wang Meiyuan's shoulders, and gave it a reassuring pat. Get lost. Don't take advantage of me. Xiao Fei, show us around. Wang Meiyuan swatted Yuan Gang's hand away, hooked her arm through Yu Fei's, and gave him the cold shoulder entirely. Ahem. Well then, Xiao Fei, why don't you give sister and the others a tour? Don't forget to assign rooms on the second floor later. Yuan Gang coughed embarrassingly twice. At least everyone around were acquaintances, so he hadn't entirely lost face. Got it, bro. Yu Fei couldn't help but smirk watching Yuan Gang's teeth ache. Wang Meiyuan had brought nearly 30 girls in total. They would become the backbone of the lounge going forward. After showing them around the lounge, everyone headed upstairs to assign rooms. The second floor rooms were primarily for the girls. Even Peng Yu and Zhang Xian had no place staying there. Unless of course you counted Yuan Gang and Yu Fei. By the time the rooms were sorted, evening had fallen. Yuan Gang took Yu Fei, Peng Yu, and Zhang Xian to Yang'an restaurant to host a welcome dinner for Wang Meiyuan. Over several bottles of liquor at the table, Yuan Gang recounted the troubles they'd faced upon first arriving in Yang'an, making Wang Meiyuan break into a cold sweat as she listened. Especially when he reached the part where Yu Fei had been shot, arrested, and roughly handled by the police. Left bruised and battered from head to toe, Wang Meiyuan's eyes filled with nothing but heartache. By the end, overcome with liquor and emotion, Yuan Gang wrapped his arms around Yu Fei and burst into tears, repeatedly muttering how sorry he was to his younger brother. Yu Fei didn't pull away or say a word. He simply held Yuan Gang quietly, letting him release everything. Yu Fei understood. Yuan Gang had been carrying too much pressure lately, and that was what led to this breakdown. The first time shouldering things on your own is never easy. In the past, with Fifth Master looking out for everything, Yuan Gang never had to think, just listen and obey. Now he was the one holding the banner with dozens, even nearly 100, mouths depending on him for their livelihood. No matter how exhausted or bitter things became, he had to swallow it all down himself. After helping Yuan Gang into the car, Wang Meiyuan led the 3 drunk men back to the lounge. Nothing further happened that night. The next morning, everyone rose early, for today was the grand opening of the karaoke lounge. Yuan Gang had rarely worn a suit before, but on his stocky frame, it gave him the unmistakable aura of a man in tailored menace. Meanwhile, the girls Wang Meiyuan had brought were all dressed in striking crimson kipeos, giving everyone a real feast for the eyes. Around 7 o'clock, guests began to arrive. The first was Ji Rong, who came with Qi Pengfei and Wang Zhaohua to deliver a pair of floral baskets. He also brought a red envelope. Only Yuan Gang knew the exact amount, but judging by its thickness, it wouldn't be small. Next came Chun Jianghu, who also brought a pair of floral baskets and a generous red envelope. The third arrival caught everyone by surprise. It was Chen Erpi. With a broad smile plastered across his face, he looked entirely as though no prior conflict had ever existed between them, and he too presented a pair of floral baskets. Shortly after, Chun Erpi's older cousin and director Zhang Wenfu of the Yang'an police station also showed up, though neither brought gifts. They simply stayed for a brief visit. Just as everyone assumed no one else was coming, a Passat pulled up unexpectedly and outstepped none other than the brothers Chun Yu and Chen Bao. But before Yuan Gang could so much as greet them, another Crown sedan pulled up to the lounge entrance. And the man who stepped out was someone Yuan Gang didn't recognize at all. Congratulations, Mr. Yuan. The newcomer was in his 40s, refined and bearing, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Thank you. May I ask who you are? Yuan Gang smiled and nodded, taking the man's hand as he asked. I am the owner of Yang'an restaurant. It's Boss Zhou. Yuan Gang suddenly realized that the man was Zhou Haiping, the owner of Yang'an restaurant and Chun Jianghu's longtime rival. I came uninvited. Surely Boss Yuan wouldn't turn me away. Zhou Haiping smiled, glancing at Chun Jianghu not far away before addressing Yuan Gang. Of course not. Yuan Gang waved his hand dismissively. The feud between Zhou Haiping and Chun Jianghu had nothing to do with him, nor was he close enough with Chun Jianghu to take sides. Excellent. Zhou Haiping nodded with a smile. Boss Chun, we meet again. After greeting Zhou Haiping, Yuan Gang stepped forward to exchange pleasantries with Chun Yu and Chen Bao. I heard about the grand opening of your entertainment venue, Boss Yuan. Consider this us maintaining client relations. Chen Yu joked, though inwardly he marveled. Not long after Yuan Gang had arrived in Yang'an, yet so many people had come to support him. Both legitimate businessmen and underworld figures gathered together. After welcoming the guests, the opening ceremony officially began and cannons erupted throughout the entire East Street. Then 20-some girls in qipao dresses marched out in neat rows, stunning everyone present. The seasoned veterans in attendance knew exactly what these girls did, leaving them to wonder where Yuan Gang had found them. As the red silk curtain fell away to reveal the Manhao KTV sign, Yuan Gang and his companions had firmly established themselves in Yang'an. That evening, Yuan Gang went out to attend a banquet, leaving the entire KTV in the hands of Yu Fei and the other two, who were completely exhausted. Despite just opening, the appearance of those 20-some girls made Manhao KTV an instant sensation. Until nearly midnight, every private room was fully booked with new reservations still coming in. By the time Yuan Gang returned, it was around 3 in the morning, and Yu Fei and the others lay collapsed on the lobby sofa like pools of mud. How's business? Yuan Gang smiled at them and sat beside Yu Fei asking, Bro, I don't think my injury has fully healed yet. I need a few more days to rest. Yu Fei struggled to sit up, pleading pitifully at Yuan Gang. Ha ha ha. You rascal, Peng Yu has corrupted you already. Yuan Gang laughed heartily upon hearing this, wrapping an arm around Yu Fei's shoulder and patting him. Bro Gang, don't pin this on me. I'm exhausted to death. Peng Yu spread his hands, protesting weakly. Alright, everyone go rest. It's only busy these few days. It'll settle down soon. Yuan Gang shook his head helplessly. The business boom during the opening days was inevitable, but it wouldn't last long. After all, most people came to try the novelty. Where could they find the money to spend like this every day? Monhao KTV wasn't operating for charity. Only a small handful could truly afford it. Of course, when he spoke of spending, he didn't mean merely booking a room and ordering a few bottles of liquor. The real expense lay in selecting girls. Hearing Yuan Gang's words, everyone exchanged farewells and departed, leaving only Yu Fei and Yuan Gang. The two of them had already moved out of their rented apartment and taken up residence inside the KTV. The night passed without incident. The following day, Yu Fei slept until nearly noon before rising, dragging his weary body to Yuan Gang's office. Yuan Gang had also just gotten out of bed, smoking and drinking tea to force himself awake. Bro, got any food? I'm starving to death. Yu Fei rubbed his stomach, certain he could devour an entire ox at his current state. I've been waiting for you. Let's just go out and eat. Don't waste the office supplies. Yuan Gang smiled, rose, and led Yu Fei to a small eatery across from the KTV. Xiao Fei, from now on, if anything comes up, just have Peng Yu and Jiang Xin handle it. You don't need to involve yourself in everything. Taking a mouthful of rice, Yuan Gang looked up and spoke to Yu Fei. Understood. Yu Fei nodded. He naturally understood what Yuan Gang meant. The current Yuan Gang occupied the role that Wu Yi had once held, while Yu Fei stood in the position of Yuan Gang and Lin Sudong. Below them, Peng Yu and Jiang Xian had taken over the roles of Xiao Long and the others. After their meal, Yuan Gang and Yu Fei returned to the KTV and happened to encounter a young woman interviewing for a front desk position. Hello, boss. Are you hiring for the front desk here? The girl was in her early 20s with delicate features and fair skin. Though she didn't make an overwhelming impression at first glance, she possessed a quiet, enduring beauty. While speaking to Yuan Gang, the girl casually glanced at Yu Fei, causing his heart to inexplicably quicken. Yes, we're still short one person at the front desk. Yuan Gang nodded. Then can I apply, eh? Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, the girl immediately asked eagerly. Well, this. Yuan Gang frowned, hesitating to agree, for he sensed the girl before him was not quite suited for this line of work. Bro. Just then Yu Fei suddenly called out to Yuan Gang. What is it? Yuan Gang turned around, assuming Yu Fei had something to say. Yu Fei stammered, unable to form coherent words, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the girl. Yuan Gang immediately understood his meaning. Hey, you little fool. Yuan Gang shook his head, helplessly surprised that this emotionally dense fellow was finally showing signs of awakening. Very well then, give it a try. Turning around, Yuan Gang nodded at the girl. Thank you, boss. The girl replied cheerfully, her eyes curving into crescents, leaving Yu Fei momentarily dazed. Xiao Fei, take her to pick out a uniform. Yuan Gang nodded, immediately creating an opportunity for Yu Fei. Okay. Yu Fei grinned and agreed, leading the girl toward the storage room. Hello, I'm Lin Ran. Along the way, the girl studied Yu Fei and offered a self-introduction. I'm Yu Fei. Yu Fei smiled and responded. Is the boss your brother? Lin Ran was curious about Yu Fei's relationship with Yuan Gang. She had overheard Yu Fei calling him bro, yet the two didn't appear to be related. Yes. Yu Fei nodded. Yo. Bro Fei, a new girl. Just as Lin Ran was about to ask again, a teasing voice suddenly rang out, and Peng Yu popped up beside them. Shut up. She's the new front desk receptionist. Yu Fei glared at Peng Yu irritably, who immediately sensed something was amiss. Oh. So she's the receptionist. Come on, bro Fei, no need to be so protective. People might think she's your girlfriend. Peng Yu raised his eyebrows, making a snide remark that made Lin Ran's face instantly flush red. Do you have nothing better to do? Yu Fei was equally flustered and kicked Peng Yu in a fit of embarrassment. Bro Fei, wishing you and your lovely lady 100 years of harmony. Peng Yu rubbed his rear with a mischievous grin, tossing out another teasing remark before bolted away. The atmosphere had grown thoroughly awkward. Lin Ran's blush spread all the way to her neck, while Yu Fei found his throat suddenly dry. He's just kidding, don't mind him. Yu Fei scratched his head and explained to Lin Ran. Lin Ran answered softly, her voice barely louder than a whisper, head bowed low. After collecting the clothes, he escorted Lin Ran to the changing room and scurried back to the second-floor office as though fleeing a disaster. What's the rush? Were you being chased by wolves? Yuan Gang was tallying the previous day's receipts when he saw Yu Fei burst in a fluster, and he asked with a grin. Hey, can you take this seriously? Yu Fei shot him an annoyed glare. Even Yuan Gang was joking about him now. Am I not serious? I didn't say anything wrong. Yuan Gang spread his palms innocently, making Yufei's teeth ache. Alright, enough joking around. I need to step out later, and there's also a dinner engagement tonight. Keep an eye on the place. After the banter, Yuan Gang waved his hand and shifted to business. Got it. Yufei nodded in acknowledgement. In the afternoon, the KTV began filling up with guests. With Yuan Gang away, Yufei found himself growing bored, so he decided to take a stroll downstairs. Brother Fei, going to see your girlfriend? As soon as Yufei reached the first floor lobby, he ran into Peng Yu. You must have nothing better to do all day. Hearing Peng Yu's teasing, Yufei grit his teeth in frustration, wishing he could bite him. Just kidding. Sensing another beating coming his way, Peng Yu quickly backed down. Where's Jiang Xian? I haven't seen him all day. Yufei glanced at Peng Yu and let it pass, then asked about Jiang Xian's whereabouts. Brother Gang sent him out to fetch something. He left in the morning and still hasn't come back. That kid's probably slacking off and playing around outside on purpose. Saying that about yourself would be more accurate. Yufei shook his head helplessly. With Peng Yu's lazy demeanor, he hardly had the right to complain about Jiang Xian. Brother Fei, you don't love me anymore. Peng Yu wore a deeply aggrieved expression, clinging to Yufei's arm and gazing at him pitifully. Get away from me. Yufei's skin crawled. He yanked his arm free and bolted away. After escaping Peng Yu, Yufei wandered around the first floor and to his own surprise found himself drawn inexplicably toward the front desk. Brother Fei. The other girl at the front desk called out eagerly upon seeing Yufei approach. How does it look? Yufei nodded, then turned to Lin Ran and asked. It's pretty good. Recognizing Yufei, a blush spread across Lin Ran's face, and she replied in a low voice. Then, Brother Fei, brother, you wants you at room 3. Something's come up. Just as Yufei was about to respond, a waiter came running over and interrupted him. Let's go. Yufei nodded, glanced at Lin Ran, and then headed toward room 3. What's going on? At the entrance of room 3, Peng Yu stood with a dark expression. Yufei immediately asked, Brother Fei, take a look for yourself. Seeing Yufei arrive, Peng Yu pointed into the private room. Yufei, puzzled, stepped forward, opened the door, and glanced inside. 2 hoodlums were there indulging in illicit substances. Damn it. Beat them up and throw them out. Yufei was furious upon seeing this. Yuan Gang had made it clear nothing of the sort was allowed in the KTV. What are you cursing about? Hearing Yufei's voice, the 2 hoodlums set down the glass bottles in their hands and immediately began cursing back. Who the hell are you calling names? Before Yufei could say another word, Peng Yu charged into the room and backhanded one of them across the face. The man was visibly stunned, momentarily frozen, then attempted to fight back. Peng Yu responded with a kick. Shortly after, a few waiters at the doorway also entered the room and pummeled the pair. Alright, stop. Throw them out. After beating them for a while, Yufei stepped forward to halt everyone and waved his hand. Damn brats. Do they have any idea where they are? Peng Yu grumbled discontentedly, delivering another kick to one of the men. Alright, from now on, make sure to inform all first-floor guests in advance that we don't tolerate that kind of junk here. Yufei patted Peng Yu on the shoulder and added the reminder. At Wanhao KTV, the 2 floors catered to different clientele. The first floor served ordinary guests, while the second floor was reserved for VIPs. The guests on the second floor were mostly people of status and standing. They would never involve themselves in such activities, so there was no need to worry. But the first floor was different. The clientele, there was a mixed crowd encompassing all sorts of people. Understood. Peng Yu nodded, and then instructed the waiters to carry the 2 men out. Back in the lobby, Yufei cast a glance toward Lin Ran's direction and noticed her expression was somewhat troubled. Are you not feeling well? He walked over and asked with concern. No. Lin Ran shook her head, glancing at the 2 figures lying on the ground outside, and responded timidly. They were playing with drugs in the private room. We don't allow that here. Understanding her reaction, Yufei immediately explained. Is that so? Lin Ran seemed to understand. She knew what those substances were. Don't be afraid. We're a legitimate establishment. You can stay here with peace of mind. Yufei nodded, but still felt uneasy, so he offered further reassurance. But the girl beside Lin Ran's expression grew somewhat unnatural. Legitimate? Then what were those girls on the second floor doing there? Were they here to do laundry for the waitstaff? I understand. Clearly Lin Ran knew nothing of that. She smiled and nodded at Yufei, leaving him momentarily transfixed. Brother Fei. Fortunately, Jiang Xian walked in through the door, calling out to Yufei, which saved the situation from growing awkward. Ah, Jiang Xian, you're back. Yufei snapped out of it and greeted Jiang Xian. What happened to those 2 outside? Jiang Xian nodded, then pointed at the 2 men lying on the ground and asked. They were playing with drugs in a private room, so Peng Yu dealt with them. Yufei replied, his gaze then falling upon the travel bag Jiang Xian was carrying. By the way, is Brother Gang in the office? Realizing his main task, Jiang Xian spoke up. My brother went out. He has a dinner engagement tonight, and won't be back until midnight, I imagine. Yufei shook his head. Then, Brother Fei, could you take this to the office? Brother Gang asked me to retrieve it. Jiang Xian nodded, took off the travel bag he was carrying, and handed it to Yufei. What's in this? The travel bag was quite heavy. Yufei took it and asked Jiang Xian inquisitively. But Jiang Xian remained silent, glancing at Lin Ran and the other girl before shaking his head. Yu Fei understood immediately and did not press further. Carrying the travel bag, he headed straight for the second-floor office. With a zip, Yu Fei unzipped the travel bag in the second-floor office, revealing the contents inside. There were 2 imitation Black Star pistols, 3 5-shot shotguns, and plenty of ammunition. Seeing these items, Yu Fei quickly zipped up the bag and hid it in Yuan Gang's room. As night fell, the KTV's business boomed once again, and everyone was busy. After staying in the office for a while, Yu Fei couldn't sit still and went downstairs. Leaning on the sofa in the lobby, he watched Lin Ran bustling about, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Hey brother Fei, can't you just stay in the office? Seeing you so relaxed makes me jealous." Suddenly Peng Yu plopped down beside Yu Fei and complained discontentedly. "None of your business." Yu Fei reluctantly tore his gaze away from Lin Ran and shot Peng Yu a glare. "Brother Fei, do you really have a thing for that girl?" Peng Yu didn't care at all, grinning slyly as he leaned in to whisper in Yu Fei's ear. "Don't talk nonsense." Yu Fei shoved Peng Yu away, his face flushing with anger. "You still deny it. Just now your eyes were about to pop out." Peng Yu curled his lips, teetering on the edge of death. "Peng Yu, are you feeling a bit too comfortable lately?" Yu Fei gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a ferocious glare as if he wanted to devour him. "What's the matter? Just a joke, brother Fei, why are you so upset?" Peng Yu swallowed hard, slowly inching backward to put some distance between them. "A joke? Then let me give you a good laugh." Yu Fei cracked his knuckles and was about to lunge at Peng Yu when the commotion at the door interrupted him. A dozen people suddenly barged in through the door, wielding steel pipes and machetes, and began driving out the customers. "Brother Fei, they're here to cause trouble." Peng Yu also noticed the situation, turned to Yu Fei and said, "Get Jiang Xian and grab some weapons. I'll go check it out first." Yu Fei stopped joking, stood up abruptly, and strode toward the door, leaving a word. "Gentlemen, with all these knives and clubs, how has Wan Hao offended you?" Approaching, Yu Fei sized up the intruders and asked with a smile, "Who are you?" A young man with a crew cut pointed a machete at Yu Fei and asked arrogantly, "I'm the manager here." Yu Fei narrowed his eyes but didn't lose his temper, still replying with a smile, "Fuck your mother, a little brat like you is the manager." Hearing this, the crew cut youth immediately started cursing, still pointing the machete at him. Lin Ran was terrified, her pretty face turning pale as she looked at Yu Fei with concern. "Brother, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep pointing that knife at me." Yu Fei frowned, growing impatient with the other's attitude, and his smile faded. "You're getting angry. I'll point it at you if I wanna." The crew cut youth became even more aggressive, pressing the tip of the blade against Yu Fei's chest. "Fuck your mother, do you want to lose that arm?" Just then a voice rang out, and a crowd of people rushed out from the corridor behind. The speaker was none other than Peng Yu, flanked by Jiang Xian, followed by more than 20 waiters wielding machetes. The crew cut youth immediately stepped back, and the blade left Yu Fei's chest. "You little bastard, try pointing again, and see if I don't cut you down." Approaching, Peng Yu took a machete from someone behind him and cursed at the crew cut youth. "Fuck you. I pointed, so what? A bunch of outsiders acting tough here." The crew cut youth also got worked up, pointing at Peng Yu and cursing. "Fuck your mother." Without wasting words, Peng Yu swung the machete at the crew cut youth, slashing directly onto his arm. Yu Fei also kicked out, sending the person in front of him crashing to the ground. Immediately the two sides clashed, with shouts and screams filling the air. Within moments, several people had fallen. Unarmed, Yu Fei had to retreat first, pulling Lin Ran and another young woman away from the front desk. "Go to the back and stay there." With that, Yu Fei dashed upstairs to Yuan Gang's room and grabbed a 5-shot shotgun. Fearing the situation might escalate, he intended to use it to intimidate the crowd. Wrapping it in his clothes, he returned to the first floor. By now both sides were in a frenzy, with a dozen people lying on the ground covered in blood. However, Wan Hao had the advantage in numbers, steadily pushing the opposition out onto the street. Bang! "Fuck your mother, you outsiders are too cocky. All of you get on your knees." Two men suddenly stepped out of a van parked on the roadside. The leader, holding a long-barreled homemade shotgun, fired a shot into the air. Instantly, everyone stopped fighting and turned to look at the source of the gunshot. "Damn it, try making a move now." The man reloaded a round, pointed at Peng Yu and the others, and continued cursing. "You think that stick makes you tough? If you've got the guts, shoot me one." Peng Yu wasn't intimidated. He raised his machete and pointed at the man, cursing, "You little bastard, trying to outdare me." The man flew into a rage, raising the shotgun at Peng Yu. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, but it wasn't from the homemade shotgun. It was from the 5-shot shotgun. Yu Fei emerged from behind the crowd, holding the 5-shot shotgun, and walked straight up to the man. Click. "Come on. You shoot him, and I'll shoot you. Fair and square." Yu Fei pressed the muzzle of the 5-shot shotgun against the man's forehead, grinning. "You little brat, trying to scare me." Li Yaodong was already in the game when you were still in diapers. Li Yaodong didn't believe it, raising his shotgun a little higher. "Come on, I'll stand closer so you can shoot. Don't let your hand shake." Peng Yu stepped forward, pressing his chest against Li Yaodong's gun barrel. "If you have the guts, go ahead and shoot my brother. See if I don't blow your head off." Yu Fei shoved the shotgun harder, and cold sweat instantly broke out on Li Yaodong's forehead. Li Yaodong was a local thug from Yong'an, but he operated in the suburban towns. The two men thrown out of Wan Hao by Peng Yu that afternoon were his underlings, sent to collect goods for him. Upon learning that his men had been beaten, he immediately gathered his crew and rushed over to reclaim his pride. After some inquiries, he learned that Wanhao KTV was run by outsiders, which gave him confidence. But he never expected to encounter two men who had no fear of death. What are you dawdling about, damn it? Shoot! Peng Yu bellowed again, lunging forward, and Li Yaodong immediately stepped back in shock. If you don't have the guts, don't try to scare people with a broken stick. Yu Fei chuckled, reaching out to take the shotgun, and Li Yaodong didn't dare resist. I gave you a chance. Now let's talk about compensation. Your men disrupted our business and injured our people from Wanhao. How are you going to settle this? Yu Fei stepped forward and asked Li Yaodong. You decide. Li Yaodong was completely intimidated, having no temper left. 100,000 yuan or one leg. Your choice. Yu Fei was straightforward, giving two options. 100,000. You might as well ask for my life. Li Yaodong's eyes widened, never expecting Yu Fei to demand so much. It was extortion. You think I don't dare? Yu Fei squinted, pressing the 5-chambered shotgun against Li Yaodong's chest, saying coldly, 100,000 is too much. Li Yaodong's scalp tingled, but he still didn't want to pay that much. Then it's a leg. Without further ado, Yu Fei lowered the muzzle, aiming at Li Yaodong's right knee. Wait. Li Yaodong hurriedly shouted, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. I don't have time for your nonsense. 3 seconds. If you can't choose, I'll choose for you. Yu Fei left it at that, his index finger pressing the trigger slightly. He was truly ready to fire. Wanhao KTV had only been open for 2 days when someone came to cause trouble. If not handled properly, they would be bullied endlessly. I'll pay. Li Yaodong dared not hesitate, knowing Yu Fei would really shoot, and shouted. Peng Yu, handle it. Yu Fei nodded, put away the gun, and told Peng Yu to take over, then returned to the KTV. Since the matter was settled, he could leave it to Peng Yu and Jiang Xian. He didn't need to step forward further. Also, such a commotion would surely attract police. He needed to hide the gun quickly. Sure enough, soon officers from Yang'an Station arrived, asked routine questions, and then there was no follow-up. After all, Zhang Wenfu had ordered his subordinates not to trouble Wanhao and to turn a blind eye even if something happened. Seeing this, Li Yaodong was even more deflated and could only obediently call someone to deliver the money. In the lobby, after hiding the gun, Yu Fei returned to the first floor, but didn't show himself again. Are you okay? Glancing back, Yu Fei noticed Lin Ran looking at him curiously, so he quickly asked with a smile. I'm fine. Lin Ran shook her head. Brother Fei, that old bastard has made the call. The money will be delivered soon. Yu Fei was about to say more when Peng Yu suddenly returned from outside, saying excitedly, weren't your legs shaking just now? Yu Fei chuckled and teased Peng Yu. Brother Fei, to be honest, my legs were weak just now. I barely managed not to kneel. Recalling being held at gunpoint, Peng Yu said with lingering fear. No one wouldn't be afraid when facing that dark muzzle. After all, you only have one life. But Brother Fei, you were so domineering just now. That old guy was scared out of his wits. Then Peng Yu gave a thumbs up, truly impressed by Yu Fei tonight. Previously, Yu Fei only impressed Peng Yu and Jiang Xian as Yuan Gang's younger brother, bold and ruthless. But tonight Peng Yu saw something different in him. Don't flatter me. My hand was shaking too. I almost dropped the gun. Yu Fei shook his head with a smile. Whether his hand really trembled, only he knew. While laughing, Yu Fei's phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw it was Yuan Gang calling. Brother. He pressed answer and put the phone to his ear. Xiao Fei, something happened at the shop. Yuan Gang's speech was a bit slurred, sounding like he had drunk a lot. A small issue already resolved. Yu Fei wondered how Yuan Gang knew, but didn't ask, just replied. That's good. Yuan Gang sighed in relief, gave a few instructions, and hung up. At that time, in a second-floor private room of Yang'an restaurant, Yuan Gang, Zhou Haiping, and Zhang Wenfu were sitting together. The station had just received a report. Upon learning it was Wanhao KTV, they notified Zhang Wenfu. That's how Yuan Gang learned about the KTV trouble, so he called Yu Fei. A small issue already handled over there. Hanging up, Yuan Gang said to Zhou Haiping and Zhang Wenfu with a smile. A small issue. The officer who called me said guns were drawn. Zhang Wenfu also smiled, then explained what he knew. Guns drawn. Boss Yuan, maybe you should go back and check. Hearing about guns, Zhou Haiping's expression turned serious. This was no small scuffle. No need, my brother is at the shop, he can handle it. Yuan Gang waved his hand, trusting Yu Fei unconditionally. Since Yu Fei said it was resolved, it must be fine. Your brother? The one named Yu Fei? Zhang Wenfu thought for a moment and asked in surprise. Director Zhang still remembers my brother. Yuan Gang nodded, implying something. That's all in the past. Chen Lisan was just confused for a moment. Zhang Wenfu wasn't stupid. He caught the implication and laughed it off. Right. Let's not dwell on stale matters. We should look forward. Zhou Haiping, who knew a bit, mediated. Seeing them like this, Yuan Gang had to let it go, not arguing. Enough of that. Today I invited you, Boss Yuan, to ask for a favor. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Zhou Haiping spoke again, finally getting to the point. Ask me for help. Boss, show you're in catering, I'm in the KTV business. How can I help you? Yuan Gang chuckled, having drunk plenty. The fox's tail was finally showing. The favor has nothing to do with industry. Zhou Haiping shook his head. Then what does it have to do with? Yuan Gang grew curious, wondering what Zhou Haiping was plotting. Hey, I want to leverage the connections behind you, Boss Yuan. Zhou Haiping didn't beat around the bush and stated his goal directly. Connections behind me. Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Wenfu. Boss Yuan, Director Zhang was indeed the one who brought this up with me. Please don't take offense. Zhou Haiping naturally noticed Yuan Gang's look and hurried to excuse Zhang Wenfu. Boss Yuan, I apologize. I only casually mentioned it while having drinks with Boss Zhou earlier. Zhang Wenfu showed no embarrassment, smiling as he replied. Boss Zhou, please just say what you need directly. Yuan Gang shook his head. There was no point being angry about this. He couldn't control Zhang Wenfu's loose tongue anyway. It's not a major matter. My younger brother Zhou Haibing serves as the captain of the Public Order Division at our Jianghu Municipal Public Security Bureau. We've heard that a deputy director of the bureau will be retiring this year, and we were hoping Boss Yuan could do us a favor, put in a good word with Secretary Su. Zhou Haiping smiled, setting aside any pretense and laying out his request directly. Yuan Gang was taken aback. He had no idea that Zhou Haiping's younger brother held such a position within the municipal bureau. At that rank, it was equivalent to Zhang Wenfu's own position, and the connection ran directly through the Jianghu Municipal Public Security Bureau. Yuan Gang suddenly understood. No wonder Zhang Wenfu had been so eager to align himself with Zhou Haiping. He also grasped why Zhou Haiping had come seeking his connection. Su Mingqiang was the Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary of Jianghu City. While the Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary held no direct authority over personnel appointments within the Bureau, his words still carried considerable weight. Boss Zhou, you're joking. A deputy director of the Municipal Bureau. That's no small matter. Yuan Gang smiled and shook his head, declining without committing. This was asking far too much. Hell, why not consider my sincerity before making a decision? Zhou Haiping remained unfazed, as though he had anticipated Yuan Gang's response all along, and continued with a smile. Boss Zhou, I have to say your establishment certainly serves the real deal. I'm already feeling rather dizzy from it. Yet Yuan Gang deliberately avoided the subject altogether, putting on the appearance of someone well past his limit. Seeing this, Zhou Haiping's expression darkened instantly. He hadn't expected Yuan Gang to be so dismissive, offering him not even the slightest opening. Boss Yuan, this is hardly an insurmountable obstacle. It's merely a word from Secretary Su. The returns you'd gain would far outweigh any effort required. Zhang Wenfu, still unwilling to concede, pressed his persuasion. Director Zhang, I'm genuinely intoxicated. I can barely think straight right now. If there's something urgent, we can discuss it tomorrow or another time. Today I truly cannot. Yuan Gang waved his hand, dismissively squinting his eyes, until Zhang Wenfu found himself at a loss for further words. In that case, we'll speak when time permits. Zhou Haiping, a man who valued his dignity, could only let the matter drop now that Yuan Gang had made his position so clear. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of Wanhao KTV, Yu Fei leaned back against the sofa, lost in thought. Brother Fei, the money has been delivered. Suddenly Peng Yu appeared at the doorway, accompanied by Li Yaodong, carrying a black plastic bag in hand. Have you counted it? Yu Fei nodded, largely ignoring Li Yaodong as he turned his attention to Peng Yu. Counted it. Exactly 100,000. Peng Yu responded and handed the plastic bag to Yu Fei. All right, let him go. Yu Fei took the bag without even glancing inside and tossed it aside. Go on. Peng Yu turned to face Li Yaodong, crossing his arms with an irritated tone. Li Yaodong said nothing, merely shot both men a look before departing, his figure tinged with a palpable sense of disgrace. Take this 40,000. You distribute it among the staff. I'm heading back to the office. With Li Yaodong gone, Yu Fei withdrew 4 bundles of 100 yuan notes from the plastic bag and handed them to Peng Yu. Brother Fei, that's a bit much. 20,000 is enough. Peng Yu didn't reach for it. In his estimation, 20,000 would suffice. Divided among everyone, it would still amount to nearly half a month's wages for each server. Just take it. I'll let my brother know when he returns. Yu Fei waved dismissively and pressed the money directly into Peng Yu's hands before turning and leaving. Back on the second-floor office, Yu Fei had scarcely settled into his seat when Yuan Gang returned, the aroma of alcohol clinging to him. Brother, can't you drink less? Watching his tipsy brother, Yu Fei retorted sharply. You brat, dare to lecture your own brother. Yuan Gang laughed and playfully kicked Yu Fei before dropping heavily onto the sofa. By the way, what happened tonight? Yuan Gang continued. Yu Fei, pouring a cup of hot water, recounted the evening's events from beginning to end. You did the right thing. Our establishment doesn't tolerate that kind of nonsense. If anyone tries anything, show them the door immediately. Yuan Gang took the cup from Yu Fei, sipped the water, and nodded in agreement. Oh, and brother, I made that Li Yaodong pay 100,000 in compensation. I gave 40,000 to split among the staff, and the rest is here. Remembering the remaining 60,000, Yu Fei picked up the plastic bag and handed it to Yuan Gang. Heh, not bad, you rascal. Yuan Gang chuckled at the 60,000, then pulled out another 20,000 and tossed it toward Yu Fei. Yu Fei stared blankly, clutching the 20,000 and looking at Yuan Gang in confusion. Keep 10,000 for yourself and give 5,000 each to Peng Yu and Jiang Xian. Seeing that Yu Fei still didn't understand, Yuan Gang pointed at the money in his hand. Brother, I don't want it. Yu Fei shook his head upon hearing this, tossing half back and keeping only the portion destined for Peng Yu and Jiang Xian. Why wouldn't you want it? Yuan Gang was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. I have nowhere to spend money anyway. You've already provided for all my food and clothing. What would I need cash for? Yu Fei spread his hands and spoke with mock seriousness. You fool. Yuan Gang chuckled helplessly before bringing up Lin Ran, teasing his brother. What about when you're pursuing a relationship? Didn't you take a fancy to the new receptionist? Brother you. Yu Fei flushed with embarrassment, about to fire back a retort when suddenly 3 sharp knocks echoed from the office door. Come in. Yuan Gang tossed the money back to Yu Fei and called out. The office door creaked open slowly, and to their surprise it was Lin Ran who stepped inside. Boss, I wanted to talk to you about something. Tell it to Xiao Fei. I've had too much to drink. I'm going to sleep. Lin Ran appeared quite nervous, her hands tightly clasped together. She had mustered the courage to speak only to be cut off by Yuan Gang. He then winked at Yu Fei and departed the office without looking back. What's on your mind, Ui? An awkward silence fell between them, and Yu Fei quickly broke it. I want to resign. After lingering hesitantly for a while, Lin Ran finally mustered the words. Resign? Why? Yu Fei was stunned. He had never imagined that Lin Ran would come to resign, and the unexpected news caught him completely off guard. Hearing Yu Fei's question, Lin Ran kept her head down and said nothing, and the room fell silent once again. Is it because of what happened tonight? After a moment, Yu Fei suddenly thought of something and asked uncertainly. Lin Ran nodded and replied softly. The shootout tonight had truly frightened her. Especially the moment when Yu Fei walked out with a gun and pressed the muzzle against Li Yaodong's head. She was so scared that her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Lin Ran had never experienced anything like this and couldn't accept it, so she decided to quit. Tonight was. Yu Fei opened his mouth wanting to explain, but he didn't know how to say it. Was it an accident? For people running this kind of place, brawls and fights were just part of the daily routine. But saying it was normal, that would only add fuel to the fire and strengthen Lin Ran's determination to resign. Are you really leaving? After a long moment, Yu Fei let out a helpless sigh and asked with reluctance. Although they had known each other for less than a day, this girl had indeed made Yu Fei's heart stir. He had never liked anyone before because the old him wasn't worthy. Back then he was still living just for the sake of staying alive. Now that he finally had a chance, though he couldn't tell whether it was love or a passing whim, Yu Fei simply couldn't accept giving up. Hearing Yu Fei's words, Lin Ran looked up at him, her expression complicated. Actually, this kind of thing is very rare. Even if it does happen again, I won't let you get hurt. Seeing that Lin Ran remained silent, hope rekindled in Yu Fei's heart, and he tried to persuade her again, but his voice grew softer and softer. Because as he spoke, he himself sensed how wrong it sounded, and his face flushed bright red. Of course, Yu Fei wasn't the only one blushing. Lin Ran was even worse, her blush spreading all the way down to her neck. So how about you give it a few more days? In the end, it was Yu Fei who couldn't hold it in. He coughed awkwardly and asked Lin Ran. Lin Ran raised her head, still silent. She glanced at Yu Fei with a red face, then turned and ran out of the office. Yu Fei was stunned, unsure what she meant. Was she staying or leaving? A moment later, Yu Fei suddenly stood up, wanting to go after Lin Ran and ask. But he hesitated for a while and still couldn't muster the courage. In the end, he lay back on the sofa and stared blankly at the ceiling. Yu Fei lay awake all night staring at the ceiling. The heavy dark circles under his eyes were especially conspicuous. Creak. The office door was pushed open and Yuan Gang walked in, yawning. Damn. Walking over to the sofa, Yuan Gang glanced down and was so startled that he cursed. Bro, you scared me to death. Yu Fei sat up with a start, also frightened, and said to Yuan Gang irritably. Xiao Fei, what did you do last night? Yuan Gang looked at Yu Fei's dark circles, then glanced around the office and found no one else. I didn't do anything. Yu Fei shook his head, not understanding why Yuan Gang asked. No way. With panda eyes like yours, you'd have to have been up to something for at least half the night to end up like that. Yuan Gang rubbed his chin and smacked his lips, not believing Yu Fei at all. Panda eyes. Yu Fei scratched his head, not understanding what that meant. Go look in the mirror yourself. Yuan Gang shook his head. Another teenager had just become a man. The world had one less boy and one more man. Yu Fei didn't bother with Yuan Gang and ran straight to the bathroom. Only after looking in the mirror did he understand what was going on. Bro, I really didn't do anything last night. Back in the office, Yu Fei said to Yuan Gang very seriously. Okay, I know. Yuan Gang nodded with a smile. The implication went without saying. I'm going to find Peng Yu. Seeing this, Yu Fei gave up explaining, grabbed the 20,000 yuan, and left the office. In the first floor lobby, Yu Fei couldn't help glancing at the front desk. Seeing that only another young woman was there, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. Brother Fei, you're up early. Turning around, Yu Fei saw Peng Yu and Jiang Xian walking toward him. The two greeted him. Brother Gang gave it to me. Split it between you two. Yu Fei nodded, took out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket, and tossed it into Peng Yu's arms. Whoa, Brother Gang is the best. Jiang Xian, you didn't do anything last night either, so I'll just take all of it. Peng Yu took the money, excitedly kissed it a few times, and joked with Jiang Xian. Brother Fei, what did you do last night? Jiang Xian, however, completely ignored Peng Yu. His attention was fixed on Yu Fei's face as he looked at those panda eyes and asked in confusion. I had a dream and didn't sleep well. Anyway, I'm going across the street to get some breakfast. Hearing Jiang Xian's question, Yu Fei awkwardly made an excuse and fled toward the door. Bang! Yu Fei kept his head down, trying not to let anyone notice his dark circles, but just as he reached the door, he collided with someone. A delicate fragrance hit his nose, very familiar. Yu Fei suddenly looked up. What came into view was none other than Lin Ran, holding her chest, clearly hurt from the collision. Lin Ran. Yu Fei called out excitedly. Sorry I'm late. Hearing Yu Fei's voice, Lin Ran forgot the pain in her chest and said with a flushed face. It's fine, it's fine. Yu Fei quickly shook his head. As long as she came, what did being late matter? I'll go get changed first. Seeing Yu Fei's reaction, Lin Ran was a little flustered. She quickly said something and ran toward the changing room. Yu Fei, on the other hand, grinned, feeling extremely pleased, and hummed a little tune as he headed to the breakfast shop across the street. That evening, Yu Fei, who hadn't slept all night, was dozing on the sofa in the lobby when Peng Yu suddenly came over and woke him. What's wrong? Yu Fei was groggy, his eyes not even fully open. There are two weirdos in room 5, Brother Fei. Go take a look, Peng Yu said with a helpless expression. Hearing this, Yu Fei was puzzled. He got up, stretched, and then followed Peng Yu to room 5. Opening the door, he saw one fat and one thin young man sitting in the private room. Judging by their clothes, they were only in their early 20s, wearing only underpants, their faces bruised and swollen. Not far away sat two young women who worked at the venue. There was also a pile of food on the table. What's going on? Yu Fei frowned the scene before him, leaving him confused. They booked a private room, ordered hostesses, ordered food, and then had no money. Peng Yu glanced at the two men and said irritably to Yu Fei, no money. Yu Fei could hardly believe it. Freeloading at a KTV? Weren't they afraid of being beaten to death? We stripped them naked and didn't find a single cent. Peng Yu nodded and spread his hands. Hearing this, Yu Fei stepped forward, looked at the leftover food on the table, then glanced at the two men again. Forget it, let them go. Seeing the miserable state of the two, Yu Fei suddenly recalled his own days from the past. Get the hell out of here. Peng Yu was somewhat surprised, but he didn't say anything more. I'm not leaving. Unexpectedly, the chubby young man shook his head and refused to go. Have I been giving you too much face? Peng Yu nearly laughed out of anger and rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw hands. Peng Yu. Yu Fei frowned as well, but still called Peng Yu to stop. Brother Fei, this kid. Peng Yu didn't understand and wanted to say more, but Yu Fei stopped him. Why won't you leave? Yu Fei stepped forward and looked at the fat young man. Nowhere to go. The fat young man answered bluntly without hesitation, and the skinny one beside him nodded. What are your names? Yu Fei smiled at that, finding the two quite amusing. My name is Jiang Ritian, and he's Gu Chegon. Hearing Yu Fei's question, the skinny one was about to speak when the fat one stopped him. In an instant, everyone in the private room burst out laughing, and even Yu Fei couldn't help grinning. Jiang Ritian, Gu Chegon, since you two have nowhere to go, stay and work as waiters. Peng Yu charged tonight's bill to them and deducted from their wages. After a moment, Yu Fei shook his head helplessly and decided to keep the two. Fine. Peng Yu also thought these two live wires were amusing, so seeing Yu Fei want to keep them, he said nothing. Leaving the private room, Yu Fei returned to the second-floor office and told Yuan Gang about Jiang Ritian and Gu Chegon. Yuan Gang nearly laughed himself out of breath at the two names, tears streaming down without stop. A few days passed quickly. The wildly booming business gradually settled down, but that didn't stop Wanhao KTV from being the hottest spot in Yong'an. One day, Yu Fei returned with Yuan Gang after going out. The moment he entered the lobby, he saw someone talking to Lin Ran. The man was plump and dressed in a waiter's uniform. Who knew what they were chatting about, but he had Lin Ran giggling. Yu Fei's jealousy exploded instantly, and he stormed toward the front desk. Yuan Gang, on the other hand, followed at a leisurely pace, wearing the look of someone enjoying the show. Are you that idol? Yu Fei's expression was awful as he walked to the front desk and said in an icy tone. Seeing this, Lin Ran froze at once, her smile stiffening on her face. Which little brat dares to meddle in my business? Hearing the voice behind him, the waiter turned around with curses, but then froze. You're that? Yu Fei was also taken aback. The person in front of him looked rather familiar, but he couldn't recall the name. Brother Fei, I'm Jiang Ritian. Xiao Jiang. The waiter was none other than Jiang Ritian. Realizing the visitor was Yu Fei, he immediately smiled ingratiatingly. Cough. Yuan Gang nearly choked on his saliva when he heard that name and coughed violently several times. Even Yu Fei's anger faded considerably in an instant. Enough said about the lethal power of that name. Why aren't you working? What are you chatting about here? But thinking of Jiang Ritian chatting up Lin Ran, Yu Fei was still displeased, so he said with a stern face. Brother Fei, I just got tired from working, so I'm passing the time. Jiang Ritian clearly didn't grasp the seriousness of the matter and kept on laughing and joking. You like passing the time, huh? Yu Fei smiled ominously, then took out his phone and called Peng Yu. Get to the front desk. The call was answered quickly. Yu Fei said only one sentence, then hung up immediately. Brother Gang. Brother Fei, what's wrong? A short while later, Peng Yu ran over, greeted Yuan Gang, and then asked Yu Fei. The moment he heard Peng Yu's voice, before Yu Fei could even say anything, Jiang Ritian shuddered. That beating he had taken that night had truly left a shadow over Jiang Ritian's heart. Our comrade Xiao Jiang is feeling a little bored. Keep him company and amuse him. And remember, make it the kind where he's so happy he cries. Yu Fei glanced at Lin Ran, then said to Peng Yu, who instantly knew what was going on. Don't worry, Brother Fei. I'll give him a good time. Peng Yu directly slung an arm around Jiang Ritian's shoulder and said with a smile to Yu Fei, "Brother Fei, can I cry now?" Jiang Ritian was truly on the verge of tears. Grabbed by the shoulder like that, his whole body trembled. No. Yu Fei shook his head. If he dared to try to steal his woman, he had to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. Soon Peng Yu walked away with the trembling Jiang Ritian in his arm, while Yu Fei stood in front of Lin Ran. How could Lin Ran not know what had just happened? Seeing Yu Fei approach, she shyly lowered her head. "Why are you hanging your head? Too afraid to look at me?" Yu Fei kept his face stern and asked with feigned seriousness. "No, I'm not." Lin Ran raised her head and stole a glance at Yu Fei. Two blushes rose on her pretty face as she murmured, "From now on, don't talk to him anymore. And that Gu Chegon, stay away from both of them." Yu Fei continued his warning. Jiang Ritian alone wasn't enough. Gu Chegon, that goofball, also got caught in the crossfire. "I know." Watching Yu Fei throw a childish tantrum, Lin Ran suddenly felt like laughing. She suppressed the corners of her mouth and acknowledged, "Good girl." Hearing Lin Ran's words, Yu Fei, as if possessed, reached out and pinched her nose. Instantly, both of them froze where they stood. Cough. "What lovely weather today. I think I'll go upstairs and take a nap." At that awkward moment, Yuan Gang suddenly coughed violently, then walked toward the second floor with his hands clasped behind his back. "I still have something to do." Snapping back to his senses, Yu Fei quickly withdrew his hand and fled toward the second floor in embarrassment. Lin Ran, however, let out a giggle and started playfully tussling with the young girl beside her who had been making fun of her. In the evening, after most of the guests had left, Peng Yu suggested going out for a late-night snack. Yu Fei hadn't wanted to go, but somehow Peng Yu managed to sweet-talk Lin Ran into tagging along as well. Left with no choice, Yu Fei could only agree and followed Peng Yu and the others to a barbecue restaurant. "Boss, just bring us some skewers plus 4 kidneys and 2 treasures." As soon as they sat down, Peng Yu called out to the boss, "I've always wondered, after eating so many kidneys and treasures, where does it all go?" Jiang Xian was quite puzzled. He hadn't heard of Peng Yu dating anyone. "Do I have to use it just because I ate it? Can't I store up the energy in advance?" Peng Yu shot him an annoyed glare. "Can we talk about something wholesome? Coming out with you two is embarrassing." Yu Fei shook his head helplessly. Lin Ran and another front desk girl were right there, yet those two clowns didn't know how to show some restraint. "See, Brother Fei's sick of you." Jiang Xian smiled and immediately distanced himself, putting all the blame on Peng Yu's head. "Humph, you're the slyest one." Peng Yu shot another glare and said irritably, "Is there anything you'd like to eat?" Jiang Xian and Peng Yu were bickering. Yu Fei, too lazy to engage with them, turned to Lin Ran and asked. Lin Ran glanced at the menu, then shook her head after a moment. "What about drinks?" Yu Fei continued. "Juice, please." Lin Ran thought for a moment and said, "Peng Yu, go grab some juice bottles." Yu Fei nodded and called out to Peng Yu, cutting off his vulgar remarks. Peng Yu acknowledged, then stood up, sneaked a hit on Jiang Xian, and ran off. Bang! Before long, Peng Yu came back, carrying a crate of beer, placing it directly on the table. "Where's the juice?" Yu Fei took a look. Aside from the beer, there was nothing else. "Here it is, wheat juice." Peng Yu patted the beer crate, grinning widely. "Are you out of your mind?" Yu Fei was almost amused, lifting his leg to kick him. "Wine is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you stay. Why drink juice when you can have some beer?" Peng Yu rubbed his butt with a sly grin, then put on a serious face. "Careful, you'll turn into a grandson." Yu Fei shot him a glare, then got up to fetch the juice himself. Soon Yu Fei returned with a juice bottle in one hand and a plate of skewers in the other. The owner was busy, so Yu Fei grabbed the plate himself. "What's that?" Setting down the items, Yu Fei was about to sit when he caught something out of the corner of his eye. "What?" Peng Yu, sitting beside him, asked upon hearing his words. "Look over there." Yu Fei pointed toward the trash can a short distance away. Peng Yu turned his head to look. Damn. Yu Fei hadn't seen clearly, but Peng Yu understood. Jiang Ritian and Gu Chegon were crouched behind the trash can, occasionally poking their heads out to glance at them. Jiang Ritian and Gu Chegon. Hearing Peng Yu's words, Yu Fei immediately realized. Who else could it be? Peng Yu replied, then stood up and walked toward the trash can. Before long, Peng Yu returned, holding one ear of each of the two in his hands. Jiang Ritian and Gu Chegon screamed like pigs being slaughtered, but their eyes were fixed on the skewers on the table. All right, let them go. The commotion had already disturbed other customers. Yu Fei waved his hand in resignation. Why are you two here? Aren't there still customers in the shop? Peng Yu released them irritably. Yu Fei looked at the two and continued. It was Gu Chegon. He dragged me here. Jiang Ritian reacted quickly, shifting the blame onto Gu Chegon while grabbing a handful of skewers and devouring them. Bullshit. It was you. Gu Chegon's eyes widened in disbelief at Jiang Ritian's betrayal. All right, Peng Yu, have the owner bring 2 more chairs. Yu Fei shook his head helplessly. These 2 clowns must have overheard their conversation and followed out of gluttony. Boss, 2 more chairs. Seeing that Yu Fei had said so, Peng Yu could only call out. In the time that followed, Yu Fei, Peng Yu, and the others drank beer and chatted with Lin Ran and another girl occasionally chiming in. As for Jiang Ritian and Gu Chegon, they were frantically munching on skewers, finishing over 100 in no time. Are you two born starving? The 5 of us didn't eat as much as you two. Peng Yu couldn't help but tease them, seeing their eating manners. So delicious. Fucking amazing. Jiang Ritian shook his head, his mouth stuffed full, mumbling indistinctly. The scene made everyone laugh, even Peng Yu cracked a smile. Bang! While they were eating, a bottle suddenly shattered near them, and the two tables nearby started arguing. Can't even eat in peace. Peng Yu glanced back. The two groups had started fighting. He sighed helplessly. Maybe we should leave? Lin Ran was scared of the fight. She tugged at Yu Fei's sleeve and whispered, Alright, we're pretty much done anyway. Yu Fei had no objection. He nodded and went to pay the bill. When he returned, everyone was ready to leave. But just then someone crashed toward them. Bang! Another bottle shattered right at Jiang Xian's feet, startling him. Damn! Hey, watch where you're throwing. Don't hit us. Jiang Xian slapped the liquid off his pants and grumbled. Watch your mother. Who the hell are you talking to? The group hadn't planned to cause trouble and wanted to leave. But a shirtless young man, upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, cursed back. Fuck your mother. Who the hell are you calling a bastard? Peng Yu was furious. He turned around cursing and strode toward the shirtless young man. I'm calling you, you bastard. What's it to you? The other man was equally defiant, puffing out his chest and confronting Peng Yu. Jiang Ritianyu and Gu Chegan take Lin Ran and the others back. Yu Fei saw that given Peng Yu's temper, this wouldn't end peacefully. He immediately called out to Jiang Ritian. Don't fight. Lin Ran's face was full of worry. She grabbed Yu Fei's arm and said, Be good. Yu Fei smiled at her and patted the back of her hand reassuringly. Jiang Rifi. Yu Fei turned around to remind Jiang Ritian again, but didn't see him. Little brat, taste your grandpa Jiang's kick. Just then a loud shout rang out. Jiang Ritian appeared beside Peng Yu and kicked the shirtless young man. The shirtless young man couldn't react in time and was knocked to the ground by Jiang Ritian's kick. But it didn't end there. Behind Jiang Ritian, Gu Chegan also charged out, pouncing like a hungry dog. Monkey steals the peach. Gu Chegan shouted, targeting the man's crotch. Yu Fei shuddered at the sight. A piercing scream rang out. Gu Chegan's move connected. The shirtless young man's face turned bright red and his eyes bulged. Damn, is that immortal points the way? Peng Yu was stunned. He hadn't expected these two clowns to have such a move. Fuck your mother, you little bastards. Get him. But then the other man's companions reacted, grabbing stools and bottles and charging at Jiang Ritian and Gu Chegan. Bang! Damn! Jiang Ritian was hit in the head with a bottle. The bottle shattered and a streak of red trickled down. Fuck your mother. Peng Yu was furious. He grabbed a nearby stool and hurled it. Damn it. Jiang Xian, get in. Yu Fei panicked. He ignored Lin Ran, grabbed a handful of skewer sticks, and charged at the opponents. With a sudden thud, Peng Yu was struck squarely by a stool and crashed to the ground. Just as the attacker was about to strike again, Yu Fei and Jiang Xian had already charged forward. Bitch motherfucker. Yu Fei cursed, gripping an iron rod and thrusting it toward a man's chest. The man's face drained of color, and he frantically stumbled backward to dodge, but Yu Fei still managed to pierce his arm. Immediately after, Jiang Xian swung a stool directly at the man's back, knocking him to the ground in an instant. You little bastards were being too lenient with you. Yu Fei hauled Peng Yu to his feet, shot a fierce glare at them, and charged back into the fray. Peng Yu, still reeling from the blow, was beside himself with rage, grabbing a shard of glass and lunging into the crowd, stabbing wildly. Fortunately, the glass wasn't particularly long. The wounds it caused were surface level, nothing vital. Jiang Xian stayed close by the two of them, wielding a broken stool leg, occasionally delivering a strike to any downed opponent. Before long, all 7 or 8 of the opposing men lay fallen on the ground, and the scene was a complete mess. Brother Fei, we've done enough. Jiang Xian remained the most level-headed. Spotting someone nearby, pulling out a phone to make a call, he quickly called out to Yu Fei. Let's go. Yu Fei glanced over, dropped the iron rod in his hand, and nodded at Jiang Xian. Damn it, I'm going to kill these sons of bitches. But Peng Yu still hadn't calmed down. He picked up a stool leg from the ground, ready to continue attacking. Peng Yu. Yu Fei hurriedly held him back, dragging him forcefully away from the scene. Meanwhile, Lin Ran and another young woman hadn't strayed far. Seeing Yu Fei and the others approaching, they hurriedly jogged over to meet them. Are you okay? Reaching Yu Fei's side, Lin Ran nervously grabbed his arm and asked anxiously. I'm fine. Yu Fei shook his head and replied with a faint smile. Let's get out of here first. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief, then urgently added. She had overheard someone making a phone call to report the police, fearing Yu Fei and the others might be arrested. All right. Yu Fei nodded, and without another word, the group quickly returned to the shop. Wanhao KTV. On the first floor, Yuan Gang sat idly on a sofa in the lobby, smoking. Suddenly, Yu Fei and the others walked through the entrance. Huh, weren't you guys out getting late-night snacks? What happened to you all? Hearing the commotion, Yuan Gang looked up and asked in confusion. Yuan Gang knew Yu Fei's group had gone for late-night snacks. Peng Yu had even invited him, but he had declined. Don't even get me started. Bad luck. Peng Yu rubbed his shoulders, sank onto the sofa, and grimaced as he spoke. Xiao Fei, what's going on? Yuan Gang grew even more puzzled and turned directly to Yu Fei for an explanation. Really just bad luck. Yu Fei also smiled bitterly and shook his head, but said nothing further. Are you two just kidding around with me? Nothing else besides bad luck? Yuan Gang nearly laughed in exasperation. One by one they all avoided the question, and he only understood 2 words: bad luck. Brother Gang, I'm all out of energy. Let Jiang Ritian tell you. Peng Yu waved his hand and collapsed onto the sofa. Jiang Ritian. Where is he? Yuan Gang looked around, but couldn't spot Jiang Ritian anywhere. Huh. Yu Fei and the others suddenly realized it too, and everyone froze. Fuck. We left those 2 behind. After a moment, Peng Yu was the first to react, shouting loudly. Looks like we did. Yu Fei nodded urgently. Left where? Yuan Gang was on the verge of losing his mind. All he could hear was them panicking with no idea what had actually happened. Yu Fei quickly explained the situation to Yuan Gang, who could only laugh and shake his head in disbelief. You lot are real troublemakers. Going out for a snack and running into this mess. Yuan Gang shook his head, helplessly unsure how to even respond. Brother, Jiang Ritian and Gu Chegon are probably already at the sub-bureau. Go pick them up first. Yu Fei was growing impatient. After all, Jiang Ritian and Gu Chegon were his people, and they had gotten involved because of them. Wait here. Yuan Gang gave him an annoyed glare, then returned to the office to grab his car keys and headed out. Zhang Er, how could you not keep an eye on them? You left 2 grown men behind. After Yuan Gang left, the atmosphere turned heavy. Peng Yu kicked Jiang Xian irritably. It's a habit. We always fight as a group. I didn't even notice the 2 extra people this time. Jiang Xian shot him a glare and retorted angrily. You 2 are real talents. Yu Fei shook his head helplessly, then turned to look at Lin Ran beside him. It's getting late. Want me to walk you home? Noticing Lin Ran's fatigue, Yu Fei spoke up. All right. Lin Ran hesitated for a moment before nodding. She had initially wanted to refuse, but after witnessing the violent scene, she was genuinely afraid, which is why she agreed to let Yu Fei walk her home. You 2 watch the place. Yu Fei thrilled said to Peng Yu and Jiang Xian, then followed Lin Ran out the door. Lin Ran's place wasn't far from Wanhao KTV, about a 20-minute walk. Are your parents home? Noticing the awkward silence, Yu Fei tried to break it. What do you want? Lin Ran looked up wary. Just asking. Yu Fei froze, then realized what she might have thought and laughed awkwardly. I live alone. Seeing Yu Fei genuinely meant no harm, Lin Ran finally relaxed. Then where are your parents? Yu Fei was puzzled, not understanding why Lin Ran wasn't living with her family. But Lin Ran simply shook her head and said nothing, her expression growing somber. Yu Fei didn't press further, and the 2 continued walking in silence. Soon they arrived at Lin Ran's neighborhood, a row of single-story houses near East Street. I'm here. After walking a short distance, Lin Ran suddenly stopped and told Yu Fei. All right, go on in. Yu Fei, lost in thought, snapped back to reality at her voice and quickly responded. Be safe on your way back. Lin Ran nodded, exchanged those words with Yu Fei, then opened the door and went inside. The door clicked shut. Yu Fei reluctantly tore his gaze away and began the walk back. Stepping out of the residential area and reaching a T-junction, Yu Fei was about to turn left when suddenly a minivan sped straight toward him. Yu Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly sidestepped to avoid it, but the van screeched to a halt right in front of him. You fucking... Bang! Someone jumped out of the van. Yu Fei opened his mouth to curse, but before he could finish, a heavy blow struck his head. His vision went black, and he collapsed unconscious. Wanhao KTV. Yuan Gang Santana came to an abrupt halt at the gate. The car door opened, and Jiang Ritian and Gu Chegon helped each other out, their faces bruised and swollen. What the hell? How did you 2 end up like this? Peng Yu, who had just walked to the entrance, looked at the wretched state of Jiang Ritian and Gu Chegon with some astonishment. Got roughed up at the sub-bureau. Jiang Xian frowned, assuming the pair's appearance was the result of police interrogation. And you 2 have the nerve to complain. If the guys from the sub-bureau had been even a little later, they would have been beaten to death. Just then Yuan Gang also got out of the car and stepped down, shooting Peng Yu and Jiang Xian an irritated glare. The injuries on Jiang Ritian and Gu Chegon were not from the sub-bureau. They had been beaten by another group after Yu Fei and Peng Yu had left. You 2 are terrible friends. I'm never hanging out with you again. Jiang Ritian pointed bitterly at Peng Yu and Jiang Xian, his face full of grievance and indignation. Me too. Gu Chegon nodded, patting his face, which was swollen like a pig's head, aligning himself with Jiang Ritian's camp. Cough. Well, we just forgot, that's all. Peng Yu awkwardly spread his palms, and Jiang Xian nervously rubbed his nose. Where's Xiao Fei? Yuan Gang looked at the group, shook his head helplessly, then asked Peng Yu. He went to see Lin Ran off. But normally he should have been back by now. It's been an hour. Peng Yu replied, then grew puzzled as to why Yu Fei still hadn't returned. Stop worrying about useless things. Yuan Gang's eyes lit up at the words, then he lifted his leg and kicked Peng Yu. Your kidneys and treasure are wasted. Jiang Xian also shook his head, casting a glance at Peng Yu as if he were an idiot. What did they mean? After Yuan Gang and Jiang Xian walked away, Peng Yu scratched his head in confusion and asked Jiang Ritian and Gu Chegon. I can't be bothered with you. Jiang Ritian snorted dismissively and walked straight back into the shop without looking back. Play by yourself then. Gu Chegon mimicked him, following close behind Jiang Ritian. Crazy. Peng Yu watched their departing backs, spat on the ground, and muttered his complaint. The next day after Yuan Gang woke up, he went to check on Yufei's room. Finding he hadn't returned all night, he smiled with relief. Coming to the lobby, Yuan Gang was about to go across the street for breakfast when he ran into Lin Ran, who was arriving for work. Moi. Toughed out by Xiao Fei last night, too sore to get up. Seeing Yufei wasn't with her, Yuan Gang joked to Lin Ran with a smile. Too sore to get up. Lin Ran looked confused, not understanding what Yuan Gang meant. Stop beating around the bush. From now on call me brother, along with Xiao Fei instead of always saying boss. Yuan Gang waved his hand. Boss, we haven't. Lin Ran's face instantly turned red, and she explained quietly with her head bowed. What haven't we? Don't tell me you two watched the stars all night after going back together. If that's really the case, then I'll have to properly educate him. Yuan Gang's mouth curled into a smirk as he continued teasing. Going back with me yet? No, he dropped me off at home and left. Lin Ran looked utterly baffled and quickly explained. Left? He didn't come back. Yuan Gang was stunned. Lin Ran didn't look like she was lying, and there was no reason for her to be. Yuan Gang then took out his phone, found Yufei's number and dialed, but the line informed him the phone was switched off. Shit. Peng Yu. Jiang Xian. Yuan Gang's expression darkened instantly, and he let out a roar that echoed throughout the first-floor lobby. What's wrong, brother Gang? Peng Yu and Jiang Xian were counting alcohol inventory when they heard Yuan Gang's voice and rushed out of the storage room. Xiao Fei wasn't at Lin Ran's last night, and he didn't come back either. Yuan Gang said with a grim face. What? Hearing Yuan Gang's words and seeing his expression, Peng Yu and Jiang Xian immediately connected the dots. We're closed today? Send everyone out to find Xiao Fei. Yuan Gang clenched his fist throughout those words and stormed upstairs to the office, pulling out his phone to make calls. Nanshan Town, Yang'an District. At a bungalow on the eastern end of town, a group of men were squatting in the courtyard eating fried dough sticks and drinking kanji. Boss, should we send that kid something? While eating, one man suddenly looked up and asked the middle-aged man sitting on the threshold. Send him nothing. I haven't even gotten my 100,000 back yet, and you want me to throw more money in. The middle-aged man was none other than Li Yaodong, who scolded irritably while holding his rice bowl. Seeing Li Yaodong lose his temper, his subordinate shrank his neck and said nothing more. Slurp. Finishing his last mouthful of kanji, Li Yaodong tossed the bowl into a basin nearby and walked into the house. Get up, stop playing dead. In the living room, Li Yaodong kicked a large dog cage twice and shouted. Inside the cage was Yufei, beaten beyond recognition, his body covered in blood. Hearing Li Yaodong's voice, Yufei's eyebrows twitched, and he slowly opened his swollen eyes. You little bastard still recognize me. Seeing Yufei awake, Li Yaodong crouched down and asked with a vicious grin. Bastard. Yufei grinned back, his brow furrowing slightly from the pain, but he still managed a mocking remark. Fine, you're tough. But since you're in my hands, don't expect to walk away unscathed. Li Yaodong's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't lose his temper with Yufei, instead continuing with a cold, menacing tone. Don't shake when you do it. Yufei smiled again, deliberately bringing up Li Yaodong's sore spot. Fuck your mother. Li Yaodong flew into a rage, unable to contain himself any longer. He flung open the cage door and kicked Yufei hard. Cough, cough, cough. Yufei let out a painful groan and began coughing. He had no strength to resist at all. Erwazi, where's his phone? After venting his anger, Li Yaodong locked the cage and called out to the doorway. Here. Erwazi hurried and pulled Yufei's phone from his pocket and handed it to Li Yaodong. Wanhao KTV. On the second-floor office, Yuan Gang stared at the phone in front of him, his brows tightly knit. The ashtray beside him was stuffed with cigarette butts. The office door opened, and Peng Yu walked in. Any news? Yuan Gang jerked his head up and asked bluntly. Peng Yu didn't speak, only slowly shook his head. Bang. Damn it. Seeing this, Yuan Gang angrily slammed the table, then grabbed the ashtray and hurled it across the room. Chen Er Pai Chen Li Sin Wang Wenfu, Zhou Haiping Ji Rong, and others. Everyone in Yang'an with whom Yuan Gang had past grudges or good relationships, he had contacted them all. All morning he made countless calls, but found no trace of Yufei. And as time passed, Yuan Gang grew increasingly uneasy, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Just as Yuan Gang was on the verge of despair, his phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he saw it was Yufei calling, and he immediately pressed the answer button. Hello, Xiao Fei. Where the hell have you been? Yuan Gang ecstatically shouted into the phone. Peng Yu, sitting on the sofa, overheard Yuan Gang's words and sprang to his feet, rushing over. Dead? He's not dead yet. But on the other end of the line, it wasn't Yufei speaking. Instead, a voice unfamiliar to Yuan Gang answered. Who are you? How is my brother? Yuan Gang's face turned pale as he urgently asked. Your brother's fine, he was just cursing me out a moment ago. Li Yaodong on the other end of the phone glanced at Yufei and said, Brother, who are you exactly? Don't make things hard for my brother. If you have any issue, come at me, Yuan Gang. I'll take it all. Hearing that Yufei was still okay, Yuan Gang breathed a sigh of relief, then continued. My name is Li Yaodong. Did your brother ever mention my name? Li Yaodong didn't hide anything and directly revealed his identity. Li Yaodong. The 100,000 yuan. Yuan Gang thought for a moment and instantly remembered who he was. That night, when he was dining with Zhou Haiping and Zhang Wenfu, someone had come to cause trouble at the store. Yu Fei had told him the ringleader was named Li Yaodong, and in the end they had paid him 100,000 yuan in compensation. Not bad memory. That night your brother not only made me lose face, but also took 100,000 yuan from me. Though I Li Yaodong don't run a big operation in Yang'an, I can't be pushed around like this. Li Yaodong snorted coldly, then spoke through gritted teeth. 200,000. As long as you let my brother come back, I'll give you 200,000. Plus I'll host a banquet at Yang'an restaurant and personally apologize to you. Yuan Gang had no mood to listen to his nonsense. He only wanted Yu Fei to return safely. 200,000. As expected of someone who runs a shop on East Street. Truly wealthy. Li Yaodong chuckled mockingly. But given the current situation, 200,000 won't cut it. And don't bother with apologies. I'm afraid I'd be poisoned if I ate at your banquet. Then Li Yaodong changed his tone, rejecting Yuan Gang's offer. Then how much do you want? Yuan Gang asked with a grim expression. 500,000. If you want your brother to live, bring 500,000 to buy his life. Li Yaodong had already planned it out. Hearing Yuan Gang's question, he stated his demand. Fine, but I can't come up with that much money in such a short time. You'll need to give me some time. Yuan Gang agreed without a second thought. However, the current account balance of Wanhao KTV was far from that amount. Only around 200,000. No problem. I'll give you 2 days. Contact me again after 2 days. Li Yaodong was also straightforward, giving Yuan Gang 2 days to gather the money, then hung up. Yuan Gang wanted to speak with Yu Fei, but Li Yaodong hung up abruptly. When he tried calling back, the phone was already off. Gang Go, is it that Li Yaodong? Seeing Yuan Gang put down his phone, Peng Yu asked with a grim face. Yuan Gang replied, then lit a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Damn it, that bastard. I'm going to find out where his den is. Peng Yu cursed and stormed toward the door, but Yuan Gang stopped him. This isn't the time for settling scores. Let's secure Xiao Fei's safety first. Yuan Gang shook his head. With Yu Fei still in Li Yaodong's hands, they couldn't act rashly. First go find Jiang Xian and have everyone withdraw. I'll gather the money. Then Yuan Gang continued to Peng Yu. Got it. Hearing Yuan Gang's words, Peng Yu had no choice but to relent. He acknowledged and walked out. After Peng Yu left, Yuan Gang didn't immediately start raising money. Instead, he began inquiring about Li Yaodong's background. He asked Ji Rong, and after learning about Li Yaodong's character, Yuan Gang grew even more troubled. Although Li Yaodong didn't run a big operation in Yang'an, he had made his start selling Little Happiness and was still in that line of business. Yuan Gang knew well that people like this were extremely troublesome because they had no moral bottom line. Even if he paid the money, there was no guarantee Yu Fei would survive. After hanging up with Ji Rong, Yuan Gang sank back into thought. On the first floor, Peng Yu hurried down the stairs. Lin Ran, seeing him, quickly approached. Although Yuan Gang had said the business was closed, Lin Ran had never left as she stayed in the lobby waiting for news. You go, any word on Xiao Fei? Lin Ran's face was pale as she anxiously asked Peng Yu. Yes. Peng Yu glanced at Lin Ran, paused for a moment, then nodded. How is he now? Hearing Peng Yu's words, Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was news. He's been kidnapped. Peng Yu shook his head and told Lin Ran the situation. How could this happen? Lin Ran was shocked, her body trembling uncontrollably. Don't worry, Fei Go will be fine. Peng Yu sighed, offering a word of comfort to Lin Ran. Lin Ran, as if not hearing, slumped onto the sofa, tears streaming down her cheeks. Peng Yu had no time to console her. He pulled out his phone to call Jiang Xian and ran outside. That evening, the normally bustling Wanhao KTV was closed, its sign dark, with only the second floor showing flickering lights. In the second floor office, Yuan Gang sat behind his desk. On the sofa sat Peng Yu, Jiang Xian, Wang Meiyuan, and Lin Ran. Ordinarily, Lin Ran shouldn't have been present at such a gathering, but Yuan Gang had insisted she stay. Gangsy, don't worry about the money. I'll lend it to you first, Wang Meiyuan said to Yuan Gang after learning of Yu Fei's situation. Back when she was bringing girls to Wanhao nightclub, Wang Meiyuan had saved up quite a bit. 400,000 or 500,000 at least. It's not the money I'm worried about. What concerns me most is that Li Yaodong might take the money and still not release him, Yuan Gang said, slowly shaking his head. Even if it were 1 million, he could scrape it together. But the key issue wasn't the amount of money, it was whether Li Yaodong would keep his word and let Yu Fei go. Maybe we should call the police. Lin Ran, still naive, thought the police could handle everything and suggested as much. If we call the police, Xiao Fei will lose his life. Yuan Gang shook his head again. He didn't explain further to Lin Ran as it wasn't the time. Gang Gu, can we find out where Li Yaodong is hiding? After a brief silence, Jiang Xian looked up and asked. I've already sent people to inquire, Yuan Gang nodded. Jiang Xian shared his idea, to locate Li Yaodong's whereabouts and then directly rescue Yu Fei. But wouldn't that be too risky? Peng Yu frowned. He understood what Yuan Gang and Jiang Xian meant, but it didn't feel very secure. The risk is high, but Li Yaodong is nothing but a despicable junkie. Expecting him to keep his word carries just as much risk. Yuan Gang nodded and let out a helpless sigh. Brother Gangwei. Before Peng Yu could finish, the office door burst open with a bang. 2 figures, one fat and one thin, tumbled in. Jiang Ritian. Gucci gone. What time is this? Why are you two still causing trouble? The ones who rolled in were none other than Jiang Ritian and Gu Shigan, prompting Peng Yu to curse loudly. Since they had no place to stay, Yu Fei had let them sleep in the private room. That was why they were still in the KTV after the other staff had left. Cough cough. Brother gang, we were chasing a mouse and accidentally fell in. Jiang Ritian looked a bit embarrassed. After coughing twice, he came up with a far-fetched excuse. If there's nothing important, you two can leave first. Yuan Gang's expression darkened, but he held back his anger. Brother gang, will brother you be able to come back? Hearing Yuan Gang's words, Gu Chegan wanted to leave, but Jiang Ritian didn't move. I don't know either. Yuan Gang's face fell, and he shook his head. He didn't know if they could bring Yu Fei back. Brother gang, I can help. Jiang Ritian's expression was complex. After a long internal struggle, he spoke to Yuan Gang. You can help. How? Yuan Gang frowned, not quite believing Jiang Ritian. Brother gang, I can't say. Can you lend me your phone? I need to make a call. Jiang Ritian shook his head and didn't explain, only asking to make a call. Are you crazy? Gu Shigan, standing beside him, changed his expression upon hearing Jiang Ritian's words. He tugged at him and whispered, get lost. But Jiang Ritian ignored Gu Chegan completely and kicked him. Here. Though puzzled, Yuan Gang didn't ask further and handed Jiang Ritian his phone. Brother gang will be back soon. Taking the phone, Jiang Ritian tossed a word and dragged Gu Chegan out. Brother gang, they. Peng Yu looked at their retreating figures and wanted to say something, but Yuan Gang waved him off. These two are not that simple, Yuan Gang said thoughtfully, and everyone in the room was stunned. The first time he heard Yu Fei talk about Jiang Ritian and Gu Shigan, Yuan Gang had been suspicious. Normal people wouldn't have names like that. Moreover, their accents didn't match. They were definitely not locals from Yang'an. At first, Yuan Gang suspected that Jiang Ritian and Gu Chegan might be spies sent by Lu Baoshan or Ma Rongxiang to keep an eye on him. After all, even though he was in another province, it would still be easy for them to track him down. But this doubt was quickly dispelled. There was no need for such a move. By now, Ma Rongxiang and Lu Baoshan had complete control over Jingzhou City. Even if Yuan Gang returned, he couldn't change anything. After all, Lin Xiangnan, the party secretary of Jingzhou, was on their side. With Ma Rongxiang's provincial connections, no one could touch them. Besides, the idiotic behavior of Jiang Ritian and Gu Chegan convinced Yuan Gang that they weren't sent by anyone. Despite their fool-like antics, Yuan Gang kept observing them. After spending time with them, Yuan Gang couldn't pinpoint anything specific, but his intuition told him these two were hiding something. So when Jiang Ritian claimed he could help bring Yu Fei back, Yuan Gang, though skeptical, still handed him the phone. An hour later, Jiang Ritian returned, followed by a dejected Gu Shigan, as if he had been wronged. Brother Gang, brother Yu is in Nanshan town. Jiang Ritian placed the phone on the desk and said to Yuan Gang, what? How do you know? Yuan Gang shot up from his seat, asking Jiang Ritian in disbelief. The others were also shocked, but after a moment they were skeptical. Brother Gang, I can't say, but I swear to you I'm telling the truth. Brother Yu is definitely in Nanshan town. Jiang Ritian slowly shook his head without explaining. Behind him, Gu Chegan muttered something under his breath. I believe you. After a moment of silence, Yuan Gang gave Jiang Ritian a deep look and nodded. Peng Yu, Jiangxian, come with me. Then Yuan Gang pulled an imitation Black Star pistol from the drawer and tucked it into his waistband. Peng Yu and Jiangxian quickly followed him out of the office. 20 minutes later, a van drove into the empty streets of Nanshan town. Inside, Yuan Gang sat in the passenger seat, Jiangxian drove, and Peng Yu held a 5-round shotgun in the back. Stop here, we'll wait. After driving a short distance, Yuan Gang looked around and told Jiangxian. Jiangxian nodded, silently slammed on the brakes, and turned off the engine. The location Jiang Ritian provided was east of the main street in Nanshan town, but no more specifics. So Yuan Gang decided to use the last day granted by Li Yaodong to lay an ambush here. They only brought 3 people because more wouldn't necessarily help and might even expose them. Although only 3 of them came, they carried 2 imitation Black Star pistols and 1 5-round shotgun, more than enough firepower. The night passed without incident. Jiangxian kept watch through the rest of the night until sunrise, when Peng Yu took over. Around 7 o'clock, the streets gradually filled with people, some buying breakfast, others setting up stalls. Suddenly, Peng Yu, who was scanning the area, spotted a man at a nearby fried dough stick stall waiting for the vendor to cook. Brother Gang. Brother Gang. Peng Yu looked more and more familiar and soon recognized him. The same man who had gotten out of the car with Li Yaodong that night. What's up? Yuan Gang jolted awake and looked at Peng Yu. The one buying fried dough sticks. He's with Li Yaodong. Peng Yu was a bit excited and pointed at the man by the stall. Are you sure? Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes to confirm. I'm sure. If you don't believe me, ask Jiangxian to look. Peng Yu nodded and then shook the sleeping Jiangxian awake. Brother Gang, I think so too. After Jiangxian woke up and heard Peng Yu's words, he looked at the man. The more he looked, the more familiar he seemed. Damn it. We found those bastards. Yuan Gang cursed, his eyes fixed on the man through the car window. Brother Gang, I'll go grab him. Peng Yu said, grabbing the 5-shot shotgun and preparing to get out of the car. What's the rush? Yuan Gang retorted. Look at the breakfast he bought. Can one person eat that much? Li Yaodong must be nearby. If you catch him now, what if you scare that bastard away? Yuan Gang yanked Peng Yu back and shot him a glare. Brother Gang is right. Let's just follow him and see where he goes. Jiang Xian nodded in agreement. Fine. Hearing their words, Peng Yu had no choice but to relent and put down the shotgun. Soon the man left with a large bag of fried dough sticks and porridge. Yuan Gang and his two companions stayed in the car, their eyes fixed on his direction. Finally, the man stopped in front of a one-story house not far to the east, opened the door, and went inside. Brother Gang, it's that one. Peng Yu shouted excitedly. Brother Gang, do we make a move now? Jiang Xian turned to Yuan Gang and asked. No too many people around. If the gun goes off, it'll be hard to contain. Yuan Gang thought for a moment and shook his head. The town was bustling with people at this hour. If they fired, things would easily get out of hand. Although they had Su Mingxiang, the secretary of the political and legal committee, backing them, that was not a get-out-of-jail-free card. If the commotion was too big, there would still be trouble. Moreover, shooting someone in broad daylight, so flagrantly, even the city party secretary couldn't save you, let alone the secretary of the political and legal committee. Back in Jingzhou City, when Yuan Gang had the backing of Lin Xiangnan, he killed Hao Chong and Lu Manjun and still had to flee. Nighttime. Yuan Gang immediately set the time. We'll wait until the dead of night when they're asleep and then sneak in. After all, they had already located the place. The targets weren't going anywhere. The three of them took turns keeping watch to prevent Li Yaodong's group from moving in during until nightfall. Around 1 in the morning, Nanshan town was shrouded in darkness. The streets were silent, not even a shadow in sight. Yuan Gang glanced at his phone and reached out to shake awake Peng Yu and Jiang Xian. Wake up, get ready to move. He rubbed his face and stretched his stiff legs. Peng Yu and Jiang Xian also stretched their bodies to avoid any mishaps. Bang! After a moment, the three of them got out of the car and crept toward the one-story house where Li Yaodong's group was staying. Reaching the wall, Yuan Gang pointed at the low fence and climbed up first, followed by Peng Yu and Jiang Xian. Crouching atop the wall, Yuan Gang peered into the house. It was pitch black, indicating everyone inside was asleep. Bang! Yuan Gang then jumped down from the wall, landing with a dull thud. Just as Peng Yu and Jiang Xian were about to follow, a frantic dog barking erupted from the direction of the corridor. Yuan Gang's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected a dog here. Ignoring Peng Yu and Jiang Xian, he drew the imitation Black Star pistol tucked at his waist and charged straight into the house. Bang! Kicking open the door, Yuan Gang rushed into the living room, but the dim light prevented him from seeing Yu Fei, who was locked in a dog cage. In the bedroom, Li Yaodong and Air Wazi heard the noise and had just turned on the light to check when Yuan Gang burst in. Don't move. Everyone get down on the floor. Yuan Gang pressed the muzzle against Li Yaodong's forehead and cursed fiercely. Brother, what's your angle? Li Yaodong was alarmed, but forced himself to ask. You're Li Yaodong. Hearing his voice, Yuan Gang recognized him instantly. But before Li Yaodong could answer, Peng Yu and Jiang Xian rushed in with their guns raised. One house. Seeing them, Li Yaodong didn't need Yuan Gang to tell him. He understood immediately. Brother Dong, what's? Suddenly 4 more men rushed over from the other 2 bedrooms, but their words died in their throats. Because Peng Yu and Jiang Xian had already aimed their dark muzzles at them. Where's my brother? Yuan Gang wasted no time grabbing Li Yaodong by the hair and demanding urgently. In the cage in the living room. Knowing he was caught, Li Yaodong pointed toward the living room. Jiang Xian. Go check. Yuan Gang kept the gun pressed to Li Yaodong's head, not daring to let his guard down. Jiang Xian exchanged a glance with Peng Yu, then went to the living room and turned on the light. Brother Fei. As the light came on, Jiang Xian saw the large dog cage in the living room with Yu Fei lying inside, barely alive. Jiang Xian, what's going on? Yuan Gang's voice was anxious. Damn it. I'll kill you, you bastard. Bang. Instead of answering, Jiang Xian went back to the bedroom and fired at Li Yaodong. Luckily, Yuan Gang was quick enough to yank Li Yaodong aside, and the bullet only hit his leg. A scream erupted instantly, but Yuan Gang ignored Li Yaodong and rushed to the living room. Xiao Fei. Seeing Yu Fei in the dog cage, Yuan Gang froze, his eyes instantly reddening. Who has the key? He then noticed the lock on the cage door, and suppressing his murderous rage, gritted his teeth and asked Li Yaodong's group. Here. Air Wazi, standing beside Li Yaodong, grabbed a key from the bedside and tremblingly replied. Yuan Gang stepped forward, snatched the key, and unlocked the cage. Xiao Fei, can you hear me? Your brother is here. Seeing Yu Fei covered in blood and grime, Yuan Gang wanted to carry him out, but was afraid of hurting him. His hands hovered in the air, trembling. Yuan Gang dared not imagine what Yu Fei had endured to be reduced to this state. His face was so swollen it was unrecognizable. A gash on his head had dried blood caked all over his face. The upper half of his body was stripped of clothing, revealing a mass of blood-stained welts as if he had been whipped. His entire back was torn open. Xiao Fei. Yuan Gang's voice trembled, his eyes turning bloodshot like a raging beast. After a moment, instead of moving Yu Fei, Yuan Gang stood up and returned to the bedroom. Who did this? He scanned the group, his tone icy. Li Yaodong's men exchanged glances. They knew exactly what Yuan Gang meant. We didn't touch him. After a brief silence, one of the underlings, unable to bear the pressure, blurted out while his eyes darted toward Li Yaodong. Yuan Gang remained silent, scanning each person's eyes before nodding. You may leave. He could tell these people were not lying. The wounds on Yu Fei were likely self-inflicted by Li Yaodong. The group stared at Yuan Gang in disbelief, frozen in place. Then Erwazi, standing beside Li Yaodong, was the first to react, striding toward the door. Seeing Yuan Gang offer no resistance, the others hurriedly followed, scattering in an instant. Jiang Xianpengyu, carry Xiao Fei to the car and take him to the town clinic immediately. After the others had left, Yuan Gang glanced at Li Yaodong, who was still moaning, then turned to Jiang Xian and Peng Yu. Ganga, what about you? Both nodded, and Peng Yu asked, Don't worry about me. Just go. Yuan Gang wasted no more words, grabbing Li Yaodong by the hair and dragging him to the ground. Then, as if hauling a dead dog, he dragged Li Yaodong outside, leaving a trail of blood. Peng Yu and Jiang Xian exchanged a glance, but said nothing, heading to the living room. At the Nanshan Town Clinic. In the ward, Yu Fei was wrapped like a mummy, lying on the bed. Beside him, Jiang Xian leaned against the corner, pretending to doze. Footsteps echoed, drawing closer to the ward. The door creaked open, and Peng Yu entered, carrying 2 plastic bags of breakfast. Did you call Gangue? Jiang Xian opened his eyes at the sound, asking upon seeing Peng Yu. No. Peng Yu shook his head, placing the breakfast on the windowsill, and grabbed a fried dough stick. As he ate, his phone buzzed, and he quickly picked it up. Gangue. It was Yuan Gang calling. Peng Yu answered, his voice muffled. Which ward? Yuan Gang asked without preamble, his voice weary. Second room on the left. After entering, Peng Yu swallowed the dough stick and replied. Soon Yuan Gang appeared at the ward door, dragging his feet inside. His clothes were dusty, as if he had rolled on the ground. Bloodstains on the back of his hand, with a few small cuts and slightly swollen knuckles. Gangue? Peng Yu started to ask, but Yuan Gang waved him off. He walked straight to the bed, looking down at Yu Fei, whose eyes were shut, a pained expression on his face. Peng Yu, call the People's Hospital and have an ambulance come to take Xiao Fei back, Yuan Gang said without turning around. Okay. Peng Yu agreed, picking up the phone to dial. Arranging an ambulance was easy if it didn't matter if there was a patient in need of emergency care, as long as one had money. Half an hour later, an ambulance from Yang'an District People's Hospital pulled into the Nanshan Town Clinic. By noon, in the second-floor ward of the People's Hospital, besides Yuan Gang, Peng Yu and Jiang Xian, Lin Ran, Zhang Ritian, and others had also arrived. Lin Ran sat beside the bed, her face streaked with tears, her eyes bloodshot. Lin Ran, you don't need to go to work for now. Stay in the hospital with Xiao Fei. And Peng Yu, Jiang Xian, you two will take shifts with me to watch over him, Yuan Gang said once Lin Ran had calmed down. Lin Ran only nodded at Yuan Gang, while Peng Yu and Jiang Xian acknowledged. All right, don't crowd here. Go back and prepare. We'll reopen tonight. Then Yuan Gang waved at the others. Gangue, you all go back. I'll stay. Jiang Xian stood up and said. Fine. Yuan Gang agreed without objection. Just as they were about to leave, his phone buzzed. He took it out and saw an unfamiliar number. Who's this? Yuan Gang answered, then glanced back in confusion. More precisely, he looked at Gu Chegon and handed the phone to him. Gu Chegon took the phone, puzzled, but upon seeing the number, his spirit dampened. He stepped aside, spoke a few words with a grim face, then returned the phone to Yuan Gang. Who was that? Zhang Ritian asked, leaning in. You tell me. Gu Chegon shot him a glare. That fast? Zhang Ritian was stunned, then quickly understood. I hate you. Gu Chegon wore a look of utter despair, then punched Zhang Ritian again in frustration. Ouch. Just run away again, is it that serious? Zhang Ritian rubbed his stomach, muttering discontentedly. It's hopeless. Gu Chegon sighed, looking up, leaving the others baffled. At the hospital entrance, Yuan Gang opened the Santana door, beckoning everyone to get in, but Gu Chegon stood still. What are you waiting for? Get in. Peng Yu rolled down the window and called out. You go ahead. I'm not coming back. Gu Chegon shook his head. Don't talk nonsense. Squeal. Before Peng Yu could finish, an Audi A8 pulled up beside them, precisely in front of Gu Chegon. Xiaoxian, do you have any idea how worried Mom and Dad are? A man in his 30s stepped out of the driver's seat, tall and imposing, scolding Gu Chegon sternly. Brother. Gu Chegon lowered his head, not daring to argue, only calling out after the scolding. Get in. Hearing Gu Chegon call him brother, the man's expression softened, but he shot a glance at Yuan Gang and the others. Gu Chegon turned back to look at them, said nothing, and opened the Audi's door to get in. Yuan Gang watched expressionlessly. Peng Yu's eyes widened, and Wang Meiyuan was also surprised. As for Zhang Ritian, he was shrinking away, almost crawling under the car, as if hiding from a menace. After Gu Chegon got in, the man he called brother also got into the driver's seat, started the car, and drove off. What's going on? Peng Yu finally reacted after the Audi had driven away, but the others remained silent. Yuan Gang started the car and headed toward Wanhao KTV. Ritian, what's your background? Peng Yu wasn't giving up, grabbing Zhang Ritian's arm and pressing on. I barely know him, Zhang Ritian declared without a flicker of shame, trying to fob Peng Yu off. Barely know him. Peng Yu ground his teeth in irritation, moving to interrogate him by force. Peng Yu. Fortunately, Yuan Gang barked at the critical moment, sparing Zhang Ritian from a beating. Though curious, Peng Yu had to back down once Yuan Gang spoke. He turned and shot Zhang Ritian a venomous glare. That evening news of the reopening spread, and Wanhao KTV was once again packed with a steady stream of guests. Meanwhile, at the People's Hospital on the other side, Yufei, who had been unconscious for so long, finally woke up. In the ward, Lin Ran sat on a small stool, her head resting on the edge of Yufei's bed as she dozed off. Jiang Xian was outside in the corridor, smoking to keep himself awake. Yufei slowly opened his eyes. It took him a while to adjust before he could make out the scene before him. He tried to sit up, but the moment he moved his arm, a searing pain shot through him. Sensing the movement, Lin Ran lifted her head groggily and met Yufei's gaze. "You're awake." Seeing Yufei's open eyes, she snapped wide awake and shouted with excitement. Yufei wanted to speak, but his throat was dry and sore, and no sound came out. "Wait here." Without noticing his condition, Lin Ran suddenly remembered something, bolted up, and ran out of the ward. "Creak, Brother Xian, little Fei is awake." Pushing open the ward door, Lin Ran immediately spotted Jiang Xian smoking and called out, "Go find the doctor, I'll stay with him." Jiang Xian froze for a second, stubbed out his cigarette, told Lin Ran, and then rushed into the ward. "Brother Fei, you're finally awake." Entering the ward, and seeing Yufei with his eyes open, Jiang Xian said excitedly. Yufei still tried to speak, but no words came out, and he was so anxious tears nearly fell. "Brother Fei, don't panic. The doctor is coming right away." Seeing Yufei's state, Jiang Xian assumed he was in pain and quickly offered comfort. As his words faded, Lin Ran came rushing back, followed by the doctor on night duty. After a thorough examination, the doctor told Lin Ran and Jiang Xian that Yufei was fine and only needed rest. The two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then Lin Ran spoon-fed Yufei a few mouthfuls of water, while Jiang Xian called Yuan Gang. "Does it hurt?" Watching Yufei's brow furrow occasionally, Lin Ran asked with red-rimmed eyes. Yufei grinned in response and shook his head at Lin Ran, but the smile looked more like a grimace of pain. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't asked you to take me home, you wouldn't be like this." Lin Ran burst into tears, her voice thick with self-blame. "It's not your fault." Yufei wanted to wipe her tears away, but he couldn't lift his arm. All he could do was whisper weakly. Hearing his words, Lin Ran only cried harder, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Yufei grew frantic. He tried to speak, but choked up, so he mustered all his strength to move his arm and grasp Lin Ran's hand. At the sight of Yufei's anxious eyes and the sweat beading on his forehead from the effort, Lin Ran finally stopped crying. Then a sudden blush crept across Lin Ran's haggard face because someone's fingers were mischievously tickling her palm. Before long, Yuan Gang arrived, dashing into the ward. "Little Fei." Seeing Yufei awake, Yuan Gang shouted with excitement. "Brother." Yufei had recovered somewhat by then. His voice was still weak, but much better. "Does it hurt?" Yuan Gang touched Yufei's face and asked with red-rimmed eyes. "It doesn't hurt." Yufei shook his head. "Silly child." Hearing Yufei's reply, Yuan Gang's composure cracked, but he forced himself not to shed tears. "Don't worry, little Fei. I've avenged you. That bastard Li Yaodong. I've already buried him." Then Yuan Gang smiled and added, "Brother, you relax, I've got it covered." Yufei's expression changed, but before he could speak, Yuan Gang cut him off. "Just focus on recovering. Don't think about anything. I'm here for you." Yuan Gang smiled again, gently patting Yufei's chest. "Got it." Yufei nodded in agreement. This hospital stay was the longest Yufei had ever endured, nearly a full month before he was discharged. Of course, he didn't really need to stay that long, but Yuan Gang was too worried and refused to let him leave. And there was another reason Yufei was willing to stay: Lin Ran. During that time, Lin Ran didn't go back to work. She stayed in the hospital taking care of Yufei, and their relationship advanced by leaps and bounds. On the day of his discharge, Yufei finally mustered the courage to confess his feelings to Lin Ran, and they became a couple. Squeal. Yuan Gang slammed on the brakes, and the Santana pulled up smoothly in front of Wanhao KTV. Then Peng Yu and his men lit the firecrackers and fireworks they had prepared, instantly exploding across East Street. "Welcome back, Brother Fei." The car door opened, and Yufei stepped out. Peng Yu grinned and led the shout. "Welcome back, Brother Fei." Then the 20 or 30 waiters behind him echoed in unison. Yufei had never experienced such a spectacle. His smile nearly froze, and the atmosphere turned unbearably awkward. "You little rascal, I told you to set off some firecrackers, not to rehearse a whole routine." Yuan Gang came to the rescue, kicking Peng Yu in irritation, which made everyone burst into laughter. "Brother Gang, we're just happy Brother Fei is back." Peng Yu spread his hands, his face full of grievance. "Not had enough punishment." Yuan Gang shot him a glare and raised his leg again, sending Peng Yu fleeing in panic. "Brother, let's go inside first." Yufei shook his head helplessly and called to Yuan Gang. Entering the lobby, Yufei stopped and looked around, curious to see if anything had changed in the venue. "Brother Fei, welcome back." Suddenly a ball of flesh charged out from the corridor nearby, shouting as he ran toward him. "Jiang Ri." Bang! Yufei squinted and recognized the ball of flesh as Jiang Ritian. He was about to call out, but Jiang Ritian's short legs tripped over each other, and he stumbled. Jiang Ritian crashed to the floor, and the thing he was holding flew straight at Yufei. Slap! Yufei couldn't dodge in time, but hit him square in the face. And not just him. Yuan Gang, Lin Ran, and everyone around Yufei were also splattered with white spots. "What the hell?" Are you trying to screw us all? Staring at the white spots on his clothes, Peng Yu scowled at Jiang Ritian and cursed. In the second-floor office, after the bustle faded, only Yuan Gang and Yu Fei remained. Xiao Fei, you should also take on a few subordinates. Amid their casual chat, Yuan Gang suddenly changed the subject. Take on people. What people? Yu Fei was confused, not understanding what Yuan Gang meant. Recruit some underlings. Look at Peng Yu and Zhang Xian. Whenever they go out, they always bring 3 or 5 people along. Without mentioning anything else, at least it ensures some safety. Yuan Gang chuckled and explained to Yu Fei. This time was an accident. In the future, I'll just call Peng Yu or Zhang Xian when I go out. Yu Fei waved his hand, not interested in leading underlings. Peng Yu and Zhang Xian have their own affairs. There will always be times when they can't spare a moment. Besides, you can't treat them as mere underlings. Yuan Gang disagreed, insisting that Yu Fei should take on a few people of his own. All right. Seeing Yuan Gang's persistence, Yu Fei could only nod and agree. But after pondering for a while, he realized that among the Wanhao staff, he didn't know anyone else besides Peng Yu and Zhang Xian. Feeling a bit frustrated, Yu Fei greeted Yuan Gang and then ran downstairs to find Lin Ran. This time Lin Ran had not only become Yu Fei's girlfriend, but also been put in charge of the entire front desk by Yuan Gang. When Yu Fei found Lin Ran, she was bustling about at the front desk. Beauty, what are you so busy with? After they had confirmed their relationship, Yu Fei was no longer so shy, and he teased her in a carefree manner. Busy earning money to support you. Lin Ran heard Yu Fei's voice and turned her head, giving him a scornful glance. This female comrade, your awareness is quite high. Yu Fei laughed, reaching out to pinch Lin Ran's cheek. There are so many people around. Lin Ran blushed and slapped his hand away while the 2 young receptionists nearby covered their mouths, giggling. Brother Fei. Brother Fei. Suddenly Jiang Ritian ran over from behind, shouting Yu Fei's name. What's up? Yu Fei turned around and smiled at Jiang Ritian. Yuan Gang had already told him how they found Li Yaodong, so Yu Fei was very grateful to Jiang Ritian. Brother Fei, spending time with your girlfriend? Approaching them, Jiang Ritian glanced at Lin Ran and teased. You two go play somewhere else. Don't bother me here. Before Yu Fei could speak, Lin Ran began shooing them away because these two had no filter on their mouths. Go, go, go. Sit on the sofa for a while. Yu Fei burst into laughter, slung his arm around Jiang Ritian's shoulder, and left the front desk. Ritian, thank you for what happened earlier. After sitting down, Yu Fei immediately thanked Jiang Ritian, because without him, he would have been tormented to death by Li Yaodong. Don't mention it. The credit mainly goes to Gu Shigan, but it's a pity that fool can't enjoy the good times with us buddies. Jiang Ritian waved his hand, then mentioned the departed Gu Shigan, his expression a bit downcast. But speaking of which, I heard from Peng Yu that Gu Shigan should be called Gu Xian, right? Hearing the name, Gu Shigan, Yu Fei suddenly remembered something, and turned to Jiang Ritian. Ahem. It seems. It is he. I'm not familiar with him. Jiang Ritian coughed in embarrassment, once again distancing himself from Gu Shigan alias Gu Xian. Yu Fei said nothing, just staring at Jiang Ritian with a smile, which made him feel uneasy. All right, Brother Fei, he is indeed called Gu Xian. Jiang Ritian spread his hands in surrender. And Yu Fei became interested and immediately asked for Jiang Ritian's real name. Brother Fei, I'll tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Hearing Yu Fei's question, Jiang Ritian looked around, and seeing no one, whispered. Okay. Yu Fei nodded in agreement. My name is Jiang Hao. Jiang Ritian stopped beating around the bush and revealed his real name to Yu Fei. Jiang Hao. Yu Fei nodded. The character, Hao, was none other than Ritian's son Sky. Brother Fei, you promised me don't tell anyone. Hearing Yu Fei mutter his name, Jiang Hao quickly tugged at him and urged. Don't worry. Yu Fei smiled and agreed, though curious why Jiang Hao hid his name, he didn't ask further. By the way, what did you want to see me about? Yu Fei then remembered that Jiang Hao had called him urgently earlier. Damn, I almost forgot. Brother Fei, can you take me to get a good meal? Hearing Yu Fei's question, Jiang Hao slapped his thigh and said pitifully. A good meal? That's all. Yu Fei was taken aback, then laughed and asked. That's all. I've been starving lately, I've gotten so thin. Jiang Hao nodded, patting his round, full belly with a grievance. I thought it was something serious. I've been craving meat too lately. I'll take you for a feast at noon. Yu Fei gave a helpless smile, thinking it was something important. It's settled then. Brother Fei, I'll come find you at noon. Jiang Hao was so happy, he almost jumped up, nearly wanting to pinky swear with Yu Fei for 100 years. Afterwards, after wandering around the first floor, a bored Yu Fei returned to the second-floor office, inhaling Yuan Gang's second-hand smoke, while listening to his lectures. Knock, knock, knock. Soon it was nearing noon. Yu Fei was helping Yuan Gang check the accounts, when suddenly the office door was knocked. Come in. Yuan Gang called without looking up. Click. The office door was pushed open, but no one entered, only a head peeked in. Ritian, what's up? Seeing no movement after the door opened, Yuan Gang looked up in confusion and saw Jiang Ritian sneaking a look around. He smiled and asked. Brother Gang, I'm looking for Brother Fei. Jiang Hao smiled, awkwardly greeted Yuan Gang, then pointed at Yu Fei. Brother, want to grab a meal together? Yu Fei then remembered his promise to Jiang Hao and turned to Yuan Gang. You two go ahead, I have a prior engagement later. Yuan Gang shook his head. He already had a lunch appointment. All right. Yu Fei nodded, put down the account book, and stood up to leave. Brother Fei, what are we going to eat? Once out of the office, Jiang Hao asked excitedly. Let's go for roast duck. I heard from Peng Yu that a new roast duck place just opened on East Street. It's quite good. Yu Fei thought for a moment. He was tired of stir-fries and such, so he decided to try something else. Roast duck sounds great. I haven't had roast duck in ages. Jiang Hao nodded vigorously, drool almost dripping from the corner of his mouth. Let's go call Lin Ran. Yu Fei smiled and shook his head, then went downstairs with Jiang Hao. In the lobby on the first floor, the other two front desk girls had already gone off duty for lunch, but Lin Ran was still busy at work. Miss, would you do me the honor of joining me for a meal? Yu Fei, hands clasped behind his back, with Jiang Hao in tow, leaned over the counter and teased Lin Ran. All right. Considering you're passably good-looking, I'll give you that face. Lin Ran smiled, lifting her chin to give Yu Fei a coquettish once-over before agreeing. Brother Fei, you two sure know how to flirt. Jiang Hao glanced back and forth between them, nodding with a sigh. Ru, that's called romance. Yu Fei turned and glared, then raised a leg and kicked Jiang Hao. Cough, my mistake. Jiang Hao scratched his head, awkwardly feeling the kick was well-deserved. Are we going or not? Lin Ran, blushing, cut their banter short. Let's go, let's go. Roast duck, here I come. Before Yu Fei could respond, Jiang Hao yelled out and dashed through the door. Before long, Yu Fei, Lin Ran, and Jiang Hao arrived at a restaurant called Jingwei. Boss, 3 roast ducks. The moment they stepped inside, Jiang Hao placed the order, starting with 3 ducks. Are you out of your mind? 1 is enough for the 2 of us. Yu Fei was exasperated, knowing that a whole duck per person would make both him and Lin Ran sick. That's right. You and sister-in-law share 1, and I'll have 2 by myself. Jiang Hao nodded seriously, that being his exact plan. Except the 2 were just for him. Boss. 3 roast ducks, hurry it up. Yu Fei was speechless, raising his hands in surrender, and called out to the boss again, while Lin Ran covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Before long, the ducks arrived, and Jiang Hao ate with grease smeared all over his mouth. Whoa, how I've missed this. But the flavor's not quite right. Midway through the meal, Jiang Hao, his mouth stuffed with duck meat, suddenly let out a couple of sobs, though Yu Fei and Lin Ran paid no attention. In the afternoon, back at the Marriott, Lin Ran resumed her front desk duties, while Jiang Hao vanished. With nothing to do, Yu Fei headed to the office to wait for Yuan Gang's return. Boom. Yu Fei was fiddling with his phone, playing Snake, when the office door was suddenly shoved open. Looking up, he saw Peng Yu storming in, face dark and fuming. What's wrong? Yu Fei frowned, put away his phone, and asked Peng Yu. Damn it. There's a singing hall on West Street that's poaching our girls. Peng Yu plopped onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette with a curse. Poaching. Yu Fei sat up straight, realizing this was no small matter. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. This feud was serious. Have you told my brother? Yu Fei continued, asking Peng Yu. I called him earlier. Brother Gang told me to wait for him in the office. Peng Yu nodded, having already notified Yuan Gang. Just as he spoke, the office door opened again, and Yuan Gang walked in, reeking of alcohol. What's going on? Yuan Gang looked at Peng Yu as soon as he entered. Earlier during a drinking session, Peng Yu had only given him a rough idea over the phone, and he hadn't gotten the full details. At noon, AI was idly chatting with some of the girls, and one of them mentioned that a singing hall called Candy on West Street had contacted them through one of our waiters. Hearing Yuan Gang's question, Peng Yu quickly shared what he knew. Who was that waiter? Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed. All the waiters at the Marriott had come from Jingzhou City, and he hadn't expected a traitor among them. His name is Lu Yang, and he used to follow me back in Jingzhou. Peng Yu's face darkened. The fact that the waiter had been under him made this even more infuriating. Where is he now? Yuan Gang glanced at Peng Yu without commenting, instead asking about Lu Yang's whereabouts. He's in the dorms. He didn't come to work today. Peng Yu rubbed his face in response. The Marriott KTV didn't have dormitories for waiters, only for the girls. The waiter's dorm was an apartment Yuan Gang had rented for them not far from the KTV. Xiao Fei, take a few men and bring him over. After a moment of silence, Yuan Gang looked up at Yu Fei and said, Brother Gang, let me go. Before Yu Fei could speak, Peng Yu abruptly stood up. Brother, I'll go with Peng Yu. Understanding Peng Yu's intent, Yu Fei also rose and said to Yuan Gang, Fine, you two go together. Yuan Gang glanced at Yu Fei, then nodded in agreement. Brother Fei, thanks a lot. Outside the office, Peng Yu looked at Yu Fei with gratitude. It was bad enough that his own subordinate had caused trouble, making him feel frustrated. And with Yuan Gang not letting him handle it, it made things even worse. At best, it was to spare his feelings, yet worst, it was a sign of distrust. After all, Peng Yu and Zhang Xian had originally followed Xiao Long, making their bond with Yuan Gang one step removed. What are you saying? Don't overthink it, my brother, didn't mean it that way. Yu Fei smiled and patted Peng Yu's shoulder, offering an explanation on Yuan Gang's behalf. Without more words, the two led a few men straight to the waiter's dorm, finding Lu Yang still asleep. Damn you. Seeing Lu Yang, Peng Yu's anger flared, and he kicked him hard. Lu Yang jolted awake by the blow, winced in pain. Brother Yu, what are you doing? Lu Yang clutched his stomach, looking up at Peng Yu in bewilderment. What am I doing? I'm going to kill you. Peng Yu couldn't hold back, pouncing on Lu Yang with a flurry of punches and kicks. Peng Yu, that's enough. Yu Fei stepped in, pulling Peng Yu back, knowing Yuan Gang still needed to interrogate Lu Yang. Having taken a beating, Lu Yang stayed silent, already suspecting what this was about. They piled into a van, returned to the KTV, and Yu Fei and Peng Yu directly brought Lu Yang to a private room on the second floor. Click. The door opened, and Yuan Gang walked in with an expressionless face. Brother Gang, this is him. Seeing Yuan Gang, Peng Yu pointed at Lu Yang, who was crouched on the floor. Yuan Gang said nothing, just nodded, and walked toward Lu Yang. Look up. Yuan Gang's voice was icy as he stood in front of Lu Yang. Lu Yang, now certain of his suspicions, trembled uncontrollably. I haven't treated you badly, have I? Yuan Gang stared at Lu Yang's face for a moment before slowly speaking. No, you haven't. Lu Yang shook his head. Yuan Gang treated them very well. Besides the waiter's salary, he gave them extra money every month, and there was a year-end bonus on top of that. Why is that? Yuan Gang was somewhat angry. He knew that these people had followed him all the way from Jingzhou enduring hardships, so he had given them the best treatment. Yet even so, some still remained unsatisfied, colluding with outsiders to scheme against him. Especially after the incident involving Lu Jin, Yuan Gang's hatred for traitors had reached its peak. Brother Gang, I'm sorry. Lu Yang lowered his head in shame, lacking the courage to meet Yuan Gang's eyes. In truth, Lu Yang hadn't done this for money. He had gotten entangled with a girl from Tangwa KTV and was tricked by her. You can leave. Go back to Jingzhou or anywhere else, but Wan Hao can no longer keep you. After a brief silence, Yuan Gang raised his head and sighed. He ultimately couldn't bring himself to act harshly. After all, these people had traveled all the way from Jingzhou to follow him, helping him through the toughest times. Brother Gang, Lu Yang looked up in disbelief. He hadn't expected Yuan Gang to let him off. His eyes reddened as he didn't know what to say. Yuan Gang didn't look at him again. He turned and left the private room. Yu Fei, seeing this, followed him. Soon in the second-floor office, besides Yuan Gang and Yu Fei, Peng Yu, Jiang Xian, and Wang Meiyuan also arrived. You all know what happened. I don't want something similar to happen again. Make sure to set your own people straight. Don't wait for me to clean up your mess. After briefly mentioning Lu Yang's matter, Yuan Gang scanned the room with a frosty gaze and warned sternly. Xiao Fei, Yu and Jiang Xian, go to West Street later and scout the exact location of that KTV. Tonight, Peng Yu will hold down the fort. You two lead the team and smash it up for me. Daring to poach people from Wan Hao, they must pay the price. Immediately after, Yuan Gang turned his gaze to Yu Fei and Jiang Xian, giving his instructions. This would be the first time since they arrived in Yang'an that they had ever raided someone else's turf. Got it. Yu Fei and the other acknowledged, and then rose to leave the office. Brother Fei, shall we drive there? Downstairs on the ground floor, Jiang Xian grabbed the keys to the van from the storage room and suggested to Yu Fei. Great. Yu Fei immediately agreed excitedly. He hadn't touched a steering wheel in ages. Where are you going? At the front desk, Lin Ran saw Yu Fei and Jiang Xian laughing and heading out the door, so she quickly asked. Men are going out on business. You, a woman, shouldn't pry. Seeing it was Lin Ran, Yu Fei smirked, slightly clasped his hands behind his back, and put on an air. Brother Fei, so domineering. Jiang Xian, always eager to stir the pot, clapped his hands in support. A woman. Pry. Lin Ran was taken aback, then gritted her teeth, so hard they audibly ground. But Yu Fei had already made his escape. At the door, Jiang Xian opened the driver's door and was about to get in when Yu Fei stopped him. Let me. Yu Fei grinned and plopped himself into the seat. Jiang Xian didn't think twice and got into the passenger seat, completely forgetting Yuan Gang's earlier warning, never let Yu Fei drive, not even touch the steering wheel. And so by the time they reached West Street, Jiang Xian had already vomited a full plastic bag. Brother Fei, do you always drive this recklessly? Across from Tangwa KTV, Jiang Xian, pale-faced, leaned against the car window and asked the still exhilarated Yu Fei. That's how my brother taught me. Yu Fei nodded excitedly, shamelessly putting the blame on Yuan Gang. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian lit a cigarette to ease his stomach discomfort while silently cursing this deadly pair of brothers. After observing for a while, Yu Fei and Jiang Xian discovered that the bouncers at Tangwa KTV were not many, only about 10 or so. So they didn't stay long before heading back to Wan Hao, though Jiang Xian dared not let Yu Fei touch the steering wheel again. In the second-floor office, Yu Fei reported what they had seen to Yuan Gang. You two take 20 men tonight and go straight to raid their place. I'll handle the precinct. But remember, the main goal is to trash the place. Don't blow things out of proportion. Yuan Gang nodded and then instructed Yu Fei. Got it. Yu Fei acknowledged and rose to go downstairs to find Jiang Xian and gather the men. Wait. Yuan Gang stopped. Yu Fei rose and took a 5-shot shotgun from the cabinet behind him, handing it over. Take this weapon just in case, but try not to use it unless necessary. Immediately after, Yuan Gang warned Yu Fei gravely. After all, no one knew whether the other side had weapons. If things got heated and they pulled out a gun, they wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. That was why Yuan Gang had this foresight, letting Yu Fei bring a 5-shot shotgun to intimidate the opposition. As for the imitation Black Star pistol, it was unnecessary. Its power was too great, and if they weren't aiming to kill, there was no need. Got it. Yu Fei acknowledged. He naturally understood Yuan Gang's reasoning. He took the 5-shot shotgun, wrapped it in his clothes, and turned to go downstairs. Jiang Xian, pick 20 men who will leave soon. Arriving in the lobby, Yufei happened to run into Jiang Xian and immediately called out to him. It was already past 6 in the evening and the sky was gradually darkening. By the time they gathered everyone and headed over, it would be the perfect moment to strike. Okay, Jiang Xian agreed and turned to head outside where the Wanhao men were smoking and chatting. Going somewhere again. At the front desk, Lin Ran overheard the exchange between Yufei and Jiang Xian and immediately stepped forward to ask. Going out on business. Yufei smiled, not revealing what they were up to because he didn't want Lin Ran to know about these things. Be careful. But Lin Ran wasn't stupid as she could guess something. She glanced at the 5-shot shotgun wrapped in cloth in Yufei's hand, her face full of worry. Relax. Yufei ruffled Lin Ran's hair and bent down to kiss her on the cheek. What are you doing? Lin Ran's face flushed bright red, even forgetting about where Yufei was going, shrinking her neck like a little quail. I'll give you another reward when I get back. Yufei grinned, then looked up to see Jiang Xian waving at him. He dropped the words and left. Brother Fei, the men are gathered. Outside the door, Jiang Xian came up to Yufei. Let's go. Yufei nodded, hugged the 5-shot shotgun, and got into the van. In the van, besides Jiang Xian and Yufei, there were 3 other men along with a pile of steel pipes and machetes. The remaining dozen or so men directly hailed taxis and headed straight for Tanghua KTV. Soon Yufei and Jiang Xian arrived first, parking across the street, immediately followed by 4 taxis. With a screech, the doors opened, the men got out, and Jiang Xian directly swung open the rear door and began distributing the weapons. Moved. Yufei, carrying a 5-shot shotgun, got out of the car without a word and waved his hand toward the crowd. In an instant, 20 men, led by Jiang Xian brandishing machetes and steel pipes, crossed the street and charged toward the Candy KTV. It was the busiest time on West Street, and the bustling passers-by were all drawn to the sight of Yufei and his men. At the entrance of Candy KTV, 2 waiters who had been squatting on the ground smoking to pass the time also noticed the scene. Before they could react or even rise to go inside and warn anyone, Jiang Xian had already led his men right up to them. Stay down. Try anything stupid and we'll break you. But Jiang Xian didn't touch them because they were just waiters, not the bouncers. Moreover, their main objective tonight was to trash the place, not to cut people. Bang. Stepping past the 2 waiters, Jiang Xian swung his steel pipe directly at the glass door of Candy KTV, shattering it instantly. Wanhao is here. Anyone who doesn't want trouble, get the fuck down on the ground. Then Jiang Xian strode into the hall, shouting at the stunned waiters and front desk staff. What the fuck? Who the hell are you little shits causing trouble at Candy? As his words fell from the corridor leading to the private rooms, a few thugs who were watching the place rushed out, cursing as they charged at Jiang Xian and his men. Cut them down. Jiang Xian didn't hesitate. He raised his steel pipe and pointed, and his men surged forward. By then Yufei had also caught up, holding the shotgun wrapped in a cloth, but he didn't join the fight. Faced with Wanhao's sudden assault, Candy's people had no resistance. In no time, everyone on the first floor was beaten to the ground. Jiang Xian, take the men and charge to the second floor. Yufei glanced around, seeing only a few scattered opponents on the first floor, and immediately called out to Jiang Xian. Brothers, upstairs. Jiang Xian acknowledged and led the way up the stairs, followed by Wanhao's men. Candy was also 2 stories like Wanhao, but the size was vastly different. As soon as they reached the second floor, several men armed with machetes rushed toward Jiang Xian and his crew. Someone from downstairs must have tipped them off. What the fuck? All of you get on your knees. Jiang Xian roared, swinging his steel pipe and instantly taking down 1 man. Seeing their leader so fierce, Wanhao's men were fired up, charging forward with their weapons. In the narrow corridor, Candy's men had barely surged forward before they were pushed back, leaving only 3 still standing. Smash everything, Jiang Xian shouted over his shoulder. Then Wanhao's men, those in front, cleared the way while those behind who couldn't get through entered the private rooms to destroy the equipment. At the top of the stairs on the second floor, Yufei leisurely strolled up, cradling his gun. Brother Fei, all the bouncers have been taken down. As soon as Yufei joined the main force, Jiang Xian came to his side and reported. Where's the boss? Yufei nodded and looked around. In the office ahead, the door is locked from inside. Jiang Xian pointed, then led Yufei over. Break it open. Yufei patted the office door, judging it not too thick, and said to the men beside him. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing Yufei's words, several men with steel pipes began pounding the door, smashing a hole in it after a few blows. Yufei peered through the hole and saw a figure sitting at the desk smoking a cigarette. He reached and unlocked the door from inside and stepped in first. Wanhao's men. The man sitting at the desk, who was Candy's boss, asked Yufei. Yufei nodded, saying nothing, but his eyes swept over the other man. Candy's boss was short but stocky, with a buzz cut and a thin mustache, in his 40s. Wanhao's pretty impressive. Only been in Yang'an for a short while and already sweeping from East Street to West Street. The Candy boss showed no expression, appearing calm, but the fine sweat on his forehead betrayed him. Your surname? Yufei smiled, asking with deliberate politeness. Deng Guofeng. The Candy boss paused, seemingly surprised by Yufei's courtesy. Boss Deng, it's true that Wanhao is from out of town, and it wasn't easy for us to gain a foothold in Yang'an. You say we came from East Street to West Street to sweep your place, But what about you poaching our people, eh? Yu Fei stepped forward, closing in on Deng Guofeng, and leaned slightly forward. You outnumber me. I'll take the blame. Deng Guofeng's eyes narrowed, understanding well enough, but he still refused to admit it. Take the blame, mate. You're fucking shameless. Yu Fei was almost amused, unable to hold back a curse. Isn't that? Slap. Deng Guofeng tried to argue, but before he could finish, Yu Fei slapped him across the face. You little shit, you're fucking dead. Deng Guofeng covered his face, stunned for a moment, then erupted in fury. It had been years since anyone had slapped him. Then Deng Guofeng reached for the drawer, pulled out a homemade pistol, and aimed it directly at Yu Fei. Yu Fei reacted instantly. The moment he saw Deng Guofeng open the drawer, he drew his 5-shot shotgun and pressed it against the man's forehead. Little bastard, want to see who's faster. Deng Guofeng's face twisted with rage, his eyes fixed on Yu Fei as he ground out the words. Don't let your hand shake. Yu Fei smiled as if blind to the gun aimed at him, and said with perfect calm. But Jiang Xian and the others behind him grew anxious, cursing and starting to surge forward. Get back. Do your job. Yu Fei raised his left hand without turning around, waving them off. Come on. You fire one shot, I'll fire one shot. Let's see who's luckier. Yu Fei smiled again, his finger tightening on the trigger as he spoke to Deng Guofeng. You think I don't dare? Deng Guofeng's eyes were bloodshot, sweat beading on his forehead, his hand trembling slightly. You don't have the guts. Yu Fei's smile vanished, and he pressed the gun barrel forward again, his eyes full of contempt. What the fuck? Deng Guofeng was provoked. He suddenly stood up, aiming his gun at Yu Fei's head. I'll count to 3. Whoever doesn't shoot is a coward. Yu Fei grinned, pressing his own head against Deng Guofeng's gun barrel. 3, 2, slap. Yu Fei gave Deng Guofeng no time to react. He started counting down as soon as the words left his mouth. But before he even reached 2, Deng Guofeng couldn't hold out any longer. He slumped back into his chair, defeated. 5 years ago, you little bastard would have died right here. Deng Guofeng gasped for breath, soaked through with sweat, as if he had just taken a bath. Too bad you've aged, and that fighting spirit has been worn away. Yu Fei shot him a glance without any mercy. All right, tell me, what can I do to get a way out? Deng Guofeng conceded. He knew he was in the wrong to begin with, and since he couldn't outmatch them now, he had no choice but to back down. However, what Deng Guofeng didn't realize was that Yu Fei and his crew had only come to teach him a lesson, not to finish him off completely. Whether that path remains open or not depends entirely on you. Without spelling it out further, Yu Fei left those words and turned to go. By now the destruction outside had largely subsided. Seeing Yu Fei emerge, Jiang Xian called out to his boys and began the retreat. Fei, good. You've got some serious balls, man. I'm in awe. Once they were in the van, Jiang Xian started the engine and looked at Yu Fei with barely contained excitement. I was shaking too. Yu Fei chuckled, spreading his palms in response. Hell yeah. Jiang Xian shot him a glance, said nothing more, then slapped the steering wheel and floored the accelerator. At the Wanhao KTV, in the first floor lobby, no sooner had Yu Fei and his men stepped through the door than Lin Ran came running up to him. Are you hurt? Standing before him, Lin Ran's face was etched with worry as she gripped Yu Fei's arms tightly. Fit as a fiddle. Yu Fei flashed a grin and leaned in to plant a kiss on her cheek. Cut it out. Lin Ran slapped him playfully, but then rose on her tiptoes and pressed a kiss to his lips. Yu Fei was momentarily stunned, his mind going blank. Staring at Lin Ran's blushing face, his heart pounded wildly. Jiang Xian and the others wore wide grins, whistling and teasing the couple. That was too quick. I didn't get to feel it. Mind going for another round? It took Yu Fei a moment to snap back, his face lighting up with a goofy expression as he spoke to Lin Ran. In your dreams. Lin Ran rolled her eyes at him and then hurried back to the front desk. Fei Gu, I'm available too. Just as Yu Fei was feeling disappointed, Jiang Xian sidled up to him with a teasing grin. Get lost. Yu Fei shot him a disgusted glare and swung a kick at him. The two wrestled playfully as they headed to the second floor. With a creak, they pushed open the office door and walked in, still laughing. Inside the office, Yuan Gang sat at his desk, while Peng Yu lounged on the sofa, the two deep in conversation. Back already? How'd things go? Seeing Yu Fei and Jiang Xian enter, Yuan Gang looked up with a smile. Gang Gu. Let me tell you, Fei Gu was an absolute beast today. Before Yu Fei could speak, Jiang Xian eagerly stepped forward, recounting everything that had happened at the KTV with animated excitement. Huh. Looks like that old fox will be paying us a visit tomorrow. After listening to Jiang Xian's account, Yuan Gang leaned back in his chair with a grin. Fei Gu, that was awesome. Peng Yu turned to Yu Fei and gave him a thumbs up. Xiao Fei, don't go doing things like that again. If you run into some reckless hothead, you'll have nowhere to cry. And you too as well. I don't want to be paying respects at your graves come Qing Ming. Yuan Gang's smile faded as he looked at Yu Fei, Jiang Xian, and Peng Yu, speaking with a note of seriousness. Got it. Yu Fei nodded, knowing Yuan Gang meant well. Jiang Xian and Peng Yu also chimed in with agreement. All right, go hand out the money. Yuan Gang pulled open a drawer, took out 2 stacks of 100 yuan bills, and tossed them to Jiang Xian. You got it. Jiang Xian acknowledged, and along with Peng Yu took the money and left. Leading your first mission, how does it feel? Once Jiang Xian and Peng Yu were gone, Yuan Gang turned to Yu Fei with a smile. It was alright, I guess. Yu Fei tilted his head, couldn't think of a proper answer, and brushed it off casually. You little rascal. Yuan Gang shook his head in resignation. Bro, I'm gonna head downstairs if there's nothing else. Yu Fei grinned, already making his escape. Taking Lin ran home, I suppose. Make sure you bring some backup. Don't let what happened last time repeat. Yuan Gang shot him an exasperated glare. Once you get a girlfriend, you forget your brother. This kid really is a lost cause. You got it. Yu Fei nodded eagerly, then darted out of the office in a flash. At the front desk on the first floor, Lin Ran was packing up, getting ready to head home after her shift. Beautiful, need a bodyguard for the trip home. Yu Fei crept up silently and appeared right in front of Lin Ran, startling her. You scared me to death. Lin Ran clutched her chest and gave Yu Fei a playful slap. I'll walk you home. Yu Fei smiled and reached for her things, ready to head for the door. Maybe not. But Lin Ran suddenly hesitated, remembering how last time it was, because Yu Fei walked her home, that he got ambushed. Don't worry. Yu Fei knew exactly what she was thinking. He raised his hands and clapped twice, and in an instant several figures appeared in the doorway. Reporting in. The squad is ready and awaiting orders. Jianghu stepped forward, giving Yu Fei a playful salute that made everyone burst into laughter. How do you like my blade-bearing guard? Yu Fei chuckled, then turned to Lin Ran with a raised brow. Who's protecting who here? Lin Ran's eyes curved into crescent moons as she giggled, her hand covering her mouth. Sister-in-law, I'm the one protecting Fei Go. Before Yu Fei could respond, Jianghu ran over, thumping his chest proudly. Right. He protects me, and I protect you. Yu Fei nodded in agreement. All right then. Lin Ran finally agreed to let Yu Fei escort her home. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Yu Fei woke up early, but when he reached the office, he found Yuan Gang already there sipping tea. Bro, did you even sleep? Yu Fei assumed Yuan Gang hadn't slept at all. You think I'm like Yue? We've got a guest coming later, so I got up a bit earlier. Yuan Gang shot him a look, then brought up the time Yu Fei had stayed up all night over Lin Ran. A guest? Yu Fei let out an awkward laugh, then curiosity kicked in. Who in their right mind comes to a KTV this early in the morning? And here he comes right now. Just as he spoke, Yuan Gang's phone buzzed. He glanced at the number and smiled at Yu Fei. Bring him up. He answered the call, listened for a moment, and hung up with a single sentence. Moments later, the office door creaked open. Peng Yu walked in first, followed by none other than Deng Guofang. Boss Deng, good to see you. Yuan Gang didn't get up, offering only a smile and a greeting. Boss Yuan, if it weren't for Chen Erpi, I would have had this place long ago. Deng Guofang paid it no mind, glanced around, and said with a sigh. Then I should thank Chen Erpi. Yuan Gang smiled again, thinking that even without Chen Erpi there was Ji Rong. How could someone as frail as you compete with anyone? Enough nonsense. The poaching matter was beneath me, Deng Guofang. I beg Boss Yuan to show mercy and save me a seat at this banquet. Deng Guofang waved his hand, placed the black plastic bag he was carrying directly onto Yuan Gang's office desk, and said, Boss Deng, you flatter me too much, or I wouldn't dare accept such an offer. Yuan Gang glanced at it, but made no move since Deng Guofang had used it to bribe him. As for hosting this banquet in Yang, and Yuan Gang wouldn't dare claim he called all the shots. Boss Yuan is truly humble. Deng Guofang chuckled, pulled over a stool, and sat down casually. I know my own worth, Boss Deng, please don't flatter me. Yuan Gang shook his head, tapping the table lightly as he spoke. When I was your age, I may not have had your foundation, but I was far more arrogant than you. Deng Guofang nodded, slightly murmuring again. Yuan Gang offered a faint smile, remaining silent as he simply observed Deng Guofang. You, Yuan Gang, are a remarkable man. I'm thoroughly impressed. And your younger brother so bold and decisive. Deng Guofang continued, gesturing toward Yu Fei beside him with eyes full of admiration. My brother is indeed exceptional. Yuan Gang glanced at Yu Fei, smiling proudly. However, let me warn you of one thing. Although Yang'an is small, it's a chaotic place. Planting your flag here won't be easy. Then Deng Guofang suddenly shifted topics, causing Yuan Gang's brow to furrow. That's all. Let's keep our distances henceforth. I'll take my leave. Deng Guofang didn't linger, dropped the words, and got up to leave immediately. Brother. After Deng Guofang left, Yu Fei noticed Yuan Gang's silence and called out to him. I'm fine. Yuan Gang snapped out of it, shook his head at Yu Fei with a smile, and brought the black plastic bag Deng Guofang had left in front of him. Inside were 20 thick bundles of 100 yuan bills. Deng Guofang had certainly come with sincere intentions. Keep 20,000, give Jiang Xian 10,000. Yuan Gang took out 3 bundles and tossed them to Yu Fei. Understood. Yu Fei agreed without hesitation, since Yuan Gang had made himself clear last time. By the way, where did you put the money? Yuan Gang suddenly remembered something. Yu Fei didn't seem to have a bank book. I kept it in the room. Yu Fei, puzzled, pointed toward his room. Let's go, or I'll take you to deposit the money. Yuan Gang shook his head in exasperation, then stood up and led Yu Fei to the bank. The account opening was quick, completed in no time. Yuan Gang kept 2,000 in cash for him and deposited the rest. Stepping out of the bank, Yu Fei gazed at the passbook in his hand, his eyes filled with wonder. 27,800 yuan. That was Yu Fei's entire savings, no small sum in these times when ordinary families struggled to accumulate even 10,000. Brother, where are we going? After getting in the car, Yufei noticed they weren't heading toward Wanhao KTV and asked Yuan Gang in confusion. You'll find out soon enough. Yuan Gang didn't explain, merely offering a mysterious smile. Yufei didn't press further, instead gazing out the window at the passing scenery. Before long, with a firm brake from Yuan Gang, the car came to a steady stop at the entrance of Yubao car dealership. Brother, is your car broken? Seeing the Yubao dealership, Yufei assumed Yuan Gang Santana had broken down and they were here for repairs. Cursed tongue. Yuan Gang glared at him resentfully, opened the door, and stepped out. Boss Yuan, it's been a long time. Chinyu was outside showing cars to customers. Upon seeing Yuan Gang arrive, he hurried over to greet him. Hee business must be booming for you, Boss Chin. I've come to add bricks and tiles to your establishment. Yuan Gang smiled, approached, and shook Chinyu's hand. Ha ha ha. If anything, Boss Yuan's business is thriving. You're here again so soon to pick up a car. Chinyu laughed heartily, and the two traded compliments. Boss Yuan, what car are you looking to pick up this time? After the pleasantries, Chinyu asked. A Jetta. Yuan Gang had already made up his mind, and replied immediately. Yuan Gang had come to buy a car for Yufei, for he could see how much Yufei adored cars. Moreover, as the second in command of Wanhao, taking taxis or driving a beat-up delivery van every day would be quite beneath his status. Previously, with expenses like purchasing the venue, Yuan Gang's funds had been tight, so he could only let Yufei do without. Now, with Wanhao's profits and additional income streams, buying Yufei a car was well within his means. A Jetta. For your younger brother. Chinyu was taken aback, then quickly caught on glancing at Yufei as he asked. The Jetta wasn't cheap, though not as pricey as Yuan Gang Santana 2000. The total cost with all fees would approach 100,000. Since Yuan Gang already owned a Santana, the Jetta couldn't possibly be for himself. Correct. I also need to ask you a favor, Boss Chin. Help my younger brother get a driver's license. Yuan Gang nodded. Easy. Chinyu chuckled. He could arrange a driver's license in no time. Yufei, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. He never imagined Yuan Gang had brought him here to buy him a car. Though he didn't know what a Jetta was, or how much it cost, he knew it certainly wasn't cheap. Brother, I don't want it. Coming to his senses, Yufei grabbed Yuan Gang's arm, and shook his head firmly. Xiao Fei. You have no family, and neither do I, so you're my own brother. Remember this, when an older brother spends on his younger brother, it's only natural. From now on, never refuse anything I give you, for I have only you to give to. Yuan Gang knew exactly what Yufei was thinking. He turned and pressed his hands firmly on his shoulders. Yuan Gang's parents had both passed away, and he'd long lost contact with relatives. He was in truth all alone. But after meeting Yufei, Yuan Gang had genuinely taken him as his own younger brother, not merely in words, but in heart. Brother, Yufei's eyes reddened. He wanted to say something, but choked on his words. Calm down. Yuan Gang smiled, reached up to ruffle Yufei's hair, then turned back to continue his conversation with Chinyu. At the Wanhao KTV, around noon, Peng Yu and Jiang Xian were smoking and chatting by the entrance. Suddenly, Yuan Gang Santana appeared in the distance, braking sharply and coming to a steady halt right at the main door. Close on its heels, a brand new black Jetta pulled up behind the Santana. Peng Yu and Jiang Xian, thinking they were customers, quickly dropped their cigarette butts and went over to greet them. But to their surprise, it was Yufei who stepped out of the Jetta. Holy shit. Brother Fei, you got a new car. Peng Yu's eyes widened as he circled the Jetta, asking in disbelief. Jiang Xian remained silent, but his eyes were filled with envy. Stop being sour. I'll make sure you two get cars too, no later than the start of next year. Before Yufei could respond, Yuan Gang walked over with a grin and made the promise to Peng Yu and Jiang Xian. Brother Gang, you better keep your word. Peng Yu slapped his thigh excitedly. There were only a little over 4 months left until the new year. Have I ever let you down? Yuan Gang shook his head helplessly and smiled. Brother Gang, you're awesome. Peng Yu cheered, and Jiang Xian couldn't help but beam with joy. At noon, since Yufei had just gotten his new car, the group on Peng Yu's suggestion went to Yang'an restaurant and made him foot the bill. As they were eating, Jiang Xian's phone suddenly vibrated, and he picked it up and answered. After a moment, Jiang Xian frowned, hung up, and walked over to whisper something to Yuan Gang. Xiao Fei, come back with me. Not knowing what Jiang Xian had said, Yuan Gang thought for a moment, then stood up and called out to Yufei. Brother Gang, something happened. Peng Yu was curious, seeing the mysterious air about them, and asked Yuan Gang. Nothing, you guys keep eating. Yuan Gang waved his hand without explaining, then called Yufei and left the restaurant. Bro, what's wrong? Once downstairs, Yufei followed Yuan Gang into the car and asked in confusion. Lin Rance in some trouble. Yuan Gang said as he started the car. Lin Rance in trouble. Yufei suddenly sat up straight, his voice tense as he asked for confirmation. Take it easy. She's fine. Seeing Yufei's reaction, Yuan Gang quickly reassured him. Then what happened? Hearing that Lin Ran was okay, Yufei breathed a sigh of relief and pressed on. Do you know anything about Lin Ran's family situation? Yuan Gang didn't answer directly, but instead asked Yufei a question. I asked once before, but she didn't say. Yufei shook his head. He had asked when he first took her home, but Lin Ran hadn't told him. Her family's in trouble, and someone came looking for her at the shop. Yuan Gang nodded, then pressed the accelerator and sped off toward the Wanhao KTV. Yuan Gang didn't know the details himself. It was a call from the shop's attendant to Jiangxian. They said someone was trying to take Lin Ran from the store, and when stopped they claimed Lin Ran's father owed them money. Soon Yuan Gang and Yu Fei were back at the shop. Lin Ran was sitting on the sofa in the lobby crying with a young receptionist comforting her. Not far away, two men in casual clothes around 30 years old were being surrounded by a few attendants. Lin Ran. Seeing the tears streaming down Lin Ran's face, Yu Fei rushed over as soon as he entered. Are you okay? He pulled her into his arms and asked with concern. Lin Ran didn't speak, just shook her head at Yu Fei, her eyes red. Hey, where are you guys from? On the other side, Yuan Gang approached the two men and asked bluntly. He could tell these two weren't locals from Yang'an, or they wouldn't have come straight to the Wanhao to take someone. Now the Wanhao's reputation might not be huge, but after everything that had happened, the local forces in Yang'an wouldn't easily come looking for trouble. From Qingzhou next door, one of them sized up Yuan Gang and replied, Qingzhou district. Is this how you people from Qingzhou do things? Coming straight to the store to take someone? Yuan Gang nodded, then narrowed his eyes and asked in a cold tone. Qingzhou district was right next to Yang'an, both under Jiangbei city. Yuan Gang knew that. Although from what he'd gathered there might be some justification for their actions, coming to the Wanhao to snatch someone without even a heads up was a direct slap in the face to Yuan Gang. Her father owes us money and can't pay it back, so we have to come for his daughter. The other man wasn't intimidated by Yuan Gang and spoke up brazenly. Slap. I asked you. Did you not even give a damn heads up before coming to my turf to take someone? Yuan Gang didn't hold back. He slapped the man right across the face. This whole affair was already a humiliation for the Wanhao, and the fact that these two didn't even realize it only fueled Yuan Gang's anger. Fuck, are you asking for trouble? We're with Master Jing from Qingzhou. Seeing Yuan Gang hit the other man, the second man burst into rage and invoked their backing. Thud. This Master Jing you speak of might be a big shot in Qingzhou, but this is fucking Yang'an. Yuan Gang kicked out, sending the other man sprawling to the ground. I'll give you 2 minutes. Call your Master Jing and have him talk to me personally. If this matter isn't settled properly, neither of you will leave Yang'an. Then Yuan Gang towered over them, pointing his finger and roaring again. The two men on the floor finally realized they had run into a tough opponent and quickly fumbled for their phones to make a call. Don't go home for now. Stay at the shop. Ask Sister Mei Yuan to arrange a room, or just stay at your place. Yuan Gang ignored the two men and turned to Yu Fei. She'll stay at my place. Yu Fei immediately dismissed the first option, making Lin Ran blush. You little rascal. Come with me to the office. Yuan Gang smiled and led Yu Fei and Lin Ran upstairs. Now that things had escalated to this point, Lin Ran had no reason to hide anything and told Yuan Gang and Yu Fei everything. It was then that Yuan Gang and Yu Fei learned Lin Ran wasn't from Yang'an, but from neighboring Qingzhou district. As for why she came to Yang'an, it was because of her gambling-addicted father. Lin Ran's parents divorced when she was very young, and then her father became addicted to gambling, racking up huge debts. Unable to convince him to change and tired of the constant harassment from debt collectors, Lin Ran had fled from Qingzhou to Yang'an. None of this would have involved Lin Ran again. But because of her soft heart, after receiving her salary, she called her father, intending to help him pay off some gambling debts, and inadvertently revealed her whereabouts. That was how the two men from Qingzhou learned that Lin Ran worked at Wanhao. I'll talk to those people first, see what they want. After listening to Lin Ran's story, Yuan Gang said after a moment of silence. For Yu Fei's sake, he would never allow them to take Lin Ran away. Ganga, thank you. Lin Ran was deeply moved, tears welling up again as she thanked Yuan Gang. Just make sure you and Xiao Fei are happy together. Yuan Gang waved his hand. Just as they were speaking, the office door was suddenly knocked, and a waiter entered saying that two men from Qingzhou were looking for Yuan Gang. Xiao Fei, take Lin Ran to your room to rest for a while. Yuan Gang instructed Yu Fei, then told the waiter to bring the men up. Soon after Yu Fei left with Lin Ran, the two men from Qingzhou were brought to the second-floor office. Have you made contact? Yuan Gang glanced at them and asked. One of them nodded, took out his phone, dialed, and handed it to Yuan Gang. Hello. Yuan Gang put the phone to his ear. Hello. The person on the other end greeted, sounding relatively young. Are you Master Jing? Yuan Gang was surprised. Someone called Master should be at least in his 40s or 50s, but the voice sounded no older than 35. Master Jing is my boss, Wan Zhengyongza. Indeed, the person on the other end was not Master Jing himself, but one of his subordinates. Zhengyongza, I find you people from Qingzhou damned arrogant. You come to my place to snatch someone without even a word. And now I'm not even talking to the top dog. You really don't treat me, Yuan Gang, as a person. Yuan Gang was so furious he laughed. After all this trouble, he hadn't even reached the leader, so he angrily threw the phone away. You two aren't leaving. Unless your Master Jing comes to Yang'an in person to collect you, I'll bury you both right here. He then pointed at them and cursed, then had them taken away and locked up. Brother, how did it go? Soon Yu Fei returned to the office and asked about the negotiation. Damn it. They didn't even treat me like a human being. Still seething with anger, Yuan Gang cursed again. Yu Fei, confused, was about to ask for details when Yuan Gang's phone suddenly vibrated. Boss Yuan, have you offended someone? It was Zhou Haiping on the line, who spoke before Yuan Gang could even greet him. From Qingzhou? Yuan Gang immediately understood and confirmed with Zhou Haiping. Yes, they just called asking about you. Zhou Haiping admitted without concealment. Huh, then I'd better ask you, boss Zhou, what kind of people are they? Yuan Gang chuckled and then asked about the other side. Are you really going to clash with them? Zhou Haiping had assumed it was just a minor conflict. Hearing Yuan Gang's tone, he realized it was more serious. It's not me being stubborn. They're unreasonable. I was having lunch at your restaurant, boss Zhou, when I got a call saying someone was trying to snatch someone from my place. I rushed back, and not only did they not apologize, they even threatened me. I asked their boss to talk to me directly, but they sent some nobody. Would you put up with that? Yuan Gang snorted coldly and recounted the events to Zhou Haiping. So that's how it is. Zhou Haiping understood now. No one would tolerate such arrogance from outsiders. But boss Yuan, I must warn you. This Feng Xiaojing from Qingzhou is no ordinary man. Zhou Haiping then cautioned him. Though they had had some friction before, they hadn't completely fallen out. Moreover, Yuan Gang had now established himself in Yang'an, so Zhou Haiping naturally wouldn't side with the Qingzhou people. What do you mean? Yuan Gang was curious, thinking to himself that this Master Jing's name was damned arrogant. Xiaojing. Qingzhou isn't like Yang'an, where no one bows to anyone. Feng Xiaojing is the undisputed top boss there. And he started out in loan sharking, so he's never short of thugs. If you want to fight him, you'd better think twice. Zhou Haiping's tone was grave, and he didn't seem optimistic about Yuan Gang's chances. Thanks for the warning, boss Zhou. Yuan Gang acknowledged without further comment, mulling it over in his mind. Let's leave it at that. Zhou Haiping didn't say more and hung up. Brother, what's wrong? Yu Fei asked immediately as Yuan Gang put down the phone. How we've bitten off a hard bone this time. Yuan Gang smiled, but without any tension. No matter how hard, we'll just smash it to pieces. Yu Fei understood, equally unconcerned. That's my brother. Yuan Gang grinned again and patted Yu Fei on the shoulder. After hearing Zhou Haiping's account, Yuan Gang knew the gap between his Wanhao and Feng Xiaojing, but he wasn't afraid. Because on this path you can't always keep your head down. If you do, you'll never raise it again. Besides, Yuan Gang had seen bigger things. In truth, even Feng Xiaojing fell short. Xiaofei called Peng Yu and the others. Tell them to finish eating and come back right away. He then instructed Yu Fei and went to his own room. Soon Peng Yu and Zhang Xian, having received the call, returned to Wanhao KTV. Genga, what's going on? Peng Yu, reeking of alcohol, asked as soon as he entered. Go wash your face first, sober up. Yuan Gang shook his head helplessly and shot him a glare. Then he told Peng Yu and Zhang Xian about Lin Ran's situation and the Qingzhou matter. I'm not backing down. They've ridden over my neck. If I don't take 2 of their balls, I might as well quit the game. Yuan Gang stated his stance, determined to confront Feng Xiaojing head-on. This was no longer just about Lin Ran, it was about Feng Xiaojing's men slapping Wanhao's face. Fuck them. Qingzhou or Greenzhou. I'll beat them into mush. Peng Yu was the first to agree, slamming the table and cursing. Brother Gang, I'm with you. Zhang Xian nodded and said to Yuan Gang. As for Yu Fei, he didn't need to make a statement at all. The direction Yuan Gang pointed was his battlefield. Hell, let's do it then. Yuan Gang grinned, thoroughly satisfied with Peng Yu and Zhang Xian's choice. Keep your eyes open recently. Stay off the streets unless necessary. Don't get caught alone. Yuan Gang then gave the group a few more words of caution. Got it. Peng Yu and Zhang Xian replied in unison before leaving the office. Xiaofei, take this. After the two left, Yuan Gang opened his drawer and handed Yu Fei a replica Desert Eagle. Yu Fei didn't refuse, tucking it directly at his waist. That evening, Wanhao KTV operated as usual, nothing out of the ordinary. However, Yu Fei, who normally spent most of his time in the office, sat on the lobby sofa for the entire night. After seeing off the last table of guests, Yu Fei and Lin Ran headed upstairs and happened to run into Yuan Gang. Keep it down tonight, or I'll come bang on the door. Yuan Gang grinned at the pair and teased them. Bro. Yu Fei, whose skin was never thick to begin with, blushed all the way to his neck. Lin Ran was no different, clutching Yu Fei's arm and shrinking behind him. Ha ha ha. Seeing their reactions, Yuan Gang scratched his head and laughed heartily before returning to his room. Oh, my bro was just joking. Yu Fei felt rather embarrassed and turned to Lin Ran to explain. Let's go. Lin Ran kept her head bowed, unable to meet Yu Fei's eyes, and urged shyly. Soon the two returned to Yu Fei's room, and upon seeing the only bed, the atmosphere grew awkward once more. Ahem. I'm going to take a shower. Yu Fei cleared his throat twice, suddenly feeling parched, and hurriedly said this to Lin Ran. Emichim. Lin Ran buried her head, even lower, her voice as faint as a mosquito's, and agreed softly. Never mind, let's just sleep. Hearing Lin Ran's voice, Yu Fei felt as though a kitten were constantly scratching at his heart. He decided to throw caution to the wind, picked up Lin Ran, and placed her on the bed before lying down beside her. Are you hot? After a moment, fine beads of sweat appeared on Yu Fei's forehead, and he asked Lin Ran. A little. Lin Ran was also feeling warm and responded quietly. We seem not to have taken off our clothes. As Yu Fei spoke, a rustling sound filled the room. The next morning, Yu Fei arrived at the office full of energy, only to find Yuan Gang rubbing his temples with a deeply exhausted look. Bro, are you not feeling well? Yu Fei asked with concern. Not nearly as well as you, that's for sure. Hearing Yu Fei's voice, Yuan Gang lowered his hand, revealing his deep dark circles. Bro, what did you do? Yu Fei was startled, unable to fathom how Yuan Gang had ended up like this. You tell me. Yuan Gang glared irritably, thinking to himself that having this kid as a neighbor was pure torment. Yu Fei instantly grew awkward as realization struck him. The soundproofing in the second-floor rooms wasn't great, and he often heard Yuan Gang snoring. Over the following days, Yu Fei and Lin Ran's relationship warmed rapidly, and they were inseparable, which unfortunately plagued Yuan Gang. For him, every nightfall became a form of torture. However, it was around this time that a sneaky figure began slipping down the second-floor corridor in the dead of night, making its way to Wang Miyuan's room. One evening, Yu Fei sat on the lobby sofa, as usual, stealing glances at Lin Ran from time to time. It was the busiest hour, and the entire first-floor lobby was bustling with people. Suddenly, a group of people entered through the door, immediately catching Yu Fei's attention. There were only 5 of them, but their hairstyles seemed oddly familiar to Yu Fei. Aside from the leader, a man around 30 with a crew cut, the other 4 all sported prison buzz cuts. Yu Fei had seen plenty of such hairstyles, given that he had spent a considerable time at Jingzhou City's No. 1 prison. Yu Fei sprang to his feet and strode toward the front desk. At the same time, the group of 5 approached the front desk and turned their gaze toward Lin Ran. Just as Lin Ran looked puzzled, Yu Fei stepped in front of her, meeting their gaze squarely. "Gentlemen, here to have fun." Yu Fei smiled and asked, "Hey, you must be Yu Fei, right?" The lead man returned the smile and countered. "From Qingzhou." Yu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly as he instantly deduced their origin. "I'm Zheng Yongzi." The man nodded and admitted it outright. "You can't take her away." Confirming their identity, Yu Fei shook his head slowly. "I'm not here for her today." Zheng Yongzi shook his head as well. "I'm looking for Yuan Gang, your bro, and the 2 people you detained." Zheng Yongzi continued. "My bro isn't here." Yu Fei shook his head again. He wasn't lying, as Yuan Gang had indeed stepped out. "Then I'll wait for him to return. Might as well check out how your Wanhao operates." Zheng Yongzi smiled, hands behind his back, and surveyed the premises. "Since you're here to enjoy yourselves, Wanhao naturally welcomes you." Yu Fei nodded, choosing not to drive them away, which would have made them appear ill-mannered. Hearing this, Zheng Yongzi's eyes lit up, and he nodded appreciatively at Yu Fei. Soon after, Yu Fei led Zheng Yongzi and his crew to a private room on the second floor. Zheng Yongzi was indeed generous, ordering the most expensive liquor and inviting 1 woman for each person. Upon exiting the room, Yu Fei took out his phone and dialed Yuan Gang. "Hello, Xiao Fei, what's up?" Yuan Gang's side was noisy, suggesting he was at a drinking gathering. "Bro, someone from Qingzhou is here." Yu Fei got straight to the point. "Where are they?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang instantly snapped to attention and asked with a serious tone. "Right at the shop." The leaders named Zheng Yongzi. "I've put them in a private room on the second floor." Yu Fei glanced over his shoulder and continued reporting to Yuan Gang. "I'm heading back right now." Yuan Gang agreed and hung up immediately. "Go fetch Jiang Xian." Setting down his phone, Yu Fei pondered for a moment, then gestured to a waiter and gave instructions. Regardless, he needed to make a contingency plan in case things came to a head with Zheng Yongzi and his crew. "What's wrong, Brother Fei?" Not long after, Jiang Xian came to the second floor and asked Yu Fei, "People from Qingzhou are here. Get a few brothers ready. People are coming." "Where?" Jiang Xian was somewhat surprised, wondering how Yu Fei knew people were coming from Qingzhou. "They're having fun inside." Yu Fei pointed toward the private room. "So bold." Jiang Xian turned to look and said, somewhat surprised. This was the difference between Jiang Xian and Peng Yu. If Peng Yu were here, he would have long been clamoring to go in and fight. That was why Yu Fei asked Jiang Xian to make preparations instead of Peng Yu. "Go make preparations." Yu Fei didn't say more and waved to Jiang Xian. After Jiang Xian left, not long after, Yuan Gang returned reeking of alcohol. "Where are they?" Upstairs on the second floor, Yuan Gang immediately spotted Yu Fei standing in the corridor. "Room 36. Yu Fei pointed and responded to Yuan Gang. "You keep an eye on things, I'm going to wash my face and sober up." Yuan Gang nodded, glanced over, and went to the restroom. "All right," Yu Fei replied. "Xiao Fei, bring them to the office." Not long after, Yuan Gang emerged from the restroom and called out to Yu Fei. Yu Fei nodded, made his way to room 36, opened the door, and stepped inside. "What is it?" "Your brother is back." Seeing Yu Fei enter, Zheng Yongzi pressed pause and asked with a smile, "Come to the office." Yu Fei nodded in response. "You guys keep playing, let me go take a look." Zheng Yongzi also nodded, turned around, gestured to the other 4, and followed Yu Fei out of the private room. "You're pretty bold." Yu Fei was somewhat surprised at Zheng Yongzi's confidence. Your brother is a principled man, I've experienced that for myself." Zheng Yongzi smiled. Although they had only spoken on the phone before, he had a general understanding of Yuan Gang's character. Yuan Gang was a man of principle, a typical old-school gangster who wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics. Yu Fei curled his lip upon hearing this, saying nothing but thinking to himself that if Peng Yu had been brought up instead, his mouth would have been busted by now. Creak. Pushing open the office door, Yu Fei led Zheng Yongzi inside. Yuan Gang sat comfortably on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. "Zheng Yongzi?" Yuan Gang looked up and glanced over. "That's me." Zheng Yongzi nodded and took a seat across from Yuan Gang. "What brings you here?" Yuan Gang crossed his legs and asked, though he already knew. "To retrieve someone." Zheng Yongzi stated straightforwardly. "No, you're not my equal." Yuan Gang was even more blunt, shaking his head in refusal. If my senior brother gets involved, this feud will be serious. Zheng Yongza wasn't offended. He picked up a cigarette from the box on the table and said with a smile, a feud either exists or it doesn't. There's no big or small about it. Your people from Qingzhou came to my place, snatched someone without even so much as a greeting. Yuan Gang can't swallow this insult. The same goes for your senior brother Feng Xiaojing. I humiliated him in front of everyone, so he needs to save face too. Yuan Gang chuckled and tossed his lighter to Zheng Yongza, then spoke slowly. Click. You make a valid point. Enjoy your evening tonight. Our girls at Wanhao are unmatched in Yang'an. Seeing Zheng Yongza understand, Yuan Gang dropped the formalities and dismissed him outright. Indeed impressive. Zheng Yongza didn't press further and rose to return to his private room. This kid's got presence, Yuan Gang remarked appreciatively, watching Zheng Yongza depart. Yu Fei said nothing but nodded in agreement. Xiao Fei, give the others a heads up to stay on guard, Yuan Gang said after a moment's silence, looking up at Yu Fei. Got it. Yu Fei nodded. All right, nothing else. I'm heading to bed. This drinking gave me a splitting headache. Immediately after, Yuan Gang also rose and left the office, returning directly to his room to sleep. Zheng Yongza and his party continued enjoying themselves at Wanhao well into the night. Upon leaving, they kept praising Wanhao's girls to Yu Fei. Yu Fei merely smiled without responding, for they were about to go to war. Brother Fei, who was that guy? After Zheng Yongza's group departed, Peng Yu walked up curiously. Zheng Yongza, from the Qingzhou district. Peng Yu paused, feeling the name was familiar, and then remembered. That's right. Yu Fei nodded. Shit. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm going after him. As expected, upon receiving Yu Fei's confirmation, Peng Yu immediately intended to take people to intercept Zheng Yongza. Getting deep there, Yu Fei pulled Peng Yu and immediately kicked him. Bro, why'd you kick me? Peng Yu asked, somewhat confused with a hint of discontent. Guess why I didn't lay a hand on him while he was in the shop? Yu Fei glared at him irritably and then turned and left. How can people's brains differ so much? Jiang Xian crossed his arms and shook his head helplessly. Jiang II, who are you calling brainless? Peng Yu erupted in fury. Yu Fei he could tolerate, but Jiang Xian dared to mock him. He has some, just not much. Jiang Xian grinned. This fool wasn't entirely hopeless. I'll fucking kill you. Peng Yu bared his teeth and charged at Jiang Xian. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Yu Fei was shaken awake by Lin Ran and reluctantly opened his eyes to get dressed. Xiao Fei, I'm craving those sweet pastries. Let's go to the breakfast place across the street. As Yu Fei was washing his face, Lin Ran suddenly wrapped her arms around him from behind. Sounds good. Yu Fei agreed, quickly finished his routine, and headed out with Lin Ran. Around 8 o'clock, Yu Fei was savoring his last bite of youtiao and patting his satisfied belly. Suddenly, Peng Yu and several waiters appeared in his sight, chatting and laughing as they walked toward the KTV. That kid Peng Yu, he's surprisingly up this early. Yu Fei watched through the window and smirked. Just then he caught movement in his peripheral vision, a van racing toward Peng Yu. Startled, Yu Fei suddenly stood up and ran out the door. Peng Yu, watch out! Bang! Yu Fei yelled at the doorway. But before he could finish, the van struck Peng Yu and sent him flying, and 2 waiters were injured as well. Damn it! Yu Fei turned pale with fright. Without a word to Lin Ran, he dashed toward Peng Yu. But at that moment, several people got out of the van that had hit Peng Yu, and among them was none other than Zheng Yongza. Zheng Yongza! Yu Fei roared, drawing his replica Black Star pistol from his waist. But Zheng Yongza was in no hurry. He smiled at Yu Fei, then loaded Peng Yu into the van and drove off. Watching the van fade into the distance, Yu Fei knew firing would be pointless. He could only put the gun back at his waist with a sense of helplessness. Xiao Fei, what's wrong? At that moment, Lin ran out of the breakfast shop, asking Yu Fei with a puzzled look. Peng Yu's been taken. Yu Fei's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Before long, in the second-floor office of the Wanhao KTV, smoke hung so thick in the air that it stung Yu Fei's eyes. Yuan Gang, having learned from Yu Fei about Peng Yu's abduction, sat silently at his desk. Jiang Xian remained silent, but his chain-smoking and furrowed brow spoke volumes about his mood. Can you smoke less? The smoke's making my eyes water. After a moment, Yuan Gang waved his hand to clear the haze, addressing Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian glanced up, said nothing, and simply stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Don't worry. Peng Yu will be fine. Zheng Yongza wants to make a trade. Yuan Gang let out a helpless sigh. He knew how close Jiang Xian and Peng Yu were. Gang, can we get the district branch to help? Jiang Xian nodded, but still felt uneasy, hoping the district branch could lend a hand. After all, when it came to finding people, they were far more resourceful. No, Yuan Gang refused without a second thought. If they called the district branch now, everyone at Wanhao would be a laughingstock forever. But Jiang Xian tried to argue, but Yuan Gang waved him off because Zheng Yongza was calling. Hello, Yuan Gang answered and put the phone on speaker. Gang, name the time. Zheng Yongza got straight to the point without any pleasantries. Noon at the entrance of Wanhao. You dare to come? Yuan Gang tapped the desk with his index finger, unsurprised. Fine. Then I'll grab some breakfast first. I'm starving. Zheng Yongza laughed and agreed readily. Damn it. That bastard is way too cocky. After hanging up, even the usually composed Jiang Xian couldn't hold back, cursing angrily. We let our guard down. Yuan Gang's expression was also grim as he stared out the window lost in thought. Soon noon arrived. The van that had taken Peng Yu that morning screeched to a halt right in front of the Wanhao entrance. Yuan Gang and his men were already waiting. Yu Fei's right hand rested on his lower back. Jiang Xian had a sawn-off shotgun hidden in his sleeve, and behind them stood all the Wanhao staff. Creak! The door slid open. Zheng Yongza stepped out first, followed by two ex-convicts carrying sawn-off shotguns. Quite a reception, huh? Zheng Yongza showed no sign of panic at the sight of the Wanhao crew, rubbing his hands and smiling. Where's the man? Yuan Gang asked, coldly glancing at him. In the van. Zheng Yongza gestured toward the vehicle. Another ex-con got out supporting Peng Yu. Peng Yu looked listless, his face wrapped in bandages likely from the morning's scrape. Jiang Xian. Seeing Peng Yu was in no serious danger, Yuan Gang called out without turning. Jiang Xian raised his hand, and the crowd parted. The two men from Qingzhou were brought out by the Wanhao staff. Zheng Yongza, you're too arrogant. After the exchange was complete, Yuan Gang suddenly spoke, addressing Zheng Yongza, who was about to get back in the van. What, gang, you planning to keep me here? Zheng Yongza turned his head, squinting with a smile. I'm not that shameless. Yuan Gang shook his head, tossed out that remark, and turned to head back into the KTV. Zheng Yongza said no more, glanced at Yu Fei and the others, then got into the van and drove off. Gang, I let my guard down. In the second-floor office, Peng Yu leaned on the sofa, speaking indistinctly. Focus on recovering, don't overthink it. I'll get this debt settled for you. Yuan Gang waved his hand. It wasn't Peng Yu's fault. Even he hadn't expected Zheng Yongza to be so brazen as to snatch someone right at their doorstep. As he spoke, Yuan Gang's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the number and answered. Everyone watched as his expression grew increasingly odd before he hung up with a single acknowledgement. Brother, is something wrong? Seeing Yuan Gang frowning in silence after the call, Yu Fei asked with concern. Xiao Fei, Jiang Xian. Take some men to the Huading Hotel on Shirwan Street. Bring the hardware. Yuan Gang snapped back to reality at Yu Fei's voice and gave the order. Huading Hotel. What are we doing there? Jiang Xian asked, confused. Snatching someone. Yuan Gang turned his head and slowly uttered the words. Shirwan Street wasn't far from East Street, separated by just two roads, with the Huading Hotel sitting right in the middle of Shirwan Street. Suddenly, a spanking new Jetta and a van screeched around the corner at the east end of Shirwan Street, turning sharply into. It was Yu Fei and Jiang Xian along with 7 or 8 Wanhao lackeys heading straight for the Huading Hotel. Damn it. That's Zheng Yongza's ride. In the Jetta's passenger seat, Jiang Xian was all fired up, pointing at a van parked outside the Huading Hotel and cursing. Yu Fei's eyes lit up and he pressed the accelerator harder. Screech. With a sharp brake, the Jetta came to a halt in front of the hotel, the other van pulling up right behind. Creak. The door opened. Yu Fei immediately drew his replica Black Star pistol, while Jiang Xian brandished a sawn-off shotgun. The rest of the Wanhao thugs, except for Xiao Yuan, whom Yu Fei had met a few times, and who also carried a sawn-off, all wielded machetes. Let's go in. Yu Fei wasted no time, and once everyone was out of the vehicles, he waved his hand and marched into the Huading Hotel. As Yu Fei's crew stormed in with their guns on full display, the young woman at the front desk let out an instant shriek. Shut your mouth. Jiang Xian showed no mercy, pointing the menacing gun barrel straight at her. The guys who came in that van with the shaved heads, which room are they in? Yu Fei stepped forward, gesturing at the van outside, and asked the now tearful young woman. Second floor rooms 208 and 209. The terrified young girl stammered, pointing timidly towards the second floor, revealing the room where Zheng Yongza and his crew were staying. Let's go. Yu Fei wasted no time, leading his men charging up the stairs. However, upon reaching the second floor, they unexpectedly came face to face with one of the shaven-headed convicts. Say, we've got company. The man froze for a moment upon seeing Yu Fei and his group, then shouted loudly and turned to flee. Bang! Son of a bitch. Jiang Xian wasn't about to let him escape. He raised his pump-action shotgun and fired, blasting the man to the ground, his back riddled with buckshot wounds. Moments later, screams echoed through the second-floor corridor. Inside the room, Zheng Yongza and his men snapped into action. Bang bang. Just as Yu Fei and Jiang Xian prepared to charge the room. Suddenly, a shaven-headed man leaned out from the room, firing 2 shots with his shotgun, forcing Yu Fei and the others to take cover. Damn it. Give me that. Seeing this, Yu Fei holstered his imitation pistol and snatched the shotgun from Xiao Yuan, cursing angrily as he charged forward. In such a confined space, the imitation pistol was indeed no match for the shotgun's suppressive power. Bang bang bang. Yu Fei advanced, firing continuously with Jiang Xian right behind him. For a moment, the corridor was filled with flying buckshot, keeping Zheng Yongza's men pinned down. Jiang Xian. Just as they neared the door, Yu Fei's shotgun clicked empty. Without looking back, he called out. Jiang Xian instantly understood, stepping forward with his weapon ready, taking Yu Fei's place. Yu Fei drew his imitation pistol, his gaze fixed on the entrances of the 2 rooms. They quickly reached the nearest room, 208, where the shaven-headed man who had shot at them was holed up. No one dared to rush in recklessly. Yu Fei used his pistol to bait a shot, and a gunshot rang out from inside instantly. Xiao Yuan. Yu Fei frowned and called back to him. Got it, Fei. Xiao Yuan understood Yu Fei wanted the shotgun. He had already finished reloading it. But the boss shouldn't always be the one leading the charge. Xiao Yuan acknowledged with a shout, then leaned out and fired into the room. Bang bang bang. Several shots rang out. Xiao Yuan's right arm was peppered with dozens of buckshot pellets, and pain screams erupted from within the room. Son of a bitch. Xiao Yuan went berserk, ignoring his injured arm as he charged into the room, shotgun blazing. Bang bang. 2 more shots. Xiao Yuan and the man inside exchanged fire at close range, leaving both of them covered in small wounds. Xiao Yuan. Bang. Yu Fei following behind saw the scene and fired a single shot, striking the convict's gun-wielding arm. The imitation pistol's bullet was far more potent than buckshot. The man instantly lost his ability to fight. Yu Fei then scanned the room, realizing Zhang Yongza wasn't here, only the subdued convict. The other room, quick. Yu Fei pulled a younger member to tend to Xiao Yuan, then dashed towards room 209 with Jiang Xian. Reaching the door, they pressed against the wall, listening for sounds inside. After a long silence from within the room, Jiang Xian could no longer contain himself. Fei, good. Fortune favors the bold, I'm going in. Zhang Yongza, you're dead. Jiang Xian glanced at Yu Fei, declared, and stormed into the room with a furious roar. To his surprise, Zhang Yongza had escaped through the window. Fei, go, he's gone. Jiang Xian yelled back in anger, just as Yu Fei arriving at the door saw the same thing. Take everyone and get out of here. Yu Fei made a quick decision. He instructed Jiang Xian by the window, then leaped out himself. Below the window was a narrow alley with only one exit. Yu Fei scanned the area with his pistol, saw no sign of the target, and immediately gave chase. The pursuit led Yu Fei into a shantytown he had never been to before. He proceeded with caution, carefully surveying his surroundings as he slowed his pace. You little bastard. Bang. Just as Yu Fei approached a corner, a furious curse was followed by a gunshot. Yu Fei reacted swiftly, dodging behind a utility pole as buckshot clattered against it. Come on, you little shit. Bang. The man continued cursing, firing another shot at Yu Fei's hiding spot. Yu Fei stayed put, closing his eyes to listen intently for any movement. Soon he heard light footsteps. Yu Fei sprinted towards the corner. As expected, his pursuer had fled after firing, and Yu Fei caught a glimpse of his back. Bang bang bang. Yu Fei fired 3 times in quick succession. 2 shots missed, but one hit the man's thigh. A cry of pain followed as the fleeing figure collapsed, clutching his leg and wailing. Yu Fei remained cautious, his heart pounding as he slowly approached the downed man. Upon reaching him, he realized it wasn't Zhang Yongza, but another shaven-headed convict. The man's shotgun had skittered away when he fell. Seeing this, Yu Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, where's Zhang Yongza? Yu Fei crouched down, grabbing the convict by the collar, demanding an answer. But the man ignored him, only clutching his wounded thigh and groaning in pain. Tap tap tap. Suddenly rapid footsteps echoed from behind in the empty alley. Startled, Yu Fei spun around, gun raised, only to see Jiang Xian and 2 of the Wan Hao underlings. Fei Gu, where's Zhang Yongza? Jiang Xian asked urgently before Yu Fei could speak. He got away. Yu Fei replied, his expression grim, glancing at the convict on the ground. Damn it. Jiang Xian cursed, kicking the convict in frustration. Leave him alone. We've caused too much commotion this time. Let's not go back to the shop. We need to lay low. Yu Fei pulled Jiang Xian back, then added, you 2 take him to the hospital. Watch him closely, don't let him escape. Jiang Xian nodded, gave the orders to the 2 underlings, and left with Yu Fei. On the other side, in the second-floor office of Wan Hao, KTV Yuan Gang sat across from Zhou Haiping. Boss Zhou, how did you know Zhang Yongza was at Huading Hotel? Yuan Gang took a drag from his cigarette and asked Zhou Haiping. As soon as they entered Yong'an, I had someone tail them. Zhou Haiping didn't hold anything back, stating it bluntly. Boss Zhou, you're full of surprises. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes, surprised that Zhou Haiping had such resources. There's nothing difficult in this world for those who are determined. Zhou Haiping smiled, leaning back against the sofa. Then what kind of reward do you want for helping me out this time, eh? Yuan Gang nodded, then asked what he already knew. The same thing we discussed last time. The position of Deputy Director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Of course. This matter is just a small gift, a token of my sincerity for you, Boss Yuan. That remains unchanged. Zhou Haiping glanced at Yuan Gang and brought up the previous matter again. Securing the position of Deputy Director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau for his younger brother Zhou Haiping. Boss Zhou, this matter. Boss Yuan, you can consider it first. I'm not in a rush. Yuan Gang was about to deflect again, but Zhou Haiping cut him off directly. In an instant, Yuan Gang understood Zhou Haiping's intentions. He was using Feng Xiaojing's pressure to force Yuan Gang's hand. Since Zhou Haiping had already tracked Zhang Yongza and his group, why wait until now? He could have tipped them off earlier, yet he deliberately waited until they captured Peng Yu and the conflict escalated before making the call. This way he demonstrated his capabilities while ensuring Yuan Gang would owe him a favor. Then at just the right moment, he brought up the deputy director position, making it clear if Yuan Gang agreed to have Su Mingxiang speak on his behalf, Zhou Haiping would help him deal with Feng Xiaojing. Then I'll consider it. Yuan Gang nodded. The words had been spoken so plainly that there was no room to refuse. Then let's leave it at that. I have some matters at the shop. I'm heading out now. Having achieved his goal, Zhou Haiping didn't linger and stood up to leave directly. After seeing Zhou Haiping off, Yuan Gang hadn't even had time to catch his breath when his phone vibrated. Glancing at it, he was surprised to see it was Zhang Wenfu, the branch bureau chief. Director Zhang, what instructions do you have? Yuan Gang pressed the answer button and said with a smile. Instructions? I wouldn't dare. Boss Yuan, you've caused quite a stir on Shirwan Street, and it's putting me in a very difficult position. Zhang Wenfu sounded irritated, his tone distinctly unfriendly. But he couldn't entirely blame Yuan Gang. After all, the commotion caused by Yu Fei and the others at Huading Hotel had been enormous, gunshots echoing like firecrackers in broad daylight. Director Zhang, I'm a model citizen, a business owner. Putting that label on me is making me tremble with fear. Yuan Gang naturally wouldn't admit anything and began arguing with Zhang Wenfu. Boss Yuan, this is getting childish. Otherwise, shall I personally form a special task force and investigate this matter thoroughly? Zhang Wenfu was almost laughing out of sheer frustration. Suppressing his anger, he bit out a threat through his teeth. I can't control things like that. I haven't even stepped out of my door today. If you don't believe me, Director Zhang, you can ask Boss Zhou. He can vouch for me. Yuan Gang remained calm and said this to Zhang Wenfu with a smile. If Zhou Haiping was setting a trap for him, then Yuan Gang would gladly use his reputation as a shield. Boss Zhou, you two talked. Indeed, upon hearing that Yuan Gang claimed Zhou Haiping could vouch for him, suspicion immediately flashed through Zhang Wenfu's mind. Yes, he just left not long ago. Yuan Gang confirmed, nearly bursting with glee inside. All right, I understand. Hearing Yuan Gang's response, Zhang Wenfu didn't mention Shirwan Street again and hung up the phone directly. Damn it, you two turtles. After hanging up, Yuan Gang's expression darkened and he began cursing loudly. After a moment, Yuan Gang picked up his phone again and dialed Yu Fei's number. Brother. The call connected quickly and Yu Fei's voice came through the other end. Xiao Fei, where are you right now? Yuan Gang didn't ask about Zheng Yongza and went straight to the point, asking where Yu Fei and the others were. Jiang Xian and I just reached the outskirts of the city. We're looking for a place to lay low. Hearing Yuan Gang's question, Yu Fei quickly responded. No need to hide anymore. Come back. By the way, did you catch Zheng Yongza? Yuan Gang grinned, thinking to himself that those two were smart enough to make a run for it once things blew up. Brother, I'm sorry. Zheng Yongza got away. Hearing Yuan Gang's question about Zheng Yongza, Yu Fei said dejectedly. It's fine. If he got away, he got away. Surprisingly, Yuan Gang showed no concern, as if he had known the outcome from the beginning. Brother, what I mean is Zheng Yongza got away. Yu Fei thought he had misunderstood and quickly repeated himself. I heard you. Come back first. We'll talk when you're back. Yuan Gang replied, but didn't explain much over the phone. Fei Ge, what did Gang Ge say? After the call ended, Jiang Xian turned to Yu Fei and asked. My brother said we should go back. No need to run anymore. Yu Fei frowned and replied. Even with all the commotion we caused, we're fine. Jiang Xian was rather surprised, unable to understand when their Wanhao had grown so close to the branch bureau. I'm not sure either. Yu Fei shook his head. He was just as puzzled. In the early evening, as the sun had just set, Yu Fei and Jiang Xian returned from the suburbs to Wanhao KTV. On the second floor office, Yu Fei pushed open the door and walked in with Jiang Xian. You're back. Hearing the commotion, Yuan Gang looked up, smiled, and said, Brother, what exactly is going on? Yu Fei nodded, then could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Yuan Gang. Let's not talk about that right now. I need to go to the district central area. Leaving immediately. You two keep an eye on the place for the next few days. Yuan Gang waved his hand, and under Yu Fei and Jiang Xian's bewildered gazes began packing his things. Brother, why are you going to the district central area? Yu Fei simply couldn't understand. With Wanhao's current predicament, Yuan Gang was still planning to be away for several days. If it weren't for knowing Yuan Gang, well, both Yu Fei and Jiang Xian might have thought he was planning to flee, to meet with Brother Dong and see a few people. Yuan Gang didn't keep them in the dark any longer and directly explained the purpose of his trip to the district central area. Brother Dong is coming. Yu Fei's eyes lit up, excitement surging through him. He assumed Yuan Gang was going to pick up Lin Sudong. Ever since Lin Sudong had gone to the district central area to pull strings, nobody had seen him again. During that time, Yu Fei had asked Yuan Gang several times, but Yuan Gang had always dodged the question. Since Lin Sudong had previously gone to the district central area to build connections, the group had not seen him again. During that period, Yu Fei had asked Yuan Gang a few times about it, but Yuan Gang had always brushed him off. Come his ass. Who would willingly come to this shitty place when Shizhong district is so much better? Yuan Gang let out an irritated snort and started grumbling. All right. Yu Fei nodded helplessly. That's enough. If nothing unexpected comes up, Zheng Yongza should settle down in the next few days. Just keep your business running as usual. If any emergencies arise, give me a call. With that, Yuan Gang had already packed up his things, gave Yu Fei and Jiang Xian one final warning, then headed downstairs and departed. Yu Fei and Jiang Xian were thoroughly confused, unable to fathom how Yuan Gang could be so certain Zheng Yongza wouldn't cause trouble these coming days. But with Yuan Gang already gone, they could only swallow their questions and keep them to themselves. In the dead of night, Yu Fei lay in bed with Lin Ran in his arms, replaying the day's events in his mind. Xiaofei, did you guys go to Shirwan Street today? Suddenly Lin Ran propped herself up on her arms, lying against Yu Fei's chest as she looked at him. Who told you that? Yu Fei was taken aback. Few people knew about this, and only those 7 or 8 men who had accompanied them were aware of it. Jiang Xian had also warned them all to keep quiet about the Huading Hotel incident, since it had caused such a commotion. I heard the night shift receptionist say there was a shooting at Shirwan Street this afternoon. Sounds like firecrackers going off. And you and Jiang Xian both happened to be out that afternoon. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Lin Ran rolled her eyes at Yu Fei and explained the reasoning behind her guess. Then you're wrong. I was getting my car fixed that afternoon, and Jiang Xian kept me company. Yu Fei didn't confess, not wanting Lin Ran to get too involved in these matters. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Lin Ran slapped him indignantly, her face puffed up with anger. I'm not lying to you. Yu Fei clutched his chest, still trying to argue his case. I've seen your gun. I noticed several rounds are missing from the magazine. Lin Ran glared at him, then bit him sharply before speaking. You touched the gun. Yu Fei's brow furrowed instantly, his tone growing very serious as he questioned Lin Ran. I just wanted to look at it. This time Lin Ran felt guilty, since Yu Fei had warned her many times not to touch the weapon, worried she might injure herself handling it improperly. Hearing this, Yu Fei sat up abruptly and retrieved the replica Black Star from the nightstand to inspect it. Fortunately, the safety was engaged. Don't touch it anymore, do you hear me? He placed the gun back where it belonged, then turned to face Lin Ran with a stern expression. I understand, but you're not allowed to lie to me anymore. Lin Ran agreed meekly, then tilted her neck up and made a counter-demand of her own. Ahem. Well, let me show you my other gun. Yu Fei coughed awkwardly a few times. If he agreed, the lie he'd just told would be exposed. So to change the subject, he had no choice but to reveal his prized possession. You're terrible. For the next 2 days, just as Yuan Gang had predicted, Zheng Yongza vanished completely without showing his face. On the evening of the 3rd day, Yuan Gang returned from Shizhong district. Brother, you're back. That evening, Yu Fei was sitting on the first-floor lobby sofa as usual when he spotted Yuan Gang returning and immediately called out in excitement. Where are Peng Yu and Jiang Xian? Yuan Gang patted Yu Fei's shoulder and asked with a smile. They're busy. Yu Fei pointed toward the hallway. Come follow me upstairs. Yuan Gang nodded and beckoned Yu Fei to the 2nd floor. Brother, how are Dong Gu and the others? Inside the office, Yu Fei asked Yuan Gang about Lin Sudong's situation. They're living much more comfortably than we are. Yuan Gang lit a cigarette and replied somewhat irritably. By the way, has Zheng Yongza been showing his face these past few days? Then he shifted topics to ask about Zheng Yongza's whereabouts. No. Yu Fei shook his head. That kid's biding his time. He'll probably show up within the next couple of days. Yuan Gang took a drag from his cigarette, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke slowly. So we just sit here and wait. Yu Fei frowned. He'd been dwelling on this matter for the past 2 days, and they were far too passive in dealing with Zheng Yongza. The people of Yang'an aren't united, Yuan Gang said with a helpless shake of his head. Over the past few days, word had spread throughout the entire city about the conflict between Wan Hao and Feng Xiaojing from Jingzhou. When Feng Xiaojing's men came to Yang'an to cause trouble, most people chose to stand on the sidelines and watch the spectacle, with only Ji Rong and a few others calling to offer assistance. This was precisely why Yuan Gang and his fellow out-of-province group had managed to establish themselves in Yang'an. If the local powers had shown even a fraction more unity, there would still be uncertainty about whether Wanhao KTV could even open its doors. Another 2 days passed with Zheng Yongza still absent, which began to puzzle even Yuan Gang. As night fell, Wanhao KTV operated as usual, with Yu Fei leaning against the front desk and teasing Lin Ran. Suddenly a Passat pulled up and blocked the entrance, followed closely by several vans. The Passat door creaked open and Zheng Yongza stepped out brandishing a 5-shot revolver. Yuan Gang, come out and kneel before me. Bang! Zheng Yongza roared and fired directly at the entrance, shattering the glass door instantly. Watch out! Yu Fei's heart skipped a beat as he quickly pushed Lin Ran down and ducked behind the counter himself. Get them! Another roar echoed through the space as over 30 men poured from the vans, charging into the lobby with machetes in hand. Fuck your mother. Kill them all. Jiang Xian happened to be leading several waitstaff out from the inner corridor when he spotted the attackers wrecking the place, and immediately let out a furious battle cry before charging forward. Get upstairs now. Yu Fei shouted to Lin Ran before grabbing a stool from the front desk and charging out the door. Unfortunately, he'd left his gun in the room today and hadn't brought it with him. Bang! As soon as he burst from behind, he ran straight into one of the attackers and brought the stool down hard on him. The rounded end connected perfectly with the man's head, dropping him instantly. For Wanhao, kill them all. Snatching up the fallen man's machete, Yu Fei let out another enraged cry and charged forward once more. By now the rest of Wanhao's crew had emerged, wielding steel pipes and machetes as they clashed with the attackers. Yu Fei, over here. Yu Fei was hacking away wildly when Zheng Yongza suddenly called out his name. Without time to look up, Yufei realized the danger and immediately dropped to the ground, rolling to evade. Bang! At that exact moment, Zheng Yongzi fired his revolver in Yufei's direction. Though Yufei had dodged just in time, the wide spread of the buckshot still grazed his arm. Zheng Yongzi, I'll fuck your mother. Bang! Seeing Yufei dodge the shots, Zheng Yongzi wanted to keep firing. But before he could pull the trigger again, a loud shout echoed from the direction of the second-floor staircase, immediately followed by the crack of gunfire. In an instant, Zheng Yongzi was too slow to evade, and half his body was riddled with buckshot. Fortunately, the distance between them was great enough that his injuries were not critical. The iron pellets had only embedded superficially into his flesh. Yuan Gang, you fucker, come on. Zheng Yongzi descended into madness, raising his 5-shot revolver and screaming as he fired wildly. Descending the stairs was Yuan Gang himself, a 5-shot revolver also in his hand, locking guns with Zheng Yongzi in a fierce exchange. But before Zheng Yongzi could fire 2 more shots, Yufei had somehow slipped behind him and brought a cleaver down hard across his back. Go to hell. Cursing through his teeth, Yufei followed up with a kick that sent Zheng Yongzi crashing to the ground. Zheng Yongzi let out a shriek of agony, rolled onto his feet, and pointed his gun at Yufei, but Yufei dodged the shot. You little bastard, you're not leaving alive. At that same moment, Yuan Gang reached Zheng Yongzi's side, aimed his gun at the man's knee, and pulled the trigger. With the gunshot, a burst of blood mist erupted from Zheng Yongzi's leg. The pain was so excruciating that he dropped his gun and clutched his knee, howling in torment. Yuan Gang was in no better shape himself. His cream-colored shirt was soaked in blood, the chest area pockmarked with dozens of tiny buckshot wounds. Thankfully, the distance had been sufficient. The injuries were superficial, so Yuan Gang managed to stay on his feet. Meanwhile, seeing Zheng Yongzi take down by Yuan Gang, Yufei grabbed his cleaver and moved in on the remaining opponents. But he couldn't hold out long. Crimson blood streamed down his arm, dripping steadily onto the floor. That close-range shot Zheng Yongzi had landed on him earlier had embedded at least 7 or 8 iron pellets deep into his arm. Brother Fei. Just as Yufei was beginning to lose consciousness, Jiang Xian shouted. A cleaver slashed down hard across his back. Yufei stumbled forward, falling to his knees, and then collapsing onto the ground. The man behind him saw the opening and raised his arm for a killing strike. Yufei rolled violently to the side at the last moment. The cleaver missed his shoulder and split the floorboards. Seizing the opportunity, Yufei kicked hard at the man's shin, sending him crashing down on top of Yufei. Fuck you. Forcing through the agony of his wounds, Yufei locked his arms around the man's neck, squeezing with all his strength until his face turned crimson. Suffocating and desperate, the man beneath Yufei began tearing at his arms with frantic desperation. But it was no use. Yufei had gone completely mad. His torn arm wounds were ignored as he poured every ounce of his remaining strength into his grip. Xiao Fei. Just as the man was moments from dying, Yuan Gang arrived and pried Yufei's arms loose with great effort. Brother. Yufei snapped back to reality, his body going limp as he let out a weak cry. The battle was over. Zheng Yongzi's men were either fleeing or wounded, and Zheng Yongzi himself had been captured. Wanhao was not faring much better. After the firefight, very few could still stand. Besides Yuan Gang and Yufei, both Jiang Xian and Peng Yu were badly injured. Peng Yu was particularly bad. His face had been split open, the wound not deep, but terrifying to behold. The entire first-floor lobby lay in ruins, glass shards scattered everywhere. A complete renovation would be another substantial expense. Zheng Yongzi had underestimated Wanhao, mistaking them for mere local gangsters in Yang'an. He never expected their people to fight with such ferocity, as if they cared nothing for their own lives. Combined with the humiliation of having been caught by Yufei and the others previously, Zheng Yongzi had been driven by pride. After calling in reinforcements from Qingzhou, he hadn't even bothered to gather intelligence. He had simply struck directly. So this was the result. Zheng Yongzi had failed to eliminate Wanhao and had been captured himself. Xiao Fei. As Yufei sat up, gasping for breath, Lin Ran came running down the stairs from the second floor crying. Seeing it was Lin Ran, Yufei managed a faint smile, unwilling to worry her. Xiao Fei, how are you? Lin Ran's face was tear-streaked, her eyes red and swollen. When she saw Yufei covered in blood, she dared not touch him. I'm fine. Yufei shook his head and tried to raise his hand to wipe her tears, but the pain made him wince. Seeing this, Lin Ran broke down further, her words caught in her throat. After this battle, most of Wanhao's people ended up hospitalized, nearly filling an entire ward. Yufei was among them, sharing a room with Jiang Xian and Peng Yu. As for Yuan Gang, he had taken the bandaged Zheng Yongzi somewhere unknown. 2 days later, Yufei was lying on his hospital bed chatting with Peng Yu and Jiang Xian when his phone suddenly vibrated. Lin Ran, check who's calling. Yufei turned his head and said, It's Brother Gang. Lin Ran glanced at the phone and handed it over to Yufei. Brother, what's up? Pressing the phone to his ear, Yufei asked. Pack your things. I'll come pick you up in a bit. The roaring wind on the other end of the line told Yufei Yuan Gang was driving. All right. Though slightly puzzled, Yufei didn't ask questions. He agreed and hung up. Brother Fei, what's Brother Gang's plan? Peng Yu asked after Yufei ended the call. Pack up. Brother Gang's coming to pick us up. Yufei replied without hesitation, sitting up. Pack up. Where are we going? Peng Yu and Jiang Xian exchanged bewildered glances. All three of them were still injured. I don't know. Yu Fei shook his head. Whatever Brother Gang ordered, he never questioned. Seeing this, Peng Yu and Jiang Xian could only get up and start packing. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang was speeding toward the hospital in his Santana. Suddenly his phone vibrated. Assuming it was Yu Fei calling back, he answered without looking at the screen. Yuan Gang, right? But the voice on the other end was completely unfamiliar. Yuan Gang checked the caller ID, never seen it before. Who is this? Yuan Gang frowned and asked. My name is Feng Xiaojing. The voice was somewhat muffled, and upon hearing Yuan Gang's question, the caller introduced himself. Screech. Hearing Feng Xiaojing's name, Yuan Gang slammed on his brakes and pulled over to the side of the road. Your younger brother is at the People's Hospital in Yang'an, isn't he? Room 22. Feng Xiaojing continued. As Yuan Gang listened, cold sweat instantly broke out across his forehead. I'll be waiting at the hospital. Send Xiaozhe over, or else next year I'll be visiting your brother's grave. Without giving Yuan Gang a chance to speak, Feng Xiaojing added another sentence and then hung up directly. Bang. Damn it. Yuan Gang's face was extremely grim. He cursed and slammed the steering wheel. After a moment, he sighed, turned the car around, and headed in the opposite direction. In the ward, Yu Fei and the others had already packed up. Brother Fei, let's go downstairs and wait. The smell of medicine these past 2 days is giving me a headache. All right. Peng Yu, his face wrapped in gauze, limped to the ground and suggested to Yu Fei. Yu Fei nodded and agreed, since Yuan Gang would be arriving soon anyway. With that, Peng Yu limped excitedly toward the door. Creak. He pushed open the ward door and habitually glanced at the stairwell, then stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Jiang Xian, following behind, was puzzled and gave Peng Yu a push as he asked. Creak. Someone's watching us. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Peng Yu quietly stepped back, closed the door, and then said. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei and Jiang Xian both frowned. Absolutely not. 4 or 5 people standing right at the stairwell. Peng Yu shook his head. He had seen them clearly just now. Those people were definitely not good. Jiang Xian, keep an eye on the door. I'll make a call. With that, Yu Fei instructed Jiang Xian and then took out his phone to call Yuan Gang. Brother, we're being watched. The call connected quickly, and Yu Fei hurriedly explained their current situation. I know it's Feng Xiaojing's men. Yuan Gang replied with a grim face. What? Yu Fei was startled, surprised that Feng Xiaojing had found them so quickly, and also puzzled how Yuan Gang knew. Feng Xiaojing just called me. He wants me to send Zheng Yongzi to the hospital. Yuan Gang naturally understood Yu Fei's confusion and explained. Brother, we can try. No. Stay put. Wait for me to send the person over, then I'll come pick you up. Yu Fei suddenly understood and was about to suggest trying to escape, but was cut off by Yuan Gang before he could finish. How could Yuan Gang not know what Yu Fei wanted to say? But the risk was too great. He dared not gamble. Got it. Yu Fei replied and said nothing more. Xiao Fei, listen to your brother. Stay put in the hospital and don't do anything stupid. Still uneasy, Yuan Gang reminded again. All right. Yu Fei obediently agreed, and only then did Yuan Gang hang up. Brother Fei, what did Brother Gang say? Seeing Yu Fei put down his phone, Peng Yu quickly asked. It's Feng Xiaojing's men. Yu Fei plopped down onto the bed and replied to Peng Yu. What? Peng Yu and Jiang Xian were both surprised, sharing the same confusion as Yu Fei. Feng Xiaojing called my brother. He wants to exchange us for Zheng Yongzi. Yu Fei explained briefly with a grim face. Damn it. We can't hand over Zheng Yongzi. Peng Yu cursed immediately and then looked at Yu Fei. Now that Wan Hao was severely weakened, having Zheng Yongzi in their hands gave them a lot of leverage. If they handed him over, they wouldn't be able to withstand the ensuing storm. Brother Fei, let's try. Jiang Xian also agreed with Peng Yu and suggested to Yu Fei. Let me think. Yu Fei frowned deeply, staring out the window in deep thought. Peng Yu, Xiao Yuan, and the others haven't been discharged yet, have they? After a moment, Yu Fei suddenly thought of something and asked Peng Yu. That's right. Xiao Yuan and the others are still in the hospital. Peng Yu was overjoyed. He had forgotten that there were other Wan Hao members still hospitalized. Call them. Tell them to get ready. We'll break out together. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei immediately pulled over a travel bag and took out a fake Black Star pistol. Holy shit. Brother Fei, you brought a gun to the hospital. Seeing the fake pistol in Yu Fei's hand, Peng Yu blurted out a curse. I just came to my senses. Otherwise, I wouldn't be stuck in the hospital with you guys. Yu Fei rolled his eyes. That night, if he hadn't left the gun in the room, he might not have gotten these injuries. With that, Peng Yu took out his phone and called Xiao Yuan, telling him about their situation. Xiao Yuan had 6 people with him not far from Yu Fei's ward, right next to the stairwell. They would run into Feng Xiaojing's men as soon as they stepped out. Tell them we'll strike first, and when the enemy comes toward us, they can come out. Don't be afraid, just stay close to me. Yu Fei instructed Peng Yu, then turned to Lin Ran to comfort her. Got it. Lin Ran neither cried nor made a fuss. She nodded obediently at Yu Fei. Brother Fei, everything's set. Peng Yu hung up and said to Yu Fei, grab your weapons. Yu Fei nodded, tucked the fake pistol into his waistband, and picked up a stool. Peng Yu and Jiang Xian did the same, then opened the door and walked out. You little punks from Qingzhou staring at your daddy over there. As soon as they stepped out, the few people standing at the stairwell immediately turned to look at them. Peng Yu sneered, motherfucker. You looking for death? They had never been treated like this in Qingzhou, so they immediately started cursing. You're not from Zheng Yong's crew, are you? Sure enough, like boss, like underlings. Peng Yu continued to mock them, hitting a nerve. Damn it, get him. One of them couldn't take it anymore and charged at Yu Fei and the others, with the rest following close behind. Xiao Yuan. Time to shut the door and beat the dogs. Seeing the enemy charge, Peng Yu shouted and then swung his stool at them. Then Jiang Xian also rushed forward while Yu Fei stayed behind to protect Lin Ran. FCK them, kill them all. At the same time, from a ward near the stairwell, Xiao Yuan and 5 others burst out, cutting off the enemy's retreat. Bang! Jiang Xian swung his stool and knocked one man down. Peng Yu followed with a kick, leaving a size 43 footprint on the man's face. The remaining few tried to resist, but Xiao Yuan and his men had already charged in, swinging stools and smashing them from behind. Luckily, they were in the hospital, so the enemy didn't have weapons, otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy. Soon all 5 were groaning on the ground, covered in blood, with splinters everywhere. Let's go. Not daring to waste a moment, Yu Fei and his group rushed downstairs before the opposing side could react. They're coming down. No sooner had they reached the first floor lobby than a loud shout rang out before Yu Fei could even take a look. Immediately after, Yu Fei and the others were stunned. There were simply too many people from Qingzhou. As his words died away, 20 or 30 people instantly charged at them, while more kept pouring in through the entrance. The entire lobby fell into chaos and several patients were knocked over. Run to the right. Yu Fei shouted, grabbing Lin Ran's hand and sprinting toward the right corridor. There was no way they could break through the main entrance. Outside and inside combined, there had to be at least 40 or 50 people. On Yu Fei's side, even counting Lin Ran, they had only 10 people in total. Charging out the front door was pure fantasy. But what Yu Fei hadn't expected was that the exit of the right corridor was also blocked. Though the number there wasn't large, if they could delay them for just 10 plus seconds, the pursuers from behind would catch up. Seeing this, Yu Fei's heart sank. He gritted his teeth and drew the imitation Da Hei Xing pistol from his waist. This was a life or death moment. If caught, the consequences would be dire. Bang! Yu Fei steeled himself, aimed at the man charging toward him, and fired. In an instant, a mist of blood burst from the man's chest, and he collapsed to the ground. Fuck your mother. Whoever comes dies. Bang! 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 Yu Fei roared and fired 3 more shots in rapid succession, taking down 2 men. By now, Yu Fei's actions had no restraint. Every shot was aimed at vital points. Yet this proved remarkably effective. For shots had dropped 3 men, and one of them lay motionless, immediately deterring the others from approaching. Thus Yu Fei led the group straight out through the side door. Bang! But the moment they stepped out, a gunshot exploded, and a searing pain shot through Yu Fei's calf. Bang! Without even lifting his head to look, Yu Fei flicked his hand by instinct and pulled the trigger. The man hadn't expected Yu Fei to react so quickly. Before he could fire a second shot, he hastily ducked behind a car. You go first. Immediately, Yu Fei shoved Lin Ran toward Jiang Xian, and pistol raised strode directly toward the spot where the man was hiding. Xiao Fei. Lin Ran cried out anxiously, wanting to rush forward, but Jiang Xian grabbed her. Go! Jiang Xian's eyes were bloodshot. This was no time for hesitation. He barked the order and led the others away. But they hadn't run far before the Qingzhou men burst out of the side door and gave chase. As for Yu Fei, he was completely surrounded by the Qingzhou people, a dense circle of at least 100 men. You little bastard, pretty quick reflexes. The man who had been hiding behind the car now emerged, holding a 5-shot shotgun. He was over 1.8 meters tall, heavily built, almost as imposing as Yuan Gang. He had a fierce face and a shaved head, the classic gangster look. Yu Fei said nothing. Pistol in hand, he stood in the middle of the crowd, his trousers soaked with blood, staring coldly at them. On the other side, Jiang Xian and the others, already wounded, and with Lin Ran unable to run fast, were caught up before they could get far. Damn it. No more running. Let's fight them. Peng Yu, exhausted and gasping for breath, looked back and said, Sister-in-law, you go. Jiang Xian, sharing the same intention, turned to Lin Ran. But Lin Ran didn't move. She stood there staring toward the hospital, tears streaming down her face. Just as Peng Yu and Jiang Xian were about to throw themselves into the fight, several police cars with sirens blaring approached from a distance. The Qingzhou men immediately halted. After all, this was Yang'an, not Qingzhou. They had no connections in the local precinct. We're saved. Peng Yu grinned and lay down on the ground to rest. Meanwhile, a man in his 50s stood before Yu Fei, none other than Feng Xiaojing. Feng Xiaojing was not tall, thin, with graying hair and a beard, looking like a little old man. Yu Fei. Feng Xiaojing sized him up and asked. Feng Xiaojing. Yu Fei raised an eyebrow and shot back. Call him Lord Jing. The burly man beside Feng Xiaojing raised his gun and said, Call your mother. Yu Fei grinned and raised his own gun, aiming at Feng Xiaojing. You're asking for it. Seeing Yu Fei point his gun at Feng Xiaojing, the man narrowed his eyes and barked. Don't shake your hand. We'll fire together. Yu Fei's lips curled into a slight smile. He knew he wouldn't get out of this alive today, but taking Feng Xiaojing with him would be a win. Wang Yong. But before the man could speak again, Feng Xiaojing raised a hand to stop him. What a pity. Then Feng Xiaojing looked back at Yu Fei and slowly shook his head. Yu Fei frowned, not understanding what Feng Xiaojing meant. At that moment the sirens grew louder. Feng Xiaojing glanced over his shoulder, said nothing, and turned to leave. You're lucky, kid. Wang Yong also looked outside, holstered his gun, and followed Feng Xiaojing out of the crowd. Get down. Everyone, hands on your heads, and get down. Immediately shouts rang out as the Yong'an precinct police cars drove into the hospital. Over 30 officers, rifles raised, moved in. Yufei looked up at the sky. He didn't run, because there was no escape. Over 100 people still surrounded him. Soon the precinct officers spotted Yufei and the gun in his hand. Drop the gun. Most of them recognized Yufei, as many had frequented the Wanhao Club for entertainment. Yufei offered no resistance. He placed the imitation De Hei Xing on the ground and obediently extended his hands. Click. Handcuffs were fastened and Yufei was escorted into a police car. At the same time, Yuan Gang, who had just arrived at the hospital, witnessed the scene. In the passenger seat of his Santana sat Zheng Yongza, his face somewhat pale. Xiao Fei. Yuan Gang gripped the steering wheel tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes slightly red. He never expected that despite all his warnings Yufei would still choose this path. Yufei, you know him. He's my brother. Yuan Gang pointed at the car containing Yufei and said to Zheng Yongza without looking away. Zheng Yongza remained silent, turning to look at Yuan Gang in confusion. From now on it's a fight to the death between us. At the Yong'an branch. In the interrogation room, Yufei was leaning back in his chair, his brows tightly furrowed. The wound on his leg had been treated, but the piercing pain made cold sweat break out on his forehead. With a click the door was pushed open and Zhang Wenfu, the director of the Yong'an branch, walked in. Are you out of your mind? The Huading Hotel incident was one thing, but now you fire a gun in the hospital. Zhang Wenfu slammed a file onto the table, his face dark with anger as he berated Yufei. One dead, one critically injured. Such a huge mess, you reckless fool. Without giving Yufei a chance to speak, Zhang Wenfu continued, spittle flying. Director Zhang, what's the verdict? Yufei smiled unperturbed and directly asked about his fate. Verdict? What else could it be? Zhang Wenfu shot Yufei a glance and said irritably, can I make a phone call? Yufei nodded, then, as if suddenly remembering something, looked at Zhang Wenfu and asked. Zhang Wenfu said nothing, pulled out his phone from his pocket, but just as he was about to hand it to Yufei, a call came in. Wait a moment. Glancing at the caller ID, Zhang Wenfu left a curt remark and walked out of the interrogation room. Yufei looked up at the ceiling for a while, then closed his eyes. No need to make that call. You'll be taken to the detention center soon. Before long, Zhang Wenfu returned and addressed Yufei directly. Though surprised, Yufei said nothing and simply nodded at Zhang Wenfu. At the Wanhao KTV in the second-floor office, Zhou Haipeng was sitting opposite Yuan Gang. Director Zhang agreed. He'll be held in the detention center first, and we'll deal with it when the heat dies down. Zhou Haipeng put down his phone and said to Yuan Gang with a smile. Thank you. Yuan Gang nodded, relieved. Don't mention it. Since we're in the same boat, it's the least I can do. Zhou Haipeng smiled again. Yuan Gang had already checked one dead and one critically injured. Following normal procedures, Yufei couldn't be saved. So he had no choice but to meet Zhou Haipeng and agree to the matter he had previously proposed. Despite having the backing of the Municipal Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary, the other party wouldn't get involved in this muddy water. Their relationship wasn't that close. Moreover, with this incident, Zhou Haipeng would certainly not miss this opportunity. Rather than waiting for him to exert pressure, Yuan Gang might as well agree directly. Don't worry, since Yuan Gang have agreed, I won't go back on my word. Yuan Gang knew that Zhou Haipeng was reminding him, so he nodded and said, that's good. I have things to tend to at my shop, so I'll be going now. If you need anything else, mister Zhou, just let me know. Zhou Haipeng didn't linger, knowing Yuan Gang had many matters to handle, so he stood up to leave. I'll see you out. Yuan Gang nodded and rose as well. All right. I almost forgot this. After taking a couple of steps, Zhou Haipeng suddenly stopped, then took a small notebook from his briefcase and handed it to Yuan Gang. Mr. Zhou, you're meticulous. Yuan Gang didn't refuse, and after glancing at the number written on it, he said, it's only proper. Zhou Haipeng waved his hand, exchanged pleasantries, and then went downstairs and left. At the Yong'an District Detention Center. Near dusk, Zhang Wenfu personally escorted Yufei in and exchanged a few words with the warden. With a click, the cell door opened. Go in, the guard said to Yufei. Hearing this, Yufei felt a strange sense of familiarity, smiled, and walked in. Everyone behave and don't cause trouble. The guard added a warning to the other inmates before closing the door and leaving. Hey buddy, what are you in for? There were no serious offenders in this cell, and the tone was relatively polite, likely thanks to Zhang Wenfu's intervention. Murder. Yufei didn't hide it. Sitting on the bunk, he looked around the room. Upon hearing this, the entire cell fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Buddy, you're joking, right? After a long pause, the man who had spoken earlier swallowed hard and asked with an awkward smile. Do I know you well? Yufei glanced over his icy tone, making the man's spine chill. Call me when they serve food. Without another word, Yufei walked to a bunk by the window and lay down. At the Wanhao KTV, Yuan Gang was sitting at his desk talking on the phone with Lin Sudong. Are you out of your mind? Or are you senile? I've already promised that position to someone else. What do you want me to do now? Lin Sudong was agitated because Yuan Gang had told him about the matter he agreed to with Zhou Haiping. They had discussed this during the days Yuan Gang was in the city center. Lin Sudong needed to continue building connections in the city center, so he had long had plans for the position of deputy director of the municipal bureau. After all spending tens of thousands a year to support, Su Mingxiang couldn't just let him take money without doing anything. Xiao Fei has been arrested. Yuan Gang sighed helplessly. If he's arrested, spend some money to bail him out. What does that have to do with this? Lin Sudong was extremely irritated, angered by Yuan Gang to the point of toothache. One dead, one critically injured, and a gun was fired in the people's hospital. How am I supposed to bail him out? Yuan Gang was also feeling stifled, losing control of his emotions, and growling into the phone. One dead, one critically injured. What happened? Lin Sudong was stunned for a moment, then snapped back to reality and asked Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang calmed down a bit and recounted what had happened after he returned from the city center. Does Feng Xiaojing really have that kind of power? Mobilizing nearly 200 men to Yang'an. Lin Sudong was surprised, never expecting Feng Xiaojing to have such reach. To be honest, I didn't think so either. Yuan Gang acknowledged, also taken aback by Feng Xiaojing's capabilities. This is a bit troublesome. With your current standing, you're no match for him. After a moment of silence, Lin Sudong continued. I underestimated Feng Xiaojing. Yuan Gang admitted frankly he had indeed underestimated him. Let me think. Lin Sudong lit a cigarette, holding it between his lips as he fell into deep thought. At the Yang'an detention center, hey, buddy, food's ready. The inmate who had spoken to Yu Fei earlier mustered the courage to call him up for dinner. Food's ready. Yu Fei woke up at the sound and turned to ask. Almost at our turn. The man swallowed hard and pointed towards the door. Got it. Yu Fei nodded, then sat up on the bunk. Which one is Yu Fei? Before long, the inmate in charge of serving food and the guard arrived at their cell. I'm here. Yu Fei answered, approaching with surprise. This is yours. The guard said nothing, but the inmate serving meals glanced at Yu Fei and handed over a small bowl. Yu Fei looked down and was surprised to find braised pork and 2 steamed buns, a sharp contrast to the coarse cornmeal buns and boiled vegetables beside them. At that moment, Yu Fei instantly understood. It must have been Yuan Gang who had arranged this for him from outside. Without a word, Yu Fei picked up his rice bowl and sat down in front of the cot. Beside him, the prisoner who had earlier spoken to Yu Fei looked longingly at the braised pork and buns in his bowl, hesitating whether to say something. What do you want to say? Yu Fei naturally noticed and turned to glance at him, asking. Cough. Never mind, forget it. The man coughed awkwardly twice, wrestled with himself for a while, but ultimately said nothing. If you have something to say, just say it. Yu Fei grew somewhat irritable, feeling unsettled, and his appetite began to fade. I mean, bro, aren't you about to be transferred? The man was startled and quickly blurted out the question on his mind. Transferred? Where to? Yu Fei was bewildered, not understanding what the man meant by leaving. The man gave an awkward smile, then raised his hand and pointed upward with his index finger. Are you out of your mind? Yu Fei froze, taking a while to catch on, then glared at him. He finally understood. The man had seen his excellent meal and assumed it was a last supper before execution. This made Yu Fei quite furious. He had been in the detention center for less than a day, and already they were hoping to send him away. Wanhao KTV. Ever since the incident at the hospital where Feng Xiaojing had led men to arrest them, Yuan Gang had ordered everyone to move into the establishment. Where rooms were insufficient, private KTV rooms were used instead. It was either that they had no opportunity or that Feng Xiaojing feared being investigated by the sub-bureau due to the hospital incident. Either way, there had been no activity for the past several days. Moreover, Zheng Yongzhou was still in Yuan Gang's hands, and the precautions were in place. Feng Xiaojing would need to carefully consider before making any moves. Meanwhile, the matter Yuan Gang had promised to Zhou Haiping was gradually coming to fruition. His younger brother Zhou Haiping had already been added to the list. One day, upon receiving word from his brother, Zhou Haiping immediately called Yuan Gang and invited him to dine at Yang'an restaurant. Yuan Gang did not refuse. He also had matters to discuss with Zhou Haiping, so he brought Jiang Xian along. At the dinner table alongside Zhou Haiping and Yuan Gang, Zhang Wenfu, the director of the Yang'an sub-bureau, was also present. I'm saying, boss Yuan, can your Wanhao stop making such a big fuss every time? As soon as they met, Zhang Wenfu complained with mild dissatisfaction. Director Zhang, I really have no choice. You saw Feng Xiaojing leading nearly 200 men to the hospital to make arrests. What could my brother do? Yuan Gang laid his cards on the table, feigning innocence with spread palms. Indeed, Feng Xiaojing has truly earned his reputation after decades of operating in Qingzhou. Zhou Haiping nodded and chimed in agreement. By the way, Director Zhang, I have something I'd like to ask you. Yuan Gang sat down and spoke before Zhang Wenfu could continue. You want to ask about your brother, don't you? Zhang Wenfu already knew, raising his glass for a sip. That's right. Yuan Gang nodded. He indeed wanted to inquire about Yu Fei's situation. This matter is quite serious. Let him stay at the detention center for 10 days or a half month, first see how things develop, and then decide. If nothing unexpected occurs, we can simply charge him with a minor offense and arrange medical parole. Zhang Wenfu had already made his plan and knew Yuan Gang would inevitably ask him, so he responded without hesitation. Then I'll trouble you, Director Zhang. Yuan Gang nodded. He did not care what charge was applied or how long the sentence would be, as long as the person could be released. After that, the three continued drinking and dining until late at night before dispersing. Yang in detention center. Several days passed, and Yu Fei had grown accustomed to life inside the detention center. Compared to the one prison he had previously served time in within Jingzhou City, this place was considerably more comfortable. Especially the food. Yu Fei received special meals every time with 2 eggs, even at breakfast, driving the other inmates into a jealous frenzy. One afternoon, it was time for the daily yard exercise. The guard unlocked the cell door with his key. Yu Fei want to go grab a smoke. As the guard led the prisoners to the exercise area, he turned and suggested it to Yu Fei. Everyone knew Yu Fei had powerful backing, so no guard in the detention center would provoke him. The guard who spoke to Yu Fei was surnamed Lu Yang, and the two had gotten along quite well. Over the past few days, with nothing but boredom to fill the time, Yu Fei had even tried smoking under Lu Yang's guidance. Let's go. Yu Fei grinned and followed Lu Yang to the storage room nearby. Before he had taken up smoking, Yu Fei always found the smell disgusting and choking. But after picking up the habit over the past few days, he found it far preferable to drinking. At least it didn't give him a headache. Click. Lighting a cigarette, Yu Fei took a light drag, then exhaled through his lungs. Not bad. Just yesterday you were coughing your lungs out. Witnessing this, Lu Yang teased with a grin. I just smoked too aggressively yesterday. Yu Fei shot him an irritated glance and retorted. Fight. There's a fight. Just then chaos erupted in the exercise area. The guards posted nearby immediately rushed over. Something's happened. Lu Yang's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the commotion, dropping his cigarette, but he ran over at once. Yu Fei was also curious, took his final drag and followed. In the center of the crowd, 2 prisoners were locked in fierce combat, their faces covered in bloody scratches. Several guards struggled to pull them apart, but failed multiple times. Suddenly, Yu Fei, who had been standing with his arms crossed watching the fray, felt a sharp pain in his waist, followed by a wave of warmth spreading downward. Fuck! Yu Fei hurriedly turned around, clutching his lower back with one hand and delivering a fierce kick with the other, cursing loudly. On the opposite side, a prisoner lay sprawled on the ground, a pencil still clenched in his hand. Yu Fei's clothes were thoroughly soaked and blood continued to seep through his fingers. Lu Yang. Forgetting everything else, Yu Fei roared, calling for Lu Yang, with whom he had grown friendly. Before the words had even faded, Yu Fei, who had been cautiously eyeing the man ahead of him, suddenly saw another prisoner charge in from the side. Clutching a pencil, the man aimed straight for Yu Fei's side. Yu Fei was alarmed and twisted his body to dodge, barely avoiding the strike. Fuck. Looking for death. No longer caring about his lower back wound, Yu Fei charged straight at the attacker. Bang. A punch connected with the man's face, staggering him. But by then the other attacker had also gotten to his feet and was charging toward Yu Fei. Seeing this, Yu Fei quickly ducked to avoid the incoming blow, then rose and threw another punch. A dull thud echoed as a fist slammed into the opponent's chest. Yu Fei immediately followed up with a kick. At that moment, Lu Yang had heard the commotion and rushed over. Yu Fei. Seeing Yu Fei's clothes covered in blood, Lu Yang cried out and immediately drew his rubber baton, charging forward. With 2 sharp strikes to the head, Lu Yang showed no mercy and knocked one man down. Seeing this, Yu Fei, free from worry, now seized the opportunity to grab the man's arm, knocked away the pencil, and wrenched it backward. A piercing scream erupted, drawing everyone's attention. Yu Fei's expression remained cold and impassive, as if he could not hear as he continued to twist the arm backward. Yu Fei, stop it. Lu Yang rushed forward to intervene, but before he could reach him, a crisp cracking sound rang out. The man's arm had been brutally snapped by Yu Fei, but it did not end there. Enduring the pain in his waist, Yu Fei grabbed his other arm. At that moment, Lu Yang also arrived and reached out to restrain Yu Fei. But Yu Fei had lost all control, and seeing Lu Yang approach, he kicked out recklessly. Lu Yang, completely unprepared, was knocked to the ground. Yu Fei continued wrenching the other arm, and instantly another crisp cracking sound rang out. Those 2 sharp cracking sounds left the guards and inmates alike stunned, their gazes filled with fear toward Yu Fei. Lu Yang was equally dumbfounded. He never imagined Yu Fei would strike with such ruthlessness. Perhaps their time together over the past few days had made him forget why Yu Fei was even locked up there. Soon after, the other guards finally snapped back to reality and rushed forward to subdue Yu Fei. Have you gone mad? Lu Yang climbed to his feet and roared at Yu Fei. Yu Fei said nothing, merely grinning in a way that sent chills down everyone's spines. Later, both Yu Fei and the inmate whose arm he had broken were taken by ambulance to People's Hospital. At Wanhao KTV, Yuan Gang was calculating renovation costs when the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Picking it up, he saw it was Zhang Wenfu calling and immediately answered. Director Zhang, what brings you to call? Yuan Gang greeted with a smile. Boss Yuan, your younger brother is in trouble. Zhang Wenfu's voice was heavy with gravity. He had just received a call from the detention center informing him that Yu Fei had been stabbed, which is why he called Yuan Gang. What a... Yuan Gang's face turned pale as he stood up abruptly. I just received the news yourself. Your younger brother was stabbed in the detention center and has already been sent to People's Hospital. Aware of Yuan Gang's panic, Zhang Wenfu quickly relayed what he had learned. I understand. I'm heading to the hospital right now. Yuan Gang barely let Zhang Wenfu finish before hanging up and sprinting downstairs. Yang'an People's Hospital. Screech. Yuan Gang Santana screeched to a halt at the hospital entrance. The guard noticing this stepped forward to ask him to move the car, but a single cold glare from Yuan Gang sent him retreating. On the second floor ward, Yufei's wounds had already been stitched, and he lay face down on the hospital bed. Beside him, Lu Yang stood with his arms crossed, gazing at him with complicated emotions. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly rapid footsteps echoed as Yuan Gang arrived on the second floor with Jiang Xian. They wanted to visit Yufei in the ward, but the two guards stationed outside blocked their way. An argument broke out outside. Desperately anxious, Yuan Gang nearly drew the replica pistol holstered at his waist. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yang walked out and saw Yuan Gang and Jiang Xian. Are you Yufei's older brother? Approaching them, Lu Yang sized up Yuan Gang and Jiang Xian before asking, Who are you? Yuan Gang frowned slightly, glancing at Lu Yang. I'm a guard at the detention center, and I get along well with Yufei. Getting anxious here won't help. We definitely can't let you in. Lu Yang first explained his relationship with Yufei, then offered Yuan Gang some advice. Rather than arguing with the guards, it would be more useful to make a phone call and find someone who could help. Yuan Gang, caught up in his own anxiety, had only been thinking about Yufei's condition and had completely forgotten that making a phone call would solve the problem. Thank you. Yuan Gang nodded and thanked Lu Yang before pulling out his phone and dialing. He called Zhang Wenfu, but before he could say a word, Zhang Wenfu simply said, I'm on my way, and hung up. Not even 2 minutes later, Zhang Wenfu, dressed in his police uniform, approached from the stairwell. Director Zhang, I owe you one. Yuan Gang hurriedly walked over to meet him. Boss Yuan, you're too polite. Truthfully, this is partly my responsibility too. Zhang Wenfu waved his hand dismissively. He had already given the detention center proper instructions, so he found this incident somewhat embarrassing as well. Let's go inside and take a look first. Without further delay, Zhang Wenfu motioned for Yuan Gang to follow him toward the ward. I am Zhang Wenfu, director of the Yang'an Branch Bureau. Upon reaching Lu Yang and the others, Zhang Wenfu introduced himself briefly without elaboration. Hello, Director Zhang. Lu Yang and the others immediately snapped to attention, saluted, and stepped aside to clear the way. Yuan Gang paid no mind to greeting Zhang Wenfu and bolted straight into the ward. Xiao Fei. Seeing Yufei lying on the bed with bandages wrapped around his waist, Yuan Gang called out immediately. Brother. Hearing Yuan Gang's voice, Yufei turned his head, glanced over, and smiled. How bad is your injury? Yuan Gang patted Yufei's hair, his face etched with worry. It's nothing. Yufei smiled again and shook his head. On the way here, I called the detention center director. Those two were just sent in yesterday. And they're both from Qingzhou. Just then, Zhang Wenfu stepped forward and shared a piece of information with Yuan Gang. Feng Xiaojing. Without hesitation, Yuan Gang blurted out a name. It has to be him. Zhang Wenfu nodded. It was too obvious. Sent in yesterday, all from Qingzhou. Who else could it be but Feng Xiaojing? He's looking for death. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes, speaking with a ruthless tone. I suspect he's trying to pressure you. He'll likely contact you soon. Zhang Wenfu then offered his analysis. That's likely it. He wants me to hand over Zheng Yongzi. Yuan Gang nodded, fully agreeing with Zhang Wenfu's assessment. What a cunning old fox. Zhang Wenfu couldn't help but remark. After chatting with Yufei for a while, Yuan Gang and the others did not linger. They left the hospital and headed straight for Yang'an Restaurant. Yuan Gang wanted to speak with Zhou Haiping, for he was preparing to launch a counterattack against Feng Xiaojing. Besides, Zhou Haiping and Zhang Wenfu, Ji Rong had also been summoned by Yuan Gang with a single phone call. After all, relying solely on the manpower of Wan Hao was simply not enough. Boss Zhou, I'll be straight with you. Feng Xiaojing has made 2 attempts on my life in succession. He nearly killed my younger brother, and now I'm done sitting idle. I'm striking back. Yuan Gang was refreshingly direct. The moment everyone had taken their seats, he turned to Zhou Haiping and spoke. No problem. Feng Xiaojing running roughshod in Qingzhou is one thing, but to act so brazenly here in Yang'an, unacceptable. Though I can't spare many men, as long as Feng Xiaojing is hiding somewhere in Yang'an, I can dig him out for you. Zhou Haiping nodded, agreeing to Yuan Gang's proposal and even offering his personal guarantee. For real? Yuan Gang's eyes lit up at once. What worried him most was not knowing where Feng Xiaojing had taken cover. We're in this together. We rise or fall as one. Zhou Haiping smiled, but said little. I'll cooperate as best I can, but keep a low profile. If it gets too loud, I'll be put in a difficult position. Then Zhang Wenfu spoke up. Commissioner Zhang, you just need to provide coordination on your end. Yuan Gang nodded in understanding. After all, it was impossible to expect the police to fight their battles for them. Gongzi, just give the word. I may not have many men, but each one is willing to lay down his life. It was Ji Rong's turn. His bond with Yuan Gang needed no further explanation. Brother Ji, I won't waste words on thanks. We'll let actions speak. Yuan Gang nodded. With Ji Rong, there was no need for polite formalities. Boss Zhou, then it's settled. Notify me the moment you have news. Yuan Gang turned to Zhou Haiping. Agreed. Zhou Haiping gave a single nod, then raised his glass to clink with everyone else's. In the days that followed, all of Wan Hao's men concentrated at the restaurant, giving Feng Xiaojing not even a sliver of opportunity to make a move. As for Yu Fei, he remained hospitalized rather than return home, still wary of Feng Xiaojing's underhanded tactics. Yet even so, Feng Xiaojing did not return to Qingzhou. He remained in Yang'an, biding his time for a chance to strike. 10 days later, Yu Fei's wounds had been unstitched, and the matter at the hospital had been quietly buried, slowly fading from public memory. Yuan Gang then set about getting Yu Fei out as quickly as possible. Through Zhang Wenfu's intervention, Yu Fei was sentenced to a little over 5 years for negligent manslaughter and illegal possession of firearms. Yu Fei was then sent to the first prison of Jiangbei City. He had scarcely spent a week inside before he was released on medical parole. At the gates of the first prison of Jiangbei City, a Santana and a Jetta had been parked since early dawn. Screech. As the prison gates swung open, Yu Fei was escorted out by 2 guards. Xiao Fei. Fei Gut. Men spilled out from both vehicles. First Yuan Gang and Lin Ran, then Jiang Xian and Peng Yu, and shamelessly along with them Jiang Hao. Bro. Yu Fei cried out excitedly to Yuan Gang first, then turned his gaze to the others. Miss me? After exchanging greetings with everyone, Yu Fei looked at Lin Ran and grinned. You bastard. Lin Ran's composure shattered instantly. She threw herself into Yu Fei's arms, pounding his chest with her fists. It won't happen again, I promise. Yu Fei smiled. He knew exactly why she was scolding him. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered softly. All right, let's head back. Yuan Gang chuckled and gave Yu Fei a pat on the back, then called everyone to the cars. 20 minutes later, firecrackers and celebratory cannons exploded along the east street outside Wan Hao KTV. Yu Fei stepped out of the car and glanced around. The scene felt achingly familiar. I say, Fei Gu, between you and your lady love and all this fireworks, it looks like a wedding. Peng Yu glanced at Yu Fei and Lin Ran, then squeezed forward to tease them. I'd say so too. Come on, Fei Gu. Why not just hold the wedding today and get it over with? Jiang Xian grinned broadly and jumped in behind Peng Yu. Where's the feast? When do we eat? Then Jiang Hao sniffed out the commotion and joined in, though his interest lay elsewhere from the rest. Yu Fei shot him an exasperated look. Lin Ran's face flushed crimson. I tell you, Ritian, your name doesn't suit you at all. Eating genius would be far more appropriate. Peng Yu kicked him irritably. What does that mean? Jiang Hao looked thoroughly bewildered. He's calling you a dog. Yu Fei shook his head helplessly and leaned close to Jiang Hao's ear, stoking the flames. Bastard. Stinky bandit fish, I'm going to settle this with you. Enraged, Jiang Hao launched himself at Peng Yu. By now, after spending so much time together, Jiang Hao was thoroughly comfortable with the group. Especially with Yu Fei. Their bond was the closest, for it was Yu Fei who had brought Jiang Hao into their circle in the first place. Plus, Yu Fei frequently took him out for meals, which only cemented his loyalty. Peng Yu came next. Though Peng Yu had beaten Jiang Hao soundly in the past, Jiang Hao held no grudge. In certain respects, the two shared a certain roguish chemistry. While they were roughhousing, Yuan Gang's phone rang unexpectedly. It was Zhou Haiping. After only a few words on the line, an excited expression spread across Yuan Gang's face. Enough fooling around. This is serious. Ending the call, Yuan Gang cut through the laughter and motioned for everyone to follow him upstairs to the office. Bro, what is it? Yu Fei asked, puzzled. We have news on Feng Xiaojing. Zhou Haiping just called. He's found his hideout. Yuan Gang wasted no time on dramatics. He relayed everything he had just learned. Really? Yu Fei's face brightened with excitement. Having nearly lost his life to Feng Xiaojing twice, he was seething with pent-up rage. Damn it. This time I'm putting that old son of a bitch down for good. Peng Yu cursed along with him. We don't need anyone standing guard at home. Peng Yu, Jiang Xian, go prepare the gear right now. Yuan Gang nodded and issued the order to Peng Yu and Jiang Xian. Immediately after, he pulled out his phone and called Ji Rong, telling him to assemble men and get ready. Oh, Xiao Fei, go to my room and grab the duffel bag from under the bed. After hanging up, Yuan Gang remembered something and gave Yu Fei a quick instruction. Got it. Yu Fei agreed and went straight to Yuan Gang's room. Soon he returned carrying the duffel bag, which looked remarkably heavy. Damn it. For today, I nearly went straight to a weapons dealer. Yuan Gang took the bag, set it on the table, and unbuckled the strap. Yu Fei looked down and was immediately stunned. Lying inside were 2 homemade explosives, roughly shaped like melons. Holy shit. Bro, you slept next to these things under your bed. What? Is there a problem with putting these under the bed? Yuan Gang took 2 homemade little melon grenades out of his travel bag and asked with a smile. You're playing tug of war with the king of hell. Yu Fei shot him a glance and said irritably. No normal person would keep something like that under the bed, homemade at that. It could blow up at any moment. You little punk, daring to tease your big bro. Yuan Gang grinned, then lifted his leg and kicked Yu Fei. Bro Gang, everything's ready. As he was speaking, Jiang Xian suddenly pushed open the door and said to Yuan Gang and Yu Fei, then let's go. Yuan Gang nodded, picked up the travel bag, handed it to Yu Fei, and led the way out of the office. Wan Hao had mustered around 30 men in total. Even Jiang Hao was counted. They had thrown in everything they had. On the other side, Ji Rong's crew was smaller, just over 20, but every one of them was a ruthless hand willing to do whatever it took. Although Yuan Gang's side had only a quarter of Feng Xiaojing's numbers, sometimes numbers alone didn't mean a thing. Besides, they were launching a surprise attack. Feng Xiaojing couldn't possibly keep 200 men by his side every day. At most he'd have around 15 or 20. They arrived at Ji Rong's game room, where the two forces joined up. Gongzi, all my men are ready. Seeing Yuan Gang arrive, Ji Rong hurried over to greet him. Bro Ji, I won't say much. From now on, wherever I Yuan Gang have something, you Bro Ji will have your share. Yuan Gang was deeply grateful and gripped Ji Rong's arm tightly as he made the promise. Ha ha ha. Then I'll hold you to that. Ji Rong laughed heartily and said it to Yuan Gang half-jokingly. Bro Ji, how many pieces did you bring? Yuan Gang smiled and then asked about Ji Rong's situation. I brought 2 long guns and 1 short one. Ji Rong answered immediately. Bro Ji. Yuan Gang nodded and continued. I don't plan to let this Feng Xiaojing walk out of young and alive. Are you sure? Ji Rong frowned. He hadn't expected Yuan Gang to be going for the kill. Sure, tell your men, when they see him, go at them for the kill. I Yuan Gang will take care of everything that comes after. Yuan Gang answered with a nod. Alright, I've got it. Ji Rong nodded. Since Yuan Gang was covering his back, he had no more worries. After a few brief words, the team of more than 50 set out. Leading the way was Yuan Gang's Santana, followed by Yu Fei's Jetta and Ji Rong's Fukong, with vans and taxis bringing up the rear. Bro, can you let me see your gun? In Yu Fei's car, Jianghu, sitting in the back, looked at the replica Black Star pistol at Yu Fei's waist and asked, what kind of scandalous talk is that? Yu Fei's forehead was covered with black lines, and even his composure was starting to crack. Ha ha ha. Bro, I want to see your gun too. Let me and Ritian study it together. In the passenger seat, Peng Yu burst out laughing at that, joining in with a tease that made the 2 underlings in the back turn red in the face from stifling their laughter. Peng Yu, do you believe I'll kick you out of the car? Yu Fei turned his head and glared at him, saying crossly, just kidding, man. Peng Yu sheepishly glanced outside. At this speed, being kicked out would either kill him or at least strip off a layer of skin. Bro, I'll take that as your consent. Then Jianghu simply took Yu Fei's silence as agreement and reached out to pull the replica Black Star pistol from its holster. Don't move. The safety's not. Bang. As the gun was drawn, Yu Fei's heart jolted. He'd been about to warn Jianghu that the safety wasn't on. But before he could finish, a gunshot suddenly exploded. In an instant, a small hole and spiderweb cracks appeared on the windshield. Everyone in the car was stunned. Only the replica Black Star in Jianghu's hand still had smoke curling from its muzzle. Holy shit. Are you fucking crazy? After a moment, Peng Yu snapped back to reality, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. He turned and cursed at Jianghu. Peng Yu, get the gun back. Yu Fei was a bit shaken too. Looking at the bullet hole not far from him, he said hurriedly. Thankfully, Jianghu had been sitting in the middle seat. If he'd been on the left or right, at least one of them, Yu Fei or Peng Yu, would have been done for. Jianghu was terrified too. It was his first time firing a gun, and the recoil had jarred his hand until it throbbed. He hadn't expected that a gentle squeeze of his finger would actually set it off. Jiang Ritian, if you ever dare touch a gun again, I'll chop your hand right off. Peng Yu snatched the replica Black Star back and gave Jianghu a smack on the head in annoyance. Just then Yu Fei's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw it was Yuan Gang calling. Bro. He pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Xiao Fei, what was that noise? Did your car have a flat tire? Yuan Gang and the others were up ahead and had heard the gunshot too, but they assumed Yu Fei's Jetta had blown a tire. As for gunfire, that thought never crossed Yuan Gang's mind. Who would casually fire off a gun in a car for fun? No, the gun just went off by accident. Yu Fei shot a glance at Jianghu in the rearview mirror and said crossly, accidental discharge. You guys aren't hurt, are you? Yuan Gang was taken aback, then asked Yu Fei urgently. It's fine, bro. It hit the windshield. Yu Fei glanced at the bullet hole in the windshield and quickly replied, that's good. But how could it hit the wind? Bro, I'm driving. Let's talk about it when we get there. Yuan Gang let out a sigh of relief, but then it occurred to him. Even if the gun had gone off accidentally, how could it have hit the windshield? But before Yuan Gang could finish, Yu Fei cut him off because Jianghu was tugging at his sleeve with a pitiful look on his face. Alright, fine. Yuan Gang assented, didn't ask further, and hung up. Pingtu Town. The place sat right on the boundary between the urban district and the suburbs. Yuan Gang had gotten word from Zhou Haiping that Feng Xiaojing was holed up here. On the main street in front of the Jinxin Hotel sat a Toyota Crown and 2 Peugeot 505s, all with Qingzhou license plates. Bro G, our Wanhao men will handle the front. You block the escape route. Don't let Feng Xiaojing get away. Just before they reached Pingtu Town, Yuan Gang called Ji Rong. Alright. Ji Rong agreed without any objection. Then it settled. Yuan Gang hung up, floored the accelerator, and sped straight toward the Jinxin Hotel. Stay sharp, we're here. Yu Fei had also received Yuan Gang's notice, so he picked up speed and warned the others in the car. Bro, you drive faster. My long gun is already thirsting for action. In the passenger seat, Peng Yu held a 5-shot shotgun and licked his lips, his face full of excitement. Screech. With several sharp braking sounds, Yuan Gang's Santana and Yu Fei's Jetta pulled up directly in front of the Golden in, blocking Feng Xiaojing's group inside. Then another minivan and 3 taxis stopped behind Yuan Gang and Yu Fei. Click. The car door opened and Yuan Gang stepped out holding an imitation Black Star pistol, in one hand a cigarette dangling from his lips. Yu Fei and the others followed, closely armed with a variety of weapons, long and short guns, steel pipes, machetes. Peng Yu, Jiang Xian, you two lead the charge. Kill these Qingzhou bastards. Yuan Gang glanced at the Golden and sign and ordered without looking back. Fuck it, follow me. Peng Yu was the first to respond, charging in with a 5-shot shotgun. Then came Jiang Xian with an imitation Black Star pistol tucked in his waistband and a machete in his hand. The cars outside have Qingzhou plates. Which room are they staying in? As soon as they entered, Peng Yu pointed at the cars outside and asked the stunned boss. Fuck your mother. What do you want from your daddy, you dog son? Bang. Just as he spoke, a man suddenly rushed out from the corner corridor, aimed a 5-shot shotgun at Peng Yu and fired. Caught off guard, Peng Yu took the full blast, dozens of pellets embedding into his arm. Fuck your mother. Bang bang bang. Startled and furious, Peng Yu raised his hand and pulled the trigger, firing several shots in succession, forcing the man back. Charge. Kill them, Jiang Xian roared and led the men forward. But to their surprise, the cunning Feng Xiaojing had rented out the entire hotel, which was now filled with people from Qingzhou. This was completely different from Yuan Gang's expectations, and it made Jiang Xian and Peng Yu suffer greatly. Turning into the corridor, Jiang Xian froze. Over 20 shirtless men were charging at them with machetes. Fuck it. Kill them to death. Without a second thought, Jiang Xian raised his hand and slashed at the head of the man in front. The man dodged quickly but was still cut on the shoulder, blood gushing out. Then the two sides, over 40 people in total, erupted into a chaotic battle in the corridor. Meanwhile, Peng Yu, ignoring his injured arm, led his men up the stairs with his 5-shot shotgun. But halfway up he encountered Wang Yong, the one who had exchanged gunfire with Yu Fei at the hospital. Fuck your mother. Bang. Peng Yu raised his 5-shot shotgun and fired. But Wang Yong reacted with astonishing speed, dodging to the side and avoiding the shot. Bang bang bang. Then came several more gunshots as Wang Yong drew a pistol and fired at Peng Yu. Startled, Peng Yu threw himself backward and tumbled down the stairs. But this tumble caused Wang Yong's 3 shots to all miss, saving Peng Yu. As he got up, he wanted to charge again, but then he heard the thumping of footsteps from above. Then countless people rushed down from the second floor, armed with machetes, steel pipes, and wooden clubs. Bang! Peng Yu raised his hand to fire and forced them back, but a bedside table suddenly flew toward him, forcing him to dodge. Behind them, Yuan Gang and Yu Fei also noticed this and were shocked. Bro, call for backup. Yu Fei rushed forward without looking back, shouting to Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang moved quickly, pulling out his phone and calling Ji Rong. Hurry up and get in. The enemy side is all men. The call connected and Yuan Gang wasted no words, rushing in right after. By then, Yu Fei had already joined the fray, machete in hand, instantly cutting down 2 men. Just as he was about to continue, a knife slashed across his back, and then a steel pipe struck his head. In an instant, Yu Fei collapsed to the ground, dazed and confused. Xiao Fei. Yuan Gang, who had charged in after him, took down one opponent, picked up the steel pipe the man had dropped, and rushed toward Yu Fei. Slap. A man about to slash Yu Fei with a machete was struck on the arm by Yuan Gang's steel pipe. Yuan Gang held nothing back. The pipe crashed down, snapping the man's arm. Screams erupted instantly, the man's arm dangling limply, tears streaming from the pain. On the ground, Yu Fei had recovered and struggled to his feet, machete in hand. Xiao Fei, are you okay? Yuan Gang approached Yu Fei, concerned. I'm fine. Yu Fei's head was broken and swollen, blood streaming down to his neck. As he spoke, Yu Fei suddenly grabbed Yuan Gang and pulled him aside, then slashed behind him. Yuan Gang stumbled, steadied himself, and turned to see a man on the ground clutching his face and screaming. On the other side, Jiang Xian was in a frenzy. Blood splattered everywhere on the corridor floor and walls. Jiang Xian had been cut on his arm and chest, blood gushing out. Brother Xian, move. Suddenly Xiao Yuan shouted from behind. Jiang Xian quickly sidestepped. Bang bang bang. Xiao Yuan, now desperate and ignoring the risk of casualties, pulled out his 5-shot shotgun and fired. Instantly pellets flew across the corridor, and the 4 or 5 men in the front ranks of the enemy collapsed to the ground screaming. Even Jiang Xian was hit by a stray pellet on his wrist. Fuck your mothers, come on. Bang bang. Xiao Yuan roared, firing 2 more shots, emptying the magazine. Several more enemies fell. By now few were left standing in the corridor. On Peng Yu's side, his 5-shot shotgun was out of ammunition. He had nearly been surrounded, but another gunman among his men fired several shots to drive the enemies back. Even so, Peng Yu had taken 4 or 5 knife wounds, his body covered in blood. As Peng Yu swayed, Wang Yong suddenly emerged from the side and shot him. Bang! Peng Yu fell, the bullet hitting his shoulder dangerously close to his chest. Moreover, Wang Yong's gun was not a 5-shot shotgun, but an imitation pistol. Peng Yu. Bang bang bang. Just then Yu Fei saw this and roared, pulling out an imitation Black Star pistol from his waist and firing several shots at Wang Yong. Wang Yong failed to dodge, taking a bullet to his arm, which burst into a spray of blood. Yuan Gang, frantic, rushed to Peng Yu's side and helped him up. Peng Yu, how are you? Yuan Gang pressed the wound, his face full of anxiety. Brother Gang, I'm fine. Just a little tired. Peng Yu grins weakly and says. Heavy bleeding from several wounds leaves Peng Yu feeling dazed and groggy. On top of being shot again, Peng Yu's condition grows even more dire. Good, as long as you're alright, good. Yuan Gang breathes a sigh of relief. He is about to turn around when Yu Fei arrives beside him. Before Yuan Gang can speak, Yu Fei reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small melon-shaped grenade. Xiao Fei. Yuan Gang knows exactly what Yu Fei intends and quickly stops him. Though it was never meant for display, timing and place still matter. Yu Fei has gone completely blind with rage and cannot hear reason raising his hand to pull the safety pin. What do you think you're doing? Fortunately, at the critical moment, a pair of large hands restrains Yu Fei. It is Ji Rong, who has just rushed over. Because the townhouses are connected in continuous rows, they had to take a long detour from the back, which cost them precious time. With Ji Rong and his reinforcements arriving, the situation shifts instantly. Aside from those lying on the ground incapacitated, all the opposing fighters are driven up to the second floor. You can't use that thing here, put it away. Ji Rong warns Yu Fei with a grave expression, then leads his men charging toward the second floor. Xiao Fei. Yuan Gang barks again, and Yu Fei finally comes to his senses, stowing the small grenade into his pocket. Soon everyone makes it upstairs. As for Peng Yu and several of the more seriously wounded, Yuan Gang has already arranged for them to be sent to the hospital. On the opposing side, Feng Xiaojing's forces are nearly exhausted. Only a dozen or so remain standing, armed with 2 5-barrel shotguns and 1 replica pistol. Yuan Gang's side fares differently. They still have over 20 men, 4 replica Big Black Stars, and 7 5-barrel shotguns. I didn't know you had such good connections in Yang'an. Feng Xiaojing's expression remains calm, betraying no sign of panic. He smiles and says to Yuan Gang, having fired dozens of rounds, and yet the police have not shown up. Feng Xiaojing suddenly realizes something. If I hadn't prepared thoroughly, how would I dare come wrestle with you? Yuan Gang smiles as well, and the two converse like old friends. You're impressive. It's been years since I suffered such a setback. Feng Xiaojing nods and offers Yuan Gang a compliment. You won't be walking away alive today, just admit it. Yuan Gang glances over the opposing group and speaks slowly. Can't walk away. That remains to be seen. Hearing this, Feng Xiaojing raises an eyebrow and smiles. You still have backup. Yuan Gang frowns, unable to understand why Feng Xiaojing is so confident. I've walked this path for so many years. How could I not leave myself an escape route? Feng Xiaojing says this and takes out his phone, dialing a number. Hey boss. The call connects quickly and Feng Xiaojing puts it on speaker. Have you caught the person? Feng Xiaojing casts a smug glance at Yuan Gang, then turns to look at Yu Fei. Caught her, and this girl is quite fierce. The person on the other end laughs, and a few follow-up words immediately send Yu Fei into a panic. Let her say something. Feng Xiaojing continues smiling, his gaze still locked on Yu Fei. Speak. Instantly a voice rings out from the other end of the phone, followed by a woman's sobs. Son of a bitch. Yu Fei's eyes turn red in an instant. That cry is unmistakably Lin Rant's. How could he not recognize it? As he speaks, Yu Fei raises his weapon and points it directly at Feng Xiaojing's head, pulling the trigger. Fortunately, Yuan Gang pulls him back in time. The bullet strikes the nearby wall, but this only heightens the tension. Feng Xiaojing, you're damn despicable. Holding back Yu Fei, Yuan Gang turns to glare at Feng Xiaojing and curses angrily. For safety, Yuan Gang had brought everyone along, leaving no one behind at home. He never expected Feng Xiaojing to have a contingency plan and directly raid their stronghold. And on top of that, he kidnapped Lin Ran, using a woman as bargaining chips to negotiate with them. Despicable. On this path, the most important thing is to stay alive. Feng Xiaojing shrugs it off and replies with a smile. How can you say that with a straight face? You're truly disgracing Qingzhou. Ji Rong finally understands the situation and joins in cursing Feng Xiaojing. Being scolded by Ji Rong, everyone except Feng Xiaojing feels a sting of embarrassment. Feng Xiaojing does not argue back, merely withdrawing his gaze from Yu Fei and turning to look at Yuan Gang. Release the person and you can go. Yuan Gang glances at Yu Fei, tilts his head back, and sighs, then speaks to Feng Xiaojing. Brother. Yu Fei is taken aback, turning to look at Yuan Gang with a complex expression. Yu Fei is deeply torn, for he knows what keeping Feng Xiaojing today would mean for their Wanhao Gang. And releasing Feng Xiaojing would be like letting a tiger return to the mountains, betraying the sacrifices of countless people. But Lin Ran is someone he cares about. Yu Fei could never stand by and watch her come to harm. Yu Fei does not know how to choose. He will not abandon Lin Ran, yet he cannot bring himself to speak the words. That is why Yuan Gang's decisiveness fills Yu Fei with both guilt and gratitude. Calm down. Yuan Gang turns and smiles at Yu Fei, saying no more. That's not enough. But Feng Xiaojing narrows his eyes slightly and slowly utters 3 words. Hand over Xiao Zhe as well. Feng Xiaojing adds another condition. Release Zheng Yongzi. Son of a bitch. Aren't you afraid of choking yourself? Already furious about letting Feng Xiaojing go, now he wants Zheng Yongzi too. Jiang Xian cannot hold back and curses outright. But Feng Xiaojing shows no reaction, staring blankly at Yuan Gang and waiting for his answer. But Yuan Gang's face is grim, his fists clenched tight, eyes locked firmly on Feng Xiaojing. But after a moment he compromises and opens his mouth to agree. Before he can finish, Yu Fei throws his replica big black star to the ground and walks toward Feng Xiaojing. Seeing Yu Fei's move, everyone tenses immediately. Wang Yong raises his weapon and aims it at him. Do you know what? My brother has already done enough for me. Without him, I'd just be a homeless wanderer on the streets scavenging for food with stray dogs. Speaking slowly, Yu Fei takes out that small melon-shaped grenade from his pocket, his finger hooking onto the safety pin. Xiao Fei. Yuan Gang is startled and quickly calls out. Everything I eat, wear, and use was bought by my brother for me. He even bought me a car. I love it. So I'm already drowning in guilt. Why must you push your luck even further? Aren't you worried about your little girlfriend? Feng Xiaojing narrowed his eyes, though a flicker of unease stirred within him. His expression remained composed. Xiao Fei. Forget it, give them the person. Yuan Gang's face turned pale, terrified that Yu Fei might do something reckless. Heh, just now you made us choose, now it's my turn to make you choose. Release him and leave, or we'll all go to the afterlife together. As for Zheng Yongzi, don't even think about it. Yu Fei chuckled as if he hadn't heard Yuan Gang's words, his eyes locked onto Feng Xiaojing. And if I say no? Crack. Feng Xiaojing wanted to gamble, not believing Yu Fei had the nerve. But before he could finish, Yu Fei pulled out the safety pin, ready to release the striker. The little melon would explode. Xiao Fei. Yuan Gang's face contorted in alarm, wanting to rush over, but Ji Rong held him back. Say one more useless word, and I'll let go. Yu Fei's face was expressionless, his gaze cold and fixed on Feng Xiaojing as he spoke slowly. Feng Xiaojing's face darkened, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He never imagined Yu Fei would be so decisive. Release him. After a moment of silence, Feng Xiaojing picked up the phone and gave the order. He could see that Yu Fei was truly willing to die together, so he was afraid. As Feng Xiaojing had said before, what mattered most on this path was staying alive. Bro, have someone pick up Lin Ran. Yu Fei kept his eyes on Feng Xiaojing, speaking without turning his head. Yuan Gang, hearing this, pulled out his phone and called Zhang Wenfu. The police were the safest option now. Thus they held their ground for about 10 minutes until Yuan Gang received Zhang Wenfu's callback. Lin Ran was safe. Can we go now? Feng Xiaojing's face darkened as he asked Yu Fei after Yuan Gang lowered his phone. Xiao Fei, let them go. Before Yu Fei could respond, Yuan Gang spoke. In truth, he could have gone back on his word and kept Feng Xiaojing and his men there. But Yuan Gang didn't want to, because he and Feng Xiaojing were not the same kind of people, and he couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. You won't live much longer. Yu Fei nodded, lowering his hand and speaking coldly. Feng Xiaojing's move against Lin Ran had touched Yu Fei's inviolable line. I'll be waiting. Feng Xiaojing gave Yu Fei a long, hard look, then led his men downstairs. Gongzi. Ji Rong wanted to say something, but Yuan Gang shook his head, cutting him off. Xiao Fei, get rid of that thing. After Feng Xiaojing's group left, Yuan Gang quickly opened the window beside him and urged Yu Fei. Bro, can't we just put the pin back in? Yu Fei picked up the little melon and the safety pin, examining them with a puzzled look at Yuan Gang. This is homemade. Who knows if it'll hold? Throw it out now. Yuan Gang didn't dare let Yu Fei take the risk, pushing him to toss it out the window. Behind the inn was an empty lot with no residents or shops, so there was no danger of hurting anyone. All right. Yu Fei nodded, walked to the window, and tossed the little melon out. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. About a minute passed, and they heard nothing. Is this a dud? Ji Rong scratched his head, glancing out the window. Bro Gang, did you get scammed? Jiang Xian grinned, asking Yuan Gang. No way. I paid a fortune. Yuan Gang frowned, pulling another little melon from his pocket. There's another one. Ji Rong reached for it. Let me see. Let me see. Suddenly Zhang Hao appeared out of nowhere, snatched it from Ji Rong before he could get a good look. Looks pretty convincing. Zhang Hao toyed with it, then casually pulled the pin and tossed it out the window. But Bro Gang, you must have been fooled. This thing. Boom. Zhang Hao started to analyze it for Yuan Gang, but before he could finish, a blast erupted outside the window. Instantly, everyone covered their ears, staring in shock out the window. Holy shit. It went off. Zhang Hao stood dumbfounded, then stammered. Damn, is this thing that powerful? Ji Rong rubbed his ears, the explosion had left them ringing. Zhang Ritian. That was 8,000 bucks. Yuan Gang bellowed in frustration, kicking him hard. Even if it were 80,000, it's still a fake. I'll get you a real one later. Zhang Hao rubbed his sore backside, sulking. Bro. Yu Fei shook his head, helplessly calling out to Yuan Gang. Let's go get out of here first. Yuan Gang shot a glare, let it go, and led the group out of Jinxin Inn. On the way back, Yu Fei didn't drive. Instead, he got into Yuan Gang's car. Xiao Fei, don't be so impulsive next time. It's just Zheng Yongzi. Letting him go is no big deal, not worth risking your life over. As for what others think, you don't need to worry, I'll handle it. With only the two of them in the Santana, Yuan Gang spoke bluntly, without reservation. Bro, I don't want you always doing things for me. I want to help you too. Yu Fei shook his head. He didn't want Yuan Gang to always sacrifice for him. Silly kid. You're my little brother. Yuan Gang had never expected anything in return from Yu Fei. All he did was simply because of that one word, brother. Before long, Yuan Gang led them to a small clinic. Click. As the door swung open, Yu Fei saw a very familiar face. Yo, Xiao Fizi, you got hurt again. All covered in blood. An old raspy voice sounded teasing Yu Fei as they entered. Big Yellow. Yu Fei grinned, calling out. Screw your Big Yellow. You're the one who's Big Yellow. The man in the clinic was none other than Lao Huang, who shot Yu Fei a mock glare and cursed with a laugh. How's Peng Yu? Yuan Gang smiled too, then asked Lao Huang. He's lying inside. The bullet's out. Nearly killed these old bones. Lao Huang nodded toward the inner room, where Peng Yu lay on the bed. Though Zhang Wenfu was on their side, taking a gunshot wound to the hospital could invite unnecessary trouble. So Yuan Gang had someone bring Peng Yu straight to Lao Huang's place. Fortunately, the bullet that hit Peng Yuzhong missed the vital spots, and the slug wasn't embedded too deep. Otherwise, with old Huang's amateurish skills, there was no way he could have handled it. Even so, it had given him quite a stir, nearly shaking him apart. Xiao Fizi, what happened to your head? Come here, let me take a look. With that, old Huang leaned over Yu Fei, who clutched his head as the old man began to examine it. What the hell? Easy. Yu Fei had a sizable lump on his head, and old Huang's rough handling sent a jolt of pain through him, making him cry out. Can't you show some restraint? You're as delicate as a girl screaming at the slightest touch. Old Huang glanced back annoyed. At your age, aren't you afraid that stick might not hold up and just snap? Yu Fei grinned, looking down at old Huang's lower half with a teasing remark. Slap. Have some manners. His words infuriated old Huang, who promptly smacked him on the head. What the hell? You old lunatic. The pain was so intense that Yu Fei doubled over, his face contorted in agony. Xiao Fei, come with me. A few minutes later, Yuan Gang received a phone call and called out to Yu Fei. Coming. Yu Fei responded and got up to follow him. Outside, a police car was parked by the roadside, and as Yu Fei wondered why, Lin Ran stepped out. Lin Ran. Upon seeing her, Yu Fei shouted excitedly. Lin Ran's eyes reddened, and she rushed over, burying her face in his chest as she burst into tears. It's okay, it's all over now. Yu Fei patted her back, gently offering comfort. Lift your head, let me see. Have you turned into a little tear-stained kittenoy? After a while, Yu Fei cupped her face and tilted it up. Her face was streaked with tears, her eyes bloodshot, and one side of her cheek was slightly swollen. Don't worry, I swear I'll kill the bastard who did this to you. Yu Fei's eyes were filled with heartache as he gritted his teeth in a solemn promise. Lin Ran said nothing, just hugged him again, resting her cheek against his chest. You two don't just stand there. Come inside first. Soon Yuan Gang finished with the police car and approached them. Let's go inside. Yu Fei nodded, speaking softly to Lin Ran. She murmured an agreement, pulling away from his embrace, but clinging tightly to his arm. Oh ho, Xiao Fizi's got a girlfriend. As Lin Ran entered with her arm linked through Yu Fei's, old Huang spotted them. Just call him Big Yellow. Yu Fei shot a glance at old Huang and introduced him to Lin Ran with a hint of irritation. You never learn, do you? You believe I'll slice out your kidneys while you sleep? Old Huang's eyes bulged as he put his hands on his hips and bellowed. Uncle Huang. Lin Ran looked at Yu Fei in confusion, then called out to old Huang. Oh my, this girl here has such good manners. It's a waste she's with that brat. Old Huang's demeanor did a complete 180. The respectful address from Lin Ran made him feel young again, and he broke into a wide grin, his few remaining yellow teeth wiggling as he laughed. Better laugh carefully. You might just shake those teeth loose. Yu Fei shot back, glaring at him. You should worry about your own kidneys. Old Huang glared back, making a slicing gesture near Yu Fei's waist. Fight. Don't just talk trash. Go at it already. Suddenly Jiang Hao emerged from the back room, egging them on. Get lost. Yu Fei and old Huang turned and cursed in unison, annoyed. Alright, enough. Xiao Fei, come here. I need to talk to you. Yuan Gang shook his head with a helpless smile, interrupting the three and beckoning Yu Fei over. Yu Fei nodded, and releasing Lin Ran's hand, walked over. We've worn each other thin with Feng Xiaojing. Should be quiet for a while. Since there's nothing urgent, take Lin Ran to the city center for a few days, clear your heads. Once they were aside, Yuan Gang said with a smile. Bro, is that necessary? Yu Fei glanced back at Lin Ran, frowning. He understood Yuan Gang's intention, to shield Lin Ran from further distress after the recent events. But given the current situation at Wanhao, Yu Fei really didn't want to leave Yuan Gang's side. Listen, Feng Xiaojing won't make any moves in the short term, so you can go with peace of mind. Besides, we have phones and the city center isn't far from Yang'an. Yuan Gang, knowing Yu Fei would resist, clapped him on the shoulder and continued persuading. All right. After a moment of silent deliberation, Yu Fei nodded in agreement. The reason was simple. Yuan Gang made sense, and Lin Ran's tears had genuinely tugged at his heart. That's settled then. You two head out now. Don't forget to call your brother Dong when you get to the city center. Yuan Gang beamed with satisfaction. Leave now. Yu Fei was taken aback. Moments ago they were in a bloody battle, and now they were supposed to go out and have fun. It was a jarring shift. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll be back. Don't tell me you plan to stay there until the new year. And what would you do here anyway? Help old Huang change his bandages. Yuan Gang, with an arm around Yu Fei's shoulders, walked him toward Lin Ran and the others. Fine. Yu Fei nodded, seeing the logic in Yuan Gang's words. He wasn't of much use staying here. Go on. Don't worry about money. Just have a good time. Yuan Gang gave another smile and nudged Yu Fei over to Lin Ran. Where are you off to? Before Yu Fei could respond, Jiang Hao popped up and asked curiously. I'm sending Xiao Fei to take Lin Ran to the city center for a few days. You want to come? Yuan Gang, startled by Jiang Hao's sudden appearance, posed the question. Yes. Eager at the prospect of a city trip, Jiang Hao, oblivious to his role as a third wheel, excitedly agreed. Well, then you go together. Yuan Gang nodded, expanding the group by one more. Even as they got into the car, Yu Fei still felt dazed, his mind in a fog. Xiao Fei, what's this all about? In the passenger seat, Lin Ran was equally puzzled, turning to him. My brother wanted me to take you out to clear your head. Yu Fei replied frankly, though a bit absent-mindedly. Fei Gu is the city center fun. Jiang Hao chimed in from the back seat, leaning forward to ask. By the way, Jiang Hao, you're looking pretty clean. Where did you disappear to during the fight? Just now? A fight? Well, it was too chaotic. Knives, guns everywhere. I could only lurk in the back and strike from hiding. Jiang Hao looked somewhat embarrassed and offered an awkward explanation. Jiang Hao. Isn't his name Jiang Ritian? Nearby Lin Ran asked in confusion upon hearing Yu Fei address him as Jiang Hao. Ri plus Tian makes the character Hao. That name was just a deception. Yu Fei glanced at Jiang Hao and explained with a smile to Lin Ran. Ahem. Sister-in-law, well, you can't reveal too much when you're away from home. Jiang Hao found himself in an awkward position once again and cleared his throat. All right. Lin Ran nodded as if understanding, then fell silent. Over 20 minutes later, the three of them chatted aimlessly along the way and finally arrived at the city center district. Yu Fei didn't contact Lin Sudong right away, instead he found a place to stay first. It was still the Howding Hotel, the very first place Yuan Gang had taken him when they arrived in Zhongbei City. He booked 2 rooms. Yu Fei and Lin Ran shared one, while Jiang Hao took another. Brother Fei, when are we going out to explore? After reaching the city center, Jiang Hao was buzzing with excitement. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Rest today. Yu Fei replied without hesitation. Having just been in a fight and injured on his head and back, he had no energy to move around. All right then. Jiang Hao nodded dejectedly. With no money of his own, he could only tag along and let Yu Fei treat him. The hotel has food. If you're hungry, just call the front desk to send some up. Stay out of trouble. Still uneasy, Yu Fei added a reminder, worried Jiang Hao might sneak out and cause trouble. Got it. Jiang Hao's spirits crashed completely. He had indeed been thinking about it, but his plans were crushed before they even began. Back in the room, Yu Fei took off his shirt with Lin Ran's help. Does it hurt? Lin Ran asked, her voice tinged with concern as she looked at the fresh wounds on Yu Fei's back. Not at all. Yu Fei smiled and shook his head, trying to reassure her. You know what, Xiao Fei? When they took me away today, I thought I'd never see you again. Lin Ran wrapped her arms around Yu Fei and whispered softly against his chest. This won't happen again. I promise. Yu Fei's expression grew complicated as he wrapped his arm around her, and they held each other in silence. That night, Yu Fei and Lin Ran were asleep in each other's arms when his phone suddenly vibrated. Who is it? Half asleep, Yu Fei fumbled for the phone without opening his eyes and pressed answer. Is this Yu Fei? A stranger's voice came from the other end. Who is this? Yu Fei instantly woke up, glanced at the phone number, and asked with a frown. City Police Bureau. Do you know Jiang Hao? The person on the other end continued. Yu Fei felt a vein pop on his forehead. Yeah, I know him. What happened to him? Yu Fei replied, already knowing Jiang Hao had ignored his warning and gone out causing trouble. Come down to the station. It's hard to explain over the phone. The caller didn't specify what Jiang Hao had done, just asked Yu Fei to come to the police station. All right. Yu Fei hung up. Lin Ran, awakened by the commotion, blinked sleepily. What's wrong? She asked. Jiang Hao got arrested by the police. Yu Fei massaged his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Arrested? What did he do? Lin Ran immediately woke up at those words, sitting up with confusion. I don't know. They want me to come down. Yu Fei shook his head and started pulling on his clothes. I'll go with you. Upon hearing Yu Fei was heading to the police station, Lin Ran didn't want to stay alone at the hotel and got dressed as well. 10 minutes later, Yu Fei slammed on the brakes, and the Jetta pulled up smoothly in front of the police station. What brings you here? As they entered the lobby, a police officer approached them. I'm here to see someone, Jiang Hao. Someone from the station called me just now. Yu Fei quickly replied. Jiang Hao. Upon hearing the name, the officer's expression turned peculiar. Follow me. He led Yu Fei and Lin Ran to an office. Before they even reached the door, Yu Fei heard heated arguing inside. The office door creaked open, and Yu Fei finally saw what was happening. Jiang Hao was grappling with a woman, while 2 officers struggled to pull them apart. Jiang Hao. Yu Fei shouted to prevent further trouble. Brother Fei. At the sound of Yu Fei's voice, Jiang Hao froze, then received a slap from the woman. You're done for. My big brother is here. Prepare to die. Ignoring the slap, Jiang Hao rushed to Yu Fei's side. Brother Fei, you have to avenge me. I got completely scammed. Before Yu Fei could ask what happened, Jiang Hao burst into tears. Avenge your grandmother. You bastard, come here, and I'll beat you to death. The woman spun around and began cursing Jiang Hao viciously. Yu Fei was stunned, and so was Lin Ran beside him. This woman's voice was incredibly rough, even more masculine than Yuan Gang's. What's going on here? Yu Fei looked at the woman, then at Jiang Hao, utterly confused. Your friend was soliciting a prostitute in the middle of the night and got conned. The officer who had brought them explained with a sigh. Soliciting? Yu Fei frowned and turned to Jiang Hao. I was just bored. Besides, I didn't initiate it. He was the one standing at the door seducing me. Jiang Hao scratched his head with an awkward grin, trying to explain. But Yu Fei wouldn't believe a word of it. His face had turned completely dark. Officer, could we speak privately? Despite his anger, Yu Fei's immediate priority was getting Jiang Hao released, so he leaned toward the officer and spoke quietly. There's more to it. The officer shook his head. He understood what Yu Fei meant, but refused anyway. What do you mean? Yu Fei was stunned again. This guy is a man. When your friend discovered that instead of leaving he tried to force himself. It's gotten complicated now. The woman wants to press charges for attempted rape. The officer pointed at the woman, and his words completely shattered Yu Fei's understanding of the situation. Bro, you're really hungry. Yu Fei stared in disbelief at Jiang Hao. Lin Ran also covered her mouth in shock, taking a step back from Jiang Hao. I was just joking. Jiang Hao blushed unusually, saying with embarrassment. Just joking? You bastard ripped my pants off while just joking. But the person involved refused to let it drop, cursing and trying to fight again. Bro, that's enough. You didn't suffer any loss, did you? Besides, you're a grown man, why pretend to be a woman for no reason? Yu Fei stepped forward, blocking him, and tried to reason with him. What's wrong with pretending to be a woman? What law says I can't dress as a woman? The man became visibly upset at Yu Fei's words, lifting his chin defiantly. Officer, I'd like to ask, does he have evidence that my friend attempted rape? Yu Fei didn't bother wasting words with him, turning directly to the police officer nearby to ask. None. The police officer shook his head. Though there was no evidence, the man kept causing a commotion. So what exactly has my friend done wrong? At most it's attempted prostitution, right? Yu Fei nodded, then spread his hands and continued questioning. The police officer didn't know how to respond. Yu Fei's points were valid, but the problem was the man kept causing trouble at the municipal bureau. Hey, what do you mean by that? So according to you, he had no reason to rip off my pants. As expected, the man dressed as a woman immediately protested loudly upon hearing Yu Fei's words. Rip off your pants. Who knows if you took them off yourself to frame my friend? Yu Fei wouldn't tolerate this nonsense, seeing through the man's scummy behavior. He wasn't someone to reason with. Damn it. How dare you speak like that, you little shit. The man instantly lost his temper and tried to attack Yu Fei right in front of the police. Officers, this man is threatening to assault me right in front of you, and we're at the municipal bureau. Furthermore, I witnessed him slapping my friend the moment I walked in. All three of you officers can testify to that, right? This matter needs proper discussion. Yu Fei remained calm, stepping back to avoid the man while smiling at the three officers. Hearing this, Jiang Hao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Now that's a skilled operator. Absolutely correct. I still have his handprint on my face, and I'll file charges for intentional injury. Suddenly Jiang Hao caught on and pointed at the man, shouting loudly. The three officers exchanged exasperated glances. This situation was only getting more complicated. How about we call it even? Let's not cause more trouble for the officers. Let's just drop this. Yu Fei smiled again and suggested to the man. Drop it. You're dreaming. You'll all pay for this. I won't let any of you leave alive today. The man gritted his teeth in fury, threatened Yu Fei and the others, then pulled out his phone and dialed. Once connected, he launched into an over-the-top performance of sobbing and self-pity. His acting was so refined it could star in a film. Just wait. Not one of you will walk away unscathed. Shortly after, the man hung up and pointed at Yu Fei and the group, even sweeping in the three police officers with his accusation. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, wondering who he'd called that gave him such confidence. Before long, the sound of leather shoes clicking on the floor came from outside, and a man in police uniform stepped in. Captain Sun. Upon seeing him, the three officers snapped to attention and saluted. The newcomer was Sun Shueping, captain of the 5th Brigade in the Municipal Security Detachment. What's going on? After entering, Sun Shueping surveyed the group and asked, Brother-in-law, they're bullying me. Before anyone could react, the man dressed as a woman threw himself at Sun Shueping, wailing his grievance. Stop with the brother-in-law nonsense. Speak properly. Sun Shueping glared at him with obvious distaste, and Yu Fei and the others immediately understood the situation. The man then embellished the story for Sun Shueping, recounting the events with such exaggeration that Jiang Hao wanted to shut him up himself. The other three officers kept their heads down in silence. They knew Sun Shueping wasn't someone they could afford to antagonize. Meanwhile, Yu Fei pulled out his phone and made a call, speaking only a few words before hanging up. Li Liang, take them away for questioning and send them directly for prosecution. Sun Shueping waved his hand impatiently, ignoring both Yu Fei and Jiang Hao entirely, and immediately classified the case. Yes. One of the officers responded and moved to take Jiang Hao away. Wait. Seeing this, Yu Fei stepped forward and blocked Li Liang's path. Obstructing official duties, take them both away. But before Li Liang could say anything, Sun Shueping waved his hand again, dragging Yu Fei into the arrest as well. I said wait. Again cutting off Li Liang, Yufei turned directly to Sun Xueping and spoke each word deliberately. Who the hell do you think you are? You can't just order people around because you feel like it. Before Sun Xueping could respond, his brother-in-law couldn't hold back and mocked Yufei. Bro, just go. Li Liang sighed helplessly and advised Yufei. Slap. That foul-mouthed habit of yours needs someone to put in its place. But unexpectedly, Yufei completely ignored Li Liang, walked over to Sun Xueping's brother-in-law and slapped him directly. You son of a bitch. The man was stunned by the slap, and just as he recovered and tried to retaliate, Yufei kicked him to the ground. Stop it. Sun Xueping was also taken aback and immediately shouted at Yufei. Stop my ass. That face of yours deserves a beating more than his. Someone's going to sort you out soon. Yufei showed no restraint, turning to curse at Sun Xueping directly. Fuck you. Sun Xueping was furious. He'd never been spoken to like this before, and grabbed a rubber bat nearby. Sun Xueping. But just as he was about to strike Yufei, a loud voice rang out from outside. Deputy Director Zhou. Sun Xueping froze instantly, and turned around, calling out stiffly. It was Zhou Haipeng's younger brother, the detachment commander of the Municipal Public Security Brigade, and Sun Xueping's direct superior. After Sun Xueping arrived, Yufei immediately called Yuan Gang to report what happened at the Municipal Bureau. This triggered a chain reaction. Calls passed from person to person until reaching Zhou Haipeng's phone. Zhou Haipeng held a deputy director position at the Municipal Bureau and relied on Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary Su Mingqiang's support. So upon hearing Yufei was in trouble at the Bureau, he rushed over immediately. Zhou Ji. This kid not only struck someone right in front of me, but also cursed at me. Obviously Sun Xueping had yet to grasp the situation, assuming Zhou Haipeng had merely stumbled upon it by chance. Smack. I think your tenure as captain has come to its end. Zhou Haipeng delivered a sharp slap, then pointed at Sun Xueping's nose, and spoke in a harsh tone. Sun Xueping was stunned, clutching his cheek in bewilderment. You must be Yufei then. Zhou Haipeng turned around, looking at Yufei with a smile, and extending his hand. Hello. Yufei nodded, and shook Zhou Haipeng's hand. Only then did Sun Xueping, witnessing the scene, realize that Zhou Haipeng was not merely passing by. What's the situation here? After exchanging greetings, Zhou Haipeng turned toward the two on-duty officers and inquired about the full details of the incident. Take him to the interrogation room to record his statement. A grown man dressing as a woman to commit fraud and attempting extortion. That is simply lawless. After understanding the course of events, Zhou Haipeng, much like Sun Xueping had been upon his arrival, immediately pronounced a verdict in one sentence. Zhou Ji, this is my... Shut up. I don't have time to deal with your matters right now. Report to my office tomorrow morning. The obstinate Sun Xueping, upon hearing Zhou Haipeng's words, still attempted to protect his brother-in-law. But before he could finish speaking, Zhou Haipeng interrupted him, instantly breaking Sun Xueping into a cold sweat. I'll just call you Xiaofei then. You've been running around all night. I imagine you must be hungry, huh? I happen to have nothing else to do either. How about we go grab a simple late-night meal? Zhou Haipeng turned to Yufei once more and suggested they go out for food. Honestly, I wasn't feeling particularly tired until you mentioned it, but now that you do, I suppose I am a bit peckish. Yufei did not refuse. After all, the man had just helped him, so sharing a meal was only natural. Then let's go. Without so much as acknowledging Sun Xueping and the others, Zhou Haipeng ushered Yufei and the rest of them out of the office. Dressed in casual clothes, Zhou Haipeng needed no change. The group set off directly for a private dining restaurant across from the Municipal Police Bureau. Xiaofei, you should have let me know before coming to the city district. I could have properly entertained you. As soon as they were seated and had placed their orders, Zhou Haipeng began chatting up Yufei in a familiar manner. Zhou Haipeng had specifically instructed him that Yufei, being Yuan Gang's younger brother, was closer than family itself. And since Zhou Haipeng's prospects for advancement now rested entirely on Yuan Gang, he was willing to humble himself to curry favor with such a young fellow. After all, if he offended Yufei and Yuan Gang reneged on his word, the losses would far outweigh any gains. Worse still, if Yuan Gang chose to protect his brother, and Su Mingqiang set obstacles for Zhou Haipeng, not only would his promotion prospects vanish, he might even find himself demoted. We only arrived today. My brother went out and got himself into trouble while we were still recovering from our journey, and here you are troubling yourself all night to handle it. Yufei, fully aware of Zhou Haipeng's intentions, naturally fell into step with the conversation. Not at all. Whenever something comes up in the city district, you simply give me a call. If it's within our power, we'll handle it. If not, we'll find a way to make it happen. Zhou Haipeng waved his hand dismissively, then heaped on more flattering words before exchanging phone numbers with Yufei. The meal stretched well past midnight, past 3 o'clock, leaving Yufei thoroughly hammered. If Lin Ran had not urged them to stop, given Zhou Haipeng's tireless spirit, the gathering would have likely dragged on until dawn. Back at the hotel, Yufei was nearly collapsed, and it took Jianghu carrying him all the way to his room. The night passed without incident. The following noon, Yufei was roused from sleep by a series of knocks on the door, sitting up in a daze. Who is it? Yufei's head felt as though it might split open. Frowning, he asked Lin Ran groggily. Probably Jianghu. Lin Ran rose and walked to the door, glancing through the peephole. Sure enough, it was Jianghu. Tell him to stop knocking. I'm about to have my head blown off. Upon hearing this, Yufei lay back down and pulled the blanket over his head, muttering a complaint. Lin Ran shook her head, helplessly opened the door, and let Jiang Hao in. Good afternoon, sister-in-law. Hasn't my Fei Go woken up yet? Jiang Hao greeted Lin Ran with a smile and cast a glance toward the bed. He's still suffering. Go bother him. Lin Ran pointed to her own head and responded to Jiang Hao. Leave it to me. Jiang Hao immediately understood and lunged toward Yufei like a ravenous dog, throwing his entire weight onto him. What the hell? Jiang Hao, are you trying to kill me? Nearly suffocated beneath Jiang Hao's weight, Yufei angrily cursed at him. Fei Ge, the sun's already high in the sky. Get up already. Jiang Hao grinned broadly and yanked the blanket away, exposing the completely naked Yufei. Whoa, Fei Ge, your backside is so fair. Seeing Yufei unclothed, Jiang Hao couldn't resist teasing him. What the? Get away from me, you bastard. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Yufei snapped, fully awake, and immediately kicked out. He hadn't forgotten what Jiang Hao had done the previous night, and the mere memory sent goosebumps rippling across his skin. Ouch! Fei Ge, why are you kicking me? Jiang Hao tumbled headfirst off the bed, rolling onto the floor and clutching his stomach with a wronged expression. Lin Ran, from now on, if I'm not dressed, don't open the door for this jerk. Ignoring Jiang Hao, Yufei turned to Lin Ran and warned her. Lin Ran instantly caught on, covering her mouth as she trembled with laughter. After lunch, Yufei led the two of them to revisit every place Yuan Gang had once taken him, exploring them all over again. Lin Ran was thoroughly enjoying herself, still wanting more, while Jiang Hao appeared somewhat listless. As evening approached, Yufei did not rush to take them out for dinner. Instead, he made a call to Lin Sudong. Hey Dong Ge. The call connected, and Yufei spoke first. So you finally remembered about me yet? I thought you'd return before ever deigning to call me. Lin Sudong had already learned of Yufei's arrival in the city district. The moment he had departed, Yuan Gang had phoned him. Dong Ge, you already knew I was here. Yufei felt a touch awkward. He had actually been hoping to surprise Lin Sudong. With a big mouth like my brother, it'd be impossible for me not to know. Lin Sudong grumbled irritably, then complained about Yuan Gang. Dong Ge, where are you? Yufei smiled. He had no desire to meddle in the affairs between these old rivals. Doing so would only earn him ill will from both sides. Tell me where you are, and I'll come pick you up. Unaware that Yuan Gang had bought Yufei a car, Lin Sudong volunteered to come collect him. Dong Ge, I have a car now. Just tell me the location and I'll come find you. Yo, when did your brother become so generous, allowing someone else to drive his wife? Lin Sudong was somewhat astonished by Yufei's words, assuming he had brought Yuan Gang's car. You'll see when we meet. Yufei kept the suspense, not mentioning that Yuan Gang had bought him a car. Then head straight to Byway Pavilion. Ew, I have to treat you first. I'll wait for you there. Lin Sudong checked the time, thinking to welcome Yufei first. Alright. Yufei agreed and hung up the phone. Byway Pavilion was the largest and most luxurious restaurant in the city center, akin to the status of Yang'an Restaurant in Yang'an, but the two were incomparable. Its location was easy to find out, any local could direct you there. 10 minutes later, Yufei drove around, twisting and turning, finally arriving at Byway Pavilion. Xiao Fei. As soon as he got out of the car, Lin Sudong, standing at the entrance of Byway Pavilion with a small leather bag, called out to Yufei. Brother Dong. Yufei closed the car door and walked toward Lin Sudong. When she, approaching Yufei, noticed Li Wenqi was also there and quickly greeted him with a smile. Xiao Fei, you've got yourself a car. Brother Dong, look at Xiao Fei, I'm really envious. Li Wenqi embraced Yufei, then pointed at the Jetta and teased Lin Sudong. The Jing Gang has changed. So generous. Lin Sudong was also surprised, circling the Jetta as he spoke. Brother Dong, my brother is actually quite generous. Yufei smiled, defending Yuan Gang. Alright, this is my girlfriend Lin Ran, and that's Jiang Hao. Then Yufei pulled Lin Ran and Jiang Hao over, introducing them to Lin Sudong and Li Wenqi. TSK. Matching you, it's really a waste of such a fine cabbage. Lin Sudong glanced at Lin Ran, then clicked his tongue, echoing old Huang's words. I think so too. Li Wenqi nodded in agreement, casting a disdainful glance at Yufei. What's wrong with me? Yufei protested, not daring to challenge Lin Sudong, but Li Wenqi was different. With that, the two started playfully wrestling, making the others laugh. Alright, stop messing around. I've already booked a private room, let's head up. After a while, Lin Sudong finally intervened, ushering everyone into Byway Pavilion. In the second floor room, after they were seated, Lin Sudong inquired about the recent situation at Wanhao. Yufei didn't hold back and recounted the recent events. This to Jing'an, with all that's happened, he didn't even call me. After hearing Yufei's account, Lin Sudong slammed the table in frustration. Unless something major occurred, Yuan Gang would only consult Lin Sudong. As for the daily affairs at Wanhao, no matter how tough, Yuan Gang never revealed a word to Lin Sudong. Because Lin Sudong had his own matters to attend to in the city center, and Yuan Gang didn't want to distract him. Yufei didn't dare to respond. If he did, he might end up being scolded. Now Feng Xiaojing's side is also severely weakened. They shouldn't make any moves for a while. Xiao Fei, when you head back, I'll come with you. Let's first help your brother pull out this thorn. After a moment of silence, Lin Sudong continued, speaking to Yufei. Got it. Yufei didn't dare to object, so he agreed, planning to ask Yuan Gang about it later. Then came Yu Fei's painful moment, Lin Sudong, and Li Wenqi force-fed him drink after drink, nearly sending him under the table. It wasn't until the early hours, seeing Yu Fei truly unable to drink anymore, that Lin Sudong and Li Wenqi stopped. The group didn't leave, they stayed at Byway Pavilion. Byway Pavilion wasn't just for dining, it also offered accommodation and numerous entertainment options. Lin Sudong helped Lin Ran escort Yu Fei to his room, while Li Wenqi and Jianghu had already gone off to have fun. The next day, Yu Fei woke up again, clutching his head and grimacing. "Have some water." Lin Ran had been awake for a while, and seeing Yu Fei's discomfort, quickly poured him a glass of water. "No more drinking, never again." Yu Fei gulped down the water, feeling a bit better, then muttered with vacant eyes, "You're all talk." Lin Ran glanced at Yu Fei, speaking irritably. Every time Yu Fei finished drinking, he said the same thing, yet he never held back at the table. "I haven't asserted my authority recently. It seems you're getting out of hand." Yu Fei raised an eyebrow, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then he pressed Lin Ran beneath him. "Stop it. I just finished washing up." Lin Ran's face flushed, shrinking her neck like a little quail. "I haven't washed yet. We can wash together later." Yu Fei wasn't about to let her go. He chuckled, and then pulled the blanket over both of them. Half an hour later, Yu Fei entered the bathroom drenched in sweat, while Lin Ran, holding a toothbrush, shot him a reproachful look. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" Midway through washing, a knock came at the door. Yu Fei turned his head and called out, "It's me, Wenqi." The person outside was Li Wenqi, who responded upon hearing Yu Fei's voice. "Hold on." Yu Fei replied, and he and Lin Ran rushed through their washing, got dressed, and then opened the door to let him in. "You're up early," Yu Fei commented with a smile. "Early? Dude, you haven't sobered up yet. It's already noon." Li Wenqi rolled his eyes at Yu Fei, walked to the window, pulled the curtain open, and said irritably, "Ahem. It's already noon." Yu Fei coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. "By the way, where's Jianghu?" Quickly, Yu Fei thought of Jianghu and changed the subject. "Don't even mention him." At the mention of Jianghu, Li Wenqi's face showed helplessness. What happened to him? Yu Fei was puzzled, wondering what Jianghu had done to elicit such a reaction. "Xiao Fei, tell me the truth. Where did you pick up that guy?" Li Wenqi didn't explain, but instead asked Yu Fei seriously. "Pick up, eh? Not exactly picked up, but what happened to him?" Yu Fei thought about it. He hadn't picked up Jianghu. Taking him in was more accurate. "That guy is an absolute beast. I just came back from delivering his meal at the hospital." Li Wenqi shook his head, and his words startled Yu Fei. "How did he end up in the hospital?" Yu Fei stood up abruptly. "Overexertion, he's depleted." In the hospital, Yu Fei looked dejected, gazing at Jianghu, who lay on the sickbed. "Bro, exactly how hungry were you?" Yu Fei felt helpless. They had only been in the city center for 2 days, and this guy had already ended up at the police station, and now the hospital. "Fei, it's my first time." Jianghu was also embarrassed, a hint of red appearing on his pale face. "First time? Well, you should know to take it easy." Yu Fei was so frustrated, he was grinding his teeth. If Jianghu weren't so weak, he'd have dragged him up for a beating. "As if you're so experienced." Lin Ran pinched Yu Fei's waist as she spoke. "All right, just take it easy this time. The doctor said you need to hold out for at least half a year." Yu Fei gave an awkward laugh, then looked at Jianghu again. "What a loss." Jianghu raised his head in despair, gazing at the ceiling, as 2 lines of clear tears streamed down his face. "Xiao Fei, this buddy of yours is hilarious." Li Wenqi burst out laughing and leaned in to whisper something in Yu Fei's ear. "Hilarious? You haven't seen the funniest part yet. The night before last, he almost slept with a guy." Yu Fei curled his lips in disgust, then brought up Jianghu's heroic past. "What?" Li Wenqi froze, wondering if he'd heard wrong. "Xiao Fei, Wenqi, what's going on?" Just as they were talking, Lin Sudong suddenly walked in from outside. After glancing at Jianghu, he asked Yu Fei and Li Wenqi, "Brother Dong." Both of them greeted Lin Sudong, and then Li Wenqi recounted the incident. Exhausted. How many times? Lin Sudong was dumbfounded. It was the first time he'd seen someone get so worn out from that. Li Wenqi didn't answer, but turned to look at Jianghu, who raised a palm from the hospital bed. 5 times. You really know how to overdo it. Lin Sudong chuckled, hands on his hips. And it was his first time. Yu Fei sighed and added, "Impressive." Lin Sudong didn't know what to say, so he just gave Jianghu a thumbs up. "By the way, Xiao Fei, come with me tonight to meet someone." After they chatted for a bit, Lin Sudong suddenly remembered something and turned to Yu Fei. "Brother Dong, why not take Wenqi? I really can't drink anymore." Yu Fei's face fell. He truly didn't want to drink again. "Wenqi has plans tonight, otherwise I wouldn't have come to you. Besides, you don't have to drink. Just accompany me and drive." Lin Sudong kicked Yu Fei lightly, then said irritably, "Fine then, as long as I don't have to drink." Hearing he wouldn't have to drink, Yu Fei immediately agreed. "Great, that's settled. Lin Ran, I'm borrowing Xiao Fei tonight. I'll take you to the beauty salon for some treatments." Lin Sudong patted Yu Fei's shoulder with a smile, then turned to Lin Ran. "No need, Brother Dong. I'll stay here with Jianghu and grab him some dinner later." Lin Ran waved her hand. She knew what went on at the beauty salon and was aware of the high prices, so she declined outright. "Sister-in-law, you're the best." Jianghu had no idea what Lin Ran was really thinking. He just assumed she genuinely wanted to stay and take care of him, and was instantly touched. "It's fine, I'll hire a caregiver for him. Let him just lie here on his own." Pick whatever treatments you want at the salon, it's all on me, consider it my welcome gift. Lin Sudong was sharp and could see right through Lin Ran's thoughts, so he waved his hand dismissively. Alright, just go and enjoy yourself. Don't worry about this beast. Lin Ran tried to refuse again, but Yue Fei stopped her. Fei, you're breaking my heart. Jianghu clutched his chest, dramatically pretending to be hurt. Heartbroken. If you pull that stunt again, I'll make sure your kidneys suffer. Yue Fei shot Jianghu a glare and said irritably. Alright, you guys haven't eaten yet, right? Let's find a place and have a few drinks. Lin Sudong interrupted Yue Fei with a smile, then suggested heading out for a drink. Bro, spare me. I'm still tasting alcohol every time I burp. I can't drink another drop. Yue Fei's face changed drastically, and he immediately clasped his fists in a plea for mercy. Ha ha ha. Look at you, such a coward. Lin Sudong laughed heartily, then slung an arm around Yue Fei's shoulder and led him out of the ward with Li Wenqi and Lin Ran following behind. As for Jianghu, by the time he realized what was happening, everyone was already gone. That evening, after dropping Lin Ran off at the beauty salon, Lin Sudong took Yue Fei to a private kitchen restaurant. Brother Dong, who are we meeting? Once they arrived at the pre-booked private room, Yue Fei asked Lin Sudong. A headache. Lin Sudong's expression was somewhat helpless as he spread his hands. A headache. Yue Fei was curious, wondering what kind of person could make Lin Sudong look like that. A moment later, just as Yue Fei and Lin Sudong were chatting, the private room door suddenly swung open. Two men walked in, one after the other. The man in front was in his 50s, stocky, with a fleshy face covered in harsh lines and a big bald head. Behind him was a younger man, though older than Yue Fei, around 30 years old. Brother Qian. Lin Sudong rose to greet the newcomer, and Yue Fei gave a nod as well. So what did you want to discuss by asking me here today? The bald man glanced at Lin Sudong, and Yue Fei, showing no courtesy, and plopped down into a chair. Brother Qian, it's still about that matter from before. I've tried to reach out several times, but you won't even give me a chance to apologize. Lin Sudong ignored the man's attitude and kept a smile on his face. Apologize? Do I want excuses? I want the position of deputy director of the municipal bureau. The bald man scoffed, then slammed his hand on the table with a harsh tone. Seeing this, Yue Fei frowned and clenched his fists, but Lin Sudong held him back. The bald man named Qian Jiang was in the real estate business and fairly well known in Jiangbei City. The reason for his anger was that very position. Earlier, when Yuan Gang had called Lin Sudong had said the position was already promised, and it had been promised to Qian Jiang. Qian Jiang had a childhood friend who was the chief of the Shuangting District Bureau in Jiangbei, and he'd wanted that deputy director spot for him. But because of the incident at the hospital involving Yue Fei, the deputy director position ended up going to Zhou Haibing instead, which had Qian Jiang fuming. Although Qian Jiang's connections in Jiangbei weren't the strongest, he was wealthy, and Lin Sudong didn't want to casually offend him. Brother Qian, I've already explained the situation to you, so there's no point in dragging it out. Admittedly, this matter was mishandled by me, Lin Sudong, and I have nothing more to say. Tonight, I just wanted to apologize to you in person. I'm really sorry. Lin Sudong kept a low posture, poured 2 glasses of baijiu, and raised one as he spoke. Although Lin Sudong didn't want to offend Qian Jiang, that didn't mean he dared not to. Even if Qian Jiang was wealthy, as the old saying goes, the rich are no match for the powerful. With Su Mingxiang, the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, backing Lin Sudong, Qian Jiang could hardly stir up trouble. The reason Lin Sudong acted this way was that a piece of land he coveted was in Qian Jiang's hands. This piece of land was crucial to Lin Sudong's future development in Jiangbei City, so he was willing to swallow his pride to salvage this connection. You don't need to say all those sweet words. You just want that piece of land, right? I, Qian Jiang, have only one thing to say. Without the position of deputy director of the municipal bureau, don't even think about that land. Qian Jiang smiled contemptuously, knowing full well Lin Sudong's intentions, and went straight to the point. If the matter wasn't handled, the land was out of the question. Brother Qian, are you really not giving me a way out? Lin Sudong's face turned grim, for he had gone to such lengths, yet Qian Jiang showed no respect at all. Qian Jiang was somewhat arrogant, thinking that with the land in his grasp, he could control Lin Sudong. A way out. You've walked your own way into a dead end. If you have the guts, find your own solution. Before Qian Jiang could speak, the man sitting beside him cast a glance at Lin Sudong and said, "Bang, what right do you have to talk?" Yue Fei had no idea of the complexities behind it, but Lin Sudong's attitude was truly unbearable. Especially with the other's sarcasm, Yue Fei flew into a rage and hurled a cup. The man reacted swiftly, dodging sideways, and the cup shattered against the wall. "You little bastard, you're asking for death." Then the man abruptly stood up, cursing as he prepared to strike. Xiao Fei, Chuanzi, Lin Sudong, and Qian Jiang simultaneously shouted to stop them, preventing a fight. Lin Sudong, you call this an apology? I've learned something today. Forget about that land. Our tempers don't match, so let's not force it. Then, narrowing his eyes at Lin Sudong, Qian Jiang sneered. Then I wish you, boss Qian, prosperous business. Since things had come to this, Lin Sudong no longer needed to save face for Qian Jiang, and replied coldly with an expressionless face. Humph. Qian Jiang snorted coldly at the word, stood up, and directly left the private room, while the man beside him gave Yue Fei a fierce glare. Brother Dong, I'm sorry. I really couldn't hold back just now. It's not your fault. After Qianjiang and the other left, Yufei looked at Lin Sudong to apologize, but he interrupted with a wave of his hand. It's my fault for giving him too much face, making him think he's someone important. People like him are just cheap. If you don't slap him a couple of times, he'll never realize what he really is. Then looking at the half-open door of the private room, Lin Sudong said coldly. At this moment he realized that with someone like Qianjiang being soft was useless. You have to make him hurt, and fear to make him behave. Come on. We can't waste this table of food. Let's finish it all, we two brothers. As he spoke, Lin Sudong turned to Yufei and grinned. I've been hungry for a while. Yufei didn't stand on ceremony, grabbing chopsticks and stuffing food into his mouth, which amused Lin Sudong. After the meal, the two went to the beauty salon to pick up Lin Ran, then visited Jiang Hao at the hospital before heading back to rest. The next day before dawn, Yufei's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and saw an unfamiliar number, so he tossed it aside to continue sleeping. But soon the phone rang again with the same number. Who is it? Yufei answered irritably. Brother Fei, it's me, Jiang Hao. On the other end of the line, it was unexpectedly Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, where did you get a phone? Yufei's eyes shot open in surprise. I borrowed a nurse's phone. Jiang Hao smiled awkwardly. All right. What's the call for so early in the morning? Yufei, now realizing, continued to ask. Well, Brother Fei, I'm hungry. Jiang Hao chuckled awkwardly again, making Yufei's blood pressure spike. Hungry? Wait it out. I'll bring you food after I wake up. Yufei was speechless, thinking it was something important, and was about to hang up. Don't, Brother Fei. The doctor said I need proper nutrition, or I won't recover for at least half a year. Would you bear to see your brother's happy life drift away? Jiang Hao quickly called out to Yufei, playing the friendship card, but Yufei wasn't buying it. I do bear it. I bear it too damn well. This way you'll cause me fewer troubles. Yufei wasn't easily fooled, he just wanted to sleep, and hung up. But Jiang Hao wasn't one to give up easily. He kept dialing relentlessly, driving away Yufei's drowsiness. I'm totally done with you. Yufei answered the phone and let out a helpless roar. Brother Fei, you're the best, I'll wait for you. Jiang Hao grinned slyly, then dropped the line and hung up. What's wrong? Lin Ran, woken up by the noise, looked at Yufei scratching his head frantically and asked. That beast Jiang Hao wants me to bring him food. Yufei slapped the blanket in annoyance and said to Lin Ran. So early. Lin Ran glanced at her phone. It was not even 6. Early. He's been calling me for over half an hour. Yufei, looking resigned, threw off the covers, got up, and started putting on clothes. I'll go with you. Lin Ran, seeing this, propped herself up to get up, but Yufei pushed her down. Don't bother. Get some more sleep. I'll just go myself. I'll be back after dropping it off. Yufei waved his hand, went to the bathroom to wash his face, grabbed the car keys, and left the hotel. Downstairs, Yufei looked around and saw a breakfast shop across the street already open. Boss 2 Jean of fried dough sticks, 2 bowls of soy milk, and 10 tea eggs. Yawning, Yufei walked in and called to the busy boss. You'll have to wait, the dough sticks need to be fried fresh. The boss replied without turning his head. I'm fine, no rush. Yufei took out a cigarette pack, popped one between his lips, and said. Hardly had he started the engine when his phone rang again. It was Jiang Hao calling. Can you keep some dignity? I'm already on my way to the hospital. Hello. Pressing the answer button, Yufei responded irritably. Cough, cough. Ahem, I just wanted to say drive safely. Jiang Hao coughed awkwardly twice, improvising an excuse. Get lost. Yufei snapped back into the phone, then tossed it onto the passenger seat. The hotel wasn't far from the hospital. Only a 5 or 6 minute drive. Yufei soon reached the final traffic light. Boom. The light turned green, and Yufei stepped on the accelerator. Unexpectedly, a minivan behind him accelerated and rammed into his side. The inertia sent Yufei's head crashing against the driver's window. Glass shattered instantly. A crimson streak flowed down his forehead, leaving him dazed. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps approached. Still dazed, Yufei turned his head. Kid, remember me? Chuanzi, the man who had followed Qianjiang the night before, stopped in front of the car. Banged your head. Pathetic. Chuanzi sneered, reaching for the door handle to drag Yufei out. Fuck your mother. But Yufei had already snapped out of his daze. Fumbling through his pockets, he grabbed a shard of broken glass and plunged it into Chuanzi's arm. Son of a bitch. You little bastard. If I don't kill you today, I'll take your surname. Chuanzi yanked his arm back, but the glass was embedded deep in his flesh. Cursing furiously, he stumbled backward. Yufei seized the opportunity, twisted the key, and sped off. Glancing at the passenger seat, he searched for his phone to call Lin Sudong. But the impact had knocked the phone under the seat. Panicking, Yufei glanced in the rearview mirror. Chuanzi was already pursuing in his van. Gripping the steering wheel with one hand, Yufei leaned over, fumbling with the other. Blood streaming from his forehead blurred his vision, and within moments he crashed into a tree by the roadside. Yufei's head slammed against the steering wheel. Immediately after, Chuanzi's van rear-ended them, pinning the Jetta in place. Ignoring protocol, Yufei threw open the passenger console and retrieved a replica Desert Eagle. Yuan Gang had insisted he carry it, fearing Yufei might be targeted after the feud with Feng Xiaojing. Yufei had originally planned not to use it. This was Shizhong District, not Yang'an. The municipal government and party committee were here. Discharging a firearm would invite severe consequences. But faced with death, survival took precedence. Click. Chuanzi opened his door wielding a military dagger and approached. Kong Kong. Before Chuanzi could close in, Yufei kicked his door open and pulled the trigger. Startled, Chuanzi rolled aside to evade, but a bullet grazed his arm. Stumbling, Yufei stepped out brandishing the replica pistol. Chuanzi, unwilling to risk further injury, clutched his wounded arm and fled into a nearby park. He never expected Yufei to possess a real gun. In Chuanzi's eyes, Yufei was just a reckless kid, something he could easily handle. Instead, he'd suffered a humiliating defeat. Having driven Chuanzi off, Yufei didn't pursue. His condition was deteriorating. Returning to the car, he painfully retrieved his phone from beneath the seat and dialed Lin Sudong. Hello. Lin Sudong's voice was groggy, still half asleep. Brother Dong, I'm in trouble. Yufei slumped against the seat, gasping heavily. Xiao Fei, what happened? Instantly awake, Lin Sudong asked urgently. That Chuanzi from Qianzhang's crew. He came after me. Brother Dong, I fired a gun. Yufei cut straight to the point. Toss the weapon immediately. Don't let the police find it. Where are you? I'm on my way. Lin Sudong's tone turned grave. He understood the implications of discharging a firearm in Shizhong district. East traffic light near the hospital a bit north. You'll spot me. Struggling upright, Yufei exited the car, scanned the area, and hurled the gun into a nearby trash bin. He then retrieved 2 spent casings and dumped them in as well. I'm coming right now. Without wasting time, Lin Sudong ended the call, threw on clothes, and rushed out. After hanging up with Lin Sudong, Yufei faintly heard approaching sirens. Collapsing to the ground, he thought for a moment and dialed another number. Hello. The voice was equally drowsy. Brother Bing, it's Xiao Fei. Yufei had called Zhou Haibing, captain of the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Public Order Brigade. Xiao Fei, what do you need so early? Recognition sparked in Zhou Haibing's tone, and he responded with a smile. Brother Bing, I'm in trouble. I fired a gun. Yufei confessed, immediately laying out the crisis. What? You fired a gun? Zhou Haibing shot upright in bed, his voice gravely serious. Brother Bing, there's no time to explain. City police will be here any second. I've discarded the gun, but I wanted to warn you personally. Glancing toward the intersection, Yufei saw a police cruiser speeding toward him with lights flashing. I'll head straight to the bureau. Zhou Haibing wasted no words. The priority was intercepting the case before it escalated. If he handled it, there would be considerable maneuvering room. As the call ended, the police car pulled up. 3 officers stepped out. Leading them, an officer brandished a genuine Desert Eagle, cautiously approaching. Drop your weapon. The officer's eyes locked onto Yufei, barking the command. Officer, does this count? Yufei smirked, producing a nail clipper from his pocket and tossing it onto the ground. Don't BS me. Do you take us for fools? The officer didn't seem to believe it at all, his gun still trained on Yufei without the slightest lapse in vigilance. Then I'll get down, and you can search me yourselves. Yufei was decisive, placing both hands behind his head and dropping to the ground. At this sight, the armed officer exchanged a glance with his 2 colleagues, signaling them to pat down Yufei. After a thorough search that left no weapon uncovered, the 3 officers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Can I get up now? Yufei looked up, his face pressed against the hard ground. Click. All right, get up. One of the officers handcuffed Yufei and helped him to his feet. Soon after, 2 additional police vehicles arrived as backup. As the doors opened, a familiar figure stepped out. Yufei recognized him immediately. Sun Xueping, captain of the 5th Brigade of the Municipal Public Security Detachment. Sun Xueping was equally surprised to encounter Yufei here. Did you fire the gun? Sun Xueping suddenly recalled. They had received a report about someone shooting. Captain Sun, don't go throwing accusations around so casually. Yufei grinned. Hand him over to me. This case falls under our Public Security Detachment's jurisdiction. Understanding dawned on Sun Xueping, who turned to relay the order. Among the officers present, Sun Xueping held the highest rank, so his directive went unchallenged. Besides, gun-related cases were already within the Public Security Detachment's purview, making his claim to custody entirely reasonable. Yufei, right. Once inside the vehicle with no one following, Sun Xueping took the driver's seat and glanced back at Yufei. Captain Sun has a good memory. Yufei nodded. About that incident earlier, I didn't know about your connection to Deputy Director Zhou. We crossed paths unintentionally, so don't take it to heart, all right? Sun Xueping brought up that night at the Municipal Bureau, clearly trying to build rapport with Yufei. Yufei raised an eyebrow. He understood the underlying intention and wasn't particularly surprised. Zhou Haibing currently relied on Su Mingqiang's support, so offending Yufei would certainly draw Zhou's ire. Over the past couple of days, Sun Xueping had been thoroughly worked over by Zhou Haibing, which explained why a brigade captain like him was still on duty at the Municipal Bureau this early in the morning. You're overthinking it, Captain Sun. I'd have forgotten that incident anyway if you hadn't mentioned it. After a moment's thought, Yufei decided to give him an out, since he was still a brigade captain regardless. Besides, his arrangement with Zhou Haibing was purely transactional and could dissolve at any moment. Establishing another contact within the Municipal Bureau would be valuable. Then I was overthinking it. Sun Xueping smiled, visibly relieved that Yufei wasn't going to press the matter. By then the car had pulled into the Municipal Bureau courtyard, where Zhou Haibing was waiting at the entrance. Sun Xueping, Zhou Haibing was taken aback to see him bringing Yu Fei back, but quickly remembered he'd assigned Sun to night shift duty over the past couple of days. Brother Bing. Yu Fei greeted Zhou Haibing as he stepped out of the car. Let's head inside first. Given the morning rush hour and the bustling municipal bureau, Zhou Haibing simply nodded and said nothing more. What happened? Once inside the office, Zhou Haibing locked the door and asked for details. Yu Fei didn't hold back, recounting his conflict with Chuanzi and everything that had unfolded that morning. Where did you dump the gun? Zhou Haibing nodded and continued. I happened to pass a garbage truck and threw it in. Yu Fei deliberately kept vague about the gun's exact whereabouts. He feared Zhou Haibing might track it down and use it against him later. His fingerprints were still on it. Good then. Zhou Haibing's narrowed eyes suggested he saw through the excuse, but chose not to press it. Just then someone knocked on the office door. Who is it? Zhou Haibing signaled to Yu Fei before calling out. Deputy Director Zhou Lin Sudong is here to see you. At the sound of Zhou Haibing's voice, the person outside responded immediately. Got it. Zhou Haibing, fully aware of who Lin Sudong was, got up and opened the door. Brother Dong. Yu Fei called out as Lin Sudong stood at the doorway. Lin Sudong ignored Zhou Haibing entirely and walked straight over to inspect Yu Fei. You brat, are you alright? I'm fine. Yu Fei laughed and shook his head. His injuries weren't serious, just a small cut on his head that had already stopped bleeding. Lin Sudong nodded, relieved. If anything had happened to Yu Fei, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Yuan Gang. Lin Sudong knew perfectly well how close Yuan Gang was to Yu Fei, closer than brothers. Deputy Director Zhou, how's the investigation coming along? Firing a gun and injuring someone in broad daylight. We can't just sweep this under the rug. Only then did Lin Sudong turn to Zhou Haibing and add the remark. Rest assured we won't let someone this dangerous slip through our fingers, Zhou Haibing replied with a smile, unfazed. It was that simple, just a subtle hint from Lin Sudong, and Zhou Haibing immediately understood what needed to be done. Good. By the way, Deputy Director Zhou, I'd like to speak with my brother privately, Lin Sudong said, as if remembering something. I'll step out for a moment. Zhou Haibing understood and left for the restroom. Where did you dump the gun? The gun was Lin Sudong's biggest concern, and he hurriedly asked Yu Fei once Zhou Haibing had left. In the trash can at the park entrance. Yu Fei answered. You didn't tell Zhou Haibing, did you? Lin Sudong nodded, then, after a pause, pressed further. No, I didn't. He asked, so I told him a garbage truck happened to pass by, and I dumped it in there. Yu Fei explained the excuse he'd given Zhou Haibing. Good then. Lin Sudong shared the same concern as Yu Fei. He didn't trust Zhou Haibing and feared he'd use the gun against them later. Alright, wait here for your statement while I handle things. I'll clean up the mess for you. Just as Zhou Haibing returned, Lin Sudong patted Yu Fei on the shoulder and left. Why the hurry? Zhou Haibing watched Lin Sudong leave with curiosity. My brother Dong has soup simmering at home. He's particular about that kind of thing. Yu Fei grinned and offered the explanation. I've heard of morning liquor before, but this is the first time I've encountered someone drinking morning soup. Zhou Haibing also chuckled. After hearing Yu Fei's excuse, he had already figured out what was going on. Lin Sudong had left in such a hurry, undoubtedly to find a gun. Alright, come with me to give your statement first. Without saying more, Zhou Haibing led Yu Fei directly to the interrogation room. By the time Yu Fei came out, it was nearly noon. Lin Ran was waiting for him on a corridor chair. How did you end up here? Yu Fei rubbed Lin Ran's hair, smiling. Don't even get me started. Lin Ran swatted his hand away in annoyance, then rose to her feet and embraced him. It's alright, everything's fine now. Let's head back. Yu Fei gently patted her back, then pinched her cheek before speaking. Lin Ran agreed and followed Yu Fei out of the municipal police bureau. Screech. As soon as they reached the entrance, a Santana skidded to a halt right in front of them. Get in the car. Sitting inside was none other than Lin Sudong, though he wasn't driving. Li Wenqi was behind the wheel. Brother Dong, how did you know I'd be coming out right now? Yu Fei was puzzled, for Lin Sudong's timing seemed too coincidental. Brother Dong called me just now. Before Lin Sudong could speak, Lin Ran chimed in. That explains it. Yu Fei nodded in understanding, then pulled Lin Ran into the back seat. By the way, Brother Dong, what happened to my car? On the way to the hospital, Yu Fei suddenly remembered his Jetta and hurriedly asked. Basically totaled. Lin Sudong shook his head helplessly. He nearly lost his life, and all Yu Fei cared about was his car. Damn it. That bastard Qin Chuan, when I get my hands on him, I'll kill him. Hearing this, Yu Fei erupted in fury. That Jetta had been a gift from Yuan Gang. I went to see Qianjiang this morning. He says he knows nothing about it. Qin Chuan has already fled. Upon hearing Yu Fei's words, Lin Sudong added his own comment. Qianjiang isn't exactly a clean bird either. If he wanted to wash his hands of this, it wouldn't be that easy. Yu Fei frowned. He didn't believe Qianjiang was uninformed. That was nonsense meant to fool fools. I thought the same thing. But regardless of whether he knew or not, the blame has already been pinned on him. This is the perfect opportunity to figure out how to take over that plot of land he's holding. Lin Sudong nodded. He didn't believe Qianjiang's excuses either. Still, the current incident had inadvertently given him the opening he needed to seize the initiative. What's the use of that plot of land? Yu Fei was confused, unable to understand why Lin Sudong was so fixated on a piece of real estate. There's no point explaining now. You'll understand later. Lin Sudong shook his head and offered no further explanation. Soon the group arrived at the hospital. Yu Fei went to have his wounds treated first, then made his way to Jianghao's ward. Brother Fei, are you alright? Seeing Yu Fei, Jianghao immediately turned over and threw off his blankets to rush forward. The movement was practiced to perfection. Earlier that morning, having noticed Yu Fei was gone for half a day, without a word Jianghao had called him again. But when the call connected, it wasn't Yu Fei's voice. It was a police officer from the municipal bureau. Jianghao instantly realized something had happened to Yu Fei, so he dialed the landline at Wanhao. He only knew 2 numbers after all: Yu Fei's mobile and the Wanhao reception desk. That single phone call had set Yuan Gang ablaze with worry. He immediately phoned Lin Sudong and berated him mercilessly. Burning with anxiety, Yuan Gang wanted to rush to the district hospital himself, and Lin Sudong spent considerable effort persuading him to stay put. Scram over there, I'm tired of looking at you. Yu Fei kicked out at Jianghao and said irritably, Come on, Brother Fei, I was wrong, truly sorry. Jianghao seemed to think Yu Fei was actually angry and stammered apologies, utterly at a loss. Enough. Get back to bed. I'm not dead, am I? Yu Fei smiled helplessly and gave Jianghao a pat on the head. By the way, Xiao Fei, give your brother a call. He already knows about this. Seeing Jianghao, Lin Sudong suddenly thought of Yuan Gang and quickly reminded Yu Fei. My brother knows. Yu Fei turned his head and looked at Lin Sudong to confirm. And he chewed me out thoroughly. Lin Sudong glared irritably at Jianghao before spreading his hands. Alright then. Yu Fei nodded, pulled out his phone, and dialed Yuan Gang. Bro. The call connected and Yu Fei called out. Xiao Fei, how are you? Yuan Gang's voice was urgent, and the warmth that surged through Yu Fei's heart was immediate. I'm fine, but the car you bought me is totaled. Yu Fei's expression turned somewhat dejected. He genuinely loved that Jetta. It was a gift from Yuan Gang, and also the very first car he had ever owned. As long as you're alright, that's what matters. If the car's wrecked, it's wrecked. I'll buy you another one later. Hearing this, Yuan Gang let out a breath of relief. A car meant nothing to him. The only thing that mattered was Yu Fei's safety. Understood. Yu Fei's eyes reddened slightly as he choked out his reply. Yu Fei was not a man given to tears, but Yuan Gang's care for him always stirred something deeply within him. Alright, that's it then. And don't rush back. Go Dongzi's place needs help lately, so just stay there and assist him for a while. Then, as if remembering something, Yuan Gang added his instructions to Yu Fei. Alright. Yu Fei agreed once more. He could roughly guess what matter Yuan Gang was referring to. They chatted a bit more about recent developments before hanging up. The Jin Gang scolded me again, didn't he? Seeing Yu Fei return, Lin Sudong asked with some resentment. My brother calls you Go Dongzi. Yu Fei grinned and nodded toward Lin Sudong. That big black ape. All he does is badmouth me behind my back. Lin Sudong scowled and gritted his teeth in complaint. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, thinking to themselves that he and Yuan Gang were 2 of a kind. Your brother probably told you right. Stay and help me out for a while. With that, Lin Sudong brought up what Yuan Gang had asked Yu Fei to do. He did. Yu Fei acknowledged. Then stop staying at the hotel. Move in with me this afternoon. Won't you go back later and tidy things up and pick up some daily necessities? Lin Sudong nodded, then turned to give Li Wenqi his instructions. Okay. Li Wenqi agreed excitedly. Brother Dong, I'm coming too. Jianghao had grown weary of the hospital, and upon hearing Lin Sudong say they were moving in with him, quickly spoke up. That's up to Wenqi. Lin Sudong didn't commit, instead smiling over at Li Wenqi. The apartment Lin Sudong had rented was a 3-bedroom unit, so if Jianghao wanted to come along, he'd have to share a bed with Li Wenqi. Impossible. Li Wenqi refused without a second thought. The reason was simple: he had heard from Yu Fei about Jianghao's heroic deeds. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, Li Wenqi would rather die than share a bed with Jianghao. Then I'll sleep on the sofa, okay? Jianghao glared at Yu Fei with a look of grievance, then spoke pitifully. That's acceptable. Lin Sudong nodded with a smile. In the afternoon, Li Wenqi went to buy daily necessities for Yu Fei and the others, while Lin Sudong drove them back to the hotel to pack their belongings. Fortunately, Yu Fei and Lin Ran didn't have much luggage, making the move relatively easy. That evening, instead of going out, they ordered some dishes and drank at home. Of course, the participants were only Lin Sudong, Yu Fei, and Li Wenqi, while Lin Ran and Jianghao served as cheerleaders. Wenqi, deal with Xiao Fei's car tomorrow. Also find an auto repair shop and ask if it can be fixed. Xiao Fei, come with me tomorrow, we'll visit Xinjiang again. While drinking, Lin Sudong suddenly brought up business. Yu Fei and Li Wenqi quickly nodded in agreement. Dong, what about me? Jianghao asked excitedly, raising both hands. You? Wash these dishes tomorrow. Also, I've got some clothes piled up, you can wash those too. Lin Sudong smirked, pointing at the pile of dishes. Uffed. Yu Fei couldn't help but spray beer all over Jianghao's face. Dong, I'm still recovering. Jianghao wiped his face, ignoring Yu Fei, and looked at Lin Sudong with a pitiful expression. You know you're still recovering? Then just lie down and rest. Don't go wandering around. Lin Sudong glared at him and said impatiently. The next day around noon, Yu Fei was shaken awake by Lin Ran. What time is it? Yu Fei was dazed awake, but not yet mentally alert. Almost noon. Dong has called you several times. Lin Ran rolled her eyes and said irritably. No more drinking. Never again. Hearing this, Yu Fei sat up and rubbed his temples once again, resolving to quit drinking. You're all talk. Lin Ran couldn't be bothered to respond. Those words were worn out, yet he hadn't drunk any less. Xiao Fei, are you up yet? Lin Sudong suddenly called from the living room. Coming. Yu Fei instantly became more alert, hastily throwing on his clothes. Dong, are we leaving now? Yu Fei came out of the room and asked Lin Sudong. Wash your face first. We'll grab a quick bite outside, then head to Qinjiang's place. Lin Sudong nodded. Okay. Yu Fei agreed and dashed into the bathroom. You and our real estate. After a quick meal, Lin Sudong took Yu Fei to Qinjiang's company. Hello, who are you looking for? The security guard stopped them at the entrance. Tell Qinjiang that Lin Sudong is here. Lin Sudong pushed the guard aside and strode toward the elevator. The guard tried to block him, but was deterred by Yu Fei's fierce glare. Ding! The elevator reached the 3rd floor. Lin Sudong stepped out first and found Qinjiang's office with ease. Busy Qian. Lin Sudong didn't stand on ceremony. He pushed open the office door and walked straight to the sofa to sit down. Qinjiang was on the phone with the security guard, but the warning came too late. A client discussing a contract. Qinjiang forced a smile, hung up, and made up an excuse. By the way, Xiaodong, what's the matter? Qinjiang quickly changed the subject. Nothing major. It's just that my younger brother here is out, and he wants to have a word with Qin Chuan. Lin Sudong didn't expose him, casually pointing at Yu Fei. Xiaodong, I'm not lying to you. Chuanzi didn't tell me anything. If I had known, I would never have let him do it. And I can't reach him now. It's useless coming to me. Qinjiang glanced at Yu Fei, then began explaining to Lin Sudong. Today Qinjiang had clearly lost the arrogance from that night. Because Lin Sudong had already made it clear he could give up the land, but Qin Chuan had to die. Thus Qinjiang no longer had leverage over Lin Sudong. Instead, he found himself under pressure. Lin Sudong had contacted Su Mingxiang, who was pressuring Qinjiang's Yuandao real estate from all sides. Qian, I'm not a child. Don't try to sweet-talk me. I have only one demand: hand over Qin Chuan, and we'll stay out of each other's way. Lin Sudong smiled, waved his hand at Qinjiang, and subtly gave Yu Fei a signal. Smack. Yu Fei instantly understood, pulled out a counterfeit Black Star pistol from his waist, and slammed it on the table. This was the gun Yu Fei had lost, which Lin Sudong had recovered. Qian, I have something to say too. If I don't see Qin Chuan today, I'll have to take my anger out on you. Yu Fei's eyes were fierce, staring intently at Qinjiang, making cold sweat break out on his forehead. Xiao Fei, what are you doing with that thing? Put it away immediately. What did I tell you before we came? Lin Sudong scolded, reaching for the pistol. Dong. Qin Chuan almost killed me yesterday. If I hadn't been carrying this, I'd be in the morgue by now. But Yu Fei was faster, grabbing the gun and pointing it at Qinjiang's head. Brother, let's talk this out. Don't point that thing at me. Qinjiang panicked. Facing the dark muzzle, an ordinary person couldn't bear the pressure. Xiao Fei, put the gun down. This has little to do with Qian. Why take it out on him? Lin Sudong glanced at Qinjiang and also tried to reason. Then who should I take it out on? Dong, don't try to persuade me. I have only one thing to say today. If Qin Chuan doesn't show up, someone must pay with their life. Yu Fei refused to listen, growing more agitated, his gun moving up and down as he pointed at Qinjiang's head. I really can't reach him. Brother, stop shaking that thing. It could go off. Qinjiang was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes soaked through as if he'd been pulled out of water. Bang! Whether intentional or not, the gun in Yu Fei's hand actually discharged, startling even Lin Sudong, who stared at Yu Fei in shock. As for Qinjiang, it was as if all the bones had been drained from his body, and he collapsed directly onto the sofa. Fortunately, the office had excellent soundproofing, so the gunshot did not disturb anyone outside. President Qian. Well, what do you know, I was right. Yu Fei's lips curled into a smile as he leaned back against the sofa and spoke. Damn it. You think I can't control you anymore? Lin Sudong finally snapped out of his shock, raised his hand, and slapped Yu Fei across the face, then snatched the counterfeit Black Star pistol back. President Qian, are you alright? Lin Sudong then turned to Qinjiang and asked with concern. I'm fine. Qinjiang was completely stunned, still reeling from the gunshot, his words coming out stuttered. Since you're fine, let's continue our talk. President Qian, have you remembered anything yet? Yu Fei stood up upon hearing this, walked over to Qinjiang, and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. Brother, I swear to God, I really can't get in touch with Qin Chuan. Qinjiang was on the verge of tears, cursing Qin Chuan's ancestors in his mind. Qin Chuan had caused this mess, yet he was the one left to take the fall. Bang! Qinjiang, you're trying to bullshit me. Yu Fei roared, grabbing Qinjiang by the chin and slamming his head onto the table. Lin Sudong, I give up. I don't want the land anymore, take it. Qinjiang was dazed from the impact, a gash on his shiny bald head now bleeding bright red. To hell with the land. I'm asking for Qin Chuan, are you deaf? Yu Fei cursed again, lifting Qinjiang's head and slamming it down once more. Xiao Fei. At this moment, Lin Sudong finally spoke up, shouting at Yu Fei to stop. Brother Dong, don't interfere. I'm going to kill this bastard. Yu Fei, whether genuinely furious or just putting on an act, had bloodshot eyes and grabbed the ashtray nearby, ready to strike. Have you lost your mind? Lin Sudong quickly intervened, blocking him and slapping Yu Fei across the face. Let go, he then yelled, and only then did Yu Fei reluctantly release his grip. President Qian, how are you doing? Lin Sudong helped Qian Jiang up, grabbed a rag or something similar, and pressed it against his head to stop the bleeding. Lin Sudong, I'm beaten. Stop tormenting me. You want the land, fine, it's yours. There's a contract in my desk drawer, let's sign it right now. Qian Jiang was trembling for real, now deeply regretting ever provoking Lin Sudong and Yu Fei. All he wanted was to get rid of them as quickly as possible. President Qian, what are you saying? Lin Sudong smiled subtly, then continued his act. Brother, stop putting on a show for me, I genuinely surrender. Qian Jiang had long seen through their scheme. Lin Sudong and Yu Fei were playing good cop, bad cop. But Yu Fei's rendition of the bad cop was absolutely terrifying. Especially that accidental gunshot. Qian Jiang could feel that Yu Fei genuinely wanted him dead. So he had no intention of negotiating, just wanting to see these two troublemakers leave immediately. Xiao Fei, get the contract. Lin Sudong's lips twitched in slight embarrassment. He then dropped the pretense and simply called out to Yu Fei. Got it. Yu Fei acknowledged, glanced at Qian Jiang, and walked over to the desk. President Qian, rest assured. Although our conversation wasn't pleasant, Lin Sudong will not shortchange you by a single cent. Taking the contract from Yu Fei, Lin Sudong glanced at it, and then handed it to Qian Jiang. Whatever. Qian Jiang wasted no words, signed his name, stamped the company seal, and handed it back to Lin Sudong. From now on we'll stay out of each other's way. And I really can't contact Qin Chuan, so it's useless to keep harassing me. With that, Qian Jiang, holding his head, immediately showed them the door. I will find Qin Chuan. President Qian, it was a pleasure doing business. Lin Sudong smiled, pocketed the contract, and without further ado called Yu Fei and left. In the car, Lin Sudong remained silent, just staring intensely at Yu Fei. Brother Dong, what's up? You're making me nervous. Yu Fei, feeling guilty, gave Lin Sudong a nudge and said with an awkward smile. If I hadn't stopped you just now, were you really planning to crack Qian Jiang's skull open? Lin Sudong glared at him and asked in exasperation. Cough, cough. How could I? I was just scaring him. Yu Fei coughed a couple of times, his gaze drifting out the window. Can't be bothered to argue with you. Lin Sudong shook his head helplessly, stepped on the gas, and the car shot forward. The two men first went to the bank where Lin Sudong transferred the funds for the land to Qian Jiang, and only then did they head home. In this regard, Lin Sudong never intended to take something for nothing, paying the price that had been agreed upon. After all, ruining his reputation over this matter and affecting future development would be a loss outweighing the gain. Wenqi housed Xiao Fei's car. As they entered, Lin Sudong and Yu Fei saw Li Wenqi chatting with Jiang Hao, having arrived back before them. It's at the repair shop. They said it might still be salvageable. Li Wenqi turned upon hearing him and said to Lin Sudong, then let them fix it. Let me know the cost when you have a number. Lin Sudong nodded. Brother Dong, I have the money. Upon hearing Lin Sudong offer to pay for the repairs, Yu Fei quickly tried to decline. Save your money, you'll need it for your wedding. Your brother Dong isn't short of a few bucks. Besides, this is partly my fault for dragging you into this. Lin Sudong waved his hand dismissively. When it came down to it, Yu Fei was also a victim in this situation, so Lin Sudong certainly wouldn't let him pay. Moreover, Lin Sudong was of the same generation as Yuan Gang, so there was no way he'd let Yu Fei, his junior, pay for the car repairs himself. All right. Yu Fei nodded, knowing that Lin Sudong wouldn't change his mind, so he didn't argue further. We're not eating at home tonight. Let's go out to a restaurant. You guys find a place. With that, Lin Sudong told the others, then went to his room to put away the contract. I want seafood. Hearing this, Jiang Hao was the first to jump up, suggesting they go for seafood. I'm fine with that. Li Wenqi shrugged his shoulders, then turned to look at Yu Fei, and Lin ran. Do you want it? Yu Fei had no objections either. He wasn't picky about food as long as it filled him up. So he looked at Lin Ran and asked, I'm good with anything. Lin Ran wasn't a picky eater and nodded in agreement. With unanimous approval, once Lin Sudong came out of his room, they all headed to a nearby seafood night market stall. Boss lady, give us 2 4-pound lobsters first. As soon as they walked in, Jiang Hao called out to the proprietress, who was taking orders from other customers. Aren't you afraid of being stuffed? A 4-pound lobster. Lin Sudong kicked Jiang Hao in annoyance, thinking it was too embarrassing to bring this kid out. Yu Fei and the others did the same, distancing themselves from Jiang Hao with disdain, indicating they weren't familiar with him. If not a 4-pound one, a 1-pound one will do. Jiang Hao wasn't embarrassed. He grinned, found an empty table, and sat down. You know what, we do have a 1-pound one in our store. As he spoke, the landlady came over with a smile. There was only one such live treasure in the store, kept in the tank for nearly a month. If no one ordered it, it would probably croak in a few days. Then make it. Lin Sudong twitched his mouth. This was really a coincidence of coincidences. Could it be any more coincidental? Oil splash prawn tails, steamed eggs with prawn brains, and used the rest to make congee. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was excited and immediately chimed in. Yo, you're a connoisseur. The landlady's eyes lit up, and she gave Jiang Hao a thumbs up. Lin Sudong was also a bit surprised, marveling that this little fatty knew how to eat well. Before long, besides the 3-way lobster, the other 7 or 8 dishes they ordered were also served. Brother Dong, don't move yet. Seeing Lin Sudong looking around for something, Yu Fei quickly called out. What's wrong? Lin Sudong was puzzled and looked at Yu Fei with confusion. Can I not drink? Yu Fei looked pitiful, almost begging Lin Sudong. No. Lin Sudong grinned and refused outright. Boss, bring 3 cases of beer. Then instead of looking for himself, Lin Sudong shouted toward the kitchen. What a sin. Yu Fei wore a look of despair, already vaguely feeling the discomfort he would have when waking up the next day. While they were eating, another group of people arrived at the food stall, all in their early 20s, dressed in a sleazy manner. As soon as they entered, one of them, a scrawny guy with a lecherous look, whistled provocatively at Lin Ran. Yu Fei and the others were drinking enthusiastically and didn't notice this. Lin Ran frowned but ignored them. However, the scrawny guy didn't know when to quit. Seeing no one responded, he thought he had encountered a bunch of cowards. Then he walked over to their table with an arrogant swagger. Bro, something up? Li Wenqi was the first to notice the scrawny guy and turned to ask with confusion. Who the hell is your bro? The scrawny guy, seeing Li Wenqi with glasses and a scholarly look, snapped back. Did you eat shit? Your mouth is so foul. By now, Lin Sudong and the others were looking over, and Yu Fei cursed directly in annoyance. Little bastard, who do you think you're talking to? The scrawny guy's eyes widened, and he pointed at Yu Fei, cursing. The commotion instantly drew the attention of everyone in the store. The people who came with the scrawny guy also gathered around. You fucking Xiao Fei. Yu Fei flew into a rage, grabbed a beer bottle in front of him, and was about to smash it, but Lin Sudong stopped him. We're just out for a meal, don't be so aggressive. Then Lin Sudong turned to the scrawny guy and tried to mediate. Who the hell do you think you were trying to teach your daddy a lesson? The scrawny guy didn't give any face, especially seeing his own people gathering around, which emboldened him. Bang! As soon as the words were spoken, before anyone could react, Li Wenqi grabbed an empty bottle and smashed it directly onto the scrawny guy's face. Instantly, the bottle shattered, cutting the scrawny guy's face all over with blood, and Li Wenqi's hand was also cut. Little bastard, you really think you're something? Then Li Wenqi kicked out, knocking the scrawny guy to the ground. This smooth series of moves left Yu Fei and Jianghu dumbfounded. Although Yu Fei had known Li Wenqi longer, he had never seen him fight. Especially with Li Wenqi's scholarly appearance, he didn't look like someone who could fight. As for Jianghu, there was no need to mention, he had only known Li Wenqi for a few days. At this moment, the other side's people reacted and charged at Li Wenqi. Seeing this, Yu Fei grabbed his chair and smashed it over, helping Li Wenqi. Then Lin Sudong and Jianghu also joined the fray, swinging bottles and smashing heads. The other side only had 6 people, all in their early 20s, no match for Lin Sudong's group. So before Yu Fei could even join, they were all on the ground. Ouch! Stop hitting. While they were still cursing, the landlady ran out of the kitchen with a worried face. Damn it, can't even have a peaceful meal. When she go settle the bill. Lin Sudong grabbed his jacket and cursed in annoyance. Let me. Yu Fei, being closer, took out 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the landlady. The meal cost only about 300 yuan, and the remaining money was enough to buy new stools and bottles. Let's go. Then Lin Sudong called out, and they all left the food stall. Wenqi, I never knew you were such a fierce fighter. Outside, Yu Fei put his arm around Li Wenqi's shoulder and said, Bro, I've got even fiercer stuff. Li Wenqi grinned, and then thrust his hips, making everyone burst into laughter. Alright, let's find somewhere to eat more. I haven't had enough to drink. Saying that, Lin Sudong looked around, and then led them to a hot pot restaurant nearby. Sitting down again, chatting about what just happened, everyone was in high spirits. Wenqi, take Xiao Fei to check again tomorrow, and clear all those people out as soon as possible. After a few bottles of beer, Lin Sudong suddenly changed the topic to business. Okay. Li Wenqi agreed, but Yu Fei was confused. Clear people? Clear what people? Yu Fei was puzzled and looked at Lin Sudong with confusion. You'll find out tomorrow. Lin Sudong smiled, but didn't explain, leaving Yu Fei scratching his head anxiously. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, just as the sky was brightening, Yu Fei was woken by a loud knocking on the door. Who is it? Yu Fei asked, still half asleep, without opening his eyes. It sounds like Wenqi. Lin Ran was also woken up and propped himself up to say, Bang bang bang. Xiao Fei, get up. Time to go. As he spoke, the knocking came again, and it was indeed Li Wenqi's voice. What's the rush calling my soul so early in the morning? Yu Fei sat up reluctantly, rubbing his temples and complaining.